One terrible day, monsters appeared on Earth, at the end of the fight with which the protagonist and his comrades were frozen by the Snow Queen. 25 years later, the young man came out of hibernation after seeing the statues of his icy friends and was now all alone. Smirking, the Ice Madam asked if the lad had abandoned his comrades in a deadly dangerous place to get here, and how he felt. Taking out a sharp blade from his holster, the brave fighter coldly said that these guys could not be defeated so easily. Looking sternly at the Ice Queen, he asked if it wouldn't be over if she was killed by him. In response, the long-haired madam laughed loudly, thinking the threats from his side were empty and delusional. She said that the boy must not know anything about this world to be so careless of her. Still holding her sword at the ready, the brave asked her to shut up, telling her that now was not the time for chatter. Glaring at her visage again, the ghost said he would kill her, while the Ice Queen stroked her blue blade as if nothing had happened. After that, the powerful opponents simultaneously rushed into battle and met in the air, where the atmosphere was very tense. The fearless queen repelled the attack of the boy, who almost fell, but still managed to resist and continue fighting. The young man did not even think of stopping and continued to swing his blade, even though it was not making any progress. At one point, the opponent bounced to the side, plotting a surprise strike against the youngster. Using some obscure magic, she struck a rather powerful blow, which was much harder to repel. The cunning empress used blue ice energy and smirked, confident of her victory. The gloomy ghost found it increasingly difficult to hold back her brutal onslaught, but he did not give up and simply endured. The queen still struck a forbidden blow with magic, triggering an explosion, but the boy managed to bounce aside and survive. He flew a few meters to the side and landed successfully, stopping the slide with a palm resting on the ground. The brave realized that he couldn't waste a second, so he accelerated and rushed forward to attack the enemy. A couple seconds later, a rather loud blade strike was delivered with a lot of force. For a powerful hook, the daredevil twisted his body sharply, thus hitting right into the opponent's chest. The Snow Queen fell to her knees, unable to fight further, and the cold-blooded warrior turned her back, thinking about her own thoughts. Laughing lightly, she mumbled that it had been fun, but the fighter who didn't share her feelings said that it wasn't quite the same for him. He wasn't going to show any mercy, and aimed at the enemy's chest again to finish her off once and for all. Suddenly, a blinding blue energy began to spurt out of her body, causing the guy to cover his face with his hand. In an instant, the hero received a system notification that he had begun to absorb the power of the Ice Queen. It also said that his body would enter a hibernation state until he completely absorbed the Empress's core. Sometime earlier, at midnight, Brave and his team stood in front of the last dungeon of the South Pole, the Queen's Nest. The exasperated thug slammed his fist on the wall, wondering if that meant everyone else would just die. Angry Cully was angry that only one person could climb the stairs, but the girl with the staff asked him to calm down. Remaining calm, she added that they didn't have much time, and they had to make an informed decision. Sky then said that going to the dungeon should be Gloomy Ghost, who didn't even know how to react to that. Fixing his hat, another mysterious member of the team, said that he agreed with the girl's decision. He added that they would be at a disadvantage going up against an enemy with ice abilities. The big guy Callie was pissed off that he couldn't go, but still, he thought that there was no one better than this type of guy, and he agreed with the decision. The swordswoman said that since the Ambo had agreed so quickly, it could be assumed that they were all of the same opinion, but it made him a little angry. She too thought that Grim Ghost should go, so the decision was unanimous between them. The four companions looked at the cold-blooded fighter, who asked if they were sure they wouldn't regret it. The guy in the hat smiled, saying that if they died because the hero failed to overpower the Ice Queen, they would regret it. He also added that they all trusted the daredevil who had shown his great fighting potential many times. Charming Sky was sure that the young man would do everything to make sure that a bad outcome would not happen. All the guys had faith in the brave man, who was currently apologizing to them in his thoughts for causing them to be subjected to the freeze. A quarter of a century later, in a conference in the hall, the story was told of the 5 brave men who had traveled to the South Pole to overpower the Ice Queen. It was said that these were legendary players who had performed the greatest feats, after which the presenter snapped her finger to turn on the spotlight. Now the guys were called the 5 heroes, so the audience was asked to show their respect for them. Then the woman began to talk about the safe zones that had appeared, and a frightened boy from the audience suddenly shouted that the ice statue had moved. Smiling, the lovely presenter snapped her fingers and said that this time the viewer's answer was wrong. She went on to say that the internal temperature of the fortified glass wall is monitored around the clock. The lady added that this is done so as not to damage the ice statues, but suddenly, being alarmed, turned around. Still, the beauty smiled and said that nothing would happen to the statues now, so there was no reason to worry. But suddenly, the grim ghost burst out of the fortified wall and smashed it with a single swing of his elbow. The dazed host had not expected such an outcome and did not know how to react to the body coming out of the barrier. The system wrote to the protagonist who had broken out of his confinement that his absorption level had reached 100%. The young man felt extremely cold and could barely speak, but he remained conscious and able to move. He received a notification that he had absorbed the Ice Queen's core and gained a new freezing ability. The excited public began to dash in different directions, trying to figure out how the man inside the barrier had managed to survive. On the news that same day, the news spread that after 25 years, the marriage ghost that had defeated the Empress had emerged from the hibernation state. Junho assumed that he had no strength due to being frozen for such a long time, for he couldn't even clench his hand into a fist. His body was still trembling, and the young martial artist himself couldn't believe that a full quarter of a century had passed. An anxious doctor entered the room and said that the president of the Players Association was currently on his way here. The lad said that if he didn't know the man, he could turn around, as he couldn't stand being disturbed. The man said that the president always spoke of the young man as his friend, yet there were not many people who could call him that. Daredevil remarked that the world had indeed changed, and that was what he and his close associates were striving for. Their goal was to create a safe world that the young man could now enjoy, though it was impossible to relax. He realized that he was unemployed, because he only knew how to fight, but he pushed those thoughts away and decided to remove the mask from his face. The gloomy ghost took it off, because he didn't need it now, and with his perfectly clean face, he amazed the people in the ward. The excited doctor asked the gentleman why he had taken off his mask, and the assistants standing behind him covered their faces. Smiling, the kid said that they lived in a completely safe world, where heroes were no longer needed. It was unclear to him why the trio was so concerned, and meanwhile someone entered the room. It was the president of the Heroes Association, accompanied by a guard, who asked to be allowed to explain. The protagonist was dumbfounded to see the man, and immediately asked if his name was Talkgoo by any chance. The man in the business suit coughed slightly and asked the others present to leave them alone. He then said that Junho hadn't changed at all, and the kid smiled and made sure that it was definitely Togu. After laughing, the kid said that just like he said earlier, the buddy would have an M-shaped bald spot, which made the man angry. The hero asked if for a quarter of a century never created a cure for baldness, and added that his vis-a-vis also did not change, apart from his appearance. Afterward, the guy decided to stop joking and asked what the reaction was from the doctors, since it was already over, but they were still concerned. The moment the guys conquered the Queen's Nest, all players received the same notifications. The system also notified that safe zones began to appear on the ground, and people all over the world embraced each other, laughing and crying with joy. However, this very world was not allowed to last even a minute in joy, and soon an interdimensional elevator was installed in the Pacific Ocean. Moving to the interdimensional zone was now possible, and the panicked people thought it was all nonsense and couldn't understand what was happening. After that, all the players of the world, the association and politicians urgently gathered to hold a meeting. As a result of the protracted meeting, it was decided to send an advanced team to the border zone. The second floor became the land of opportunity, because humanity has not only mastered magic and technology, but also gained access to a huge amount of resources. Listening to Junho's story, he asked what had happened in general, for he had not received any clarity. A nervous Togu said that through it all, an abundant land of 10 stories had arisen. But that wasn't what the hero wanted to know. The man added that the interdimensional elevator had buttons for the 1st through 10th floors, which seemed interesting to the youngster. His team had to spend 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen, and they had to be on the 7th floor within a quarter of a century. Compared to their group, the level of the other players was much lower, so only the 5 of them traveled to the South Pole. The young man took his hand aside and asked his vis-a-vis how many floors were under their control at the moment. The man was silent in response, deep in thought, and the tense fighter asked why he wasn't answering. Mustering up his courage, Toku said that in the last 25 years, humanity had only been able to master 2 floors. With this statement, he stunned Junho, who immediately collapsed on the bed, clutching his head. The buddy sitting in front had nothing at all to say, and the daredevil could not take in this information. He couldn't get over the fact that a whole quarter of a century had passed, in which he could have accomplished a lot, but the reality was not the same. He couldn't believe that they had only gotten to the 2nd floor. The president of the association said there was a reason for that. The angry fighter decided to listen to him, because he was very curious to know how stupid the fighters were. At the same minute, the kid froze with surprise, because the man started the conversation with the Ice Queen's core. According to him, the environment of the 3rd floor was similar to a volcanic zone, so only a few players who were resistant to the heat of the magma could go there. After a while on the floor in the middle of the lava ocean, They were able to find an altar that required a queen core to cool down the environment. Nervous Talk was very embarrassed that they had searched the nest tens of thousands of times but never found anything, and the hero turned blue from shock. The lad thought it unsurprising, for he had absorbed the core, for which he felt a little embarrassed at the moment. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the man sitting in front of him, the young man calmly said that there was nothing that could be done about it, and they were just unlucky. He added that anyone could make a mistake, and they should treat each other with understanding. With a smile, Junho asked if the man would try to understand him if he made a mistake one day. With tears of joy in his eyes, Toku exclaimed that it was out of the question, and the young man pondered the appropriate moment to confess. Afterwards, a long conversation about life began, and toward evening, the mate offered the young man something to eat. The young man replied that he was not hungry at all, and in his hand he held a business card of the Seoul Historical Museum. With great curiosity, he asked if it was true that it was rumored to be very popular, and the president was in a little stupor at what he heard. He said that there were a lot of people and journalists downstairs, so going down together would be a bad idea, and the hero reminded him that he could go through the emergency exit. Worried for him, Toku asked to go straight back to the hospital afterward, and the kid accepted the order. Soon the brave reached the museum, where he successfully authenticated and could observe the huge remains of the horned monster. Ahead, the fighter saw a huge double door and immediately realized that this was where he needed to go. As he entered the room, he saw 4 of the frozen comrades he had fought with earlier side by side. Junho sat down on the floor in front of them and softly apologized for coming so late. Remembering the pleasant smiles of his friends, the young man said that they had managed to protect the world they had all dreamed of. Then he added in a calm tone that now they could rest in peace, because they had done their job honorably. The boy poured some alcoholic beverage into each of the glasses and, raising his hand slightly, decided to drink to his comrades. Lowering his gaze to the floor, the protagonist began to remember the moments when they were all together and fought against monsters. The guy said that alcohol tastes sweet, and after paying attention to a large accumulation of dust on the head of his comrades, he immediately decided to sweep it off because it looked rather unpleasant, but he didn't even realize what it might entail. The system suddenly wrote that the possession of the skill of freezing was confirmed, but it was not possible to remove the ice cover, which amazed the fighter. Then it was written that the skill can be used to remove ice from frozen figures, which was not at all expected by the guy. The hero could not believe that he could really bring his guys back to life, because he had already resigned himself to their death. Disappointing for him was the fact that the index of magic was only 18 points, which was not enough. The young man began to scrutinize the information on the digital board, because he wanted to save his loved ones. He was well aware that it would not be possible to recover in a couple of days, but the task was still feasible. He realized that the freezing skill was the key to success, and it was only necessary to use it correctly. Toku had always said that there was nothing above S level, so maybe Junho was the first, but now he had a problem with magic. At one point, he noticed the rank of first floor master and assumed he had gotten it after defeating the Water Queen. Very soon, he realized that every time he went up one floor in the interdimensional elevator, the values of all the stats increased, assuming that by going up one floor at a time, the hero would be able to restore his level. He would not only improve his abilities, in addition, he would have the opportunity to completely subdue the power of the Ice Queen and drastically change everything. Daredevil realized that it was then that he would be able to melt the ice and save all the dear people he missed very much. Clenching his fist tightly and lightly hitting one of the statues, the young man felt pain in his soul, but tried to hold on. Gritting his teeth softly, he asked his friends to wait a little longer and promised to get them out of there. He stood near the statues of his comrades for a while longer, remembering each of them and thinking about what to do next. After a while in the hospital, he stunned Toku by saying that he wanted to be reinstated as a player, since he was incapable of anything else. The man shrieked that all he'd ever done before was talk about his desire to retire, and the guy reminded him that was a quarter of a century ago. Holding his hand to his head, the president of the Hero Association said that it wasn't a good idea at all. The youngster asked why not, and Toku said he needed a good rest. But there was a better reason. It was about demons, and when he heard about them, Junho's face changed and he listened intently. They were players who used their awakened powers to satisfy their own desires and engaged in illegal activities. They were like a malignant tumor in society because they brought nothing good to society. Daredevil said that in his time, these types couldn't even take a breath, and his companion said that it was earlier. He said that no cameras or satellite had been installed since the second floor, and besides, neither country had the means to suppress the demons. Holding a spoonful of porridge to his mouth, Jun said he now understood why Taku was against his return. The young man then consumed the spoonful of porridge, while continuing to think about the opponents that many feared. He asked if the demons still hated him, and his buddy replied that the thought of killing him would make them completely ecstatic. The president of the association advised him to just forget the idea and get on with his life. The only way to return safely was to leave the alias of the Grim Ghost and perform under his own name, Seo Junho. Brave in turn mentioned the 10th floor in a calm voice, throwing his comrade into complete bewilderment. Raising up a nickel spoon, the young man said he wanted to get there, once again emphasizing his fearlessness. The perplexed Toku, without much emotion, decided to inquire why he suddenly wanted to do so. The hero replied that the 3rd floor was a volcanic zone, and, according to his vis-a-vis, that there was no way to pass it at the moment. While trying to lick a spoonful of porridge, the kid noticed that he had eaten it all, but continued to ponder on a plan of action. Suddenly, he said that he had a way to get through the floor, which dumbfounded his old friend. The young man asked if it was true that an Ice Queen core was needed, and the president listened to him very interested. The plate was already empty, and the young man said he had eaten, and the associate asked if he was really talking about the solo lanthan. A tense. Sojun realized that it was time to confess everything, and tried to choose the right words. He stared at the nervous Toku for a few more seconds, sweating, but soon said that he had eaten the Ice Queen's core. The guy immediately began to say that as soon as he defeated the Empress, the core was absorbed into him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Grasping the back of his head, the president of the association began to complain about the pressure, while wondering if he was really this youngster's friend. Feeling uncomfortable, the hero said that that was how he got the freezing ability anyway. After pondering this, the friend asked if it was true that the reason for his return had to do with the frozen buddies. Smiling slightly at the man standing across from him, the lad confirmed without lurking that it was indeed true. The presidents of the association said that it was good news, and the daredevil now felt calmer at heart. Togu said that first, let's deal with the doctors who saw the young man's face, and a joyful Seo Jun started clapping for him. The kid also said that he had a level and stat reset, which caused his friend's blood pressure to rise again. Finally, the young man asked if the president of the Hero Association could make him a new player's license. Looking over the information on the digital scoreboard, the man caught himself thinking that he had forgotten to say something to his friend. He said that guilds were now more powerful than associations, but it wasn't about the right to issue licenses. He said it was now common for large guilds to attend exams in person to obtain a document. Toku also added that a license could only be confirmed if a player passed an open exam. In this situation, there was nothing the man could do to help his friend, who was annoyed by all these new orders, but there was nothing that could be done. Suddenly, the president of the association still said that there was a good chance for Junho, which encouraged him. The old buddy said that they needed a reason if he was fully going to support the young fighter. He asked how the hero thought they'd do it, and the kid started smiling, realizing what things were leaning towards. The brave man needed to get the best result possible to make everyone want to get their hands on him. Abruptly pulling his head off the pillow, the confident lad said he understood everything and was ready to spring into action. Now the daredevil couldn't wait for the day of the exam to be held, and was sure that he would stun everyone. Soon the young man went to the Players' Association and was waiting at the examination place to receive his license. The holder of the ordinal 75th number looked at the people around him who had spent a lot of money on the document. The association official asked people to wait in the hallway until they were invited inside to take the exam. Relaxed and completely calm, the hero sat down on a chair, realizing that it would not be his turn for a while yet. Out of boredom, he decided to listen to what the other participants were saying and used an ability to do so. It was the abilities of the Guardian of Darkness and Enhanced Hearing, which he activated as if nothing had happened. People were discussing that the dungeon on the 2nd floor had finally been conquered, and today's examiner would be the president of the Toku Association himself. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard appeared and the #1 candidate was invited to enter the room. The first cadet successfully entered the exam area and began holding the spear in his hands, nervously waiting for it to begin. The protagonist watched carefully, and opponents had already appeared in the exam room. One of the nearby spectators and said that the participant's fighting spirit was impressive, but it was too early to draw conclusions. The monsters were really scared of the opponent and began to retreat, which spoke of his predetermined victory. The bespectacled man envied the fighter who could easily pass the exam, but Junho, who was sitting next to him, was not so sure. If he wanted to secure the space around him, the spear was perfect for that purpose. But when the enemy started to approach, waving it around was a mistake, as it would only make things worse. In the end, the commentator sharply announced that contestant #1 had failed the exam. The judges discussed that they didn't like any of the contestants today because they didn't even meet the basic requirements. The next contestant was then asked to enter the exam room, which the young man immediately did. All the judges were shocked to see the confident contestant, and Shimtoku had to pay lip service to the fact that it was his friend. The dreadlocked judge said that the kid seemed to have brought his whole arsenal with him and wondered who he even was. The blonde called the youngster another grim ghost wannabe, and her colleague thought the type couldn't take care of himself. Although the president of the association had asked Junho to stand out, but his flashy appearance and large number of weapons were already too much. Still, the commentator wasted no time and asked the participant if he was ready for the exam. The young man only nodded his head silently, after which the event was declared started, and he had to give his best. At the same instant, several dwarves armed with daggers appeared, who were not to be underestimated. The opponents looked quite realistic up close, but the pathetic imitation didn't scare the daredevil at all. Smirking, the boy said that this whole situation brought back memories of the old days. Krovage, hell goblins, immediately rushed into battle, seeing in their path only a young man who was not taken seriously. With spear in hand, the fearless fighter waited for the right moment to strike at the approaching threat. With a single swing, he managed to scatter all the dwarves to the sides without even giving them a chance. Most of the opponents were interrupted and began to rapidly disappear into space without being hit. The cold-blooded Junho soon realized that as soon as he killed a dwarf, new ones would appear. He couldn't understand what the point of the exam was then, and meanwhile, the insidious opponents were coming up from behind. The rat-like behavior of the pathetic monsters made the hero even more angry, and he quickly dispatched them. One of the dwarves still managed to remain unnoticed, and he immediately tried to escape. But the warrior noticed it. Staying focused, the guy sharply drew the bowstring, believing that running away from him was useless. Archery was once taught to him by a famous skilled archer who almost never missed. It was a mysterious hat-wearing fighter, Gilberto Green, with a special sensitivity to the bow. The enraged goblins rushed to the attack with a loud shout, eager to deal with the boy who had done them wrong. Unperturbed, Jun drew a sharp sword from his holster and slid the tip of it across the floor, making an annoying sound. One of the angry dwarves, meanwhile, was running towards him, about to pounce and show him where the crayfish were. The young man in turn continued to drive his blade on the floor, drawing a circle around him and smirking insidiously. From different sides, opponents gradually approached the brave man, but he remained calm and stuck to the plan. The running gremlin ahead paused in an instant, creating a leg rest to make the jump. Daredevil continued to hold the hilt of his sword firmly in his hands, waiting for the right moment to repel the attack. In a single beat, the long-eared men pounced on him, confident that this time they would successfully defeat him. But their plans were shattered by the sudden swing of Junho's sword, which destroyed everyone in its path. The hero paid attention to the severe pains and realized that he needed to engage in physical training, and the judges were surprised by his abilities. The woman admitted that her eyes had failed her, because the guy turned out to be more than just another grim ghost wannabe. The dreadlocked juror said that the young man's skill with weapons was astounding, for even his swordsmanship was up to par. The admiring man in the denim jacket couldn't believe the contestant could do it with such a skinny body. The red-haired lady said that if you look at the fighter's profile, his only skill is gun skills, and suggested that it was a D level. Afterward, the judges began to discuss that the guy's fighting skills were quite remarkable. But it wasn't worth their investment, after all. They needed to avoid a loss. Shimtoku realized that if that was the case, there should be no problem with Junho joining the Players Association, and said that the decision had been made. The president only felt guilty for faking his old buddy's profile. In the end, the member with the 75th number successfully passed the player's license exam. After a while, Toku sat indoors with his longtime friend and silently listened to his laughter. The fast food-eating young man was laughing quite loudly from a short story he had started reading not too long ago. In fact, the most respected player in the world, ranked #1 and looked up to by everyone, was that same grim ghost. The tense president of the association tried to be patient and calm down, though it was hard to do so. Barely keeping the blood from his ears from nerves, he decided to ask the fighter lying on the couch about something. The blushing man asked what the guy was reading, and he said a novella in which the main character was a priest, but they were fighting instead of practicing healing. The old friend asked if they were some kind of crazy people, and the young man wasn't quite agreeing with him since he loved the genre. Shim asked him to stop reading and look at the materials brought at his own request. He also asked why the young man had requested information about the unconquered gate in the first place, and if he was going to go there. As if nothing had happened, the boy answered that he was going to go there, for otherwise he would not have learned about them, and he was dumbfounded. The president exclaimed that no one had ever conquered them before, and Junho asked if the man thought he would forget such a thing. It was a gate overflowing with various traps and monsters, attacking everyone, and not even bodies were left of the players who had tried to conquer it. It was for this reason that gates that had never been conquered by anyone were called unconquered gates. A Oven friend exclaimed that newcomers go there to pump up their power, but end up dying as a team. He called it overkill to go there in such a weakened state, but the confident brave man reminded him that he was no ordinary fighter. The man also agreed with the fact that the gate was a headache for the association, but there were still nuances. The president couldn't send his friend to such a dangerous place, and the protagonist understood his excitement, but felt it was his duty. The guy said that he would go there anyway because it would be good for him, which perplexed his buddy. The rewards at the gate increase over time, and it hadn't been conquered in years, so he would be able to gain a lot of experience. The old acquaintance asked if the guy had chosen this place to quickly increase his level. Being nervous with a shout, he asked if it couldn't be done in a safer way, and recalled how the youngster had died and resurrected. The unperturbed fighter said that his comrades were still imprisoned in the ice and waiting for him to free them. The young man said that sooner or later he will have to face the demons head-on, and time is definitely not on his side. The brave man added that he would have to be strong enough to face them, and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Toku admitted that he hadn't even thought of that. Putting a hand to his face, he said he couldn't even imagine his old acquaintance feeling that kind of pressure. The hero couldn't call his flashbacks pressure, but he thought it was better for the president of the association not to know about all this. A nervous Shim realized that there was nothing he could do about it and promised to try to find out about the gate that the daredevil could enter. According to his words, only unconquered territories could be entered with this level, and the fighter immediately asked where they were. Opening the digital scoreboard, the president said that they appeared 7 years ago, and since then, 142 people had tried to invade them, but were eaten by monsters. He added that only first-level players could enter there, so the place was called the Grave of Beginners, but the conditions for capturing it were not difficult. A notification suddenly arrived on Junho's smartwatch, which was immediately noticed. The same fate awaited Toku, who immediately said that the young fighter's deposit had arrived. The head of the association said that since the youngster now officially belonged to her, he was his subordinate for the next year. Such news stunned the protagonist, who did not expect to have to obey someone. After he turned on the acting game and told the gentleman that he would show him how a loyal employee should look like, the lad then asked his friend for a room with a good view, and the man replied that he didn't even doubt it. Putting a box on the table, he said that if all went well, the lad would be allotted a whole floor, but in return, he had to work hard. At one point, Taku asked his buddy to hurry up and open the cardboard box that contained his uniform. The jacket was incredibly light and stretchy, which surprised the kid and brought a pleasant smile to the head's face. For the first few minutes, the surprised Seo-jun stretched and squeezed the vestment in every possible way to appreciate it. With his eyes wide, he asked where it came from, and his old friend agreed that the garment was really cool. The uniform was incredible because it was the masterpiece of big guy Kwan Noi himself, which sounded very unexpected. The dumbfounded protagonist cringed and asked if this old man was still alive and still making quality armor. The president of the association said that the man would be 98 years old this year, and now he was constantly complaining about his aching back. The man added that Kwan Noi had passed on his workshop to his grandson but still worked there, which somewhat even humbled Jun. The excited kid said he'd have to stop by and say hello to the old man, since it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Exhaling heavily, Shim Togu said that there was no way he could do that, but it sounded a little strange. Daredevil immediately asked why that was the case, and the old friend replied that for his own safety he should be wary of such situations. The perplexed young man asked if he suspected Kwan Noi, for there was no other explanation. The nonchalant head of the association said he didn't think he was suspicious, which made him even more suspicious. Nervously gritting his teeth in anger, he soon realized that the demons were watching the workshop, and that was why it was dangerous. The friend said that the demons were well aware of Gloomy Ghost's relationship with the legendary Kwan Noi. He added that if the daredevil were to meet the old man now, he would immediately give away his true face. The guy acknowledged his rightness, for if he as a newcomer went abroad for a meeting, people would definitely suspect something wrong. Pronit's ace Toku said that he had conveyed through an employee the situation they were in now, so the old fellow should understand. Keeping his hand on the kid's shoulder, the man added that he needs to get stronger first, and there's nothing that can be done about it. The young man asked to express his gratitude to Kwan Noi for the uniform from him, as it was a very valuable gift. Soon, the fighter donned the uniform, and when asked about being sent for capture, he replied that he still needed to practice a bit. The youngster realized that if he didn't have enough physical fitness, he wouldn't be able to fight either monsters or demons. The president said that his friend had made the right decision and asked how long it would take him to train. He estimated that it would take 1 month, but Junho thought that was too long and said that 10 days would be enough for him. 10 days later, the daredevil was in Namyangju City, near the portal entrance on Chanma Mountain, where there was a closed walking path. With a confident smile, the boy said it was time to go ahead and took a step towards the portal, eager for adventure. The Dawn Curse Gate opened immediately, and the fighter needed to hold out until dawn to capture it. A couple minutes later, the fighter found himself in another world, where there was a gloomy atmosphere and a dim orange sky all around. The first thing the protagonist did was to take in a full chest of air, trying to fully regain his breath. Putting his hand to his chest, he admitted in his thoughts that for some unknown reason he felt cozy here. The boy caught himself thinking that he was slowly going crazy, since this place seemed pleasant to him. Having familiarized himself with the information on the digital board, he realized that the conditions of capture were not so difficult. All that was needed was to hold out until dawn, and the daredevil's timing was perfect, for the sun was already setting. After studying the material, he found that the teams who entered in the early morning lasted the longest, and the time inside the gate goes differently. The teams entering in the afternoon did not have time to adjust to the time distortion, and ended up in a stalemate. But Junho had carefully prepared. I was now in my best form, so he expected his opponents to be just as prepared. Soon it was midnight, and the brave man sitting by the tree abruptly felt as if he was being watched by the dead. He assumed it was the undead, and decided to check around as the situation was starting to annoy him. From nowhere, an open wounded hand that looked like a human hand was pointed in his direction. Just as the young warrior thought, it was the risen dead man who abruptly grabbed his leg, looking intimidatingly into his eyes. Not at all frightened, the fighter immediately stabbed at the monster's head, never giving it a chance to injure itself. Lightly tapping his opponent's head and smiling, the kid asked him to just stay there and not get out. In doing so, he sensed that there were plenty of similar dead people here, but tried not to panic. In an instant, the system notified him that night had fallen, and the Night Hunter skill was immediately activated. In addition to this, the cold-blooded warrior's senses sharpened, and he now sensed much more danger. There were many rising dead gathered around him, and they were slowly heading towards him. It was quite difficult for newcomers to deal with the undead, especially if they were zombies, as they could not feel pain. It was also impossible for them to land a single fatal blow, but at the same time the brave did not lose heart. The zombies did not pay attention to the damage and focused solely on attacking, but the young man still tried to fight. The fighter made a sharp leap to the side and grasped the hilt of his sword, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The action was successful and the two entities were destroyed, but that didn't mean much at the time. The dead were great at causing panic among newcomers who had not yet developed any abilities. Now the protagonist understood why this place was called the Grave of the Newcomers. But he was already an experienced nub. Suddenly, another blue-eyed dead man emerged from the ground, eager to destroy the intruder. But the intimidating creature was immediately kicked in the teeth and calmed down before he could even fully rise to his feet. A confident Junho said that he was not so weak as to attack over such nonsense. The guy then turned his gaze to the side and noticed a whole crowd of zombies heading in his direction. After a while, the heavy bouts were finally over, and now the heavily sweating fighter could rest a bit. The young warrior sat down on the ground and leaned his back on one of the graves, wondering if the dead weren't coming back. The tranquility did not last long, for suddenly a frightening voice asked who was here. The young man's face changed with excitement, and at first he thought he had misheard someone. Immediately jumping up from his seat, the boy shouted and asked where the man was, but there was no one around. He immediately began to dash in different directions, looking around carefully, but could find nothing. A few meters away, he found a brown coffin sticking out of the ground, from which sobs were coming. Trying to keep his wits about him, Seo-jun asked if there was a person down there, and the stranger replied that there was. While the young man was digging up the grave, the man said that he had trusted his friends and followed them here. But in the end, everyone but him had died. Continuing to whimper, he begged for help to get out, and the indifferent guy showed mercy at that moment. Before rendering assistance, the daredevil asked the stranger to shout very loudly to determine his exact location. At the same minute, the man in the coffin screamed very loudly, very hopeful of rescue, and to the brave fellow it was now clear. Abruptly pulling out a pistol from his holster, the fighter began firing at the coffin, not stopping even for a second. The stray bullets bounced in different directions along with the casings, and the guy didn't even blink an eye. After he finished shooting, he came closer and asked if the stranger had created this grave of newcomers, because it was impossible to kill more than 100 people so easily. A huge blood-stained monster suddenly burst out of the ground, which was called the Trickster. Baffled by the thug, could not believe that there was a man who had found out about his deceitful deeds. Without a word, the cold-blooded Junho swung his sword without even letting his opponent recover. Once the capture began, the gate wouldn't even open if even one living player remained inside it. Past players were probably aware of this too, but sometimes it was human nature to act on automatic. Daredevil thought that it wouldn't be difficult at all to defeat all the monsters, but the reason opened up in the cheater. Seo-jun saw that he had risen 4 levels, and although the values had increased by a little, he should be satisfied with that as well. As a reward for the capture, the hero also received a new ability to eat the behavior of a level C dead man. This pleased the kid, who thought that it would fall out just a random thing, but acquired a new skill and called himself lucky. Now the warrior could look into the memories of the dead, the description of which looked quite interesting. He wondered if the skill was gained for defeating the trickster, and thought it would be useful to him, though the conditions of use were specific. It was a power obtained already as a player of Seo Jun-ho, not the all-famous gloomy ghost. The protagonist smiled, making sure with every passing second that his every action and train of thought was correct. Looking at the mesmerizing sunset, he softly mumbled that he was looking forward to the upcoming events. After a while, he returned to the luxurious office of his buddy Toku, who was reading the news from the newspaper with great amazement. Shokiro said that since the boy's return, the world has been quiet, and there is not a single quiet day. Looking at him, the young man said, "That's why he's all glowing with happiness while reading the news." Shim was amused to see how the arrogant guild freaks got nervous, and the boy asked why the reporters kept muddying the waters. The president asked if the young man was serious about not revealing himself, and he said it wasn't the time for that yet. The friend said that he brave will become very sought after if everyone knows that the gate was captured by him. The guy said that people buy luxury items because they are special, as not everyone can afford them. Peering at the luxurious gold watch, the old buddy asked if it was true that the daredevil wanted to become a luxury item. The confident fighter said to become a legendary limited edition, and Shim realized that he wanted to stir up the public's interest. A smiling Toku noted that sometimes a bad personality awakens in a buddy, and asked if his blood type was S. In response, the thoughtful fellow simply ignored his vis-a-vis and said he couldn't keep the audience waiting that long. He added that savvy people would be able to guess and wonder if this guy wouldn't show up in other unconquered gates. The head of the association said that this was the reason why reporters would wait for the legend to appear in such territories. The little guy thought that he didn't have to declare himself on his own anyway, and the world itself should gradually find out everything. Toku couldn't understand since when the guy was worried about formalities, and the bewildered Seo-jun didn't even understand what he was talking about. After some time, the protagonist began to exhaust himself with his workouts, and stood on one arm for 70 seconds at a time, lifting his legs up. Bleeding a lot of sweat, he still continued to stay in character, experiencing hellish body pains. With a Herculean effort, the young man tried to set a new record in the stand-up and held on in every way possible. After reaching 73 seconds, the hero finally collapsed to the floor and could now regain his breath and rest. The strength value was increased by 1 point. The fighter enjoyed every second of relaxation with a smile on his face. He lay on the floor for a few more minutes to avoid any sudden movements and recover a bit. After resting, Seo-jun drank water greedily from a sports bottle and began to feel alive. The warrior then used his watch to open the digital scoreboard and familiarize himself with some information. He began to look at the available unconquered gates in order to travel to them and increase the characteristics again. The first thing that caught his eye was the oldest gate in Korea, the Luff Garden, which had appeared 9 years ago. If the portal is left alone for a long time, monsters will start coming out of it, which will later kill ordinary people. The government and the association offered a huge reward for capturing the Luff Garden. So players from all over the country risked their lives to capture it. They only had to ask for help from abroad, which resulted in a fortune being spent to hire a super recruit from India. He was a young warrior named Ticharavishi, a man of innate talent, skilled with the bow. In terms of potential, he could have matched or even surpassed 5 Gilberto Greens at once. However, the Indian was defeated, and everyone had given up hope that the gate would be captured. And that was how the player with a bright future met his end. Reading such information was unfortunate for Seo-jun, for this was a warrior who was only 22 years old. The hero understood that he needed to prepare himself thoroughly, as it was only through exercise that he raised all of his values. But if even Ticharavishi, a rising star, failed the capture, the possibility of there being a hidden trap in the gate could not be ruled out. Daredevil was clearly aware that he needed to think through every possible scenario during his preparations. At one point, he decided to stretch a little, feeling tiredness in his back, and turned his thoughts to another direction. After the lad used one of the skills, fully opening his snow-white palm to test something, he was curious how much the freezing skill, which he was already a bit used to using, would help him in real combat. After a short period of time, the brave man found himself in the Luff Garden, which at first glance seemed like a marvelous place. The prerequisite of this gate was the complete destruction of all monsters on a high difficulty level. The young man realized that if the team of 4 had failed, it meant that there was some hidden trap that had incapacitated them. Suddenly, he saw a huge green maze in front of him and immediately decided that he needed to stay away from this suspicious area. After arriving at the gazebo, the youngster sat down on a bench and told himself to just relax and wait, for the loofahs would appear at night. Night crept in unnoticed, and soon strange rustling sounds came from the dense bushes. Tree-like creatures came out of the ground and laid their eyes on the young man sitting in the gazebo. The possessor of keen senses was not frightened at all, but only mumbled that he should be warned of his appearance. With his arms folded across his chest, he continued to smile and wondered if there were only 2 loofahs. The protagonist called it a rather warm greeting and prepared to fight back. One of the monsters immediately rushed to attack the boy, who also did not stand still and rushed into battle. The brave warrior ran headlong towards the enemy, holding his spear tightly and preparing to demonstrate his fighting power. The unbelievably powerful blow struck right on the sturdy root of the loof, which had no time to react. The knowledgeable fighter then made a high jump to deal with the rest of the monsters. At that moment, his gaze was as cold-blooded and unmerciful towards the vile entities as possible. That same hour, a strong attack took the lives of several more loofahs before they could even try to bounce aside. With a final blow, the boy grabbed the hilt of his weapon, and now he had a chance to catch his breath. Looking at the ice-covered sword, the daredevil called the Ice Queen's skill definitely amazing. But suddenly, a sharp blade swept in front of his face, making him think of a monster invasion. A few meters away from him stood a small crowd of red-eyed loofahs who had come to deal with the intruder. Seo Junho, who was not confused, immediately gathered his strength and decided to attack first. He ran headlong towards the monsters who were standing still and were confused for even a split second. Immediately, a series of crushing blows followed, and as a result, most of the opponents were destroyed. After killing most of them, the young man turned his attention to the rat sneaking away from the ship, which could not be allowed. The cold-blooded fighter immediately lunged towards the alarmed Luff, who had not expected such combat potential. Abruptly bringing his ice sword behind his back, the merciless Jun prepared to turn his opponent into dust. The monster was still hoping that he would be able to make his feet and stay alive, but everything in life was so smooth. Without showing an ounce of mercy, the protagonist struck a spear blow in the back of his vis-a-vis and was now completely safe. Afterward, he lowered the cold weapon to the ground and took advantage of the quiet moment when he could gather his strength. Looking around, the emotionless player said that everything happened too fast, and there were not too many enemies. But suddenly, Junho noticed that behind him was a huge number of loofahs, which were now twice as many as before. Smiling, the guy wondered if, after killing them, their number grows exponentially. At a great speed, the daredevil began to take his feet away, because this time, there was an incredible number of opponents. The atmosphere made him nervous, because now it was much more difficult to fight, and there was no confidence in victory. One of the bloodthirsty monsters used a root attack to hit his opponent's back. The dexterous man reacted and deflected the enemy's blow, paving the way for further attacks. He was alerted when he saw a few more loofahs aiming at him and decided to use his ability. Fortunately, an ice barrier appeared over his head in time to prevent any of the throwing objects from reaching their target. The barrage of fire on the dome continued for several minutes, while the warrior himself tried to keep cool. The guy had to endure strong blows, but he did not lose heart, and continued to cover himself with the barrier with all his might. Choosing the right moment, Seo Jun struck a sudden and crushing blow to the bodies of the wooden men. Several more attacks followed, which didn't even give the opponents a chance to survive. After a couple of minutes, there were many Luff bodies lying on the ground, unable to resist the young player. Finally putting down the ice staff, the hero began to complain of fatigue and wondered how long this had been going on. He called it tiring, but not enough to fail the mission. However, something was bothering the young man. Even though the brave had the freezing ability, if he alone could handle this level of difficulty so far, 4 people should be enough. There were strong players among the players who had been trying to capture this gate for 9 years, and Tichar Vishi's talented recruit was one of them. Judging from about what Jun had seen of the materials, the guy could safely take out at least half of the loofahs single-handedly. But he lacked co-commanders. Suddenly, another wooden monster lunged at the youngster, catching him slightly off guard, but not confusing him. The tense fighter did not hesitate and immediately used his ice spear to repel the attack. During the battle, he wondered why Tichara Vishi had failed the mission, and the system soon notified him of the successful capture of Luftgarden. His whole life flashed before the unflappable kid's eyes, and yet he was still alive and all was well. At one point, he was completely desperate, but he managed to survive. And now he was in front of the entrance to a huge dark labyrinth. He stood still for the first couple of minutes, wondering if he should go inside and start exploring. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the player came to the conclusion that he should go ahead and explore the area. At first he walked a little uncertainly, but clearly realized that there was no other way out. There was a skeleton lying on the ground, holding a rather sharp but now broken steel sword. Looking around, one could see untold traces of duels that ended in bloodshed. Noticing the fallen human teams, the youngster assumed they were all trying to escape through the narrow entrance to the labyrinth. Painfully looking at the bodies of the humans, Seojin realized that this horrible place had only stolen precious time from them. If the guys couldn't handle the influx of monsters, this area was just becoming a dead end for them. After a few minutes, the young man stopped and looked ahead and concluded that this was the end of the maze. A few meters away, he saw a dead man with a shiny emerald-colored object resting on his leg. Coming closer, the guy immediately realized that if he remembered the information from the materials correctly, it must be a hurricane bow. Bowing respectfully to the fallen warrior, he saluted, going to pick up the precious weapon, pulling the rare murder weapon towards him. In a soft tone, the young warrior once again apologized to the former owner. When fired, the bow's arrow spun unpredictably in flight, so the wind it raised was compared to the force of a hurricane, hence the name. The Indian government gave it to Ticharavishi, from which Junho began to assume that the body near him is the legendary fighter. Looking closely at the skeleton's hand, the young man saw the diary and became even more interested in what was happening. He was curious if the owner's name was written there, so he decided to carefully take the object. Upon opening the diary, the protagonist immediately saw the entry for the 7th of April in the year 2044. At that time, Tichara was assigned to capture the Luftgarden in Korea, and he gladly agreed, promising to do it by all means. The head asked him to think carefully, for there was a risk of not returning, but the young man said he could not refuse the Koreans' help. The Indian was on the 10th level at the time, and the circumstances were his only chance to get to the Luftgarden. He felt it his duty to accomplish the task, and the first thing he did was to tell his favorite girl about everything. The maiden said that if Ticharavishi was going to go there, she would follow him. Looking into his eyes, the beautiful girl said that she believed in her beloved man and would follow him anywhere. She was very happy that the guy had asked her to go with him and thanked him, though even if she had refused, she would have still gone there. Giggling sweetly into her hand, the girl said that she had to protect him, but the strong-spirited young man replied that it wasn't like that at all. Looking into the bottomless brown eyes of his visage, the young fighter expressed his joy for Zeya going with him. He added that there was no one in this world he had more trust in than her. The charming lady smiled, calmly saying that she did, since she was his partner. The shy lad only acquiesced, enjoying her incredible beauty and thinking about the essentials. The young guys then held hands and touched each other's heads, savoring every precious minute together. Continuing to hold Zeyu's hand, the confident Ticharavishi said that they would capture the gate by all means. At home, the sweet little girl ran brokenly to her beloved daddy, whom she missed very much. The stubbly man happily spread his arms around to hug his daughter, whom he loved very much. The little girl asked where the father was going again, and the father replied that he urgently needed to go to work. Taking the child in his arms, the father promised to return soon and asked her to obey her grandmother while he was away. The girl promised to fulfill his request, but in return she asked him to promise that when he returned, they would go together to look at the animals' ek. Gently kissing his little daughter on the cheek, the man also gave her a promise, and once again asked her to obey her grandmother and eat well. Behind the wall in the room, meanwhile, stood Ticharavishi, who was listening to the conversation while waiting for his comrade. The unshaven colleague said they could go, and the young man apologized for what happened. The man said it was the first time he was going on such a long business trip, but he was sure his daughter would be fine, since she was with her grandmother. Smiling, he reminded that he had already promised to help his friend, so he could not refuse. Absolutely sincere young man thanked him for his kindness and responsiveness, because without help, he would not have been able to cope. The stubbly family man was happy to be in a team with a rising star, and said that he should get his share for the sake of the child. Soon, the young mercenaries arrived at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, located in New Delhi. In front was the lovely Zeya, who immediately saw the boys and started waving at them with a smile on her face. Shaking hands with Ram standing beside her, Tichara thanked him for coming, and the lad said that the damsel had begged him for help. On the 23rd of April that year, the experienced fighter was practicing archery, realizing that an important event awaited him tomorrow. Today, he had done well, as 4 arrows had hit the center of the target, which was an excellent result. With a slight smirk, the boy said in his mind that he had a good feeling, so there was no reason to worry. On the next day, he and his team entered the Luftgarden, where he was very surprised, as it was the first time he had seen such a gate. In a moment, the young man stopped in place and his pupil shrank in size from the epiphany. He reminded himself that this was a dungeon, so they must not be distracted, and suggested to his companions that they look around first. On the evening of April 24th, the boys saw the first 8 monsters quietly sneaking towards them. At first, this number seemed small to them, but suddenly there were 3 times as many, and now they had to act decisively. The young fighters swung their weapons, keeping their opponents at bay and being very careful. Still, one of the enraged monsters chose a target and tried to attack it mercilessly. Its target was a man with glasses who had a beloved daughter waiting for him at home and was attacked in the left subcostal region. Turning his attention to his wounded comrade, a tense T'Chara's face changed even more dramatically, and Zaya ordered everyone out of here. The wounded family man immediately began to be led away towards the side of the labyrinth, where it was safer and calmer. The nervous girl screamed for her loved one to hurry, for every second could change everything. The sweat-soaked fighter noticed the enemies multiplying in numbers as they destroyed them and wondered if their numbers were doubling. Toward morning, the traumatized swordsman began to turn to Vichy, though it was much harder for him to speak now. Before he passed away, he had asked his buddy to take care of his daughter, and his hand was gradually getting colder. In that minute, the man passed away and his comrades dedicated a minute of silence to him, which lasted for a long time. On April 25th at 6:30 in the morning, one of the members of the team died and was buried by his companions in the desert. The realization of the loss made rivulets of tears involuntarily flow from T'Chara's eyes, for he realized that this man had a child at home waiting for him. In the evening of the same day, the young man hid in a secluded place and devoted himself to prayer, looking at the setting sun. In his prayers, the warrior addressed the great god Shiva, asking for his blessings so that tomorrow he could continue his writings. Opening his eyes in the morning, the lad immediately raised himself and saw the two lying next to Zayu and Ram, who were still dozing. He decided to use this opportunity and wrote in his diary that last night they had destroyed the 4th invasion of Luffs. Vichy also recorded that the 5th attack had begun today, and there were at least 120 opponents. The boys were fighting for their lives, but the fighter realized that he could handle it alone, as there were only 4 monsters left. He didn't want to wake the sweetly sleeping Zaya, as he felt he had enough strength to do it alone. The brave man realized that he had a duty to protect the girl he'd loved with all his strength, even if it would cost him his life. Looking up at the sky, in his mind he said that tomorrow they would be able to get out of here, but it was too early to rejoice. T'Chara prayed to God that there would not be a 6th invasion, but the reality was harsh, and the one he loved had died in his arms. Her passing left an incredibly deep scar in the soul of a guy who now felt completely alone. The desperate young man had promised to take over the gate, but without Zaya, he no longer saw any point in doing so. While the lad was busy mourning the maiden, the cunning Ram took his chance, keeping his dagger sharp. From the back he came at the young warrior, whom he hated and wanted to kill. In front of the depressed T'Chara Vichy lay a pink magic ball, which reflected the actions behind his back. The lad, who continued to cry, noticed the strange glow at one point and became very wary. The sword swung through the sleeve of his brown jacket, which made the fighter tense, but he didn't panic. He was able to react and dodge, surviving, though he was lightly wounded in the right arm. The wily blonde said that his vis-a-vis was definitely a rising star in India, since he had such fighting potential. Putting pressure on the wound, Vichy noticed Ram's red eyes and realized that he had become a demon. Realizing the depth of the situation, with a shout, he asked how could the guy turn out to be a demon, since Zaya had brought him here. The red-eyed man replied that T'Chara's lover was not very bright, just like him, and that's why it happened that way. The scoundrel added that because of the uselessness of the Indians' friends and their quick deaths, he too was in danger. The young warrior's heart filled with hatred for the traitor, whom he called a scoundrel through clenched teeth. Ram recognized that the young man had managed to capture the gate, and then asked him to give him the hurricane and go to his buddies. Suddenly, but the young man's anger disappeared somewhere and was replaced by pain in his soul, for he had lost 2 loved ones in the battle. The scoundrel in front of him asked what was wrong with his face, and whether it was true that he was still afraid to die, despite his anger. Suddenly, the fighter rushed away, and Ram said he never thought he would see such a thing, but it didn't matter. The traitor was sure that the kid would die from the poison that was on his sword. But now, it was already penetrating the victim's blood. At the same time, the confident blonde forgot that he was still in the gate, where it was impossible to relax. T'Chara, in turn, ran away to a safe distance, and he did not do it in vain because the 6th invasion had begun. In just a few minutes, his hand turned blue, which made the guy very nervous, but there was nothing he could do. At one point, he noticed that he stopped feeling the wounded limb, which was cause for worry. The experienced fighter ran towards the entrance of the labyrinth, begging the god that everything would end wrong for him. With all his might, the young man continued forward, hoping to make it out alive, but he was finding it harder by the minute. Despite everything, leaving a trail of blood on the ground behind him, the daredevil kept walking, holding onto his wounded arm. Being turned to horror, Vichy said that it couldn't end like this stupidly. Meanwhile, the strong poison continued to soak into his blood, robbing his arm of the chance to recover. Huddled in a corner, Tichira could no longer feel his right arm and realized that the demon's sword had been smeared with poison and death was now imminent. His last entry in his diary was a request for the person who would find him to tell their families that they apologized. That finder was Seo Junho, who had fully read the diary of a great hero who had died because of betrayal. The young man couldn't believe it was the end, but he still flipped through it and found a few more pages. He continued to study with particular interest the writings of a fighter who had fallen into terrible circumstances alone. Before he died, the Indian wondered if they would have been able to capture the gate if his comrades had been alive. With his left hand trembling, the brave man wrote that the whole story had taken a terrible turn because of a demon. His eyes were intensely red from anger, and his wounded arm was completely covered in blue due to the poison that had penetrated the blood. Sensing the nearness of death, the warrior dropped the journal from his hands and decided to address the great Shiva in prayer one last time. Covered in the blue color of Tichara's poison, Vichy asked God to let him rest in peace and condemn sinners to hell. His last entry was a plea for vengeance, which was carefully read by the prudence-preserving Junho. The hero realized that the number of monsters depended on the number of players who entered, and he had come alone, so he was able to capture the gate with relative ease. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if he came here with 3 more players, because that would turn out to be a horror. After opening the inventory, he decided to take the precious journal with him, as it contained important notes. He decided to borrow the bow of the fallen Tichara Vichy, which was lying on the ground because he found it useful in battle. Taking the weapon in his hands, he pulled it toward him, though he felt a little uncomfortable. Still, kneeling on his right knee before the body of the great warrior, the fighter said that he was taking his bow for a reason. In a low tone, the daredevil said that in return, he would avenge the Indian on those damned demons. Before leaving, the lad respectfully asked Vichy to rest in peace, calling the young Indian hero. Soon he arrived at the office to see Shimtok, who was almost dancing with joy for his old buddy. The man said that they had no sooner opened their mouths than the whole world learned that it was So Jun who had captured the gate. The young man wanted to sleep badly, and the president said he couldn't imagine how much he wanted to tell everyone at work. The angry kid asked if it was necessary to come in early in the morning to say that, since he could have relayed everything through VIT. The head felt that it would have been more polite to tell in person. Besides, the Indian government had given the kid a message. He said that people were thanking the protagonist for returning to Charavishi's diary. In addition to this, the families of the players were informed of the horrible outcomes, but there was nothing more that could be done. Running his hand across his neck, the shy kid said that he understood everything, and he didn't even know how to act further. Before leaving, the grumpy Togu said he could keep his pride to himself, and Seo-jun said he was happy that people knew the truth. The president of the association was still a little hurt, and the young man asked what happened. It was about the hurricane, which was created as a national weapon for India's defense, and now it had disappeared from Tichara's inventory. Suddenly, Junho took out the precious bow from his inventory without showing any emotion, and asked his visage to look at it. The bewildered Shim didn't even realize at first that it was indeed the legendary fighter's bow. Gradually, the disheveled man began to realize the situation, but it was as if he had lost the power of speech. His eyes bulged out of his orbits in shock, and he asked the boy with a shout why he was holding the hurricane in his hands. Tearing the hair from his head, the headman shouted that the bow belonged to the government of India, and the bewildered boy said he would use it and give it back. The testing headman asked if the kid would tell people that the weapon was personally given to him by the late Vichy and Vrataha. He told him to think of something, but the brave man promised that he would be careful with the bow, so there was no need to worry. With an angry shout, Shim said that everyone had already considered the precious weapon lost, so the situation was a stalemate. The unperturbed kid, on the other hand, said that he would use this bow to attract the demon's attention, which sounded amazing. The slightly tense vis-a-vis asked if the dangerous creature had perished in the gates of the Loof Garden. Daredevil said that perhaps Ram wasn't the only one hunting for weapons at all, so things weren't so clear-cut. He also added that the demon must have already read the articles about Hurricane being lost in the gate. However, the creature was not stupid enough to believe that, so it was necessary to be on guard. Parnyage said that for this red-eyed freak, the thing was more important than human life, and that should be taken into consideration. Junho said that the demon would know he had the bow and come after him, and the nervous Toku recognized his rightness. Taking advantage of the gold watch, the man said he remembered one of the red-eyed creatures. It was about the Devil Kalsigner, clad in a black leather jacket and intimidating in his appearance. He was known for his collection of bows, but the protagonist, smiling, said that this demon thought too much of himself. Due to this, The red-haired man had already been searched for all over the world, but he managed to hide carefully. The president of the association said that this devil would not be able to enter the gate on his own, as it could only be entered with the 10th level. The brave man realized that the next time he entered an unconquered gate, the demon who was stronger than T'Challa would try to grab him. A nervous Shim cried out that the Indian government should be told about this, but the young man said that if he started preparing now, there would be no problem. Besides, the confident fighter asked if his buddy thought the devil would be able to take him down so easily. The man didn't share his confidence and just gave him a puzzled look, remaining silent. He said that if he had been in the kid's shoes, he would have thought so too, but there were nuances. Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, the association president tried to find the strength to say something. Without averting his gaze, Toku admitted that he was still worried about Junho, which brought a slight smile to the guy's face. Smelch Ak reminded with a smile on his face that he was an incomparable player who was emulated by many people. The calm young man asked his friend not to worry, promising that the events that happened a quarter of a century ago would not happen again. With a relieved exhale, the president of the association said that they would try not to be nervous, although it was not easy. Putting both hands on the boy's shoulders, the man said in a good way that he hadn't changed a bit. Suddenly, the phone rang, which Shimtoku answered immediately so as not to keep the caller waiting. He told the interlocutor that it was not part of their plans, and the protagonist, sitting behind him, tried to understand what it was about. Grasping his head again, the head promised that he would pass on the information, which was obviously not comforting. The bewildered kid still had no idea what had happened, but remained completely calm. As it turned out, the journalists had swarmed like flies to what had happened. And now, there was no escape from them. They had learned that Sojun was the player who had taken over the gate, and now they wanted to interview him, which seemed tempting to the young man. The young man asked Taku not to turn these guys down, and the man asked why that was. The kid said that since he couldn't avoid the battle with the demons, maybe he could pick his own battleground. Smiling, he suggested to his old buddy to hold a press conference, which sounded amazing. Very soon, a lot of people were gathered in the auditorium where the suddenly announced event was being held. At the conference, reporters were discussing that it had been a long time since there had been such a newcomer, and thought that it might be Korea's next star like Kim Woo and Shin Sung-hyung. Moreover, the brave man knew how to draw attention to himself, and even among the many treasures, he was the most shining pebble. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that the legend was already here, which made the journalists who came to interview him nervous. A man's foot in ordinary rubber slippers gave way to the stage, which looked stunning to everyone present. A shy and unsure of how to behave, the main character appeared in the audience and awkwardly scratched the back of his head as he walked up the steps. The bewildered onlookers wondered if it was definitely the player who had captured the 2 unconquered gates. Smirking in thought, the youngster said in his mind that the reporters were falling down and wondered if he should have changed his clothes after all. Being a grim ghost, he had to dress up too often, so much so that he was sick of it. So now he just washed his face. The owner of Bad Breath greeted everyone and introduced himself, then said that the press conference would last half an hour. This statement surprised one of the journalists, who realized that there were a lot of people who wanted to be interviewed and the time was extremely short. The same hour, a forest of hands appeared, and people began to ask all sorts of questions, asking the warrior to tell more about the capture of the gate. To begin with, the young man asked to be allowed to say a few words about the Dawn Curse Gate. The tense reporters felt as if the guy had been in this situation many times before, though one cannot gargle that he is quite experienced. The unperturbed protagonist's watch suddenly received a notification, which he immediately paid attention to. Junyo seemed to answer the last question, and one of the interviewers immediately asked if he had decided which gate he would go to next time. Junho replied that there was a place he really wanted to go to, but due to his low level, he couldn't yet, and people began to wonder what it was all about. With a sincere smile on his face, the kid said that he wished to go to the East Sea Gate. One of the journalists dropped his pen and almost fainted, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In the conference hall, the shocked mood of the audience, who had not expected to hear such a statement, began to spread. It was about the last unconquered gate of Korea, capturing which would be as many as 3 challenging missions on the brave man's account. Smiling shyly, the protagonist said that people were right and spoke of such serious things in a completely light-hearted manner. The journalists were at a loss for words, looking at his equanimity and complete calmness in such a situation. A girl in the crowd exclaimed that there was rumored to be a strong first-class monster in this place. Her colleagues said that the association had long discussed giving this gate the first ranking in terms of difficulty, but felt that it was too much. Seo-jun thought the negative reaction from the public was unsurprising, and realized that the boss dwelling in the area was to blame. Its power was much different from ordinary monsters, and some of the bosses even turned the creatures into their servants and commanded them. The confident warrior declared that if he fought a first-class monster, he would definitely win. The shocking statement went viral like a bullet on news publishers and gathered a lot of reactions from readers. A mysterious Venus man in a business suit was deep in thought as he reread the information on the digital scoreboard. He told his colleague that journalists had made a fuss over the newcomer, and his vis-a-vis added that it proved how important the unconquered gate was to people. The boss said he hadn't heard such amusing tidings from the first floor in a long time, and the comrade suggested contacting them, since he was so interested. Tilting his head back, the mysterious man said he had no interest in it at all so far. It was said that when something unusual happens, people call it a fluke, but if it happens twice, they call it a skill. The leader believed that one should be judged after the third time, and one may not remember the names of those who don't make it. The bespectacled subordinate remained silent in response to his words, the meaning of which he did not fully understand. Sitting on the chair, the man trembling with excitement said that he understood everything, but he also tried not to say too much. If player Seo Junho performed such a miracle once more, he would receive a personal invitation from Chief Chairman Shin Sung-hyun to the Takabi Guild. The kid, meanwhile, was sitting in the office with Shim Toku, where he was busy familiarizing himself with the order documents. He asked if it was true that all of the requests were requests, and the kid called it the aftermath of the Superstar Conference. The president pointed out one of the orders, with a large reward of experience points, good pay, and a relatively low difficulty level. The hero said he agreed to omit the third condition, but the comrade said his relevance depended on the first errand, so he couldn't. In one instant, his gaze fell on an errand from a grieving father whose daughter was terminally ill. The head said that it was necessary to find a medicine called Flame Fox Heartwood. The youngster said he hadn't heard of it in a long time, and his friend reminded him that he had fought it only 6 months after he first became a player. Shimtoku used a watch and added that this gate located in their country was called the Heavenly Vixen. The protagonist's new goal was the Gate of the Flaming Dunes. The conditions for capturing it were to defeat the Flaming Fox. The president said that they had only appeared 3 months ago, so they had not received the status of unconquered. But the monster had already managed to devour 7 teams. Daredevil mumbled that when he acted as a gloomy ghost, the conditions were not as harsh, and the monster had also become stronger. The vis-a-vis said that it wasn't as hard as the guy imagined because the level of the players had increased and the characteristics of the items had improved. The shy kid said that he hadn't met any decent players since his return yet, so he couldn't say anything. In the end, a serious decision was made to take on this assignment and test the skills of the younger boys at the same time. The nervous Taku admitted that it was a request from an acquaintance of his, and the surprised kid asked who he was. It was about the chairman of Myongho Group, Choi Pil-ho, whose daughter really needed help. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting the old friend's conversation and drawing their attention. A charmingly cute secretary in a white shirt entered the room and asked the head if he had called for her. The man introduced So Jun to Mrs. Chachi Un, who would be his secretary and manager from now on. In his mind, the kid said that if the president continued to personally handle his affairs, there would be suspicion, so it was the right move. The polite young man shook hands with the gorgeous lady, and both of them experienced a pleasant feeling of familiarity. Toku asked the young man to go over all the details with the lady, for they needed to organize a meeting with Myongho Group, and noted that she could be relied on. In the car, Cha Chi-eun talked about how the company's known for timely tax payments and protecting the royal family's privacy. After entering the car tunnel, the woman said that tragedy has struck in the organization's perfect world. The daughter of Chairman Choi Pil-ho was diagnosed with the dreaded 9 yin gap syndrome, she said. This rare condition was found in people with high yin energy, and the only way to be cured was to transplant something containing it into her body. Chachi said that a quarter of a century ago, Gloomy Ghost, the top player, had defeated Flaming Fox, confirming his outstanding ability. Looking at the seated kid through the mirror, the lady said that she admired the legend, but she didn't even realize that behind her was where he was sitting. Soon the car stopped, and in front of the estate gate, the young man said that nothing had changed here. The slightly perplexed secretary asked if he had ever been here, and the guy countered that it had been a long time ago. The woman said that she would first check if the agreement about the meeting was still in force, and asked her to wait for her in front of the entrance. Suddenly, but Seo Junho was approached by the voice of an elderly man who clarified his name and status as a player. The young people immediately noticed the man, beside whom stood a serious-looking security guard in a black suit. The polite grandfather said that he was waiting for them and introduced himself as Choi Pil-ho, after which everything immediately became clear. Chachi was surprised that the chairman himself came out to meet them, and the young man said he was honored to meet the man. The old man said that he was honored to meet the hero who captured the gate to ensure the safety of the citizens. The kid was a little embarrassed that the chairman had been shaking his hand with both hands for over 10 seconds. He also noticed his vis-a-vis trembling hands, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Barely holding back his tears, Choi Pil-ho did not drag on and decided to make his only wish public. With pain in his heart, the old man broached the subject of his beloved daughter in need of urgent help. Respectfully bowing to the man asked him to rid where the girl from this terrible disease. He told the house that he had learned of a case of the manifestation of the 9 yin gap syndrome in France, where the heart of a flaming fox was used for treatment. The chairman decided to get straight to the point and said he was offering the sum of 1.5 billion won as a reward. The warrior would be given the material aid needed to capture the gate, as well as anything else that might be needed to obtain the item. A shocked Chachi didn't expect the amount to be so large, and the protagonist suddenly declared that these conditions were not suitable for him. His not expected refusal dumbfounded both the estate owner and the red-haired secretary sitting next to him. The elderly man tried to calm down and took a deep breath with his nose while closing his eyes. Then he exhaled and offered 3 billion won, but he realized from the expression on the young man's face that even that wasn't enough. The kid said that he didn't think the amount was small, so 1 billion conventional units was enough. A somewhat worried Cha Chi-eun, who was sitting next to him, listened to the conversation silently, not understanding where this was going. Equally perplexed was Choi Pil-ho, who had always leaned that the problem was a lack of money. In the past, Gloomy Ghost sold his heart for 10 billion to a rich man from France, who also begged to save his daughter, but the warrior just took the money and left. An unperturbed Seo Junho said in a calm tone that he had the same reason, and the people sitting next to him listened attentively. The fearless fighter said that under no circumstances should people who want to save their family be profited from. In the evening, sitting in the car, the secretary said she had to park, so her colleague may not wait for her. Taking advantage of the moment, she decided to inquire about the story about the grim ghost that the young man had told. The lady asked if he had learned the story from the president, and the slightly confused kid replied that he had, since Toku and the ghost were close friends. The hero believed that the legendary fighter was cold, but the secretary believed that this man was a noble do-gooder. To the young man, her words were a gimmick, but the madam smilingly said that she was even more convinced after his words. She had heard that the warrior's parents had died before his eyes, and she thought that he had taken the money for the heart only because the customer was rich. Chachi stunned Seo Jun by saying that a man trying to save his family sincerely wishes that no one would ever experience such a thing. After a while in the office, Association President Shim Toku asked his old buddy how he felt about Ms. Chapter. The kid replied that at first glance the lady seemed good, and the buddy promised that he would soon find out what she was really worth. The talented madam only worked here because Gloomy Ghosts belonged to the association, so they were incredibly lucky. Stopping at the door, Jun asked where they had come to, and the vis-a-vis chuckled, saying that the young man had gotten embarrassed and decided to change the subject. Still, the man didn't dwell on it and put his open palm to the digital fingerprint scanner. Opening the room, the head said that for a battle with a monster as powerful as the Flaming Fox, the fighter needed something. It was about decent equipment, which was plentiful in the hidden room of the armory, which was built according to modern standards. The president of the association emphasized that science had advanced far in the past 25 years. Weapons had been invented that the daredevil could never have thought of before, and the level of combat ability of the players had increased markedly. At one point, Toku tossed the unflappable kid a steel sword from the stand, which he deftly caught. His old buddy then asked him to use magic on that sword, which sounded outlandish to the fighter. Still, the brave gripped the hilt of the sword tightly in his hands, and being as focused as possible, attempted to do so. Stunned, the youngster froze in place, as he didn't even expect to be able to use magic. The friend said that even when using a small amount, it was as if the magic enveloped the weapon and recreated its shape. He went on to talk about other weapons that could create a strong shield and even a magic bomb. Junho, who had slept for a quarter of a century, asked if I understood correctly that players nowadays only use such weapons. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Shim asked why not use a more modern high-performance weapon. The youngster asked if the rank and file players used it, but the president only knew that they had customized equipment. The old-fashioned warrior thought the new weapons were like children's toys and didn't take them seriously. He remembered the battle with the Ice Queen and thought that in the face of real monsters, these rifles could do nothing. The hero said that Aikanu with true creatures are able to destroy even the player's magic circulation, so this weapon is useless in battle. Jun then asked if Toku knew why low-level players get weak monsters, and the man thought that against a strong one, everyone would die. The kid said that it was quite ironic, but as far as moments go, this system was pretty fair. It was said that the player must constantly evolve by encountering enemies of his level, so that when he encounters a strong opponent in the future, he can survive. The tense president asked if the vis-a-vis thought that these shotgunners were ineffective against strong enemies, and he confirmed that they were. The head agreed that fighters relying solely on these weapons would not accomplish anything worthwhile, but they could be useful for capturing some gates. With a little brainstorming, the young man said that might be the case, and then turned his gaze to the side. He noticed a crate of equipment in the corner, near which stood a copper-colored sword that looked quite attractive. Shim said that this blade was also made of a new quality material, but it had no complications, which was why it was lying away from everyone. Daredevil in turn grabbed the hilt of the sword and made a sharp jerk to the side, stunning his friend. The unremarkable-looking exhibit turned out to be very good, something the president of the Heroes Association had not expected. Even the stand with the rather heavy assault rifles staggered, due to the wind caused by the swing of the blade. The stunned Toku stared at the scene with bulging eyes, trying to understand what had happened. The unperturbed fighter said that the world had gotten interesting, as they were overriding the limitless growth possibilities of the players with these toys. After a while, reporters with cameras gathered in front of the entrance to the portal leading to the unconquered territories. In addition to them, there were many people standing in the square, some of whom were players who wanted to go to conquer the lands. The sheer number of people somewhat even surprised Seo Junho, who was sitting in his manager's car. Holding out the lid of a thermos of tea, the lady said that everyone was excited about the upcoming mission to capture the Flaming Fox Core. Taking a small sip of the warming beverage, the young man began to think about the upcoming gate entry with 26 players. He praised the taste of the wonderful liquid, and the lovely Cha-Chi-Yun asked if he liked lavender tea. The young man said that he would like to try this lovely drink again after he returns. The young man also added that he would have to be early tomorrow so that he would have time to get ready, which the lovely woman did not understand at all. Smiling, the fearless guy said that after the capture of the gate, he would have no shortage of errands and got out of the car. The protagonist was immediately swarmed by journalists who asked him about his feelings and thoughts about the situation. Players nearby were discussing the rancor, which had recently become the most discussed among the people. Many people could hardly believe that this scrawny kid had actually captured the gate twice, but even his weapons looked prehistoric. That was the end of the interview, and the leader of one of the teams told his guys to pack up. The trio of fighters were fully prepared to go to the unconquered territories and fight bravely. The first to walk to the portal was the team leader, a brunette in a conspicuous red jacket keeping complete restraint. Fearless guys without a second thought began to enter the teleporter, to finally start capturing territories. A couple minutes later, when it was 12:30 in the afternoon, they all found themselves at the entrance to the Blazing Dunes gate. Frustratingly, their feet were sinking into the sand, and it was unclear if the players would even be able to fight here. The stern team leader shouted for the attention of his comrades to instruct them on how to proceed. Two Arnias nearby didn't even realize who this kid who claimed to be the leader was. With his shoulders proudly squared, the confident fighter introduced himself as Cha Minu, a 13th-ranked Korean guild member of the Chonhae Guild. With his statement, he dumbfounded the players standing around, who had not expected a powerful guild to be involved in the takeover. The blue-blooded youth said that it was impossible to handle a place like this alone, hinting at teamwork. He added that, in a gate with such a high difficulty, strife should be avoided so as not to endanger each other, and he wanted to suggest something. Unexpectedly, Cha Minu said that the Chonhae Guild was offering 10 million won to anyone who would follow their instructions during the takeover. In return, they would like to claim the main reward, the Flaming Fox Core, which caused the players around them to be displeased. It was said that if anyone wanted to change their mind later, they would only be given 500,000, which strained some of the guys. After that, many participants began to happily join Zhongyi's organization, having been bribed with a good amount of money. Cha Minwoo, who was remaining sensible, turned his attention to the departing Junho, who didn't care about what was going on. The young man immediately asked if he didn't want to join them, as the offer was quite good. Daredevil replied that he planned to act separately, so there was no point in offering him anything. No one stopped him, and the boy continued to walk silently on his way, thinking about further actions. Tolstopus said that he always thought that the rumors about this man were exaggerated, and asked the commander not to worry about him, although he didn't care. After this, the fighters began to prepare for battles, while the protagonist continued to wander the sandy desert. The Flaming Fox was a monster, a medium between a monster, a physical creature that grew 9 tails in more than 1,000 years. After all the tails had grown, it ascended above the clouds and became a 1,000-year fox, and the number of soldiers under its control equaled their number. Covering his face from the sand, Seojun was curious as to how many offshoots the entity within this gate had. The first thing he did was to find a suitable hiding place, and looked around carefully. Meanwhile, the wary Chaminu sensed something amiss, and froze in place. Trying to make sense of his feelings, he shuddered violently as he looked to the side, while his companions in turn remained completely calm. Over a sandy knoll nearby, strange and rather loud sounds of a living creature approaching could be heard. As it turned out, they were angry, bloodthirsty foxes who were ready to satisfy their hunger with anything. The judicious commander ordered everyone not to panic and wait for his command, and from the assistant learned that there were about 30 monsters. The hungry creatures were running towards the humans, opening their salivating mouths wide. The team of players in turn, though tense, but no one even thought of giving the back of their hand in this battle. The fearless team leader shouted loudly that they should start acting right now. After hearing the order, one of the fighters activated the electric trap against the hungry monsters. The tensed fatty did the same as the others, and now all 4 traps were in operation. What was happening scared away the angry foxes, who immediately stopped and were afraid to go any further. The magical installation prevented the creatures from going any further, which made them very angry, but there was nothing that could be done. Still, there was a stubborn monster who tried to go forward, but was immediately struck by a powerful electric shock. After him, several more predators went to the grave, which was followed by an example for the survivors. The dumbfounded players didn't even expect that all the devices would actually work and save them. A satisfied Chaminu said in his mind that this was not the age of primitive weapons and traps. He also said that the worthless beasts would see the power of the second-floor humanities technology and prepared for another volley. The fatty reported that they had destroyed more than half of the monsters, and if they continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before the flaming vixen was captured. With sarcasm, the team leader asked him to kill at least 1 predator every time he opened his mouth. The red-haired maiden said that there was nothing complicated about this gate, and her bald cohort emphasized that it was all thanks to joining the Chonhei Guild. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed right above him, covering a large area which looked alarming. The tense man immediately raised his head to make sense of what was happening, but he had no idea what was going to happen next. After only a couple of seconds, his pupils shrank in size from the horror he saw above his head. In front of the player was a huge flaming fox, who kept his cool and didn't attack first. The ball player almost shat himself with fear, and at first he couldn't even believe that the main target of the gate capture was standing in front of him. The huge entity immediately turned its attention to the foxes lying below, which were its kin. The beasts that had died due to their stubbornness lay in pools of their own blood and no longer showed any signs of life. Each predator had a long tongue hanging out and white eyes rolled upwards, and it was impossible to bring them back. After assessing the full extent of the tragedy, the judicious vixen became enraged and was now eager to avenge her fallen companions. Players were notified that they had encountered the boss of the Blazing Dunes, who was impossible to escape. A dazed, bald-headed fighter shouted that the only fox that Gloomy Ghost had defeated was a 6-tailed fox, but this one had as many as 9. The nervous commander Chaminu shouted and told everyone to gather and stay in formation, focusing on the attack. The girl, trembling with excitement, clenched her fist tightly, firmly saying that they could win, after all. The Chonhei Guild was with them. The leader of the group gripped the hilt of the blade tighter, saying that the monster would die from a blow to the heart or head. The insidious trap he prepared was several times more powerful than what the players had used before. The gambling warrior made a promise to himself that he would catch the flaming fox today and surpass the grim ghost. The cold-blooded entity first just looked back at him, and after analyzing the situation, he decided to spring into action. The same hour, the fox opened its huge maw wide, from which a wave of fire rushed out, which none of the fighters expected. In the first minute of the unequal battle, killed most of the players, who did not even have time to touch the enemy. Chaminu was also hit without exception, but he tried his best to get up from his knees and continue fighting. The wounded commander carefully looked around, realizing that neither weapons nor strategy traps had worked. The realization of defeat made tears involuntarily flow from the eyes of the soiled young man, because his main goal had not been realized. The boy began to realize that the huge monster could not be defeated, although he really wanted to do it. Meanwhile, the flaming fox was preparing a small fire sphere for the final strike. The desperate group leader watched this and wondered together if he would die so quickly. From nowhere, the back of the fearless Seo Junho appeared in front of him and covered the injured player. The crying kid couldn't understand where the daredevil had come from and realized that he was now in danger as well. Being as tense as possible, he asked what the youngster was doing and told him to get out of here immediately while he was still in one piece. The cold-blooded warrior began to take his sword out of its holster, but only mumbled that everything would be all right. The large entity in turn prepared a huge fireball to end the humans once and for all. At the same moment, the orb flew toward the brave man who had his back to the wounded member of the Chonhe Ildia. Blinded by the bright light, Chaminu realized that this was the end, because it was impossible to escape on such a situation. But, unexpectedly, the ball of flaming fox was cut in two by a powerful swing of the protagonist's blade. In all this mess, the boy remained absolutely calm, and his mind was clear, which made it possible to act without error. The team commander's face changed from sheer astonishment and couldn't believe that they had all been saved. With a tired hand, the silent Junho finally lowered his sword down while deepening his own thoughts. Surveying the aftermath of the battle, the young man concluded that the players had been too hasty in their actions. However, it was unknown whether the fox would be satisfied with just that, while the healers began to treat the mortally wounded fighters. The emotionless warrior asked the commander to take the survivors and leave, and Chaminu asked how he was doing. At first, the lad turned around and once again clarified whether he was the one in question, and afterward, his heart was filled with confidence. With a smile on his face, the brave man said that he had to finish this thing off, so he wouldn't go anywhere prematurely. There was still a huge fox nearby, eager to kill the wretched humans and avenge its kin. Sliding its sharp claws on the sand, the bloodthirsty creature prepared to fight again, growling loudly with anger. With its mouth wide open, the predator screamed at the top of its voice, signaling another danger to the players. Holding the wounded commander, the nervous comrade shrieked that they needed to leave immediately and began to lead him away. A couple minutes later, the fighters scurried away and the fearless Seo-jun was left alone with the huge beast. Smiling slightly, the fighter said that now that the gawkers that were in the way were gone, he could finally have some fun. With his shoulders proudly squared, he sharply displayed his sharp blade in front of him, preparing to demonstrate his combat potency once again. The boy's arrogance angered the white-haired flame fox even more, who began to growl loudly. This time, the predator used as many as 5 fire spheres to completely destroy the youngster, not intending to leave him any chance of survival. The agile boy began to run from side to side, not stopping even for a moment to avoid being defeated. Shosti dodged and prevented the fox from attacking him, and he did it skillfully, without exaggeration. At one point, Junho realized that he would not have time to run away from the next sphere, and decided to use a magic shield. That same hour, the barrier was activated and reflected as many as 3 hits, which emphasized its prohibitive quality. As the shrewd protagonist had thought earlier, the opponent would not let him get so easily close to her. But still, the kid didn't stop and, bypassing the funnels from the arrivals, continued running towards the entity. Out of rage, the boss roared loudly, once again using the fire sphere to thwart the enemy's plans. This time, heavy artillery was used, a giant fireball, which even alarmed the daredevil somewhat. Desperately covering himself with his shield, the young man tried to carefully peer out, though the blinding light prevented it. The huge flaming body was flying toward him at a rapid speed, and compared to it, Seo-jun was just a bug. A moment later, there was an imminent and powerful explosion, causing the sandy ground to shatter considerably. Black pillars of smoke began to rise everywhere, poisoning the oxygen, and it was impossible for a mere human to survive in this environment. The flaming vixen began to scrutinize the perimeter, hoping that this time she had managed to destroy the enemy. This time, she was 100% sure of her victory, and even smiled a little, which looked unusual. The fierce beast rushed forward at a great speed, but suddenly, a sharp swing of the blade was heard. As a result of what happened, several of the huge fox's tails were severed and began to fall freely to the ground. As the situation showed, the lucky fox managed to survive the explosion, and it was he who began swinging his sword that confused the monster. Taking the creature by surprise, the lad immediately jumped on its nose, where full freedom of action opened up. Immediately, the youngster was thrown high up, which was part of the predator's technique, but was not confused at all. The merciless fiery fox, meanwhile, opened its mouth wide and unleashed a wave of fire in his direction. Right in the air, the protagonist summoned a wall of ice and bounced off it, remembering that the strength of the fox is directly proportional to the number of its tails. Firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, the brave man endowed it with magical power, preparing for the final chord. Being extremely serious, he wondered what would happen if he reduced the number of offshoots. After this, one of the areas of the boss's body was immediately struck, causing a couple more tails to fall off. The flaming vixen abruptly straightened its back and cried out loudly from the pain that came very unexpectedly. After conducting a series of successful actions, Junho glidingly moved aside, realizing that his train of thought incorrect. Smirking, the lad realized that the opponent's strength would also decrease, and it was an obvious fact. Meanwhile, the portal leading to the gate was dark red, signaling that people were in it. A man sitting near the tent noted that it had been 10 hours since the players had gone inside. He said that the previous team had only lasted 2 days, and an angry teammate slapped him on the back for showing disrespect for the dead. Looking at the portal, the man said all they could do was pray for the safe return of the fighters. The painful predator, meanwhile, continued to growl loudly and angrily, but it did nothing for her. A hero standing nearby asked if it was true that this was the first time she was experiencing such pain, and the fox was eager to destroy him. The fighter said that she had only ever hunted untold numbers of players and couldn't even imagine being prey this time. The stabbing truth snapped the already enraged boss's head, who, spreading his fiery claws, rushed to attack the boy. The crushing blow was successfully delivered, but the nimble opponent, as always, managed to bounce away unnoticed. The bewildered fox stopped and looked around, trying to understand where the young warrior had gone. Her glare was directed towards the brave man, who took the chance to launch a lightning attack. The boy tensed slightly, but did not give up his intentions and continued to aim at his opponent. In an instant, the fiery vixen's rage was replaced by a little fear, because she realized the seriousness of the situation. A crushing blow was delivered directly to the predator's head, causing it to be very deeply wounded. The entity was not about to give up, and once again summoned several fireballs to counterattack. At the same hour, a series of explosions rang out, which Seo-jun successfully dodged while remaining unharmed. The protagonist continued to follow a clear sequence of actions and waited for the right moment to strike. The effort was not in vain, as he once again managed to hit the beast's head, making it suffer in pain. The weakened beast still continued to fight back in every way possible, though the chances of victory were tending towards 0. Desperately, the flaming vixen tried to use the sphere of fire that it was now unable to endow with immense power. What was happening could no longer surprise the young warrior who had managed to study the boss's behavior 100%. Smirking, the boy noted that the animal was furious because he knew that very soon he was going to burn in hell. Determined to end this circus, the fearless fighter stretched out his arm in front of him to make a final attack. He then sharply clenched his fist, sternly looking at the monsters in front and saying that it was already too late. The helpless fox lost its coordination, and as a result, the final blow hit its head, crushing it completely. She continued to scream loudly in pain and began to gradually fall to the ground, feeling her strength draining away rapidly. Suddenly, the worried Seo-jun-ho felt sick and short of breath, causing large drops of sweat to appear on his face. The system notified the guy that he had managed to overpower the flaming fox and had obtained a core, and he fell unconscious on the sand at the same time. At one point, the excited reporters turned their attention to the players who began to exit the portal. No one could believe it because the previous team had been in the gate for 2 days and failed, and these guys had only had 13 hours. The worried presenter said into the microphone that the fighters were coming out of the gate, which abruptly turned green. At that moment, all of the audience's attention was focused on the person who came out first, and could even stand on his feet. He was Cha Min-woo, a player from the legendary Chonhae Guild, who was carrying the unconscious protagonist. The medical team immediately moved the young man onto a stretcher for further transportation to the aid station. The player in the brown robe was immediately approached by a reporter with a microphone for a short interview. Seo-jun was still lying unconscious in the ambulance, exhausted from the events that had transpired. The doctor quickly administered first aid to the injured Cha-min and asked if they would go straight to the hospital. But the young man declined the offer because he still had unfinished business. He wanted to say a few words to someone, but he was prevented from doing so by the admiring journalists surrounding him. The team leader, who had successfully emerged from the dungeon as the winner, was asked to share his feelings. Currently, the fighter's name was in the first place, but no one guessed that the fox was defeated by Jun-ho, not him. Looking at the unconscious daredevil, the guy began to realize what it felt like to have everyone around him praising the man. This is what he had been striving for a very long time. But in the end, it was a completely different person who earned him the fame. When he was a kid, in a school class, the teacher asked the guys to talk about their plans for the future and asked Cha Min-woo to be the first to start. The cute boy said that when he grows up, he wants to become an outstanding hero like Gloomy Ghost. Currently, the team leader recalled those words with a pang in his heart, realizing that he was not the one who had achieved all of this. Showing great courage, he admitted to the crowd of reporters that the place of honor did not belong to him and decided to tell him what had happened. The protagonist, meanwhile, began to gradually come to himself and open his eyes, trying to realize where he was. He was immediately addressed by a nice female voice, which was glad that the young man finally woke up. Sitting next to him was the charming receptionist Cha Chi-yoon, smiling at the young man she cared for. The lady said that it was 6 in the morning and the fighter was in a Korean hospital, and afterward asked how he was feeling. Jun replied that he was fine, And the woman added that she'd been going over the errands that had been sent, and there were indeed a lot of them. Neo-Jidano, the guy started to get out of bed and go somewhere, which looked rather incomprehensible. The shocked lady asked where he was going, and the hero replied that it was to the house of Chairman Choi Pil-ho, who must have been waiting for him by now. The manager was worried about him, but the brave man confidently said that he had to cure a real patient first, and he would always have time to rest. Very soon they arrived at the house of an old man who was worried about the lad, for he had heard from the Chonhei Guild that he had fainted at the gate. The sweaty young man said that he had simply fallen asleep due to overexertion, and there was no fainting at all. At one point, the older man stopped, pointing to a wooden door leading to his daughter's room. The young man immediately entered the room and began to look around carefully, hoping to see the girl. The first thing that caught his eye was the woman's gaunt arm, to which an IV was attached. The needy girl was lying flat on the bed, with a life support machine next to her. Seo Junho immediately said in his mind that the chairman's daughter's condition was even worse than he had imagined. The young man decided not to waste any time and immediately took out a Flame Fox core from his inventory. The spherical object immediately blinded the bright light of Choi Pil-ho standing behind him, who was unprepared for such a thing. The agitated hero asked him to wait outside, as an ordinary person might have been affected by the core's heat. The man asked if the young man was sure it was okay to use such a dangerous object on his daughter, for whom he was very worried. Brave Tia said that the gloomy sign had learned how to do it, and Pil-ho was sure that President Shimtoku had told him about it. These words were followed by a firm handshake with hope for the recovery of the chairman's lovely daughter. Barely holding back tears, the gentleman earnestly asked the young man to take care of his child. Absolutely calm, Junho smiled warmly in his heart, promising that very soon this whole nightmare would be over. After saying that, the kid went back to the room where the unconscious beauty man Hyuki was lying. To begin with, the heat of the core had to melt the frozen magic power of the girl who was in a serious condition. Suddenly, the daredevil sensed a medium-level dark energy from the object and could absorb it with the freezing skill which dumbfounded him. The system also notified that magic points would increase as it was absorbed, which further discouraged the young warrior. It was surprising that an omnipotent skill used for attack and defense was able to increase magic points while absorbing dark power. Not even the S-level Darkness Guardian skill had such a function. But still, it was a matter that the protagonist had to think about. He wondered if this skill could still receive some dark power if the freeze could absorb it. In the end, the young man decided to put the matter aside for later, as there was no time to study it. Right now, he needed to end the 9-yin rupture syndrome, because if he didn't hurry, the patient might get worse. The guy needed to get rid of the dark power sealed in the body of a nice girl in need of help. Maxie concentrating intensely, the determined hero decided to get it over with at once and not to drag the rubber. The delicate process required special attention and caution, but luckily the daredevil possessed them. Last time, as a grim ghost, he had forcibly melted the solidified magic power with the warm energy of the core. By doing so, the youngster had subjected the patient's body to high stress. But now he would only absorb a certain amount of dark power from the maiden. All this was done to fully restore the balance in the body, and this method was much safer. Meanwhile, waiting outside the door was an anxious Choi Pil-ho, very worried about his beloved daughter. Standing next to him was a silent Cha-Chi Yoon, who turned her attention to the open door in an instant. The woman immediately touched the shoulder of the pensive chairman sitting on the bench with her index finger. The elderly gentleman immediately raised his head and looked silently at the vis-a-vis who had left the room. He immediately asked the sweat-wiping young man in a trembling voice how the healing ritual had gone. With a sincere smile, the young man replied that everything was safely completed and added that the girl was completely healthy. Tears immediately came to the eyes of the chairman, trembling with excitement, for no one had been able to do this for a long time. Unable to contain his emotions, the man fell to his knees and began to cry, which slightly surprised the hero and his manager. In the car, Chachi said that the guy needed to rest, and he said that the assignment had succeeded thanks to her and expressed his gratitude. Charming a lady was very pleased to hear his sincerity, and the young man began to silently enjoy the rich taste of lavender tea. Choi Pil-ho thought for a long time how to pay for the help, and at first wanted to increase the amount of the reward, but realized that the brave man was not interested. The young warrior said that he just did what he had to do, after which the chairman decided to announce his decision. It was stated that anytime player Seo Junho needed help, Myungho Group would do their best to help him. The #1 company in South Korea was currently operating in every industry. The real weapon was Chairman Choi Pil-ho's firstborn son, the 5th-ranked guild master of the Red Tower Guild. The hero promised to use this information with caution, so as not to damage the Myungho Group's reputation. At the office, Shimtoku said he talked on the phone with the chairman, who was very happy that his daughter had finally recovered. The man asked how Seo-jun was feeling, and upon hearing that his muscles were a little sore, asked if he was secretly taking a miracle drug. Seo-jun replied that his level had risen a lot this time, and his performance had also increased a lot. He then decided to move on to the main topic of conversation and took out the core of the flame fox from his inventory. Shocking his friend, blinded by the flames, he covered his face with his hand, and the hero said that he didn't use it to cure Choi Pil-ho's daughter. Instead, the professional of his trade absorbed the dark force with a powerful freezing skill. The stunned Shim couldn't believe that the youngster was capable of such a thing, and he himself said that his magic points even went up. Holding the precious item in his hands, the kid said that the freezing skill could absorb dark power from any object. That said, the president of the association was somewhat surprised by what he said. But the core could indeed absorb power from more than just sickness. The man asked if it was correct that he needed to find the right object, and Seo-jun called him a good boy. However, the fighter was worried about the inscription he had seen earlier, that the 9-yin rupture syndrome had medium-level dark power. A thoughtful Toku said that there was no point in absorbing power from ordinary items then, if the disease wasn't even high level. After racking his brains, he decided to do some searching and asked his young buddy to explore the player market without causing trouble. On the offline market, you could find an incredible amount of items from the gate, and he also gained popularity among ordinary people. The protagonist can't even remember the last time he was on Incidon, which became much busier. After the appearance of the gate, people focused solely on their survival, which could not be happy. Now things are better, but still, the black market is the current target of the calculating fighter. Meanwhile, the movie theater was showing a movie about an ice beauty, singing a calm song about freezing. The audience was watching the huge screen with special interest, eating popcorn and drinking sweet sodas. Junho was also in the audience, trying to find his seat while trying not to disturb the others. He occupied a special place reserved for players, namely the teleportation area that could be used to enter the black market. Soon the transfer process began, during which the brave tried to behave like the rest of the people. The lad remembered the disgruntled teleportation Sky, who offered to use her magic. The young man was looking forward to the end of the process because he wanted to see the guys as soon as possible. He was transported to the underground city of Ethiopia, where there were quite few people on the streets. The blue teleportation marker appeared in one of the secluded corners of the black market, which was to the fighter's advantage. Only a select few customers could enter this place, and every player market was just a port leading here. Nearby, an incredibly angry woman was yelling at a man who was staring at her forms, which was very unpleasant to hear. People were discussing about not seeing Kim Woo-jun from the ninth sky lately, and wondered how long the association would hide the grim ghost for. There were no guides or ordinary people coming to shop in the black market, and in general, the normal laws of society didn't work in the underworld. Some of the passers-by recognized Seo-jun Ho, who had taken over the gate, and the daredevil knew that it wasn't the safest place to be. That said, the chance of encountering a player who posed a real threat to the young warrior was quite low. It was all about the fact that mostly all the strong fighters had gone upstairs and continued their development there. Those who stayed here either didn't have enough skills to get up to the second floor, or they went back down, unable to withstand the pressure. A bearded big man stood in front of the hero, whom he, looking with a stern look, asked him to move over and let him pass. Grommel, and in response silently and somewhat angrily, looked at him, but then together with his comrades stepped aside. It seemed strange to the boy that the ambassador stepped aside so immediately, but he continued to walk forward without paying much attention to it. He entered one of the buildings, where an elderly salesman first wanted to say hello, but immediately changed his face. The man immediately recognized Korea's most famous player, who said that he had come to look at artifacts. Pointing his hand at the booth, the salesman said that everything he had was there, and added that the young man could take a look. Approaching the shelf, the emotionless fighter began to look through everything carefully, hoping for something good. The guy was very lucky because he began to feel cold, dark power and icy energy from the objects, which was very helpful. At one point, the young man decided to turn to the shopkeeper sitting behind him, who was all ears. He had heard that the store had a separate room with the best artifacts that had been ignorantly sold to him by the newcomers. The bald old man immediately changed in his face and began to stream cold sweat because he hadn't expected to hear such a thing. Being very nervous, the man exclaimed that it was complete nonsense, but Seo-jun said with a smile that he already knew about it anyway. The young man promised to buy a few items from the main hall from him, and not tell anyone anything if he was allowed to just take a look. The grumpy little man wondered on the way to the door what kind of idiot couldn't keep his mouth shut. On the digital scoreboard, he typed in the correct code to open the secret passage while remaining nervous. When the door opened fully, The salesman said the young man could go through with him. The old man also said that the room contained the best artifacts, which were rare to find. All of the exhibits were in perfect condition, but Junho didn't see any with dark power, but he wasn't surprised by it either. At one point, his gaze fell on an artifact with the property of ice, and the dumbfounded seller immediately shouted and asked him not to touch it. According to him, the object had incredible power to freeze, but that didn't stop the daredevil. On his hand, the young man put on a glove that accumulated the hatred of the ice fairy, which gradually froze the body of the one who used it. The hero immediately felt the icy energy, and also the system wrote that he could purify the item from the curse by absorbing it. This brought a smile to the face of the shrewd fighter, realizing that he could now get just as much magic. Taking the items, the lad said goodbye to the merchant and headed to the bar, where he was immediately looked at by the bartender wiping his glass. In addition to him, the players at the tables began to take notice, whose glances were unfriendly. Brave told the bartender that he would like to order a teleporter to Insadon in Korea and a drink, and he replied that he had to wait 10 minutes. The young man began to drink quietly, trying to relax, but a trio of players nearby already had their eyes on him. One of the guys turned to the serious-looking Seo-jun, causing him to immediately turn his gaze in his direction. The red-haired kid asked admiringly if this was the famous player who had captured the gate. Then he began to express his delight, and the hero was once again convinced that the black market was definitely not suitable for walking, and it was better not to linger here. It was very important for players to gain universal recognition, because joining the guild depended on it, as well as the number of assignments. However, after achieving impressive success in the gate, it becomes more difficult to jump above your head, so some cowards try to assert themselves. Suddenly, the glass next to his elbow was broken by one of the fighters, which was already a serious warning sign. The long-haired big guy told the rude Junho to look this way when the Sunbae addressed him. The red-haired big man called the kid an idiot who doesn't get it the first time, and said they would teach him manners today. Pointing his finger at his body, he said that it contains 5 years of experience, so the idiot has no chance. Suddenly, the protagonist, punched in the stomach, began to laugh, which made the players standing around wary. One of the perplexed cretins tried to understand what was going on with the guy and assumed that he was just crazy. When he heard that the guys were clearing the streets of all kinds of rabble, the daredevil began to laugh, because it sounded crazy. He added that this is the merit of the first-generation players, and not such pathetic scum like them, trying to get on the page of a cheap newspaper. With his words, the kid angered the red-haired player, who really wanted to punch him in the face. Looking at the bewildered kids, the daredevil asked why they were standing and asked them to attack soon. The fearless warrior also said that he would really enjoy trampling down the dirt on the scum like them. There was a tense atmosphere in the hall, as there was a trio of angry players against one another. People were smiling, saying that if the famous Seo Junho was beaten here, it would make a big story. A mature gray-haired man called the trio of fighters pathetic underdogs, who wanted to become famous by defeating a newcomer. The red-haired kid didn't care about the opinion of others, as only the outcome of the fight was important to him. The unflappable hero took out a knife from his inventory, while his opponents from the Kanama trio were sure that he would be defeated. Being completely calm, the young man asked when the teleporter would be ready, and the bartender replied that in 4 minutes. The brave man got into a fighting stance, spreading his legs wide, and the big guy opposite him waited for the right moment to strike. 4 minutes would be enough time to have a little fun with the pathetic cretins, he said. He swung his arm up sharply, raising his sharp axe above him to show off his fighting skills. A sudden blow was thrown, but it failed to intimidate the intrepid vis-a-vis. Ambal called himself the deadly spearman of the Kanam trio, and thought the boy should be proud to have had the chance to fight him. Daredevil in turn used a sharp dagger, though one onlooker heard that he fought most often with a sword. Smiling confidently, the fighter asked the man if he thought he needed a sword to crush 3 bugs. The public insult made the big man blush with anger, and he was eager to attack the sarcastic boy. Without taking any time for idle chit-chat, he held his deadly spear tightly and rushed headlong into battle. The fearless Seo-jun did not even bat an eye, but silently looked at the approaching enemy as he prepared to show him where he was. Without much effort, the warrior threw his neck to the side, thus dodging and remaining unharmed. With a sharp and unexpected movement, he grabbed the hilt of the spear, which was not expected by his confident opponent. After that, the experienced player pulled the weapon on himself, greatly frightening the Ambo, who was confused by this turn of events. In the end, the elbow hit the face of the spearman, who did not even have time to reason. Stunned people around with open mouths looked at what was happening because they did not even think of such an outcome. The ambalist's friends were shocked to see a small amount of his dark blood flying into the air. The fighter himself fell on his back with a thud, no longer able to continue fighting, but still conscious. Blood was pouring out of his nose and mouth, and the boy was sobbing softly, unable to even speak. His embittered red-haired sidekick decided to use magic, saying that they would still see if the enemy could handle it. With his actions, he summoned sharp and rather thin steel darts that were incredibly dangerous. All of them flew towards Junho at the same hour, who was not confused and immediately prepared to dodge. Showing special coolness, the daredevil ducked down and began to move in shifts while the projectiles smashed the bottles in the bar. He advanced towards the red-jacketed fighter, who had already prepared a sharp sword to avenge his comrade. Not intending to be ceremonious, the kid immediately swung his blade, but the lucky guy as always managed to dodge without much effort. The opponent did not retreat from his goal and continued the onslaught, but everything was ineffective, even though a lot of effort was made. The redhead was sure that he was just a sucker who had killed a couple of monsters, but had never dealt with humans. Such mutts were too confident in their victory, so the moment they let their guard down, they were finished off. The moment the kinsman stabbed the enemy with his blade, the ringleader laughed maliciously, saying that they weren't going to fool around from the start. He only shouted out something in support of his buddy, but suddenly the event turned in a different direction. Strongman Seo Jun managed to take over the situation and began to press the youngster with his foot in the collar area. The kid screamed in incredible pain as the enemy didn't stop and started breaking his arm. The pitiful kid began to whimper, lying on the ground, and the harsh warrior turned his gaze to the red-haired upstart. The brave man stared at him silently at first, but his cold-blooded stare was quite intimidating. The bewildered gang leader couldn't understand what it was all about. After all, it was just a brat standing in front of him. He couldn't believe that some pathetic little kid had brutally beaten up the members of the Kanama trio all by himself. The red-haired sun-gift was furious, and once again he resorted to magic to avenge his friends. Many of your sharp objects flew towards the protagonist, who was impossible to intimidate. Not at all confused, the young man again began to dodge the flying projectiles in every possible way, while remaining completely calm. When Junho was a gloomy ghost, there was one trick, with the help of which he managed to defeat an untold number of demons. It was a skill that allowed him to read the opponent's breath and use it to his advantage. Showing special prudence, the warrior began to jump from side to side, pursuing the goal of maximizing the proximity to the enemy. Thanks to a clear sequence of actions, he did manage to realize his goal in the battle. Red-haired kid from fear, confused and frozen in place, not even knowing what to do in such a situation. Approaching him closely, the daredevil said that the breath of the pitiful upstart was too predictable. After that, he firmly grasped his dagger and stabbed directly into the open hand of his opponent, who had no time to understand anything. At first, the young man didn't realize anything at all, but after a few seconds, the incredibly searing pain made itself known. Infinity began to whip blood, and the kid fell to the floor and began to scream loudly, which was not cared about Junho. The ruthless kid walked over to the spearman lying on the ground, who was silently staring into his eyes. The daredevil, in a soft tone, expressed his hope that he would never see his pitiful face again. His words made the fighter incredibly angry, but he had no strength to do anything or even say anything. Still, after a few seconds trying to get up, the amble said that he would never again dare to even look at the shadow of the master. For some time more, the protagonist just stood silently in place, being deepened by his own thoughts. Some of the joyful people around suddenly shouted, with everyone knew the player had won this unequal battle. Everyone thought it was a great rookie who had defeated 3 players with 5 years of experience, which was not a bad story for the reporters. The emotionless warrior in the moment noticed that the world had become so strange, as if everyone had turned into players within the game. People could even kill a man for their own profit, and they cared more about the winner than the victim. The bartender said that the teleporter was ready, and the brave man in turn came to the conclusion that there were only 3 ways to survive in this crazy world. The first 2 ways were to go insane with the rest of them, or to shut down emotions completely. Entering the teleportation point, in his thoughts, the young man said that the third option was to live permanently in agony. After only a couple minutes, the blue marker appeared in a dark alley of the city, near where the boiler room was located. After leaving the portal, Junho slowly walked forward, stretching to disperse the blood in his body. As he exhaled heavily, he admitted to himself that he missed his friends, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The video of the black market brawl was caught on camera, and it clearly showed all of the young man's actions. The man in the black suit told his companion that the boy had managed to defeat 3 players above the 20th level with his excellent skills. He knew that the fighter had exceeded his expectations, and asked what the pink ice-cream-eating princess thought. Enjoying the sunset in the back seat, the girl was in no hurry to answer, and decided to think for a while. Smiling sweetly, the beauty once again asked the bodyguard what the name of that particular player was. Meanwhile, a physically exhausted Seo Jun was among the reporters and fans who wanted to take pictures with him. His face was tired, and he generally didn't understand what he was even doing here, as he hadn't signed up for something like this. A whole line of young guys had gathered in front of the legend, each of them really wanting a picture with him. Slightly worried young man immediately realized that at this rate, he would reach home only by nightfall. Behind his back, he suddenly saw the same princess with a bodyguard addressing him. Taking off her glasses, the owner of beautiful orange eyes asked if she could distract the young man for a few words. To the protagonist, the girl seemed quite familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen her before. Examining in detail her fiery hair and the heat emanating from her body, the guy concluded that it could only be one person. For the first few seconds, the brave carefully recalled the faces of the people he had seen earlier, so as not to confuse anything. Soon it became clear that it was Konju-ha, a princess from the powerful guild of the Big Six Tokabi. The girl handed the kid her card and asked him not to think she was some kind of crazy person. Experiencing pleasant feelings, the young man wondered if the Tokabi wanted to hire him, since they had come for him personally. The princess suggested discussing a job offer at a nearby coffee shop, which the fighter immediately agreed to. The calm Seo-jun was glad for the opportunity, as he needed to get away from the crowd of reporters. At the establishment, Konju was relieved to remove his mask and goggles, and vis-a-vis asked if she specialized in fire skills. The charming lady said that she actually liked coolness, and the guy simply remained silent in response. The young man didn't believe at first that he was facing Princess Tokabi, who was feared even by demons, because she looked like an ordinary girl. The bodyguard handed the young man a cup with a hot drink, for which he was thanked. Looking into the eyes of the girl sitting in front of him, the daredevil decided to directly ask what the guild wanted from him. Charming said that the deputy had told her to hire a Junho player, and she was not eager to waste her time. Kongju needed to evaluate him in person, during which it was decided that the young warrior passed the test. The guy asked what criteria she used to evaluate, and the lady said that he had already achieved a lot, so she immediately took a liking to him. In her opinion, the daredevil was a so-called super rookie, but it did not weather him at all. At the same time, the hero realized that now there was really no one who would surpass him in experience, and the princess added that she also appreciated his potential. The young man realized that his vis-a-vis had heard about what had happened at the market, while she also emphasized that he was very good at fighting. Also, the girl clarified that his main ability was really just wielding a D-level weapon. Smiling while stirring her cocktail, the princess said that the young man never ceases to intrigue her. She added that he had already managed to build a career with one skill, and asked what was the harm in adding others to it. The lady promised that upon joining the guild, the fighter would have access to books on various skills, and placed one on the table. Opening the book, the young man was impressed that the guild even had a much better incentive and payment system than the association. It was now clear to him why strong players didn't stick around in the association. After all, guilds succeed for a reason. Konju-ha was sure that the guy was aware that their organization was one of the best in the world, and they knew a lot more about the second floor. The princess asked if the vis-a-vis didn't think it would be better if he joined them, instead of staying in the association. Smiling sweetly, she asked the silent fighter what he would say to that effect, but she didn't hear an answer at first. The girl saw no reason to refuse. After all, this was the Tokabi Guild, and besides, the commander had come to see him personally. All of a sudden, Seo-jun said that they had to reject her proposal, and the maiden was already fully committed to the agreement. Being dumbfounded, the beauty jumped up from her seat, asking in a loud tone why he refused. The protagonist realized that by joining the guild, he could quickly earn money and weekly, but free cheese is only in a mousetrap. He clearly realized that he would have to follow all orders, and although it would benefit him now, but one day, the organization would become a fetter for him. Kanji asked Ha if she had not explained something clearly, but he replied that he understood perfectly well how good the offer was. To explain the situation, the player decided to use an old proverb. The hero asked if the girl knew the saying that the head of a snake is better than the tail of a dragon, after which everything became clear to her. As she leaned back, she realized that even if a warrior joined the guild, one would have to work very hard to reach a high position. The competition was quite fierce, and the elite would inevitably have to compete with the elite. The red-haired lady once again asked if he was really refusing, and the shy little boy apologized once more. Standing up from the table, the princess said that she couldn't force him, so there was no point in wasting any more time. Before leaving, she advised the young man to be very careful from now on, which sounded threatening. Seo Junho wondered if they were going to get revenge on him, and the angry damsel asked if it sounded like a narrow-minded person. The problem was that the insidious demons had recently become active, and it wasn't good at all. According to the princess of the Tokabi Guild, the same situation was happening on the first floor. The hero asked if they were up to something, and Kanju said that she told him because the association didn't have that information yet. She added that she'd feel bad for the young warrior if he faced the demons without prior training. The boy thanked the charming and very nice girl for her advice, and then the conversation was over. Before leaving, the beauty called the boy Mr. Snakehead, which made him smile. Back in the office, lying on the couch, the boy told Shimtalk that the demons had become active and added that there was no point in lying to the Tokibi Guild. The brave man assumed that this was indeed true, but remained completely calm. The president of the association racked his brains and said that he knew of the guild's possession of more information, but didn't think so much. The man also asked his young buddy if he regretted refusing the offer, since the princess had personally come to him. The hero replied that if he had pursued the goal of gaining fame and money, he would not refuse, but he did not really care about such things. The youngster then turned his attention to the embarrassed face of the head and asked if he really wanted him to go over to Tokabi. The slightly saddened Taku replied that he didn't, but thought the guild boys would be of real help to the warrior. His words caused bewilderment to the savvy fighter, who was not at all keen on going over to the organization's side. He added that all this would only be a headache for him, and he felt much freer in the association, and he touched his friend with his words. On that note, the president offered to renew the contract and promised that he would give the young warrior an entire floor. A happy Shim added that Junho could do anything, as he had turned down an offer from one of the members of the Big Six. While the young man was signing the contract, the head promised to do his best to narrow down the difference in the amount of information. His words caused a slight smirk on the face of the fighter, who was now even more comfortable to be in the association. Then the kid finished filling out the form and signed at the end, thus successfully renewing the contract. Before leaving, he asked which floor he could move to, and when he heard that it was the 77th floor, he said he would go pack his things. At one point, the young man stopped again to say something else to the president of the association, who was all ears. It was a request to write into the schedule that the capture of the East Sea Gate would take place in a week, but the head thought that was a long time. The worried man asked if the fighter wanted to give time to the demons, and he replied that all he had to do was throw the bait and wait. Before leaving, smiling, the know-it-all guy said, "That's how you catch the bigger fish." Soon it was announced on TV news channels that the fearless Seo Junho had announced his intention to conquer the East Sea Gate. The anchor said that if the territory could be conquered, Korea would become the world's first safe zone without an unconquered gate. A guild member at the press conference said that the association renegotiated the contract with the hero, thus strengthening their partnership. The news also talked about the reality of capturing the gate and the young men's rejection of the Tokabi Guild's offer. At this moment, the entire world was watching the events unfold with bated breath, as was the waiting demon. It was Carl Signer, who was wanted all over the world, hiding in a cave and watching the news. As he approached the cliff where the incredible scenery opened up, he decided to secretly contact the spirit. In a soft voice, the demon asked if his assistant was here, who immediately responded and appeared out of nowhere. A digital scoreboard appeared in front of the ghost in a moment, displaying information from the news. Signer said that supposedly the hurricane bow was now in the possession of the boy who had declared his intention to take over the East Sea Gate. The spirit said that he had only heard the weapon was missing from Ticharavishi's inventory, and the demon added that the kid had hidden it from the public eye. He also added that it has been publicized that the devil has killed a rising star of India, hence the target is keeping his eyes open. The aide asked if he needed to go down to the first floor, but Call said that they can't afford to stumble upon the association. He then asked if there was anyone else on the first floor who they could involve in this situation. Ghost replied that there were some notable shadow brothers left there that they wanted to use at the auction in Las Vegas. The leader said that he would enter the East Sea Gate with them, and it didn't matter if Seo Junho died or survived. Suddenly, somewhere nearby, the devil sensed danger and immediately turned around and began to scrutinize everything. At that moment, he was looking towards the overgrown rocks, but he didn't find anything strange. Keeping his guard up, Kalsiner still kept his eyes on the place, ready for a fight. After a few seconds, the realization came to him that it was a sword of wrath, and the spirit behind him understood nothing. The tense demon ordered his subordinate to prepare to move as the situation was escalating. Clenching his fist tightly, the shrewd devil continued to analyze the situation, drawing conclusions. Call once realized that it was Kim Woo-jun's blade of anger from the ninth heaven, which even he, a skilled marksman, was unable to resist. Because of him, the devil couldn't go down to the first floor and get the hurricane, and this kind of bullying made him very angry. Being extremely serious, he made a promise to himself to personally see how soon the luck of the protagonist would end. In the meantime, the daredevil, who was exhausting himself with his training, paid attention to the system's notification. He found the fact that the players from America, the Shadow Brothers, would be participating in the gate takeover as doctors too suspicious. Getting up from the floor, the young man said that he had already asked Chaw's secretary to find out about them, so there was no need to be unnecessarily nervous. Right now, it was preferable for the mighty fighter to engage in self-development and prepare for the upcoming event. Being fully concentrated, he used his magic power to practice the technique. A powerful energy reigned in the room, which was just what the knowledgeable young warrior needed. He needed to learn how to use energy depletion state magic, something Sky had once helped him with. An animated, faceless creature appeared right beside the lad, which he looked at first, perplexed. Then, with a smile on his face, Junho began stroking the cute entity with what looked like a warm greeting. In the EC Gate, a martial artist who was serious in his intentions was not going to be cautious about using the Darkness Guardian skill. The territory was on Forgotten Dragon Island, and judging by the name, there was a high probability that the monsters would resemble dragons. The conditions of his capture was to eliminate the nameless dragon, but on such a powerful beast, the newcomers could not leave even a scratch. The brave had already tried to defeat them in the past, but since he had no flying skill, it would still be difficult for him to deal with them. The guy had to either grab onto the beast's scales and fight right on top of it, or bring it down to the ground. Thinking about the matter until he suddenly received a notification on his cell phone. Secretary Cha Shi-yun had very quickly gotten hold of the materials on the request for the Shadow Brothers, and discounted an entire archive. The group consisted of two players, Vincent and Edward, who were operating within America. They were veterans who had successfully completed over 200 missions, and it was a special case that both brothers had developed the shadow skill. The manager managed to find the words of the fighters when, during an interview back home, they were asked about their reason for taking part in the capture of the East Sea Gate. In one voice, they confidently said that they were imbued with the boundless determination of the universally known Seo Junho. The reporter asked if they were sure of their victory, and one of the warriors said that they were simply showing the legend their respect. The other brother said they weren't too excited about being able to help such a man with capturing the last unconquered gate of Korea. The enthusiastic protagonist, watching the video with a smile, wondered if he would be able to take advantage of this. In front of the entrance to Ilsan Beach, there was a long barbed wire grate, as this was the gate's origin zone. Finally, the day came for the unconquered territory of the East Sea to be captured, and players began to gather on the shore. Shim Takejiu noticed that not only Korean reporters, but also foreign reporters had gathered here, and were paying attention to the capture. A stressed man asked if Junho was concerned, and the young man said he was incredibly excited. The dumbfounded association president immediately turned to him and asked if he was really anxious. The fighter said that cell phone toys would make anyone nervous, and the head asked why he was still using the phone. Being very nervous, with a shout, he asked why the youngster was so carefree, and the lad replied that he simply lacked mange. The brave man asked why he should suddenly worry about some nameless dragon if he had defeated the Ice Queen herself. Serious Toku reminded him that today the young man would not be alone, but with his shadow brothers, who were also good fighters. The hero thought that there was a high probability that the guys were cooperating with demons, and worried that they might get at him from behind. The old buddy said he'd love to cancel this gate-capturing performance, but there was no way he could. Daredevil said that even if the guys decided to pull some kind of stunt, he already had a plan ready. The delighted Shadow Brothers, seeing the legend, immediately said hello, and one of them said that they were his fans. The fighters thought it was incredible that with such a skinny body, the brave man was able to capture 2 gates. Smiling, the young man said in English that it was nothing special, which amazed his vis-a-vis. A surprised Vincent said they had not known he spoke English, and the young man replied that his friend was from England. Edward was glad of this, for he had feared that the capture operation might be jeopardized, knowing Wit's translation skills. He added that they knew how important Korea's last unconquered gateway was, and promised to do their best. Smiling, a confident Seo Jun asked the boys not to worry, saying that he had prepared well. A nervous Shim watched from the car, while the reporter said that if the fighters reached their target, Korea would gain the status of the safest zone in the world. The most exciting moment during the capture was considered to be entering the gate, because it was still unknown what conditions or monsters were waiting there. This is why players' emotions peak when they enter. But there was also an associated risk. The protagonist was walking ahead, not seeing that the Edward walking behind him was staring viciously at his back, as if harboring hatred. The participants are so focused on the upcoming battle that they do not expect an attack from the back, so they cannot react properly. The cunning long-haired warrior thought that this moment should be used, so there was no time to waste. But one moment the young man stopped, which aroused the suspicion of Vincent, who was walking behind. The anxious boy asked his brother if everything was all right, but at first he got no answer, making him even more nervous. Blushing with nerves, the patched fighter asked his brother to wait a little while, keeping his eyes fixed on the front. He wondered if this was the right moment to deliver a sly stab in the back. Suddenly, the stern-looking So Jun-ho stopped, as if he suspected something, which was not good. Edward was blue and sweating profusely from the nerve wave, but he tried to remain silent and not panic. Behind him, the wily, hairy man was trying to hide his weapon, and his vis-a-vis was frozen in place, thinking about something. The long-haired man was annoyed that they'd missed a good chance, and a surprised Edward noticed something unusual. As it turned out, he saw a fairly large island with dense vegetation, surrounded by blue sea on all sides. His nervous brother whispered that the mission with the instant attack had failed, and now it was necessary to wait for the right moment during the battle. He confessed that he had never imagined he would see such scenery at the gate, but the daredevil continued to remain silent and ahead. Vincent asked where this so-called unknown dragon was, and he didn't see any monsters in general. With a shout, the boy asked the warrior ahead if there was anything ahead, but he heard nothing in response. Keeping his wits about him, the hero realized that there was obviously something wrong, because the boss here didn't even have a normal name. But at the same time, in his heart remained the feeling of the gate of the first class, which did not leave for a moment. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over the perimeter, alerting the Shadow Brothers with its behavior. Tense Edward and Vincent tried not to panic or jump to conclusions. Daredevil, for his part, kept a cool mind and watched silently, waiting for further developments. Covering his face with his hand, one of the wary guys began to look up carefully, trying to see something. As it seemed, the players saw a huge, nameless dragon with a gray beard flying nearby. At that moment, in its yellow eyes, the reflections of the trio of warriors below could be seen. Shocked, Edward wondered if this was really the monster that needed to be defeated. Now they knew its location, and a bewildered Vincent was increasingly amazed at the creature's size. The long-haired fighter decided to ask Seo Jun how they would fight the main opponent. But when he turned his head fully, he saw nothing but emptiness, and he became alarmed because the young man had disappeared. This dumbfounded the two shadowy brothers, whose purpose was to suddenly attack the boy. Vince said he hadn't even seen him leave, but the hairy man had frozen in place a moment before, as if he had seen something frightening. The shadow of the nameless dragon loomed over the brothers again, and now it was close enough to be dangerous. The gray-bearded monster looked greedily at its potential victims, intent on eating them with gusto. The system notified the warriors that they had encountered a forgotten dragon they were not prepared for. The merciless beast immediately attacked them, giving them no respite and taking them by surprise. Somewhere nearby, Jun-ho was lurking in the dense vegetation, silently watching the action. Smiling, the young warrior said that now it was possible to check whether the guys were working with demons or not. Shadowy brothers, meanwhile, tried to dodge the attacks in every possible way and sat under the explosions, unable to escape from the battlefield. A very tense Edward tried to think of a plan and began to look around carefully. Thinking briefly, the experienced fighter summoned shadow soldiers, which made the task a little but still easier. Remaining nervous, the long-haired man shouted to Vincent that he would distract the dragon, and he asked him to find the protagonist immediately. His comrade-in-arms asked if he could do it alone, while the hairy one shouted for him to bring the boy as soon as possible. The warrior listened carefully to his sibling and rushed to fulfill the order, leaving him alone on the battlefield. Putting fear and doubt aside, the confident Edward called the forgotten dragon a worm and said he would destroy it. The shadowy soldiers were still out there, still trying to attack the monster in the air. Meanwhile, Vincent was running at full speed through the dense terrain, trying to remember the last time they had screwed up so badly. He was nervous because he realized that if it turned out to be as bad as the Las Vegas auction, they were doomed. Suddenly, the shadow fighter became even more wary when he saw a dark silhouette in the thicket not far from him. Smiling, the man wondered if this Jun puppy couldn't even hide his magical aura. Stopping with a shout, Vincent asked if the kid was in the bushes or standing there, and in doing so began to calm down. He heard nothing in reply and, grabbing his sword, said that they needed the young warrior's help, for the situation had escalated greatly. Taking a few steps forward and approaching the magical aura, the young lord decided to teach the youngster a lesson. Angrily and swinging his sword at it, the red-haired man asked it not to cause any trouble and quickly followed him. After the blow, Vincent's face changed in shock because it wasn't Seojun's aura at all. It was just a dark place overgrown with trees, which made the shadow warrior very confused. Being perplexed in thought, the man said that the phenomenon was similar to his shadow territory ability. However, he had a bad feeling that was difficult to describe, but it did not leave him at all. Firmly holding the sharp dagger in his hands, the fighter began to cautiously walk forward, taking extra care. More and more strange phenomena haunted the tense Vincent, who did not understand anything at all. Just now, the hero's magical aura was very clearly felt, but now the man felt nothing at all. Behind his back, the silhouette of a daredevil suddenly appeared, calling it a pity that the Shadow Brothers were really in favor of demons, thus dumbfounding the vis-a-vis. The maximally tense player immediately turned around ready to strike, but it wasn't that simple. Frozen in place, he immediately wondered in his mind when the trickster had managed to get behind him. Vincent asked what I meant, and Seo-jun told him not to play dumb, because he was sure they were demons. The redhead said that his attempted attack was justified, because the young man had betrayed them first, leaving them alone with the monster. Remaining unperturbed, the brave man called the fighter in front of him a skillful liar who had denied guilt to the last. Suddenly, he said, Vince should have masked his bright red pupils first, for scarlet eyes were the hallmark of demons. Abruptly covering his blinkers with his hand, the shadow fighter wondered if he had lost control of himself. This fact the devil devotee considered unsurprising, because no one had even suspected before, but he was still shocked. The absolutely calm Junho asked if the pitiful opponent couldn't control the scarlet eyes. Keeping his composure, the vis-a-vis lowered his dagger and began to walk forward, saying that the little guy seemed to have completely lost his fear. Dropping the weapon from his hands, Vincent wondered if the boy thought he would tremble with terror if the truth were revealed. Then he resorted to dark powers to counter a powerful opponent who didn't blink an eye in excitement. The Shadow Warrior was a very rare demon, and if you kill him and then drink his blood, you can turn into him. Becoming a demon, one's temper is toughened and emotions are dulled, but in return one gains the skill of devilish energy. To begin with, the insidious opponent decided to get rid of the useless legs of the boy in front of him. Snidely smiling, he used magic and launched several sharp pins towards the fearless player. The protagonist in turn did not even move and was fully prepared for such an outcome, as if he was planning something. His eyes were closed for a while, allowing him to concentrate on waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, but the brave man opened them, looking at the approaching danger, and used the move of the knight. The skill helped him avoid the enemy's attack, thus keeping him completely safe and unharmed. The dazed Vincent immediately noticed that the enemy had gone somewhere, but he had no idea where. Nervous, the shadowy fighter looked around, but he couldn't find any clues. In an instant, the adamant Seo-jun-ho was right behind his opponent's back, looking in the wrong direction. With a cold-blooded tone, he said that he could only superficially conceal signs of his presence at first. The exasperated red-haired man tried to attack him, but failed miserably as usual. Daredevil in turn added that having gotten a little used to the skill, he had also learned other necessary things. Among them were sensation, sound, smell, as well as a magical aura, which in a complex struck any opponent. The protagonist kept himself undetectable, and Vincent, who had turned blue with excitement, couldn't even drop a word. Meanwhile, a forgotten dragon still circled in the overcast sky, still posing a great danger. Nervous Edward could do nothing as the monster did not even descend below cloud level. Suddenly, he heard some rather loud rustling in the dense bushes behind him, but it didn't alarm him at all. Out of the bushes suddenly emerged a badly shaken Vincent, who looked very excited. His brother asked him where Seo-jun-ho was, and the stressed man replied that this type of person was strange. The evil shadow fighter shouted that he used devil energy, but he couldn't feel the presence of the youngster who had gotten wind that they were demons. Edward asked how he had managed to escape then and why the kid had let him go since he was so capable. He called the redhead an idiot, caught up in the boy's divorce, and blamed him for missing a precious chance. Then the hairy man decided to concentrate on the dragon after all, and said that while he would distract him, his brother should attack. A surprised Vince asked if the beast was really that strong, and Ed said that it was, so it would be quite a problem to beat it. However, he had heard that dragons have a disadvantage. Backscales turned in the opposite direction from the others. His closest comrade-in-arms said that in that case, using the shadow movement technique to climb up and try to attack. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a huge monster, flying in the sky that decided to take the opponents by surprise. With its jaws wide open, the gray-bearded serpent began to release an energy wave for another strike. A very tense Edward shouted for his brother to dodge, for such an attack could be fatal. At the same hour, the energy attack hit the ground, triggering an incredibly powerful explosion and throwing the brothers aside. Many of the long-haired fighters' shadow soldiers were immediately destroyed by the powerful blast wave. The dazed, long-haired fighter began to cough up blood and couldn't believe that the monster had driven out his shadow soldiers and inflicted damage directly on him. Nervous Vincent was very worried about his wounded brother, who was on his knee, trying to pull himself together. A stern Edward asked him not to worry about him and to proceed as planned, all the while glaring at the dragon with great hatred. Putting all doubts aside, the red-haired fighter used one of the magical techniques to launch an attack. His scarlet eyes were filled with rage, and an incredible desire to avenge his kin. With a sharp start, the bold warrior rushed forward, moving from side to side to avoid becoming an easy target. Vincent's sharp, magical spear was flying at the forgotten dragon at that moment, which made him even angrier. The sharp weapon flew straight at the beast's head at high speed, giving it no chance to dodge. The enraged monster screamed loudly in pain, but was still intact and able to continue fighting. Still, the shadow warrior aimed for the eye and missed, but now the bearded beast was no longer flying so high. Without wasting even a second of time, Vincent used his shadow movement technique to get close to the enemy. The sequence was successful and he was able to climb onto the dragon's head, which opened up new possibilities. But very soon it turned out that he had to aim higher, because the head of the monster was much higher. However, there was no reason to be upset, because the brave man managed to find the reverse scales, which he was looking for. Using the teleportation technique again, he moved closer to the target to deliver a crushing blow. Dodger Yu managed to grab hold of the scale, even though the huge monster kept moving non-stop. With great effort, the persistent Vince began to tear off the dragon's scales, which he did successfully. After a few seconds, the item was successfully torn off, and that was a small cause for rejoicing. Beneath the hide was a magical object that gave the beast life and glowed brightly with a blue light. The pleasantly surprised man couldn't believe it, and for a few seconds he froze in place, losing his guard. Edward, who was downstairs, was very worried about his brother, who was in the very epicenter of danger. Seo Junho was still standing on one of the trees in the dense forest, surreptitiously observing what was happening. He regarded the Shadow Brothers as mindless freaks, yet he did not show any emotion of worry. The long-haired man became even more nervous when he saw the strange movements in the sky, and a movement mark appeared near him. Suddenly behind him was a bleeding Vincent, who had suffered multiple bodily wounds. With difficulty, the man said that they had failed, and the angry brother shouted and asked what he was even carrying. The ruthless, forgotten dragon, to whom humans were mere bugs, seized the chance and roared into action. At the same minute, there was a powerful energy explosion, and the protagonist, who was nearby, was still silently watching it. The guy knew perfectly well that the whole thing was because the Shadow Brothers, without thinking about the consequences, touched the reverse scales. Scales were the dragon's weak point, but if you locate it and strike it, the beast grows ferocious. In this case, the lives of the underdogs are jeopardized, and ordinary objects can no longer help in any way. The brave man decided to seize the moment and, pulling the bowstring, said that the wretched demons should not die yet. With a confident smile on his face, he asked in a soft tone to be allowed to draw the arrow in peace. A very stressed Vincent tried his best to run away while worrying about his brother. A very nervous Edward asked him to keep his mouth shut, otherwise his concentration would drop, and he was in danger of failing completely. It was unclear when all this hell was going to end, and in the meantime, the powerful explosions continued everywhere. The Shadow Brothers began to wonder if this dragon's magical abilities were limitless. Turning blue with excitement, the long-haired fighter at one point admitted in his mind that he was wrong. Suddenly, at the moment of the warrior's despair, an arrow appeared out of nowhere at an incredible speed, hitting the area of the beast's head. The arrow flew straight into the monster's right eye, causing it to tear its throat with screams of unbearable pain. The bewildered Shadow Brothers immediately wondered, could this really be the work of Seo Junho? The nervous men realized that the youngster did not benefit from their deaths right now, because he would definitely not be able to defeat the unknown dragon alone. The cold-blooded warrior meanwhile lowered his bow, remembering that this matter can only be completed in yours. Edward said that if the boy continued to attack, the beast's gaze would drift towards him, and this was a chance they should take. He then exclaimed that the monster was attacking again and added that they needed to hold out a little longer. Smiling, the brave man noted the fact that the demon's movements had improved, and now they were attacking instead of just running away. The experienced fighter immediately realized that the brothers were trying to draw the dragon's attention to him, but he was not afraid of it at all. Absolutely calm kid mumbled that this is not an oasis, but just a mirage, so the guys can forget about the brilliant future they dreamed of. While maintaining his concentration, he drew the bowstring again and waited for the right moment to shoot. At one point, Seo Junho even had to hold his breath for a moment to maintain accuracy. After a couple more seconds, the protagonist tightened the bowstring as much as possible to increase the speed and range of the device. Eventually, the calculated shot was successfully fired, and the arrow flew straight into the nameless dragon. But the story did not end there, resulting in several more projectile releases. Soon the fearless warrior did stop, and now he had a chance to assess his work. Having relaxed a little and analyzed the situation, the daredevil confidently said that he was done with the monster. Now he had to go catch the hound dog, and the excited Shadow Brothers ran headlong into the forest. The tense Edward didn't understand why the cretinous Junho had stopped attacking, but suddenly an arrow fell near them. A fearless youth suddenly appeared in front of the fighters, and pointed out that they were not hunting a dragon, but playing a shooting game. The angry brother shouted that he was the one who was hiding in the rear and shooting from a safe distance, and called him an idiot. In an instant, the daredevil snapped his fingers, whereupon a powerful people's body flew into the dragon, causing severe damage. The blow came to the collar zone and the center of the beast's body, which began to wriggle in every possible way from the incredible pain. The sharp devices deeply pierced its thin skin, leaving no chance for recovery. Soon, the big creature, experiencing hellish agony, collapsed to the ground and could no longer fight. What was happening was immediately noticed by the shocked Shadow Brothers, who had not expected such an outcome of the battle. They couldn't believe that a dragon that they couldn't even get close to, Seo-jun, was able to easily defeat. The joyful kid said that the hurricane was just great, and added that Kalsiner would definitely regret it. The unmasked demons began to nervously glance amongst themselves while remaining silent. Turning on the innocents, Edward offered to talk things over, and Vincent added that they were just pathetic losers, and the young man knew it. The brothers promised to tell him everything about Signer and his location in exchange for mercy. But this offer did not interest the protagonist. The harsh warrior asked them to shut their miserable mouths, saying that he had no intention of cooperating with such fools. The guy realized that Edward naively believed that he would let them stay alive, knowing about their activities. Annoyed, Vincent shouted loudly that they wouldn't just die, and the enemy might not even hope for that. Rejecting any thoughts, the red-eyed shadow fighter rushed into the attack with a sharp object in his hands. The cold-blooded hero in turn silently threw him a glare, ready to repel any attack. He was ahead of his opponent, striking a sudden blow with his sword in the area of his neck, completely confusing him. Vince, who was bleeding rapidly, couldn't even recognize the moment when it happened. The same hour, the bleeding man fell to the ground, and a tense Edward couldn't believe it. The long-haired warrior, barely holding back his tears, was on the attack to avenge his brother. In a sharp move, the imperturbable Junho repelled his attack with a blow to his arm that looked stunning. A terrifying engagement awaited the second shadow brother, who was also deeply wounded by the blade. Resting his head on his enemy's shoulder, coughing up blood, he wondered how it had happened. The emotionless young man said that if such bipeds were to have a next life, they should spend it atoning for their sins. He then took a step back, thus allowing the already dead opponent to fall face first into the ground. Having dealt with the interfering demons, the protagonist could finally deal with the mortally wounded forgotten dragon. His gaze was immediately transferred to the dying beast, which was making pitiful sounds of pain. The brave man was not going to show any mercy and began to move towards the target to finally end it all. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the cold-blooded Seo-jun prepared to strike and aimed for the eye. The monster's yellow eye showed heartache and a small hope of regret, but it was all for naught. Certainly, for a moment, the young man thought about his unusual gaze, but it didn't change his intentions. Grasping the hilt of the cold weapon even tighter, he struck a powerful blow with a sharp movement. With a little more effort, the guy pressed the sword in, leaving the dragon no chance of survival. A few seconds later, the yellow eyes of the mighty beast closed forever, which spoke of the warrior's victory. Immediately, the system sent a notification that the island of the Forgotten Dragon had been successfully conquered by the protagonist. The lad was rewarded with 20 kilograms of beast bones, as well as 2 level increases. But he decided to review this later. At one point, the daredevil realized that he could finally try out a skill that seemed very attractive to him. It was about a skill obtained for conquering the Dawn Curse Gate, which was called Confession of the Dead. It could be used to reproduce and view the memories of the dead, and it was decided to test it on Vincent. Focused, so Junho commanded the precious skill to tell him the truth and counted on it. The skill was successfully triggered, and the confession of the dead man lying at the feet of the young warrior began at the same minute. The boy held his spread palm over the shadow fighter's head and watched carefully for a reaction. When he saw the digital scoreboard in front of him, he realized what it looked like, and yet there was no surprise in any way. It was all like watching a movie, and there were even different functions, which looked quite interesting. The first thing the young boy did was turn to the search and asked to see the subject's relatively recent memories. The lad was dumbfounded to see a fragment where an intimidating demon slowly approached a man screaming in fear. The beaten, trembling gentleman with glasses screamed, asking why they were doing this to him, but no answer was given. The abuse continued, and not even the cold-blooded protagonist could watch it calmly. In the memories, people shouted that they would give all the money and begged not to touch the child, but no one listened to them. The brave man could no longer listen to these horrible images and asked the system to stop playing. Looking at the head of the dead Vincent, in a soft voice, he said he had looked too far. Turning to the search again, he asked to be shown all the memories associated with the Demon Association. Earlier that late night, Edward had entered Jim's laundry room, where a very serious conversation awaited him. In the darkened room stood an unassuming man, smoothing fabrics for precious customers with an iron. In an instant, the gray-haired shopkeeper lifted his gaze slightly, turning it to the guest standing in front of him. With a frightening tone, he ordered the Shadow Brothers to join the newcomer from the Korean Association, who was planning to take over the East Sea Gate. The perplexed young man reminded them that they were preparing for an auction in Las Vegas, and Jim said he was just a middleman. An attentive Junho rewound the video clip back a bit, coming to the realization that this was the point at which the fighters had received their orders. He realized that the laundry room was one of the places designated for secret meetings of the Demon Association. The protagonist also hoped to dig up other useful information and continued to browse through the memories. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice appeared, who was interested in mentioning the Shadow Brothers. It was a mysterious fighter in a white robe who said that he liked the gleam in the eyes of young warriors. The stranger added that from now on, the two of them belonged to the second hierarchical stage, which stunned Seo-jun. The mysterious blonde man opened his palm and said that he would share his powerful strength with the boys. What was happening increasingly amazed the brave man, who in an instant changed greatly in his face, as if sensing something. Suddenly, the system wrote that due to the insufficient level of ability, the young man could not fully reproduce the memory. Immediately, the ability was forcibly terminated for the sake of the user's safety. Daredevil came to the conclusion that he had to pump up the ability first, if he wanted to get the information he needed. In an instant, the guy realized that he could view the memories of more than just people. He decided to test it on a monster, whose power was many times greater than that of a fiery fox, but it didn't even have a real name. Maxim Ally concentrating, the kid with the help of an ability decided to see who the dragon really was. The magical energy was directed towards the dead beast, and in a few seconds, the reaction started. Very soon, a picture of a monk in a robe began to appear before the young man's eyes, who was bowing respectfully to his visage. The man said that for 5 years, the three countries had been unable to end the war, and asked if His Majesty could hear the pleas for peace addressed to him. The emperor replied that it was about a peaceful life they had never known, and the monk listened attentively. The mysterious ruler in a soft tone decided to mention the war again, which was still not over. He dumbfounded Junho by adding that even now the northern country was waiting for the right moment to take away their lands, so peace was out of the question. The king continued his tales of pressing problems, but he was suddenly interrupted by the chief Buddhist monk. The owner of the wounded hand asked if His Majesty had heard the legend of the sacred dragon that protected the great country. The emperor put his hand on the golden railing, and afterward began to think deeply on this interesting subject. He said that if there really was a beast that protected the state, his subjects also needed a sacred dragon. The head asked that they be cremated and their ashes scattered over the East Sea when their royal majesty dies, at which time they will be turned dragon. An agitated monk asked if the ruler was going to give up the great cycle of rebirth and bear the burden of the Asura. His Majesty said that the dawn of their lives had passed long ago, but added that their destiny would not be the loss of their ego and rebirth into an animal. After these words, the replay of the memories ended, and now the protagonist had to draw conclusions. It was hard for him to believe that the unknown dragon used to be a human, because it sounded very surprising. He immediately realized that if the one in front of him now was the one who spoke of the beast, it must be Munmu, the king of strength. A few seconds later, some obscure symbols appeared in the system's notification, which looked rather strange. It was about the murder of an ancestor. After reading about it, a lot of things became clear to the young man, and he relaxed a bit. Having made important conclusions for himself, the guy knelt in front of the body of the beast, lying on the ground. Respectfully, the hero said that this land was now safe, so the protector could sleep in peace. Suddenly, the scales on the huge beast's body began to glow with yellow light, as if they were reacting to something. The phenomenon immediately drew the attention of Seo-jun, who didn't understand anything at all. The phenomenon in front of his eyes caused the young warrior to be extremely surprised and involved. He was shocked to see that the spirit of the great dragon had become free to ascend to the sky to retire. The system notified him that as a reward for completing the hidden quest of the island, the young man received a peaceful whistle and the title of Celestial Assistant. The young man who read the information carefully was a bit surprised to learn about the hidden quest, as he had not even thought of such a thing. Not only did he increase his level, but he also received a special item, even though he didn't think he could benefit from it so much. Scratching the back of his head and looking at the sunset, the young warrior called it a rather unexpected but very pleasant surprise. Very soon he finally came out of the green portal, leaving the territory of the Eastern Gate, and thus impressing everyone again. The audience was waiting for the hero to appear at the press conference area to be interviewed. People began to assume that the Shadow Brothers had died in the battle if Seo Jun-ho had left the gate alone. Some didn't believe that they had died, while others believed that everyone was equal before death, no matter if one had a brilliant career or not. Looking at the guy approaching the microphone with trepidation, the people decided to listen to how it went. The unemotional-looking kid stood at the booth and remained silent while multiple cameras took pictures of him. The shabby-looking fighter decided not to drag on, and first of all to announce the reason why he came back alone. The spectators looked at him with eyes bulging with surprise, not even knowing what to expect. Suddenly, the protagonist cried and blamed himself for everything, which amazed the audience even more. The young man began to tell that there was a huge maze inside, and their starting points were very far away from each other. Wiping his tears with fictitious pain in his soul, the gorgeous actor continued to noodle reporters and journalists. He said that when he came out of the labyrinth, he saw the breathless bodies of the Shadow Brothers with fatal wounds inflicted by an unknown dragon. The boy promised that he would never forget their historic sacrifice, and Karl Signer was watching the press conference at that moment. The heart-total demon was annoyed by the naive behavior of the boy, whom he considered a lucky bastard. The aide asked how the Las Vegas auction was going to go now, and the demon remembered that sending the Shadow Brothers to the East Sea had been his decision. He felt it was his duty to settle the matter and thought about the fact that the watchdogs would now have to go up to the second floor. Ghost said that management thought it was irrational to leave them fooling around, but Kyle suddenly asked for a postponement of their climb to the second floor. The ghost reminded him that management had personally ordered the summoning. The No Devil said that the most important thing was to have a successful auction, and the methods were no longer important. The man asked this time to entrust the auction to the watchdogs, and it didn't matter how many times he would be beaten for it, because they should definitely succeed. Meanwhile, an emotionless Seo Jun-ho sat in his office and addressed Secretary Cha Chi-yoon. Looking at the huge amount of papers on the desk, he asked why she didn't sort out the errands sent to him personally this time. The lovely lady, who continued to smile and whose eyelids were blue from fatigue, replied that she had just done so. The young man could not believe that all these errands were for him, and the woman suggested that the successful capture of the enemy of the East Sea was to blame. The boy said that according to official reports, he had made a minor contribution to the capture, and the secretary confirmed that that was what the article said. However, the charming lady said that in the world of players, luck was also called a skill, which sounded a bit confusing. The protagonist looked at her seriously and unemotionally, listening intently and drawing conclusions. With a bit of brainstorming, Cha Chi-yoon said that they needed to tidy up the young man's disheveled hair. He didn't understand why they needed to do that, and the lady replied that after looking at the reporter's photos from yesterday, she realized that his hair looked terrible. Using her smartwatch, she opened the digital signage to show something on the big screen. The manager showed profiles of top players whose careers weren't as shiny, but they didn't look scruffy like Seo Jun. Madam asked if the young man was going to get a good night's rest today and heard a positive answer. She put a business card of a beauty parlor on the table and asked him to go there to tidy up his hair. The beauty asked him to do it right away, and Junho caught himself thinking that at such moments he missed the times when he wore a mask. The young warrior then said that Secretary Cha could leave early in that case, which surprised his visage a little even. He added that she had spent a lot of effort sorting through all those materials, so she could go home now. The delighted madam looked at the guy with a spark of joy in her eyes, realizing that she could finally rest. Bowing respectfully to the gentleman, she wished him a good day and rushed home. Before leaving, Charming asked the youngster one more time to go get a haircut, and he smiled at how excited she was. Pulling the tips of his bangs slightly, the kid was convinced that his hair was indeed a bit long and needed to be shortened. The hero realized that it would be nice to go to a beauty salon, but he was more comfortable in the days of the grim ghost, when you could get a haircut anywhere. Brave could take off his mask and go to any barber shop and no one cared about him, which pleased him greatly. However, now the situation had changed dramatically, and on the ground he needed to recuperate. In order to relax and put his thoughts in order, the young man came to the gallery manhwa to read. Today there was no one in the institution, so the boy could read alone and think about his own. Being exhausted by the recent events, he pulled the black mask off his face to relax. Taking a book from the shelf, in his thoughts he said that everything seemed to be fine, but wondered if the establishment was on the verge of ruin. Humming a song softly, he headed towards his seat to sit alone. He also wanted to order some ramyun and read the manhwa with pleasure. But suddenly, he had a slight change in his face. There was a girl sitting at the table in front, eating the same dish and reading her favorite book. She was very hungry, so she ate greedily while making soft sounds, and Seojun froze in place while looking at her. Reading into the book, the beauty wondered if it wasn't too much even for a novel. The work was about a man who, years later, happened to meet a missing teacher by chance. Taking a closer look, the protagonist was very surprised to recognize the secretary Cha Shi-eun, who he did not expect to see at all. She choked on her ramen and spit it out, which stunned the boy. She had no intention of meeting Mr. Seo Junho, who felt very awkward and smiled. After this situation, the guy took a seat at the table opposite and began to silently read the manga without noticing the passage of time. At one point, he looked up and turned his gaze to Chachi sitting in front of him, who looked very nervous. The young man told the girl, peeking through the book, that she could stare all she wanted, but he wasn't going anywhere. The angry lady looked at him silently, as if about to say something, but restraining herself. Already, she knocked the end of the book on the table. The young man continued to read with interest. The girl exclaimed that there was nothing wrong with a grown man reading books he liked. The beauty added that even in ancient times, it was believed that they had the whole world concluded. And the hero said that the thought was a sound one. At the same time, the guy very much doubted that in a book about a munchkin who trained for 9 million years, concluded the whole world. Angry Madam from Anger hit the table. With a shout asked what incredible book reads the gentleman, since he says such things. The young man, blue with nerves, caught himself thinking that his multi-volume novel about the priest of the sun was no better. He said they had a tie in this argument. But the persistent girl, looking earnestly into his eyes, asked to see the title of the book. The photo-exhausted young man showed the cover of the novella, bleeding sweat and covering his face. Smiling, Chachi Yun said that his book was no different from hers. So the argument was pointless. After that, an awkward silence began, but soon the guys forgot about it and just delved into reading their favorite works. After almost 3 hours, Seo Junho closed the book he was reading with a sweaty hand and pushed it away from him. Crunching through his fingers with a smile on his face, the young man said that it was quite an entertaining read. Turning his attention to the secretary sitting across from him, he asked if she too had finished her book. The pretty girl also closed the book, saying that it was quite interesting and entertaining. A slight smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and now he wanted to talk to his companion for a bit. He wanted to say something about the surprise, but the lady interrupted him, asking if it was true about her visit to the comic book rental. The guy said he'd heard she was part of the elite, so he thought she wasn't interested in such places at all. Smiling, Charming emphasized in a calm tone that it was a pretty common opinion. But she liked this establishment, and here she could read books quietly without anyone else's attention. She liked the rustle that occurred when turning pages, so she preferred paper books to electronic ones. Also, the beauty adored the subtle flavor of time sealed in books, and wondered if the youngster could feel it. At one point, the manager received a notification on her watch, and she immediately took notice. The girl did not even notice how the time flew by, and she already had to go home, and the young man offered to call her a cab. Cha Shi-eun smiled as she walked towards the door and replied that it was okay, because her house was nearby. With a final wave, Junho said that he would see her tomorrow morning, but in his head he noted that the secretary was working like a bee, and he couldn't let up. Soon he came into the office to see Shim Tak, who nervously asked him if he was going to the funeral of the Shadow Brothers in America by any chance. The lad asked what he was looking for there, and the old pal asked why he was planning to go to their country then. The young man replied that he had learned from the shadowy freaks the secret meeting place of demons, which greatly dumbfounded the president of the association. With a nervous cry, the man asked where it was, and the brave man replied that first he had to go there himself, so it was a secret. Sitting down in a chair, the head admitted that he was very worried, and the brave man asked if he was worried about him. Shim said they needed to get information out of the demons, but he thought the hero would finish everyone off. But the young man himself promised to get the information. I remember Jim from the memories of the Shadow Brothers. The guy thought that even though he looked like a small fry, but he had to know something. The president of the association decided to just trust his old buddy and asked him to speak immediately if he needed help. Taking an item out of his inventory, the emotionless warrior said that he always needed his help. A multitude of bones spilled out onto the table the same hour, to which the astonished Toku looked on with bulging eyes. The protagonist said they were the bones of a dragon from the East Sea Gate, and added that half of them could be used at his discretion. From the rest, the young warrior told him to ask the legendary blacksmith Quan Noi to make him a sword. The man promised to contact the old man and asked if he had any requests. He gave the length and weight of the sword, and immediately opened the notes on the watch to write down all the information in them. Seo Jun had only asked for the same sword he'd used before, and Shim doubted the old man remembered that. The sarcastic kid stopped and asked him to tell the old man that if he didn't remember it, he could safely retire. Soon the exhausted young man returned to his room and went to bed, wanting to sleep. Before going to bed, he used his watch to contact the secretary, Cha Chi-eun, on an important matter. The young man asked if she could change her tickets to Las Vegas for tomorrow, and the lady sent a sticker of a cat giving her consent. This brought a pleasant smile to the young man, who exhaled with peace of mind, relaxing a little. Placing a hand behind his head, The kid took advantage of the inventory call to have a look at something. He pulled out a calming whistle, a ritual instrument that could remove all the troubles of the world and bring peace. Although it could only be used 3 times, it was still a very powerful artifact. Holding the incredible item in his hands, Seojun felt much more confident and smiled. At the same time, he realized that the whistle was not yet up to the title of bringing spring, but it was still enough. The enthusiastic kid noted the fact that the magic score was now the highest, and that was a reason to rejoice. The protagonist was well aware that if he continued to develop like this, he would soon be able to use sword steel. It was an art that required the comprehension of magic, but it could only be used after acquiring its high values. Brave was sure that with his values, he could already hunt on the 2nd floor, and if he mastered the art of steel, things would be even better. Brave wondered if he would be able to compete with the 9 peerless lords of the netherworld if he achieved all of this. He was curious how powerful these beings could become after 25 years. Outside the window, it was already full night, and a huge airplane was flying by against the beautiful moon. The hero also took into account that it was not quite clear how many topics it was left in the pack, and could not wait for the shipment. For a short period of time, he watched the airplane flying by, feeling the thirst for adventure. The next day, Seojun traveled to the city of Sin, Las Vegas, a place where entertainment and excitement carried people away for days and nights on end. The tired guy wondered how many hours it took to get here and complained of aching muscles from sitting. At one point, he felt a longing for the beautiful sky, certain that if she had been around, he would have solved everything with teleportation. Afterward, the young man began to look around at the vast array of people. The young man noticed that they were all looking somewhere with surprise, and, fixing his cap, decided to find out where. Seeing the artifact auction that featured famous faces from all corners of the world, Junho realized why the street was full of people. Then the young man exhaled and focused on his personal thoughts again, because he had come to the city for a reason. At the thought Ya said that the auction does not interest him, the protagonist used his watch to open the navigator. Jim's laundry, which he needed, was much farther away than the brave man thought. Gathering his thoughts, the brave man decided that he needed to deal with it quickly and get a good night's rest. Meanwhile, the demon mediator was at work, where he was suffering from the heat and tried to turn on the broken air conditioner. Furious, the man pounded on his desk, pouring sweat from the heat, and wondered when the foreman would come. He yelled that everything had gone through one place, because the Shadow Brothers had screwed up on the assignment, and the air conditioner was also broken. Jim was very nervous, because now the watchdogs and crazy assholes were going to go on the mission. His orange-shirted colleague sitting next to him asked if he had already met the assholes, to which the man answered in the affirmative. The tense mediator said they hadn't smelled blood in a while, and added that the assholes had killed his boss. The front door to the laundry room was suddenly kicked open by someone's foot, making the owner immediately wary. With eyes bulging with surprise, Jim looked at the uninvited guests as he continued to pour sweat. With a voice trembling with excitement, he greeted the squad of watchdogs who boldly entered the house. The Borza girl immediately noticed the stifling heat in the building, which she didn't like. She asked if the owner of the establishment wanted to die, since it was so hot inside, and he, being dumbfounded, could not even answer. Having met Ognogeni, Man immediately apologized, and the maiden told him to bring at least an order. Then the beauty snatched an important document from the sweaty palms of the vis-a-vis, still trembling. After carefully reading the information on the paper, the girl became very angry and almost tore it. She couldn't believe that the mission could really be changed, and her nervous companion standing next to her didn't even understand what it was about. The guy didn't want to believe that going up to the 2nd floor was in the offing, and the girl let him look at the order with his own eyes. The green-haired man took the paper from her hands and began to read carefully, keeping his restraint. Eventually, out of anger, he clutched the sheet tightly in his hands, not even knowing how to proceed in such a situation. The girl asked her boss if the upperclassmen had made a formal protest to them, and on top of that, they were ordering them to steal something. The disgruntled beauty didn't understand what the matter was, for Carl Senior had never been their immediate boss. The bald, dark-skinned man in turn remained silent, deep in thought. Then he turned his gaze to the green-haired subordinate who was still holding the order in his hands. Silently raising his hand, the boss signaled that he wanted the document. But the goofy-looking guy didn't understand anything at first. Being tense, the young man lowered his eyes down, trying to understand what the mysterious vis-a-vis wanted. Finally, it came to him that it was a slightly crumpled paper that had further instructions for the watchdogs. The excited oval kid immediately handed the sheet to the man in front, but it was unclear why he needed it. The maximally focused man carefully took the paper in his hands, intending to do something with it. Unexpectedly to the people around him, he used firepower and burned the order, which was stunning. Frozen in place from shock, Jim continued to silently ooze sweat, afraid to even move at that moment. The cold-blooded watchdog squad leader asked in a calm tone if there were any more orders. The bewildered demon mediator said in a trembling tone that there was nothing else and continued to remain silent. The black-skinned man looked incredulously into his eyes, also without dropping a word, and then saw fit to leave the establishment. As if nothing had happened, he turned around and started walking towards the exit, telling his companions that it was time for them to go. The squad quickly left the laundromat, slamming the door loudly again, leaving an unpleasant residue on the owner's soul. Stunned by what had happened, Jim couldn't stand on his feet and fell down, trying to recover from the shock. A worried coworker asked if he was okay, if these were the watchdogs they had talked about earlier. The blonde man added that their leader seemed normal to him, and the tense establishment owner asked if he really needed them back for decoration. As he continued to shake with excitement, he decided to reveal important information, but warned that he would only do it once. The 9 strongest players of this world were called the 9 Heavens, and the leader of the Dogs of Arma was among them. Being a disciple of Yahello, a blue-naked coworker was horrified to believe that this was the same necromancer who had committed a mass murder in Turkey 6 months ago. Nervous Jim, pulling up a chair, said that it was rumored that the watchdog squad had originally consisted of 5 men, but things had changed a bit. He added that 2 of the fighters didn't like the bald Arma, so he turned them into skeletons. Suddenly, the door to the laundry room opened again, which horrified the workers who were afraid of death. But an unremarkable young man entered the laundry, and the business owner at first thought it was an air conditioner repairman. It was Seo Jun-ho, whom Jim mistook for a worker and angrily exclaimed that one could die of heat in here. The protagonist said he could help with that and used his ice skill, creating a chill in the room. The delighted men began to enjoy the freshness, and it came to the laundromat owner's attention that a player had come to visit. But after a few seconds, both of them began to ask to stop, because the building was getting too cold. Fixing his cap, the kid smiled and said that he couldn't do that, which sounded quite strange. Taking off his hat, he said that's why they, the stupid demons, would just die quietly and no one would help them. The 2 red-eyed men looked angrily at the boy, realizing that he had managed to expose them, but not at all afraid. Still, after a short period of time, their dead bodies were sealed by the young boy using the skill. The shrewd fellow realized that they were definitely low-level scum and were only trusted to pass on orders. But at this he had in mind that it would be a different conversation with the watchdogs, so he was in no hurry to relax. Taking advantage of his watch, the young man called Shim Tak, who was angry because his buddy had woken him up in the middle of the night. The young man apologized for calling so late, but said he had an important request. A calm Seo Jun-ho said that he wanted to participate in an auction that was being held in Las Vegas, but he couldn't get there without an invitation. The kid asked if his buddy could get him in, and the angry man asked who he would even take the president of the Korean Players Association for. Still, he promised to get the invitation and asked for the name of the hotel where the hero was staying and the room number. Appearing in one of the rich hotels in the city, the protagonist immediately realized that in it tomorrow will begin the auction. Today, the boy decided to just look around a little to get used to the area, and later already do important things. The young man thought the clothes that the president of the association had sent would not be needed and was completely calm. The suit made from the thread of mulberry silkworms he considered expensive crazy clothes, from which there was no use. At one point, the young man noticed an attractive casino, which seemed interesting to him. He had never been in such establishments before, and decided to look in to see how everything looked from the inside. Before that, he had to pass through a metal detector, which the protagonist did not take seriously. Suddenly, he was approached by one of the guards in a black suit who frightened the young man with his unexpected appearance. The surprised man wondered if it wasn't the player Jun-ho, and the young man looked at him incredulously and asked who he was. Ha-in-ho from the Tokebi Guild said that they had met in Insadong, and he was with Commander Gunju-ha at the time. After clarification, the boy remembered that he was the same guy who was standing next to the princess. The young man thought their names were a hilarious tandem, for they translated as servant and princess. The blonde asked how he was in Las Vegas, and the hero replied that he had come to participate in the auction of artifacts. In-ho, on the other hand, said that the organizers had assigned their team to oversee security during the event, and they were on patrol right now. The security guard asked if the gentleman wanted to visit the casino, and he said he was planning to go in to see what was going on, but suddenly heard the alarm sound. The man then decided to escort the guest out, saying that gambling practices have changed, which is why the alarm went off. He added that after the world changed, the casino suffered losses because of a few players, and the young man assumed that they used abilities. Ha-in-ho confirmed that this was true, and that was why there was a proposal from the hotel to open a casino exclusively for players. Inside, the huge room looked very luxurious and was equipped with many playing tables. The blonde man said that here they were allowed to use abilities as much as they wanted, and the hero asked if this way the casino wouldn't go bankrupt. Scratching his forehead with a smile on his face, the man replied that there were times when none of it worked. He scribbled under that their princess had never won yet, so sometimes the player's level and ability didn't matter. A crying Konjuha, hitting the table, shrieked that she was sure it was number 2, and accused the croupier of cheating. The girl couldn't believe her loss, and Seo Jun-ho, who was standing next to her, was completely shocked by what he saw. Probability or mental ability will not help here, and in this case, the player could only rely on his eyesight. Sitting down at the table, the young man asked if the game was fun, and the upset girl replied that she was a little nervous. Raising her head, she shouted that it was very exciting. But when she saw a snake's head sitting next to the gentleman, she immediately calmed down. The beauty asked if he had come because he wanted to become her subordinate, and the fighter replied that there was no way he would do that. The red-haired lady laughed, saying that he was joking, and then asked what fate the guy in Las Vegas. The hero replied that he was going to participate in the auction, so he went out to look around, and the player Hein-ho brought him here. The princess asked to contact her if there are any problems, because she was the captain of the hotel security, and the guy thought it inappropriate to play in the casino at work. He asked if the game, where you have to guess the location of the ball, is so difficult, and the girl asked not to start this topic. The redhead noted that the croupier has very deft hands, and rumor has it that he became a dealer after working on the second floor. The brave asked if it was true that the pretty girl did not know these people, and she replied that it was so, as they all wore masks. The lad thought this was quite logical, for it is necessary to conceal the dealer's abilities, and called for a passing waiter. After this, a few chips were placed on the table, which was a pretty good bet to start with. A surprised Kanju said that he had to get used to the speed of the dealer first. Otherwise, it would be hard to follow the movement of his hands. The emotionless kid asked why she kept losing then, which stunned the princess to the core. She then fell silent as she took offense, and the young man told the dealer that he could begin. The man placed the steel ball under one of the gilded bells to begin the stirring process. At first, he slowly began to move the objects, while the protagonist watched the process extremely carefully. With the help of incredible speed of his hands, the croupier stirred the bells, trying to confuse the player in every possible way. After a few seconds, the dealer asked the man to make his choice, confident that he would not be able to win. An enthusiastic Juha jumped up a seat, exclaiming that she now knew the exact location of the ball. Pointing her finger at the leftmost bell, she said she could now see clearly, and was sure the object was underneath. She had the thought of betting a couple of chips, but Jun-ho sitting next to her advised her not to bet from now on. The bewildered guard captain had no idea why he thought that, and the young man was deeply thoughtful. In his mind, he said that she had no skills at all, and then pointed to the middle bell, believing that it was under it that the ball lay. The kid stunned the croupiers, who already thought that once again no one would be able to win in this game. When he picked up the stake under which the ball was lying, he congratulated the player, and a shocked Kong Ju exclaimed that beginners are lucky. She then added that fortune smiles on newcomers only once, and advised the boy to stop. The princess said she kept playing because she couldn't look, and the youngster called it a heartbreaking story. The hero decided that now it is possible to leave the casino, but suddenly heard a woman's voice that suggested someone to play, calling boneheaded. The cocky girl from the watchdog squad pushed back her chair to sit at the table where Seo Jun was sitting. The green-haired kid asked not to be called scrawny, and the brawny boy immediately recognized the brats. He smiled slyly, realizing that the problem of finding targets had resolved itself, and luck was on his side. However, the young man could not engage in open confrontation with them until he proved their demonic nature. It was decided to create a favorable situation for this on his own, so the guy decided to play again. The excited Konjuha was convinced that gambling addiction was a terrible thing, and the croupier was only too happy about it. The man said that he would use as many as 5 containers since there were 3 players, which sounded pretty interesting. He placed the 5 bells in front of him and began to gradually stir them, rapidly accelerating with each second. The players watched carefully the movement of objects, because no one wanted to lose. After a few seconds, the dealer asked the participants to make their choice, giving them some time to think. Shaitank, and not thinking long, answered that the steel ball was under the container in the middle, which she was completely sure of. The bony demon and the completely calm. Sojun in turn chose the very last peg on the right. Stretching a little intrigue, the croupier slowly raised the vessel, trying to make the players a little nervous. Soon, with a smile on his face, he congratulated the contestants who had chosen the rightmost option and announced their victory. Stunned by this outcome, Kong Ju-ha now realized that luck was also a skill, and the main character just laughed lightly in response. He then turned his attention to the seated maiden next to him, who was very angry about losing. But the skinny kid next to her turned out to be a more annoying opponent than the girl herself. For a short period of time, they all looked at the shiny steel ball on the table, thinking about their own things. After a little while on the table in front of the brave lay several large piles of chips, one without much difficulty. The amazed princess asked the snake-headed gentleman if he had a talent for guessing so well. The brown-eyed boy smirked slightly and replied that a friend had taught him to do so and went deep into his memories. Long ago, Gilberto Green had said that it was necessary to look not at the shell, but at the essence of the enemy in order to unravel his ruse. He emphasized that it did not matter whether the hero was stronger or weaker. It was necessary to reach the hidden essence of the opponent's technique. At present, the focused dealer told the players that they are starting to shuffle capacitance. Soon, the intensity of his body movements was so huge that Konjuha almost fell off the chair trying to understand anything. The emotionless Seo Junho knew perfectly well that it was the croupier's ability of illusion, not the containers, that he had to watch. This was what Green had taught him, and he was right because the technique was really working. Again, in one voice next to the sitting bony demon brave said that he chooses the second bell on the left. The surprised dealer said that this answer was correct, and the opponents looked incredulously into each other's eyes. Afterwards, the man said that there would be a replacement croupier, and Seo Jun asked the commander if she wanted to see one interesting artifact. From the inventory, he suddenly pulled out a turquoise-colored object that looked like a measuring device. The shocked beauty opened her mouth in surprise, and at first did not even realize what was in the hands of her vis-a-vis. But soon she realized that it was an ice compass, which looked very beautiful and attracted by its appearance. The kid said that he got it from President Togu and added that if you filled the compass with magic, you could use it to find special people. He said this in front of the demons sitting next to him, and added that there were no such people present. Suddenly, the charming Konjuha was even more surprised, because the compass stood up to react to something. The gauge's arrow began to point at the bony man and his girlfriends, who remained unemotional. Turning on the actor, the young man began to feed excited and said that the compass must have broken, because this simply cannot be. Standing up from the table, he said that he would go to the restroom for a while, and the captain asked to come back quickly because she was burning with curiosity. Then the green-haired man came up and said he had to go to the restroom, and the girlfriend wondered how long it would take. The bony wretch looked at her and replied without much emotion that he would be back in 5 minutes. With his compass in hand, Seo Jun ran outside and tried to find a secluded place to do something. He ran to one of the garbage cans, which was a perfect place. But at the same moment, a scrawny kid in a maroon suit was behind him, and he smelled something wrong. Still cool-headed, he said that the restroom where the kid was originally headed was in the other direction. Cheeky immediately realized that the hero had used the compass to find out that they were demons, and that's why he ran here. Daredevil did not pay attention to him at all, and suddenly stretched his arm to the side, which caused bewilderment in the minion of the devil. Suddenly, the measuring device was smashed to the ground, which stunned the enemy even more. The green-haired man was convinced that it was a one-time fake, because the real artifact could not be broken so easily. Noticing the sword in the young man's hand, the demon in the suit asked if he had deliberately lured him into a dark alley. Smiling, the fearless fighter said that he had felt it in the casino, but admitted that the dead man was really smart. The angry member of the watchdog squad immediately pulled out a blade from his inventory, asking how much the kid knew about them. The confident warrior replied that enough was enough. For example, he could tell them about their schedule for tomorrow. With his sword in full readiness, the gaunt man said that in that case their conversation would be short. After that, without any warning, he rushed into the fight and tried to strike, but the agile man reacted and bounced aside. The opponent did not retreat from his goal and continued to swing his cold weapon, but it was all to no avail. The bold Seo Junho was wary as the opponent was fast enough, but he did not panic. It was not because of his good physical fitness, but because the bastard had the ability to accelerate. At one moment, the harsh opponent froze in place, being turned back to the boy and as if plotting something. After that, the devil's minion said that he now roughly understood the young fighter's ability level. With a frightening look, the bony one asked the boy to surrender and die peacefully because he still could not avoid the next attack. It soon came to the demon's attention that the enemy realized he couldn't follow his speed with his eyes and saw fit to focus by closing them. There were two areas that would cause instant death, the head and the heart, and it was the head that was easier to hit. With a sharp leap forward, the cunning fighter decided to pretend to aim for it, but actually hit the heart. He was going to confuse the seemingly helpless boy, but he was too naive. Suddenly, a huge smoke screen appeared in front of his nose, preventing him from further action. The long-haired man was very wary, trying to figure out how this could have happened, but there wasn't much time. Still, in the thick smoke was the black silhouette of Seo Junho, who stood still without even moving. The enraged demon shouted loudly, his knife already aimed straight at the pathetic kid's heart. But suddenly, the hand of the self-confident devil descendant was frozen along with the sword, which spoke of his treating the trap. The unperturbed youth said that if he could anticipate his attacks, he didn't need to possess the same speed. The shrewd warrior added that following the nature of the enemy's thinking, he knew that if he opened his head, he would aim straight for the heart. His every word irritated the enemy and caused his jaw to clench tightly, but there was nothing that could be done to fix it. The brave man added that his actions were too easy to predict, and the embittered demon shouted for him to shut up. With his other hand, he tried to strike a sharp blow, but the protagonist intercepted it, destroying all the plans of his opponent. Now both limbs were frozen, which stunned the demon, because now he was completely helpless. Daredevil did not trade face and immediately decided to take revenge, striking an incredibly powerful blow in the womb of Visawi. In the same instant, blood splattered everywhere, and Seojun said that in any case, being overly cautious could also be dangerous. Boney's slightly saddened girlfriend, meanwhile, stood at the window in the hotel room, thinking about something troubling her heart. She didn't want to admit it, but a dead man in a melee or one-on-one fight was far stronger than her. But soothed by the fact that he was still gone, she thought he was in serious trouble, and Arma listened to her words in silence. The tense girl called him an idiot, and the man, who remained sensible, asked who the type was in the casino. The lady replied that it was the Asian, who was sitting next to Kanju from Takabe. So there was a high probability that they were from the same guild. The squad leader opened the profiles of the players currently in Las Vegas, which was surprising. The charming Shawl began to scrutinize the physiognomy of the people on the digital scoreboard. In an instant, her eyes widened, because it seemed to her that there was a familiar face among all of them. When she saw the unremarkable Junho on the list, she exclaimed that it was definitely the same type from the casino. The prudent man began to scrutinize the young man's face, and then read his profile information. He thought all of this was strange, since the kid was just a newcomer who had debuted only 2 months ago. Also, Arma thought that his subordinate was a green fighter, but at one point he noticed an interesting news. Hovering on his profile was the information that the guy had also interacted with the Shadow Brothers. The shocked girl asked if this was really the same Daredevil who had been with them in the Eastern Gate. Baldy realized that there was a possibility that the kid had deliberately walked out on them, and if his guess was correct, he was the one who had ruined the Shadow Warriors. Being thoughtful, Arma said that at the moment Seo Junho was categorized as a dangerous individual. Keeping Yaya calm, the man firmly said that they would find out the truth very soon, but they still had to wait a bit. In the evening, a luxurious black car stopped in front of the huge building, and the doorman opened the door. Out of the car came out the black-suited protagonist, who buttoned up his jacket, walking slowly to the entrance. Before entering, he was noticed by one of the security guards, who couldn't let him pass for nothing. The serious man asked the young man to stay for a while and show his invitation to the auction. Without any problems, the emotionless guy held out the envelope, in which everything was clearly written. The stunned guard looked at the luxurious invitation with bulging eyes and stopped talking. He said that only regular visitors were being checked, and VIPs had to enter through a special door. The slightly perplexed hero went inside, where he wondered if he had been helped by Kongju since he was an unusual customer. At one point, the young man heard the voice of the princess standing nearby, and said in his mind that she was easy on the eyes. Tormented by the heat, the beauty ordered iced tea, and asked to add as much ice to it as possible. It sounded a bit strange, but she ordered 20 glasses of the drink, at which point Seo Jun came over to her. Smiling, the lady said that she didn't expect to see Mr. Snakehead, who said he was going to the restroom and ended up running away. Being angry, the charming lady asked how he was not ashamed and added that one should not cut off the conversation at the most interesting point. She was about curious to know what the ice compass was. Therefore, she never could sleep at night, for which the hero began to apologize. The irascible princess asked if he thought an apology would be enough, and the young man promised to treat her to dinner next time. These words reassured the charming lady, who said that in that case, something expensive would have to be chosen. The kid asked what the blue box was, and Kanju Ha replied that it was a refrigerator for storing cold drinks and ice cream. Suddenly surprised by something, she told Mr. Snakehead that it was not a good idea to relax, but he didn't understand anything at all. The girl said that a heated battle would break out once the auction started, and the hero suggested that she was often embraced by the heat. Waving her hand against the heat, the princess added that every day her body gets so hot that it's annoying. Finally, she wished the brave man to enjoy the auction and said that she was waiting for iced tea, so she didn't have to wait. The young man began to silently leave and looked back for a moment, hoping that there would be no excesses during Kanju's shift. A moment later, the guard captain arrived at the auction hall, where she was very surprised by what she saw up ahead. She was somewhat even shocked by the huge stage, as she had never encountered such a thing before. The lady was surprised to be sitting in the front seats, and noticed that the Queen of England and the president of the French Players Association were present at the auction. She was a bit tense, but the stage was so close, so even if there was a problem, it would be possible to escape immediately. Soon, the princess of the Takebi Guild found her 14th seat in the front row and took it. She greeted the young man sitting next to her without even looking at his face at first. The girl was a little surprised to see a snake-headed gentleman sitting next to her, something she hadn't expected. In a whisper, the madam said that each seat was reserved for a certain person, so he couldn't just sit wherever his heart desired. The absolutely calm young man said that the invitation indicated the 13th seat on row A, so everything is correct. The surprised beauty took the envelope from his hands and immediately opened it to look at it carefully. She couldn't believe that a person whose abilities were lower than hers had managed to get a special class entrance ticket. She noticed that even the stylist had worked hard on a player who had debuted only 2 months ago, but had already received such privileges. The worried princess asked Seo Junho not to tell her that all the money he earned at the casino yesterday had been spent. The youngster didn't know what he was talking about, and a shocked Gunju said he had a very solid suit and asked how he managed to get a special invitation. The kid said that President Shim Toku had given him a pass, as well as clothes and lodging, which stunned the madam sitting next to him. The damsel said sarcastically that she didn't know the head trusted him as his successor, which made the young man perplexed. She then asked him not to lie to her, as only the most powerful people in the country could receive this invitation. Also, the captain of the guard remarked that Mr. Snakehead was here on behalf of the president. The hero could not say that it was so, but he could not deny it either, so he said that it was too big a responsibility for him, daughter. The red-haired girl asked what he was going to buy, and the guy replied that he had no specific goal and expressed mutual interest. The princess gave a similar response, saying that professionals don't get distracted by extraneous things and she didn't come here to have fun. This was said by a man who gambled while working, but Seo Jun was still glad that Commander Khan was sitting right here. The guy had originally planned to deal with the watchdogs alone, but after reading Boney's memories, he changed his mind. Right now, Milchak couldn't overpower the mighty Armu on his own, which he didn't like at all. When the battle began, he would have to enlist the support of the Takebi Guild, whether he wanted it or not. The protagonist understood that if the rumors about Kanjuha weren't embellished, they would be able to protect all the participants in the auction. It was all about her powerful heavenly breath that could help a lot in saving people. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, and the girl sitting next to her said that it seemed like the event was starting. A man in a business suit came to the booth with a microphone and addressed the ladies and gentlemen. It was said that the one-of-a-kind artifact auction held in Las Vegas was starting right now. After a short period of time, the bidder sitting in the 14th place was congratulated for receiving the ice crown. Keeping his cool, the hero turned his attention to the gambling Kanju, who said that she didn't come here to have fun. The girl hoped she'd come across something else cool, and the guy noticed that she kept putting away cold-related items. He asked Commander Khan if she was the one who said that professionals don't get distracted by extraneous things. The eccentric damsel said that a professional had to multitask and asked if the gentleman was going to buy anything. The young man replied that if he liked something, he would purchase it, and the lady noted his indifferent attitude toward inventory. The hero said she was wrong, but was silent about the fact that nothing could compare to the equipment he had used in the past. So far, the young man had only managed to acquire a necklace, but why he needed it was unclear. A surprised Khan said that the necklace always increased his stamina recovery rate, and assumed he wanted to give it to someone. Belle asked if it was a gift for a girl, but Junho said something to start with would be worth asking if he had it. The red-haired lady assumed that he wanted to present the necklace to his mom, but once again, she didn't guess. Being cold-blooded, the daredevil replied that his mother was dead, thus making his vis-a-vis turn blue. Feeling embarrassed, Juha decided to keep quiet. But the hero said it was a gift for his niece, and she shouldn't worry. The auctioneer, meanwhile, decided to present the guests present with an item returned after a long time. It was exhibit number 84, an unknown orb that looked rather unusual. The wary hero suddenly turned his attention to his A-level intuition, but couldn't understand why it was the one that worked. With a little thought, he assumed it was a reaction to the orb, but there were still a lot of questions. The man behind him asked what to do with the item if it was a bounty from the second floor, the essence of which hadn't been identified in 2 decades. The gentleman sitting next to him said that someone had bought the orb a few years ago, wanting to solve its mystery, but had apparently given up and given it to him to auction off. It was unclear to the people who had even gotten the idea to buy such a useless hole. But to the daredevil, the idea seemed tempting. He had no idea why his intuition was suddenly activated, but he decided to trust it because it never failed him. An excited Kanjuha asked the snake-headed gentleman if he wanted to buy the balloon since he was holding the remote control. The unperturbed young man stunned her by saying that he suddenly wanted it and bought the piece for $60,000. The auction host then spread his hands apart, saying that the audience was now treated to the main event for the day. The highlight of the program was lot number 85, the mere mention of which made one wonder. Suddenly, the spotlights turned on, and the man said that it was about a first-class magic core found on the second floor of an ancient dungeon. It was an enchanting and mesmerizing-looking ball of heavenly breath, tantalizing in its beauty. The interested red-haired princess couldn't help but notice the fact of how beautiful the precious item was. On top of that, the heavenly breath contained a crushing amount of magic and was rumored to be able to power an entire city. The reserved hero was curious how much the item would go for, and the girl said that he could hardly even imagine such an amount. Then she added that it all depended on the number of leaders of the various countries who would dare to bid. Daredevil softly said that he understood everything and continued to observe what was happening, keeping a cold mind. It was clear that in such a case the thing lies to someone a penny, because the amount increased with every minute. Sensing something amiss, the battle-ready Kong Juha's face changed and became even more wary. The battle lady immediately stood up from her seat, while Seo Jun-ho lowered his head, silently thinking about what was happening. His intuition told the cold-blooded warrior that this was the moment for the rogues to steal the precious item. In a moment, the price of the Heaven's Breath rose to an incredible 470 million, reducing the number of potential buyers. When the amount reached 550 million, the ceiling above the auctioneer involved began to suddenly crack. After announcing a record 600 million conventional units, the ceiling collapsed directly onto the man, which dumbfounded everyone in the room. The tense auction host looked up in horror, at first not even realizing what was happening. The highly stressed man fell to the floor and froze in shock, and the security guards were ordered to get people out immediately. The nervous Hying-ho coughed, but still survived the incident and began to carry out the order. Without wasting any time, the experienced fighter used the protective barrier to secure the rescue operation. Trying to get to his feet, he asked everyone present to remain calm and not to panic. An enthusiastic, eager Kong Ju-ha was proud of her assistant, but it was too early to rejoice at that moment. What was surprising was that the agent had managed to create a protective barrier of impressive size in an instant. The attacking skeletons tried their best to break through the dome, but Haiying wasn't nicknamed the bodyguard knight for nothing. The tense girl said that only demons could take such a crazy step, but it was unclear who managed to summon the skeletons. Daredevil assumed that it was done by a necromancer who had committed mass murder in Turkey, because the skill was not the most common. A cautious Khan said that the first priority was to evacuate the people, and asked to protect the artifacts if possible. She ordered the nimble Ha and Ho to take care of Heaven's Breath, and added that they would start searching for the necromancer afterward. Beauty also wanted to seek the help of the Snakehead Lord, but noticed that he had suddenly disappeared somewhere. It was unclear where the young man disappeared to, and the girl began to assume that he had such a chip. The lady was quickly distracted from this thought because she noticed a loud male shout. A guard nearby shouted, asking people not to panic and try to stay calm. It was said that a protective barrier was in place, so they were in no danger now, but the nervous people refused to believe him. A tense man exclaimed that the skeletons could break through at any moment and declared that he had to go out first. The panicked crowd of people began to make their way to the exit, pushing each other and creating more chaos. Kong Ju-ha gathered all her strength in her fist and moved toward one of the walls to get rid of the Babylonian pandemonium. With a sharp swing of her hand, she struck the concrete structure, which immediately shattered into pieces. Keeping her wits about her, the girl said it would be faster and asked everyone to pass through the gap. Awkwardly, In-ho said that this building was worth a fortune, but the captain thought that people's lives were more valuable. Smiling, the slightly worried man admitted that she had done the right thing, but asked her not to mention his name in the report. Smiling, the beauty asked her subordinate not to upset her, but she couldn't even imagine what would happen in a moment. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of the night bodyguard's face, from which a small lead bullet flew out. The foreign body hit the region of the collarbone of the experienced fighter, who did not expect such an outcome at all. The mortally wounded guy immediately began to fall to the floor, and the dazed Kanju froze in place. The princess cried out at the realization of the horror, as her most loyal companion was seriously wounded before her eyes. After that, cracks began to spread across the sturdy green dome, which was an alarming sign. A couple of seconds later, the skeletons managed to punch a hole in the barrier, which was immediately noticed by the wary head of security. The girl assumed that the magical barrier had disappeared because In-ho had been injured, and now something had to be done. The beautiful girl was very nervous because the situation was escalating, but there was no one to help her. She shied to try to buy time until they could track down the necromancer who was controlling the creatures. The confident warrior used her fiery ability to turn her opponents to ash. The terrifying skeletons in armor and with cold weapons in their hands rushed into battle, confident of their victory. The fearless Princess Kongju, who had firepower in her fist, rushed towards them without a second thought, frightening them with her stern gaze. Just a moment later, the auction building erupted into a huge explosion, causing massive destruction. All of the attackers began to feel the intense heat from the flames, from which it was no longer possible to escape. A fire dome formed around the building, which was visible at a distance of more than 2 kilometers. On the roof of one of the high-rise buildings of the city stood an unremarkable girl who could not believe what she saw. With a sniper rifle in her hands, she wondered if one man was capable of such a thing. She assumed that it was the S-class Flame Lord skill holder, whom she would not want to meet under any circumstances. Chewing gum in her head, Madame repeated in her head that a sniper should attack a target at a distance. Using her digital goggles, the girl tried to find the target among the crowd of panicked civilians. Soon she saw an unstoppable Kanju, who was single-handedly fighting the skeletons, covering a severely wounded comrade. A few meters away from the guard captain, a blue orb, namely the precious heavenly breath, was visible. The inspired sniper immediately smiled, realizing that she was very close to the goal for which she had come on the mission. Using magic, the lady summoned a small black hole to stealthily teleport the object to herself. The same hour, the heavenly breath was before her eyes, signaling the success of the operation. The brown-haired girl immediately began to rejoice, for in her hands was such a valuable object, which was hunted by many. Suddenly there was a loud call in the headphones, to which the girl had to immediately respond. It was the commander asking if she had gotten the heavenly breath, and the lady replied that it was now in her hands. The commander ordered the sniper to go to point B, and she accepted the instructions with a smile on her face. The damsel was pleased that the mission had gone smoothly, but it was a shame that Seo Junho hadn't gotten her way. After those words, she turned her attention to the black silhouette of a man running at breakneck speed between the buildings below. It was hard to make out the man's face as he ran, but the agent didn't give up as it was important to her. Taking a closer look, she was shocked as the very young man she was looking for was running below. From the realization of the jackpot, the damsel at first even laughed a little, because the main target was not far away. Aiming with a telescopic sight, the sniper said that the protagonist is a poor, rich man. Aiming at the boy's head, the madam said that he would not even feel anything, because she would just crush his skull. Without any doubt, she fired a shot from a sniper rifle into the black hole, and that's exactly how Enho was wounded. The brave man, meanwhile, continued to move forward without even noticing the appearance of several portals. One of the funnels appeared right next to Junho's head, but he wasn't confused at all and continued running. A huge sniper bullet hit the wall a meter away from the young man, who didn't pay any attention to it and still ran on. The dumbfounded madam couldn't believe that the boy had managed to dodge, and yet he hadn't even experienced stress. It was impossible to come back from shooting using the teleportation skill, which stunned the maiden even more. The maximally stressed sniper began to aim again, saying in her mind that this time the kid wouldn't get away. The fearless warrior immediately paid attention to the black holes appearing and was ready to confront them. Keeping his wits about him, he immediately realized that he needed to act and use shadow offensive. Thanks to the skill, the daredevil fell through the portal and traveled to another location, which looked stunning. The shocked agent nearly dropped the rifle from her hands, trying to figure out how the boy had managed to just disappear. She couldn't believe it after all. Not even Ranker High and Ho could avoid her shooting, and some rookie couldn't even do that. In an instant, the tense girl's face changed as she wondered where Seo Jun had gone. A couple of seconds later, right behind her back, the beauty heard strange sounds, to which attention was immediately drawn. Then the sniper noticed that almost her entire body was covered in a dense layer of ice, and she was now unable to move. Her pupils immediately shrank in size from her nerves, and the damsel herself was soon covered in ice right up to her head. After the freezing process was complete, a mysterious hero appeared behind her, keeping his hands in his pockets. The cold-blooded young man silently stared into the eyes of the assassin, who was now no longer so confident in her powers. The icy madam shrieked and called him a monster and asked how he did it, and the young man asked what would change if she knew. He then said in a frightening tone that their watchdog team would disappear from the face of the earth that night, which scared the sniper even more. Meanwhile, in the fire-engulfed auction building, it was getting hotter and hotter, and skeletal remains could be seen on the ground. The very nervous Kanju was suffering greatly from the scorching heat, and on top of all this, she used her fire abilities, further condensing the situation. Smiling, she promised herself that she would go rest in the north after she had sorted everything out. But she was distracted from her reverie by an associate. The tense guard exclaimed that they couldn't find Heaven's breath, making the situation stop more dire. The man added that the item had gone missing during the commotion, and the captain immediately ordered a search of the surroundings first. Still, The girl couldn't understand why anyone would want to stick around with a stolen artifact. Suddenly, right in front of the captain, two companions were mortally wounded and immediately fell to the ground. The bewildered beauty stared wide-eyed at what was happening, frozen in place. From the goose of that smoke appeared the leg of a skeleton in broken steel armor, which looked terrifying. It was a trio of frightening-looking creatures heading towards the remaining girl. The nervous damsel immediately wondered who else they were, but tried not to panic. Together with her brave companions, the captain of the guard was ready to fight, though without much confidence in victory. Looking closely, she concluded that their opponents this time were black skeletons, which looked terrible. The commander also said in her thoughts that the guys she personally selected for the team had quickly reached their limit, and that was sad. A comrade standing behind her said that something was clearly amiss here, and the wary princess asked what was wrong. The man added that the equipment worn by the enemies ahead seemed familiar to him. Commander Khan totally didn't understand what the comrade was talking about, but was willing to listen to him carefully. He asked if his vis-a-vis remembered the case from 3 years ago, about the missing players that was being talked about on the second floor. A flustered Kongju immediately asked what that had to do with it, as she couldn't understand anything at all. The tense guard said that he was in charge of investigating the case, so he was well aware of the details. It was said that the equipment and fighting style of the missing players exactly matched the equipment of this undead. Taking a closer look at the skeletons ahead, the princess tried to discern the former ordinary people in them. It would be incredibly hard for her to believe that those black skeletons are the missing players. Some time ago, Arma had said, he would organize an attack on the auction site and distract Seo Junho, and ordered his companion to steal the Heaven's Breath. All this recollection of the undead maiden was heard by Seo Junho, who was scrutinizing everything without much emotion. The hero assumed that the leader of the watchdogs did not share information with his subordinates, because there was no information about demons in the target's memory. He then remembered the bald necromancer Arma, and decided that he needed to count his memories. Following the memories of the dogs, the skeletons that attacked the auctions were players who had suffered at the hands of Najat Hollow, and were now being manipulated by his apprentice. The necromancer himself was hiding in a hideout far away from the auction hall where a magic trap is set, so it is impossible to enter there without preparation. The brave man thought deeply as he needed to think of a way to get in. On the dead sniper's left hand, he saw a watch, which could help him a lot in this case. The guy immediately thought of how he could use the object and decided not to waste any time. Arma's scumbag, meanwhile, was still sitting in his hideout, waiting for news from his subordinate. In an instant, he received a notification and immediately used his watch to read it. The message said that the mission was accomplished, but some strange type was following the agent, and it didn't look like a member of the Tokibi Guild. The incomprehensible tidings caused bewilderment in the man, who for the first few seconds began to think what to answer. He asked what was wrong with the artifact, and the maiden said she would hide it in a nook near the hotel and told him to follow the squad's mark. Baldy wondered if there was a third party they didn't even know about, unless it was Seo Jun and a member of the Tokebi Guild. The man thought the situation was lousy and snapped his fingers to use his magic power. Deciding not to drag his feet, he used his movement ability to pick up the artifact. After a few seconds, the teleporter found himself in a quiet alley where the squad's marker was located, which was a landmark. Necromancer Arma noticed the blue mark on the wall near the air conditioning unit and immediately realized something was moving in the right direction. On top of that, the bald man could feel the fusion of magic a few meters away, which made it easier for him. The search became much easier, and the watchdog commander's gaze fell on a trash can nearby. Immediately approaching the tank, the man carefully began to push its lid aside, and immediately saw a bright blue light. He marveled at the super-powerful magic core of the precious Heaven's Breath that they were after. He then wondered if the artifact was supposed to be so cold and smelled something amiss. It was also brought to his attention that the amount of magic felt by the necromancer was not as expected. Suddenly, the sphere exploded right in the bald man's hand, triggering an even more intense cold. The tense Arma couldn't understand what was happening at first, but tried not to be influenced by his emotions. Then the man bent slightly, feeling a severe frostbite in his right limb, but he couldn't resist it. Looking at the frozen hand, he wondered who could have left the trap created from the concentrated energy. Now the necromancer's first priority was to focus on defense, and he was sure that whoever had left the trap was now somewhere nearby. Concentrating as much as possible, he used the powerful magical force to summon soldiers. The skulls lying on the ground began to be energized and gradually came to life, which was the watchdog commander's malicious intent. Baldy said that he didn't want to waste his strength, but the stalemate left him no other choice. Finding himself in the center of a huge crowd of armed skeletons, he said that now the enemy could risk fighting them. Behind him, Seo Jun was suddenly behind him, and said that it would be fine If only Arma wasn't completely defenseless during the cast. The man who had changed his face from nerves immediately turned around, experiencing a chill down his back, and realized that death was imminent. The necromancer was deeply wounded in the chest by the daredevil's sharp blade and was rendered speechless from surprise. Being shocked while blood whipped from his mouth, he wondered when the youngster had managed to get close to him. The life in his eyes began to fade rapidly, and before Arma realized that the kid had been waiting for the beginning of the cast from the beginning, he admitted defeat. Minutes later, the man lay near the concrete wall in a pool of his own blood, feeling death approaching. Before passing away, he struggled to ask the young warrior ahead of him what his name was. The cold-blooded hero looked at him silently, not about to reveal his identity to the scoundrel. He asked the dying man in a calm tone if he had answered all the questions of the people he had killed so far. The necromancer of Armagh gave no answer to this question and simply lowered his head, preparing to accept his death. After that, the brave man swung his sword sharply, asking the bleeding visage not to get cocky and just shut his mouth. Suddenly, the black skeletons that were in front of Kongju and her companion began to turn into ashes. The shocked girl couldn't take in what was happening at all and just forced herself in place, watching the process. The man, on whose fingers the black dust was settling, perplexedly said that all the opponents were disappearing, which was inexplicable. Surprised by the sight, the princess wondered if the necromancer had called his minions back. This was not the case, for Arma was mercilessly killed by Seo Junho, who had rid the world of such pathetic trash. Immediately, the young man received a notification that the level had risen by 2 levels, which he had not even expected. He realized that the bald man's level and abilities were higher than his, and if he hadn't fallen into the trap, he could have been the hero himself. He pushed those thoughts away and used his ability to look through the dead man's memories. As he delved into Arma's memory, he saw 3 adults in a rainy day. They wanted to take the little boy who had the ability of the summoning system, which Yahello liked. Immediately, the little boy was put in charge of a squad of watchdogs, which was a great honor. The main goal for them demons was to dominate the entire tower, and this was hammered into Arma from an early age. Due to the low level of the ability, it was impossible to fully process the thoughts of the target, and the forced termination of the ability began. What happened was not exactly to Seo Junho's liking, for important memories were blocked. The young man could only see scraps, but even with them, it was possible to achieve a significant result. He called the recruiters parasite-like freaks, who used the orphans to grow demons out of them. If someone failed to cope with the brutal training, he was simply thrown out. And before the transformation of demons, the guys were taken as an expendable resource. Clenching his fist tightly with anger, the daredevil told himself that he could not sit idly by and must try to do something. The necromancer Arma, who had massacred in Turkey, was also from the orphanage, so the fighter felt it was his duty to eradicate the lawlessness. At one point, his thoughts turned to Yahello, who needed demons. The boy remembered that he had seen him in the memories of the Shadow Brothers, but he was not sure if he was one of the leaders of the association. Daredevil made a firm promise to himself that this time he would uproot the mentors and apprentices from their roots, and afterward send them straight to hell. The next morning, sitting in the hotel lobby, Kongju had a severe headache due to the heat and was very slow to recover. Commandeer asked if the item had still not been found, and one of her subordinates replied that, alas, there was nothing to please her. The nervous girl realized that if the fight had lasted a little longer, they would have been able to track the location of the thieves from the source of the magic. The beauty then asked what time it was, and hearing that it was 7 in the morning on the clock made her even more nervous. What pissed the princess off was that if it wasn't for the demons that had appeared, she would have slept peacefully in the hotel, but Inho decided to set her mood. Holding a blue box in his hands, the man said that someone had sent the charming lady a gift. Feeling beautiful, Khan said that she had already asked fans to refrain from giving gifts unless they were at an event. The blonde man with glasses smiled, saying that the contents of the gift were somewhat unusual, thus intriguing her even more. The tense damsel asked if there was something strange in there, but the guy said that it wasn't that, and added that he had checked everything beforehand. He was sure that the commander would be greatly surprised, and it was indeed so, because inside the box was a heavenly breath. Stunned by the marvelous light of the artifact, the princess almost fell off her chair, and she couldn't get enough of it. She said that the item looked like the original, because the heavenly breath looked exactly the same at the auction. And Inho said that the item in front of her was the original. Hearing this, the guard squad leader was shocked even more, as she didn't expect such a thing at all. The dumbfounded lady asked if the necromancer hadn't stolen the artifact, and the blonde man said that was why he warned that strong surprise was possible. Also in the box was a note on which the fan wrote that in addition to the necromancer lying in the alley next to the hotel, 2 other demons were eliminated. The bewildered madam couldn't believe that her fan had completely dealt with it, and she hadn't even done anything. Smiling, and Ho said that, thanks to her, she wouldn't have to pay a penalty for not fulfilling the terms of the contract, and the damsel was very grateful to the stranger. Kongju said she wanted to meet him, and the man complimented that he was curious too, so he needed to study Arma's body first. The incredible fan's work was considered professional by both of them, as he didn't leave a single mark. The blonde man added that with such abilities it was definitely not a low-level rancher, and the girl suddenly saw Seo-jun entering the building. The princess immediately recognized the young man and jumped up from her chair, pointing her finger at him and calling him over. The absolutely calm young man greeted Commander Khan, acting as if he hadn't abandoned her in her time of need. The angry lady looked at him, about to express all her displeasure after the situation that had happened. With a shout, she asked how the youngster could run away in such a critical situation, while he pretended not to understand anything. Scratching his neck, Jun said in his mind that it probably looked like that, and he didn't even know what to say for himself. An exasperated Jew called him a repeat offender and asked him to channel his power if he had it. At that moment, the red-haired girl reminded him that the grim ghost had once said that the force existed to protect the citizens. The guy asked if he had really said that, and the perplexed lady didn't understand what he meant, because he wasn't a ghost. At that time, and all interviews were prescribed in advance, so the protagonist does not even remember what he said. The commander once again said that it was necessary to take care of the safety of the citizens, and the young man admitted that he had done wrong yesterday. After that, the pretty princess began to smile again, expressing her joy for her vis-a-vis thinking over his actions so quickly. She then held out the secret admirer's note to the snakehead lord, asking if he happened to know what it was. Seo-jun asked how he would know, and the admiring lady said that her fan had caught a necromancer and demons last night and sent her the artifact. The girl added that In-ho thought he was a ranker, and she was curious to death who he was. But the young man said it might not be a ranker at all. The commander said that after studying the body in the alley, they didn't find a single trace of it, so they were sure it was a high-level player. The protagonist eliminated all traces with the magic he learned from Sky, and once again he was convinced of the usefulness of this thing. A thoughtful Kanju said that the fan was English-speaking, since his handwriting was natural, and the guy asked if it was necessary to search for him now. Smiling, the kid said that the secret fan would show up if he wanted to reveal his identity. The slightly flustered princess caught herself thinking that she was going a little overboard, and decided to calm down. She then asked what Mr. Snakehead was doing here, and he replied that he had come to collect the items he had won at the auction. The beauty pointed her finger at the counter and said to go over there, and the young man thanked her. After, the girl learned that Seo-jun was going back to Korea, and admitted that she was a little sad that they were breaking up. The princess once again asked if he was sure he didn't want to join the Tokabi Guild, and the brave man once again politely declined. Before parting ways, the charming lady suggested they meet on the second floor next time, and the young man said it would be soon. The shy lady asked with a smile if he was really that confident, and the kid said with a slight chuckle that she would see for herself. The lovely Kanju extended her hand and promised that the young man would get a gift from her if he could get to the second floor within 6 months. Mr. Snakehead asked what if he couldn't, and the maiden replied that in that case, he would grant her wish. After shaking hands, the young warrior asked her not to think that she could later retract her words. Soon, the fighter successfully obtained the power restoration necklace and the unknown orb won at the auction. Immediately, the lad wondered why his intuition was reacting so strongly to them, which made him somewhat wary. Holding the orb in his hands, in his thoughts, he said he couldn't feel anything, so he decided to use magic. But nothing interesting happened after using the power, and the daredevil even got bored of it. He decided to leave the item in his inventory, and sometimes try to apply magic to it, believing that sooner or later, he would get results. Why, the young warrior turned his attention to a red box with a necklace that looked more interesting. The red box was found on the second floor on Front Aereo Street, and it was all done under the cover of night. A stealthy young man was kneeling in front of the entrance to one of the houses while holding the very same box. Looking at the dark red object, the unassuming man was a little surprised to be beaming from the first floor. Opening the box containing the necklace, he was somewhat surprised to see the golden-colored object and the note attached above. On the paper, his uncle asked his nephew to take care of himself and promised that he would be up within 6 months. The bewildered young man lifted his head slightly and wondered if he had begun to act. The next morning, Junho arrived at Korea International Airport, where he was already greeted by his secretary, Cha-chi Yoon. Tense-looking young man silently sat in the car and continued to think about pressing problems. The nice lady didn't want to intrude on his personal space, but she was still curious if everything was all right. With a smile on her face, she asked if anything was bothering the young gentleman, and he replied that everything was fine. Scratching the back of his head, the shy kid said he didn't even think the lady would personally come to pick him up. The lady said she was obligated to meet him as his secretary, and said that if there was nowhere to go, they would go straight to the association. Suddenly, the young man handed the secretary a box, wrapped with a pretty bow, saying it was a present for her. He didn't know what to buy, so he just took the book, but he wasn't sure if the woman would like it. The charming lady didn't expect to see a book about the youngest son of the gate, and even in hardcover. The hero asked if she had heard of the novel, and told her that there was only one copy left on the bestseller rack, so that's what he picked up. A genuinely happy Chachi hugged the gift tightly and replied that she had heard of it, and even more than once. She had wanted to get her hands on the original, so she had looked for it in various places, but in the end she had never found it, and the young man was very happy that he had made her happy. Smiling sweetly, the young man surprised the secretary by saying that if she wanted, she could read it right now. The bewildered lady said that it was working hours, but the gentleman said that there were no urgent matters that needed to be dealt with right now. He added that he wasn't used to the time zone change yet, so he decided to take a nap and asked to wake him up when they arrived at the association. Surprised by his generosity, Cha-Chi-Yun wished the young man sweet dreams, and then calmed down a bit afterward. After a while, Seo Jun-ho entered the office and placed a box of high-end alcohol on the table, and Shim-Toku said with a smile that he had recently quit drinking. The hero said that he'd contacted Arthur and he'd be up soon, and the man said that the young man had suffered through the case a quarter-century ago. He added that he hadn't seen him since he got to the second-floor boundary and thought it was somewhat sad. The president also added that Arthur had descended into the void because he often thought of his father on Earth. Brave, on the other hand, said that here was the commander of the Tokebi Guild, Kan Ju-ha, learning that the invitation given by the chapter was unusual. The man said that the world should know how much he appreciated the friend so that no one would dare to bother him. The brave man suddenly asked him to find one orphanage, and the mate asked why he wanted to do so. The irascible, spirited young warrior said that he had learned the secret of the demons, and then began a short story. After a short time, Shim-Toku propped his head up with his hands, thinking about what he had heard from his companion's mouth. It pained him to realize that the demons had taken the orphans away, and the young man had said he only knew that the orphanage was overseas. Slamming his fist on the table angrily, the angry president of the association exclaimed that these brats knew no boundaries at all. Looking at his friend pouring whiskey into his glass, Seo Jun reminded him that he had quit, to which the angry man shrieked that he didn't care anymore. The kid asked him to wait a bit, then used a skill to throw a couple ice cubes into the container. After calming down with a drink, the head said that the boy was called by Old Quan Noi, which sounded very unexpected. He said that according to the man, everything would be ready tomorrow, and he wanted to personally give the sword to the protagonist. But there might be bad rumors. Daredevil at that moment wondered if he should accept the Tokebi Guild's offer and become their scout to live up to his name. An old friend asked the young man to go tomorrow morning, and he replied that he would do so and went to rest. Before leaving, Toku remarked that Jun must be glad that after all these years, he would finally be able to see Noah. Left to himself, the man decided that he too should do his best. The next day, the smiling boy stood in front of the entrance of Quan Noi's house, saying that nothing had changed here in 25 years. Even though the house was quite old, it was still as solid as ever, and it smelled of fond memories. The protagonist opened the wooden door, remembering that the workshop had been passed on to the old man's grandson. But that didn't change anything for him. Hearing the sound of hammering, he realized that the old man was thoroughly engaged in the boy's training, and it was curious how much the crybaby had grown. Inside, the young warrior froze in place as he saw the man hammering relentlessly on the iron, creating a multitude of sparks. The first thing that caught his eye was the man's pumped-up body, drops of sweat dripping down his strong arms. The short-cropped Ambo turned his attention to the intruder and immediately asked who he was. The dumbfounded Seo Jun-ho quickly realized that he was the old man's grandson, which was incredibly hard to believe. Remembering the crybaby, the young man wondered what had happened to him in a quarter of a century, and the bulky man immediately recognized the player. The polite big man said that he had a call from the association and asked the guest who had frozen in place to follow him. He silently followed the grandson of the blacksmith, turning around and looking at the weapons he had created on the table. Entering the house, the hero assumed that Quan Noi was now on the top floor and decided not to rush things. But the old man was behind the young man's back and, calling him a numbskull, said that it was damn hard to meet him. The smiling young warrior immediately turned around and simply said that they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. But there wasn't the slightest smirk on the old man's face at that moment, and he stared silently into the eyes of his vis-a-vis. The surprised grandson asked if they had met before, and the old man replied that they could say they had. The old man then asked Palmo to treat his guest to a Garrett tea and the discouraged Ambo asked if he was sure. The serious man asked not to be forced to repeat himself, and the bulky man said he understood and went to brew the drink. Calm Jun noticed that the kid still obeyed his favorite grandfather as unquestioningly as before. Exhaling tiredly, Kwan Noi said that if the kid doesn't want to, he can't be forced at gunpoint. The hero said he recently saw the kid handle a hammer and called it impressive, but the old man said he still has a lot to learn. The brave then asked if the old friend wasn't happy that he had come back alive, and with those words he caused an angry look. Smiling, Noah put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that he had had a hard ordeal. The polite young man thanked him for his pleasant words, and God that the old blacksmith was still healthy. Very abruptly, the old man asked what was the reason, but the question sounded strange and incomprehensible. Nervous Kid asked what he had to say to that, and Kwan said he never found out what the reason for his return as a player was. Daredevil said it was better to see once than hear 100 times, then snapped the fingers of his right hand. Sharp pieces of ice appeared in his hands, which dumbfounded the old man standing in front of him, who had not expected to see such a thing. Almost speechless, the pensioner wondered if these were the powerful abilities of the Ice Queen. A crystalline blue shard of ice hung in the air, looking at which the breath briefly stopped. After this, the old buddies sat down on a chair and began a long conversation, for it had been a long time since they had spoken to each other. Surprised, Kwan learned that Jun had gained skills and now he could bring his friends back, and the boy said that from now on they should try their best. Laughing lightly, he reminded that they had decided to cooperate a long time ago, and had even signed a contract. At first, the elderly blacksmith looked at the young man silently, about to explain the details of the situation to him. He said that he had signed a contract with Gloomy Ghost and wondered if Seo Jun-ho was still a rookie. But after a few seconds, seeing the boy's stunned face, the old man laughed out loud, saying he was joking. Noah added that he hadn't seen such a confused expression on the boy's face in ages, and he asked about the sword. The man replied that the weapon made from the bones of a nameless dragon was ready, and somewhat surprised the youngster, for it was made very quickly. Rising from his chair, the old man held his lower back, asking if the lad had time to forget something important. Reaching for the shelf in front of him, Kwan reminded him that he was holding the hammer for his sake. But it sounded a little strange. Holding out the weapon to the warrior, he added that he was holding the sword for his sake, and recalled that it was an old promise they had made to each other. A very surprised Seo Jun couldn't believe that he had actually said such a stupid thing, as he didn't remember it at all. The angry old man shouted and asked him to check his weapon, and not to waste time with idle chatter. Without a moment's hesitation, the fighter drew his sword with a shining point from an incredibly beautiful holster, savoring the moment. Immediately, he noted the fact that the cold weapon lay perfectly in his hand, because it was an important factor during the battle. A thoughtful Noah asked the dummy who, in their time, gives a paltry amount of bones and asks him to make weapons out of them. He also said that he added new materials to the alloy, so the durability of magic conduction was greatly increased. After analyzing the characteristics of the item, the protagonist was convinced that it was exactly what he needed. The blade was different from the items lying in the association's warehouse, so the youngster called it lucky that Noah's abilities remained at the same level. Grumpy said that they had improved over a quarter century and asked for respect for the old man, who had already retired playing Go. The kid asked why he needed this board game if he'd never won it once, and the grumpy man shrieked that his abilities had gotten better. He also shouted that he was playing better now, and Palmo entered the room that moment, bringing hot tea. Putting 2 glasses on the table, the grandson of the old blacksmith asked his old buddies to have a hot drink and calm down. The polite Jun-ho thanked him, while Kwan Noi asked him not to spill it, for it was precious tea. Taking a small sip, the young man said that he'd had good tea before, so he knew the subtleties. But after a light taste, he immediately changed his face, and the old man sitting next to him asked how it tasted. The old man was sure that the kid had never tasted such a thing before, and he asked what kind of tea it was. The old buddy asked with a smile if the naive kid thought he would just lay it all out like that. Then he said that he would tell the secret if the hero won it in the game of Go, and the boy was not scared at all and agreed to such conditions. Very soon the enraged Grump lost and began to shout angrily, and the calm Jun asked him to tell him about the tea. Blushing with nerves, the pensioner sat down in a chair and tried to calm his nerves, realizing that he had lost the board game after all. The old man asked the boy sitting in front of him if he had heard anything from the humanoid races. The young boy asked if he was referring to human-like monsters, and the grandfather replied that the dictionary meaning of the race had changed since the opening of the second floor. According to him, the creatures they called humanoid now had intelligence and were even capable of communicating with humans. The shocked hero asked if it was true that one could also talk to an orc, who in his mind was a monster who could only scream. Kwan Noi said that since long ago there are groups with low intelligence, and it is impossible to exchange information with them. The perplexed kid asked why the blacksmith was suddenly talking about this, and the man reminded him that he himself had asked about tea. It was said that agarite tea was made from leaves grown by elves who also belonged to the humanoid race. Brave asked if he could find this drink by going up to the second floor, and Noah said no, since the elves had not been contacted yet. At one point, Seo Junho remembered an important item in her inventory, and asked her old buddy to take a look at it. Showing the old man the unknown orb, the young warrior asked if he happened to know what it was. The bewildered man called him a fool, asking how he could know everything if he was not a wise man on the bell tower. However, he was aware that the orb belonged to the elves, and the shocked lad asked how he knew that. As serious as possible, Quan briefly replied that he had met an elder of their tribe, so that's why he knew. The bewildered hero looked at him with eyes bulging with surprise, remaining silent. Then he asked if it was true that the blacksmith was on the second floor, and the grandfather replied that he had not gone up there himself. The man said the elves had lifted him up and remembered the day when late at night they had shown up at his door, giving him a great fright. Daredevil could not believe that creatures from the second floor could come downstairs, and the old man asked him not to tell everyone about it. Tasting the pleasant aroma of tea, the old man said it was a first-level mystery, and the young man said he could go on with the story. The pensioner said that elves are mystical beings with specific energy. The intellectual power he saw was like the energy of water, earth, or wood, and the kind he felt in Junho's ball. He added that if a guy's interested in what the item is, he should go instead, where he can meet the tribe. Quan Noi also said that among the 11 items, there was an item through which one could obtain the energy of the world tree. Pulling up a chair, the hero said he would ask the secretary how he could meet this amazing tribe. The old friend asked the young man not to disappear for long, and he smiled silently in return. The kid noted that the old man was still pretending to be cold, and Palmo asked him not to get too upset. Ambal added that Grandpa just doesn't know how to express his emotions, so there was no point in taking offense at him, and held out a box to his vis-a-vis. Seo Junho took the item from the big guy's hands and asked him what it was, and he replied that it was agarita tea leaves inside. According to him, his grandfather had asked him to give them to the player, and it was surprising, as he had never cared for strangers like that before. Smiling, the hero asked to express his gratitude to the old man, and the sturdy man wanted to say something else to him, but still he changed his mind and said that the young man would soon find out everything himself, and thus created an intrigue. In the late afternoon, the tired young man rode in the car with Chachi Yun, where he learned about the dark elves, monsters that live in a separate tribe. The secretary added that this is the name given to the fallen elves who betrayed the world tree, and the gate they inhabit has a very high level of difficulty. She said that if they were lucky, their village could get hold of a medicine from the lore, an elixir of youth, and the young man called it a good report. The woman complimented that the gate where the dark monsters appeared was in England and referred to it as the Wild Forest. After hearing that Seo Junho was interested in this information, the lady said that the following information shown on the screen would be helpful to him. The news said that the Yonghae Guild, whom the warrior had met, would be participating in taking over the Wild Forest Gate. The manager added that players from all over the world would also be gathering. The excited fighter asked what was known about the gates themselves. The madam replied that they were located in the city of Grantham, and the condition for the capture was to eliminate the flames of the Dark Elves. Only players up to the 30th level could enter it, and the team limit was 2,000 people, which surprised the guy. On a rainy afternoon, in an inconspicuous cabin in the dense forest, sat Carl Signer, who smashed a plate against the wall out of anger. When he heard from the ghost that the watchdog unit had been destroyed, he was surprised and immediately thought it was nonsense. The excited spirit said in a trembling voice that it was true, though he didn't know what kind of reaction the boss would have. It was said that the necromancer couldn't contact any of the squad members, and so Junho was suspected of everything. The tense demon realized that this was a big problem, after all. Najat Hollow cared about his students. Looking at the rain outside the window, he remembered that they were being persistently pursued by the Swordmaster, and here was also such a mess. Ghost said he had published a report on the hero, but he wasn't sure if anyone would believe the story about the watchdogs being attacked by a newcomer. Suddenly, someone knocked on the wooden door, which Carl Signer and his associate immediately noticed. The fierce-looking devil wondered if it was an intruder, but he did not want to open the door. Suddenly, the door opened by itself, which made the demon and his assistant very wary. During a strong lightning strike, a bearded old man of robes entered the cottage and clarified whether it was true that Signer lived here. The tense Kal immediately kneeled respectfully, as did the ghost, for an honorable man had come to see them. It was the powerful Sidorabodian Najat Hollow, about whom there was a great number of rumors and legends. The old man said he had studied the report and asked if it was true that his students had been killed by Sojun, and the red-haired man was afraid to admit it. Neo-Jidano, the weak demon, was hit right in the face, causing him to fly back a few meters. With a crashing sound, he flew into one of the walls of the house, causing the ghost, who was afraid to make himself known, to become very agitated. Then the devil began to feel a strong choking sensation that he could not resist, and began to gradually suffocate. Harsh Hallow asked if the wretched demon thought he had come here to hear an uncertain answer. Blushing with suffocation, Call shouted that he really didn't know the information, but there was one but. He promised that he would find the Young-ho brat and bring him to Lord Najat if given the chance. The ruthless elder looked him seriously in the eyes and in an instant decided to show mercy. Looking at his tormented vis-a-vis, the old man took pity and decided to give him a chance to prove himself. The red-haired man fell to the floor, but he could rejoice, for he had been given a precious chance by Mr. Hallow. In a firm tone, the stern old man in the robe ordered the protagonist to be brought to him within 6 months. A worried senior said that in order to do so, the youngster must possess at least level 30 to come to the second floor. The elder didn't care at all about his excuses, and only asked the demon in a soft tone not to be misled. He said that the life of a miserable devil was at stake, so he advised him to offer his best efforts. After these words, the old man left the wooden cabin, and the red-haired man, rising from the floor, ordered his assistant to find the tracker. Preezer immediately remembered that the tracker could help him use the interdimensional elevator, and escaped from the association. Excited, the spirit asked if Mr. Signer had decided to go to extreme measures, and he confirmed that he had. But first, Kim Woo-jun had to be thrown off his tail, so the decision was made to personally go down to the first floor. Meanwhile, the passenger plane in which the hero was flying reached the city of Grantham in England, which was the destination. After checking into the hotel over the phone, the young man told the secretary Chachi that he had successfully reached the hotel and thanked her for her concern. When asked why it was necessary to leave in a hurry, the fighter replied that there were several small gates located in the area, which he wanted to capture and warm up at the same time. Earlier in the car, having heard about the 200 players allowed in the gate, the hero wondered, and the lady asked if there was a problem. After the advent of player gates in this world, there was suddenly a system that was extremely fair. It was made in such a way that the difficulty level of capturing territories was the same for both players and monsters. In other words, one could understand that the difficulty level was exorbitant since only 200 people could enter. The tense Junho realized that it was impossible to fight while protecting all 200 players, and he began to think about what to do next. Clenching his fist tightly, the brave fighter was well aware that it would be harder than usual to capture this gate. 3 days later, players began to gather near the blue portal, expressing their desires to go to capture it. There were also civilians standing outside the fence, seeing off loved ones, wishing them good luck on their journey. A young me girl in a red hat marveled at the energy radiating from the players, calling it incredible. There were the most powerful fighters of different nationalities gathered around, and also a huge amount of equipment she had never seen in England. The enthusiastic damsel told the leader that he should look at it too, while the man's back was turned. After being addressed, he turned around, and it turned out to be Cha Minu from the Chonhae Guild, who had participated in tackles before. The spiky-haired girl asked if it was correct that he was looking for player Seo Jun-ho, which made the young leader very nervous. Ulcer emphasized that just a little more, his neck would break off, and the guy replied that that was how he waited for the moment, and there was nothing he could do about it. He recalled the capture of the flaming vixen and said that they had seen the protagonist in action then too. The calm Chamanu thought it was a breathtaking sight, and admitted that he was even ashamed of himself for always choosing the easy and comfortable paths. Clenching his fist tightly, the young man made a promise to himself that he would show the fighter his improved image this time, and the companion noticed something. The surprised girl said that there was a So Jun player standing nearby, who was indeed registering. At that moment, the guy was leaving his signature on the digital scoreboard to confirm his desire to participate in the capture. A male voice suddenly addressed him, which immediately made the young man turn his head to the side. It was Head Cha Minu, who was walking towards the legendary player with a smile on his face, very eager to talk. The hero recalled that this person had participated in the capture of the Flaming Fox, and the shy fellow recalled that he belonged to the Chonhae Guild. The awkward about himself feeling Jun thanked him for holding him after the capture was completed. The polite brunette, on the other hand, said that he should be the one thanking him, then added that he had come to him with a proposition. The young man asked if Seo Jun-ho was a member of any group at the moment, which sounded unexpected. He then asked if the brave man wanted to unite his Jonghae guilds during the takeover if he wasn't listed anywhere. The lad wondered why not accept the offer, for it was ineffective to act alone in this gate. Shaking hands with the fighter in front of him, the hero agreed to team up, which was not a bad decision. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the players began to walk one after another to the entrance to the gate of the Wild Forest. and everyone had a fighting spirit. All the guys were confident in their victory, so they kept calm and thought about good things. Still, the faces of some fighters were quite serious and pensive, as if something was troubling them. But it was a small thing. Ahead of everyone was the brave hero, and right behind him were the leader Chaminu and his red-haired companion. After a couple of minutes, all the players found themselves inside the gate, where they immediately began to look around carefully. The guys found themselves in a jungle-like area, where there were dense thickets, and also reigned silence and tranquility. Daredevil noticed that all the players had started to disperse, but he didn't quite understand why they were doing so. He wondered if the guilds involved in the takeover were not getting together to discuss strategy. A polite Minu said that currently, thanks to the terminal after the entrance, there was no need to gather to discuss. The young man showed the equipment that used a magical data network so that players far away from each other could communicate. Laughing, Somire asked if Sojun had come to them from the past, and the leader asked in a raised tone not to let him. The leader said he was late with the introduction, but still decided to introduce the hero to the members of their group who belonged to the Jeonhee Guildia. He first introduced Choi Jin-pyo, the hitman who was additionally in charge of videotaping inside the gate to get feedback after the capture. Then the talk was about the red-haired Mi-Ray, who was also called the spoiler person, which was evident even from her face. Approaching Junho, the girl asked if he wanted to see her abilities, and the bewildered young man didn't know what to say. Approaching closely, she began to examine in detail the face of the surprised young man who remained silent. Suddenly, the annoyingly smiling maiden opened her eyes wide, which in a moment turned very yellow. The slightly worried kid realized very soon that Seomi was not looking at him at all, but at his soul. Suddenly, the red-haired lady happily cried out that he was just something, which confused the visage even more. She was shocked that the warrior had single-handedly, mercilessly massacred 10 dark elves, and he realized that the girl possessed the skill of prediction. Polite Chaminu said that applying the skill once should wait, and Mirai should definitely tell her interlocutor about what she saw. Predicting the future was an extremely rare skill, and Junho even thought that the girl might have found out about his friends. But outside Zapno, the beauty with a raised tone said that she wanted to make some edits, which infuriated her vis-a-vis. She said she couldn't see very far into the future, and sometimes the prediction was wrong because there were always variables in the future. The manager said that with her help, they were able to act in a much more stable way. Then he added that he had a physical power skill, and the hero was good with weapons, so the balance in the group was perfectly distributed. The first thing the fighters needed to do was to construct a means of communication, so it was decided to set up camp in a suitable location. After 5 hours, Chaminu stuck the terminal into the ground and pushed it deeper with his foot for stability. The young man said that if one manipulated the object in this way, a magical means of communication would appear. The group had been scouting, but no dark elves had been found in the east, and the Blue Lance Guild had nothing yet either. Guild Commander Jonghi reported that they were also scouting the surroundings in the east, and asked to let them know when the elves were discovered. The shrewd Seomi asked if it was true that the number of those here wasn't far off, since they hadn't encountered any monsters or other groups so far. A suddenly silent Seo Junho said that it was all a bit strange, and the rest of the group turned their attention to him. He added that about 200 players had scattered and were scouting the area, and it was suspicious that no one had noticed the elves. The surprised red-haired girl suggested that the dark monsters might actually be hiding, for there was no other explanation. The brave man said that dark elves are opinionated entities and would definitely not stand by while someone prowls their territory. The young man asked Somi Rei what time his skirmish with those creatures that she had seen with the skill took place. After racking her brains, the maiden replied that she didn't remember the exact time, but since it was dark, she assumed that it happened at night. After that, the protagonist thought deeply, not rushing to conclusions, and said that it was all quite interesting. Cha Minu's astonished leaders and the girl standing next to him looked at the guy with their mouths open, not understanding anything at all. Without throwing around with unnecessary words, the young warrior opened the inventory to take out a few things. Taking a sleeping bag in his hands, he puzzled his companions, who were now generally out of sorts. The youngster said that the dark elves were probably planning a night assault, and even if they turned the place upside down, they wouldn't be able to find them. The worried Somi said that they should tell the other guilds, but the hero felt that no one would believe her, so he decided to take a nap first. At night, the members of the other group were sitting around the campfire, and one of them was afraid of the dark elves storming in the night, while the other only laughed. The guy said that these creatures lacked the slightest intelligence, so they weren't even able to talk to each other, and there was no need to fear them. Laughing, he said that such monsters are not capable of planning a military operation, and the comrade felt calmer after these words. But in the bushes behind him, the fighter suddenly heard strange rustling noises that should not have been there. The team members immediately jumped up with weapons in their hands, trying to understand where the sounds were coming from. One of them immediately trembled and made sure that his premonition did not fail him. But his Sunbei remained cool-headed. After a few seconds, it turned out that the rustles were made by a wolfhound, who soon came fully into the light. The senior-ranked fighter immediately smiled upon seeing a mere predator that posed no danger. He said that it was just a minnow that was even afraid of fire. But the associate said that there were a lot of them out there, so it was a bit scary. The agitated mage wondered if these beasts were definitely afraid of fire, for they came quite close. The leader of the pack looked at the players with his blue eyes intimidatingly, showing his composure. The previously confident Sunbai raised his head up and froze in place, as if seeing something suspicious. After a couple of seconds, the man's pupils shrank in size, and he seemed to be speechless. His already tense companion asked if everything was all right. But at first, there was no answer. The senior ordered to wake up the guys immediately, and the anxious boy didn't even understand why it was necessary. The blue-haired Sunbei shouted loudly and once again ordered to wake up the other soldiers, because they were all in danger. As it turned out, he found dark elves in the branches of the trees and made sure that the rumors about the night assault were true. Seo Junho woke up out of the blue, as if he sensed something wrong and could no longer sleep. The protagonist immediately raised his torso and started looking around, trying to figure out what had happened. Eventually, his gaze fell to the east, where the monster's military operation was unfolding. The young fighter's out of spontaneous rise was immediately noticed by the other companions who were on night duty. A surprised Seomi Rei asked if he was already awake, while she held a warming tea in her hands. She added that everything was quiet for now so he could sleep longer, and the boy asked about the others. The maiden said that they had decided to keep in touch every half hour with those on night watch, and remembered that now was a good time to contact them. The strange thing was the fact that there was an error in the magic network, which should not have happened because the equipment had never failed before. The beauty said that no one had contacted them yet, and the brave man assumed that the fighters had simply failed to do so. Unnoticed using the ability, he said in a calm tone that most likely the guys have already had visitors. The system notified about the successful activation of the Night Hunter skill, thanks to which all of the young man's senses were heightened. Thanks to the skill, he managed to detect a large number of dark elves, whose eyes were burning with the desire to kill strangers. All this made the daredevil smile because the monsters not possessing reason, riding on tame wolfhounds, made a night raid. The youngster ordered to wake up leader Cha, and the agitated Seomi Rei said she couldn't see anything further than her nose. Suddenly, she heard strange sounds behind her back, and as it turned out, it was a wolfhound opening its hungry maw wide. Keeping her wits about her, the girl turned around sharply and saw the salivating creature, which posed a great danger. The alarmed maiden, experiencing incredible stress, tried to bounce aside and miraculously survived. The cold-blooded warrior Junho came to her aid and swung his sword right on the fly, rushing at one of the attackers. Screaming in pain, the dark elf was immediately knocked off the wolfhound and flew aside in hellish agony. The monster agonized for a while longer, and the hero had no intention of putting it out of its misery and simply watched. The young man couldn't use the sword Noah had made for such a minnow, and the worried Somire ordered the others to wake up. Noticing the red eyes of the opponents in the darkness, the fearless warrior said that they were surrounded. Not wanting to be ceremonious, several more wolfhounds rushed to attack, and a bloodthirsty elf with a spear sat on one of them. The unperturbed Sojun was ahead of his opponent and swung his sword sharply, preventing him from realizing his plans. At the same time, the daredevil himself remained cool and ready to fight as long as necessary. The next victim was a hungry wolf, who was hit and was mercilessly deprived of life at the same moment. The bleeding elf kept on kicking, but was immediately thrown aside before he could do anything. The protagonist continued to swing his blade, destroying everything in his path and not showing even a drop of mercy. The pitiful monsters were quickly killed, but from the back with a dagger on the guy still attacked the survivor. The cold-blooded warrior immediately paid attention to this and was not at all confused, but on the contrary, began to act. In an instant, a skill was used that completely covered his skin with black armor and made him look like a demon. The ring defense was completely impenetrable, and now the brave man had nothing to worry about. The enemy still stabbed him in the back, but he was very wary, suddenly stabbed with his dagger. Smiling in his mind, he realized that the expression that blood is not water was correct. Seo Junho liked the functionality of the black armor that Pal Mo had made in Kwan's workshop. Toku disposed of the resources at his discretion, so he decided to make armor out of the bones of the nameless dragon that the young man had asked to use. He made a promise to himself that after capturing the gate, he would definitely return and thank the young blacksmith, no matter what. The two excited dark elves froze in place, realizing that they were no match for this opponent. The hero said that he could clearly see what they were thinking, and decided that one of the two should be accidentally missed, so that he could chase him into the forest. Only then could there be an opportunity to discreetly use the dead man's confession skill. Smiling, the warrior asked who had the guts, and promised that he would painlessly send them straight to that color. One of the long-eared men immediately rushed to the attack with blade in hand because he was tired of being afraid of the stranger. Daredevil played much faster, and a moment later was right in the face of his frightened opponent. He wasn't going to be ceremonious and immediately stripped his enemy, and the second remaining elf nearly shat himself with fear. Smirking wryly, Junho asked the agitated long-eared man to carry on with all his legs to try and escape from him. After some time, the youngster killed the last elf as well, making sure that their leader was of a completely different level. The young man had heard that the monster, who had gnawed the roots of the world tree in exchange for power, had a completely destroyed intelligence, but his mind remained unharmed. Not counting the ringleader, the remaining 1,000 creatures posed a danger, and the existence of Elbon's dark guardian could not be neglected either. Very soon the brave man scrambled through the bushes back to his companions, who were a little excited about what had happened. The boys immediately turned their attention to him, and the leader Chaminu asked if the young warrior was finished. The young man said that one had escaped, so they had to follow him. And feeling guilty, Cha expressed regret for not helping the hero in time. Daredevil asked him not to blame himself, and said in his thoughts that the Chonhei Guild had dealt with the wolfhounds, so they had performed their duties well. When asked how things were going in the other camps, a worried Xiaomi replied that she couldn't contact anyone, and assumed that someone was no longer alive. So Jun suggested that his comrades hurry, and the perplexed leader asked what he meant. The fearless fighter said that they could save at least one person, so they should go now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, engulfed in flames, an agitated man fought, his opponent being a rider on a wolfhound. The elf was stronger and attacked the enemy very sharply, provoking him to fall to the ground. The fighter, blue with fear, tried to push away from him the paws of the monster, which pressed on his chest, but everything was in vain. He tried to call for help and screamed that he didn't want to die in vain, but no one came. The spear of the merciless dark monster was flying towards his head, and it seemed that there was no chance for salvation. Suddenly, the sharp throwing weapon was stuck a few centimeters from his left ear, which dumbfounded the man even more. Along with the wolfhound, the fighter turned his attention to the dead elf who had fallen to the ground, from whose deep wound was whipping. As always, in time to help came the cold-blooded Seo Junho, who was not going to leave a live and bloodthirsty beast. Experiencing severe stress, the blonde immediately recognized the legendary player and could not believe that he had been saved. The leader asked if he had come, because he had seen the signal for help, and at that moment, his worried companions ran up to him. The stunned man couldn't believe that his comrades were alive, and the fighter said that they only survived because of the daredevil. The bruised guild leader fell to his knees before the warrior, thanking him for saving them, while the young man thought it more important to ask how many people they had lost. The guilt-ridden commander said that 5 fighters had died, and he didn't even know how he would repay the men who had died in vain. Standing next to the companions, tried to calm the weeping leader, and the protagonist looked at him silently. Realizing the horror of the situation, Chaminu said that they were too late, and a worried Xiaomi Rei added that they had run as fast as they could. Xiojun, who was still reasonable, said that since everyone was together, they would head east and asked the Blue Whale Guild to head north. He told the commander that they should move faster to break through and help the others fighting, as casualties needed to be minimized. The hero realized that there were about 500 elves left in the settlement, and half of them had made a night raid, so they needed to hold out for another night. The young man ordered the guild to move north and gather any survivors along the way, and said they would meet in the east afterward. The weeping commander wanted to say something, and the guy understood perfectly well that it was hard to keep fighting when he had lost his comrades. However, they were obliged to go, for if they were attacked singly, they would all be slaughtered, and no one would survive this battle. The brave man added that not only would they be able to take revenge, but the leader of his words made him think. After calming down, the man firmly stated that from now on, the Blue Whale Guild would follow the plan of Mr. Junho, the new star of the Republic of Korea. Somewhere under a tree in the dense forest, a severely injured fighter from another organization was lying there, finding it very difficult to fight. Feeling intense pain in different parts of his body, the man clenched his jaw, trying to bear it all. He was very angry with the dark elves who had put poison on the arrowhead that had hit his leg and thus poisoned him. Meanwhile, a whole pack of sneaky wolfhounds were slowly approaching him, which spoke of no better consumption at all. At one point, they all began to growl loudly, thus showing their malevolent intentions. Barely holding back tears, the wounded warrior took aim with his battle pistol, intending to fight to his last breath. After all, he was from the Bravo Guild. The man shouted that he would take at least one wolf with him to the other world, and one of them pounced on him. The merciless beast bit the young man hard on the arm, making him scream in unbearable pain. Still, having managed to find the strength, the fighter put the muzzle of the gun to the head of the wolfhound, after which the whole forest sounded a loud shot, after the powerless guy leaned back, and now could not even lift the gun, which weighed almost nothing. The young man's eyes began to gradually close as the pack of wolves approached, and he himself had already resigned himself to the fact that he would eventually die like this. The bloodthirsty monsters were rushing at a tremendous speed, but no one had any idea what would happen in a few seconds. Suddenly, two of them were deprived of their lives by a blow to the throat right in flight, and didn't even have time to realize where the blow came from. The third wolfhound suffered the same foul fate, and the Bravo Guild member now had a chance to survive. The unconscious man was shocked by what he had seen, and was still sitting under the tree, powerless. Right before his eyes, the brave Seo Junho was deftly fighting, showing no mercy to the monsters. The wounded fighter was discovered at that moment by his bearded comrade in armor, who had been looking for him all along. The young man couldn't believe that the older man had survived, and the man on the other hand asked him not to move while looking at the severe wounds. He said that he came out thanks to player Jun Ho, that they would first treat the youngster before going to say hello to the other guild members. Softly, the elder said that today's night's capture would have failed miserably if they didn't have such a brave man with them. The heavily wounded boy and silently looked at the black armor-clad warrior, who never praised himself for his actions. Sometime later, the protagonist sat in the camp with his comrades, eating hot instant noodles. He imagined that the critical moment where they had suffered casualties from the night raid was over, but there were still 150 people alive. On the other hand, the Dark Elf camp had been reduced by about half, which was already a good result. Now the monsters didn't think of crawling out of their territory, and the players needed to do their best to strengthen their defensive position. It was Seo Jun that his comrades needed to make the first move. But there was a problem, and in the meantime, the bearded man was shouting that they needed to hurry up with the capture. He also said that their team member was in critical condition, but they didn't have a healer to cure him of the poison. The man shouted that they should capture the gate and take him to the hospital, but the woman, on the other hand, said that it was unwise to make a quick attack when others were not ready. The hero didn't know how one could even organize into an attack when people were continuously bickering amongst themselves. Chaminu, who was sitting next to him, asked the young lord what he thought about everything that was going on. The leader said that they either continue to help the injured or carry out a swift takeover. The unperturbed hero, stirring his noodles, replied that there were pros and cons to both. But still, he thought it was worthwhile to continue the capture immediately, which pleased the bearded man, who was in favor of it. The hero emphasized that this did not mean that they should take risks and sacrifice everything to save one wounded man. The reason why the capture should continue was that the longer they stayed here, the more disadvantageous their situation would become. The tense blonde asked the young man if he had a good reason to reason like that. Brave Tiez said that given the mores of the Dark Elves, they should think of a clear strategy to minimize losses. The monsters that intelligence destroyed took collective combat action, which means they had an overwhelming creature giving orders. Seojin said that to control the elves, the creature would use anything, and one of the girls said that the very fact of the night raid was strange. A man in the crowd asked, "What about the wolfhounds? Even though they weren't hard to deal with, the fact remained." Suddenly, the young man said that since the wolves were no longer alive, the fighters didn't have to worry about it. Dazed Trio did not understand how this could happen. The guy asked to remember what happened during the rescue of the last player. He asked if the guys had forgotten the size of the bloodthirsty monster chasing the last fighter. The guy added that that was not an adult predator, but a baby, which meant that the elves had lost all the adult wolfhounds. Therefore, the daredevil was sure that they would not be able to make a mass night raid again, so that was a reason to rejoice. But at the same time, Junho warned that after completing their preparations, the opponents would carry out a small-scale raid. He added that after the attack, their resources would begin to dwindle, and their ranks would thin due to lack of government and lack of numbers. The young man added that after the elves stall for time and decide that victory is already on their side, they will immediately raid the entire village. The agitated woman said that what the young warrior had said made sense, and it was impossible to argue with it. She apologized to the Bravo team commander, which the man mutually did, realizing that everyone needed to unite. The hero exhaled and noticed that they had made up, and somewhere in his heart he was happy about it, because they were tired of fighting. The fighter then turned his attention to the noodle-eating Miss So Mi Ray, who was all attention, and suggested they talk. They retreated to a cold place deep in the forest, where the guy asked if she could already use the prediction skill. The surprised lady replied that she could and asked if she could do it, and the smiling guy gave a positive answer. Without any questions, the girl complied with her comrade's request and concentrated on the ability as much as possible. It became clear that they had found a village of elves, and So Jun said that tomorrow they would go east to straighten them out. An attentive Seomi emphasized that, just like the warrior had said earlier, there were indeed still quite a few monsters. Being tense, she added that among them, there was an intelligent elf who had a very bad energy emanating from him. In his entourage, besides the other monsters, Madame saw 5 well-armed fighters. The hero realized that the ringleader with the dark elf knight was there, and said in his mind that yesterday's information about the enemy didn't help him much. The guy asked Mirai to share what he saw with the others, and said in his thoughts that he was interested in something else, so it was still a bit disappointing. The red-haired maiden promised that she would fulfill his request, but there was still something she wanted to ask. She said that there was something like ice in Seo Junho's hands, and asked if it was true that it was an artifact, and the young man confirmed it, and asked her to go to the camp. The perplexed girl didn't bother any further and left the young man to his own devices. Left alone in his thoughts, the hero said that he had not thought that the leader of the elves was so strong that he even had to use the skill of freezing. For a few minutes, he just stared silently at the crystalline ice shard, thinking about his next actions. In the morning, the fighter reported to Chamin that the guild's reconnaissance team had discovered the monster base during the night, and Somi's predictions had been confirmed. He added that the dark elves at the entrance had lost their intelligence and were just hanging around the neighborhood. According to him, the ringleader was sitting on a throne in the center, and the rest of the fighters were lined up in battle positions around him, which surprised the leader. The rest of the fighters believed that they should strike first before the enemies completed the formation, so they had to prepare for capture. In turn, the protagonist was absolutely calm and began to knead his hands, listening to the words of his comrades in arms. For a few more seconds, the kid was exercising, while his comrades were waiting for his speech. Remaining judicious, he asked if everyone was finished with the preparations, which spoke of the imminent departure for battle. Some people were shocked at what they heard, but standing in front, Chaminu smiled, confident in his comrade in arms. The fighters of the other guilds standing around were behaving quite confidently, and it spoke of their willingness to fight. In an instant, it was firmly stated that 147 people, not counting the injured, had completed their training. With a cold-blooded look at his teammates, leader Seo Junho said that it was time to leave. The team members had to wander through a dark and rather cold forest, where there was a settlement of bloodthirsty elves. A tense fighter in knight's armor wondered if there was a monster base somewhere. The creatures, afflicted by sunlight due to the curse of the World Tree, live underground and dig tunnels to avoid light. That's why it was common for them to dig dozens of tunnels leading underground and connected to the surface. The first to enter one of these dark and gloomy structures was the daredevil Ho, who everyone was worried about. The rest of the fighters discussed that this was the first time they had seen something like this, so no one had any idea what to expect. The hero, who remained calm, said that the elf leader seemed to be a very smart guy. He added that if they didn't deal with all the monsters, they wouldn't be able to get close to their leader. The tense comrades listened to his monologue with sweat on their faces, and the daredevil said that it was time to go inside. Soon, the teams entered the tunnel and began to carefully climb the steps, which were visible thanks to the wall torches. At one moment, the calm leader Chaminu shifted his gaze to the side, as if he had seen something strange. Somewhere nearby, an entire horde of dark elves were gathered, lined up in front of their esteemed ringleader. All of them stood at attention and awaited orders from the commander, whom they treated with reverence. The nervous members of the team were discussing the fact that there was such a huge space inside the tunnel, and with such an arrangement, a large-scale battle was not to be missed. The exciting factor was that there were more than 500 elves in the tunnel, as well as the type sitting at the end. This and was the very leader they worshipped, who sat on his throne, suffering from boredom. The harsh-looking ringleader appeared at first glance to be quite wise and cold-blooded, but no one knew what he was capable of. The agitated fighters continued to silently sweat, losing all confidence in a good outcome for them. Fearless June said that he was worried that they would be surrounded and forced to defend themselves. But thanks to this kind of structure, the clash would happen face to face. He suggested to his companions to try and catch 4 elves each, which threw the girl standing to his left into utter bewilderment. Then the brave man thought about the fact that such a massive boss must have an elixir of youth, which was of great value. Surprised and somewhat flustered, his comrades listened to him attentively, trying to absorb the essence of the question. A little shocked people wondered if it was a medicine of the elves, which can revive even the dead. Daredevil offered to divide the elixir, according to the degree of contribution to the capture, if they managed to find it. but realized that he was talking to himself. But after a few seconds, it reached the members of the various teams that the item was incredibly valuable and worth fighting for. Suddenly, everyone raised their cold weapons, expressing their readiness for battle, and Junho finally saw the right attitude on their faces. The Dark Elves, meanwhile, were wandering around in a circle, behaving very strangely, but soon, if it ended. In an instant, they all became very wary, hearing the loud sounds of unknown creatures approaching. One of the goblins shivered with nerves and froze in place, clenching his jaw so hard that the veins on his face began to bulge. Huge numbers of men rushed at them with spears and swords, showing no mercy. The fighters furiously plunged their sharp blades into the torsos of their opponents, eager to get their hands on the precious elixir of youth. There were also elves who fearlessly fought back the intruders, and even smiled while doing so. But still, the power advantage was on the side of the human race, which mercilessly dealt with the enemies. The bewildered ears were dying one by one, unable to resist such strong fighters. Most of them did not even have time to try to swing a blade, and were immediately sent to the dust. One of the dumbfounded men wondered how So Jun-ho had such tremendous speed, since he was the one who was snapping elves like seeds. The bewildered fighter heard that the guy had only recently become a player, and his comrade was nervous as he couldn't keep up with the agile fighter. Meanwhile, the tense Chaminu was surrounded on all sides by 3 monsters who were eager to let loose for their fallen friends. Eeyore rushed to attack the young man, who managed to put up his shield and survive, but it didn't change the horror of the situation. 2 more dark elves pounced on him from behind, and that already spoke of the hopelessness of the situation. Even more unexpected was their abrupt destruction, at which the leader looked very surprised. Coming to the rescue, as always, was the imperturbable Junho, who said that it was dangerous for the leader to be here, and asked him to stay in the rear. An agitated member of the Chanho Guild realized that the brave man wanted to force his way in alone, and called it madness. The cold-blood warrior only replied that he already commits insanity often enough, so this time was no exception. The stunned kid looked at him with his mouth open, but he could no longer formulate a thought or say anything. He knew that the desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with this man was greed, but for now he still had a long way to go. The leader silently watched the back of the brave man going into battle, and no longer even tried to stop him. Heading to the rear, the young man said that next time he would definitely not fall behind, and Jun did not quite understand what he meant. Brainstorming slightly, the protagonist smirked, coming to the conclusion that Cha Minu was already waiting for the next encounter. A few seconds later, the foot of an unknown fighter in iron armor stopped in front of the daredevil. A small crowd of dark elf knights had gathered in front of him, which posed a great danger. But the fearless Nayuyan glanced at them and said that apparently they were only a little different from those minnows. Taking out a sharp blade from his inventory, the kid decided to act decisively so as not to waste any more time. With a confident smile, he said that he would use the appropriate weapon to keep up with his opponents. Knights were the ones who had defended the kingdom before the fall, and aside from wielding swords, they could also utilize the power of powerful spirits. In their current state, Jun wouldn't be able to fight them, but now their contract with the spirits had been terminated, so they were no longer his equal. The self-confident warrior said that he had never met anyone in his life who could wield a sword better than him. With his words, he made one of the knights mad, who immediately rushed into battle. The big man was eager to deal with the talkative boy, who pretended to be an invincible god, but in reality he was not. Daredevil, in his turn, remained unperturbed and waited for the right moment to take action. Daredevil approached him at great speed, aiming soft tissue to immediately destroy the enemy. The unrivaled swordsman managed to dodge without letting the enemy hit himself, which once again emphasized his professionalism. But suddenly, there was another swing of the weapon, which had to beware. But the young man was not confused at all. Once again, the nimble boy managed to stay unharmed, and now he prepared to make his move. It was enough to hit the target, and the elven knights would barely be able to pick up their own bones. In this battle, just one hit on the enemy would mean that he would never wake up from his eternal sleep again. The confident So Junho admitted that he hadn't felt such excitement in a long time, so he enjoyed every moment. He grasped the hilt of his sword as tightly as he could to finally show off his fighting skills. A sharp and incredibly powerful blow immediately took away the limb of one of the knights, leaving him no chance of survival. At first, Eeyore couldn't understand what had happened, but very soon he began to feel unbearable pain. The elf screamed at the top of his throat, realizing the horror of the tragedy, but nothing could be done. The knight immediately grabbed the injured spot, trying to clamp it to reduce blood loss, and tried to run away. Clad in black armor, the protagonist stepped on his opponent's foot, depriving him of the ability to move from his position. The terrifying warrior readied his sword and asked the enemy how far he was going, and lastly told him that this was not the way to go. The same hour, a piercing blow was struck to the torso of the knight, who in a moment was deprived of life. What they saw set an example for the rest of the elves, who were now no longer sure of their victory. The unperturbed Seo-jun said that if this was all they could do, he was even a little disappointed. He also emphasized that they should try just a little bit harder, and afterwards he wiped a small amount of blood from his face. At one moment, the warrior heard loud shouts behind him, and immediately turned his head to see what was wrong. Not far away were his comrades fighting, who were still doing well and resisting the dark monsters in every possible way. The confident archer of the elven team drew the bowstring sharply and fired with a smile on her face. The sharp implement hit right into the shoulder of the girl from the human race, causing her to scream loudly in pain. The tense Chaminu cried out loudly that they had an injured person and immediately ran up to the maiden to cover her with his body. Being nervous, he shouted and started calling for a healer, while Choi Jinpyo was pouring sweat trying to save the other wounded as well. He asked to wait just a little while he healed the injured here and continued to pour out his sweat. Head Diddle Cha soberly assessed the situation and realized that there were too many enemies and they had a lot of wounded. The elves seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and on their faces they could see bright smiles and confidence in victory. A concerned mage said that there were about 4 opponents for each person, and these freaks were spreading the load in shifts. Another fighter added that they must have killed 100 elves, and if things continued like this, they would be the first to run out of steam. The experienced man emphasized the need to break forward so that the enemies would not have time to rotate. At one point, the mage noticed the strange behavior of the ears and became wary, looking at them closely. He wondered why the elves began to behave so strangely and looked around as if they smelled something wrong. The anxious Eeyore seemed to be speechless for a moment and froze in place, afraid of something. The wary warriors watched the behavior of one of the enemies, who suddenly burst out of his seat. The nervous man assumed that the opponents were up to something. He did not understand why his vis-a-vis ran out of the blue. Suddenly, the Dark Elf Knights appeared on the horizon, coming to destroy everyone in their path. In one fell swoop, 2 long-eared creatures were destroyed at once, fleeing from the scene in panic. The cold-blooded knights continued to swing their blades, eager to wipe out the uninvited guests. The dumbfounded fighters could not understand what was going on, as they swung their swords and did not even care that their fellow tribesmen might be killed. From out of nowhere came the fearless Seo Junho, who ran at great speed, scattering opponents on the sides. His sudden appearance was a surprise to the other players, who had already given up hope of survival. The surprised mage realized that the brave man had led the Dark Knights into the very center of the battlefield to destroy their fighting positions. He added that the guy was literally spoon-feeding them, and the nervous companion said that he thought he could handle a lot of work here. The judicious Chaminu decided to set them straight, shrieking that when life and death are on the line, there's no room for pride. The leader added that they now had a chance, and should seize it to smash the enemy to shreds. The motivated warriors rushed to attack the elves, swinging their blades and not intending to show any mercy. The protagonist analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that he had helped the guys quite well, and that should be enough. Behind the back of the daredevil suddenly found himself a dark knight, who immediately swung his sword, wanting to take away his life. The dodger was not at all confused and set up his blade, successfully repelling the attack of the enemy, who had not expected such a turn. He knocked the enemy out of his rut, asking him not to bother him, and as if he was planning something bad to teach him a lesson. With a cold-blooded swing, Junho said that since the elf had pursued him so relentlessly, he would be sent to the other world without pain. The leader of the eared ones, meanwhile, remained seated on his throne and watched without much emotion. At one point, the emotionless leader caught himself thinking that he couldn't look at it any longer. They used to be beings of outstanding appearance and intelligence, but now they were nothing more than a bunch of ugly monsters. Realizing this fact enraged the head, who perked up his ears in anger and opened his mouth, not knowing how to deal with it. Seeing Sojun pierce through the night, he was convinced that their former glory had turned into a legend that would eventually be forgotten by everyone. Quickly ending the duel, the protagonist began to slowly walk somewhere, dragging his sharp blade behind him. He said that this was the first battle he had ever fought against so many opponents, and not just any cockroaches. The harsh-looking leader of the elves asked him not to even dare to speak of the cursed creatures before him. The brave man said that apparently the eared ones who protect nature do not like cockroaches either, and suggested that that was why they were dark elves. The leader began to rise from his throne, and the boy provocatively asked if he had developed a disgust for his compatriots. The terrifying elf said that he was not going to talk for a long time, and asked the man to raise his sword. The daredevil was not going to back up and immediately complied with his opponent's request, preparing to give his best. With a confident smile, he asked his opponent to attack first, ready to show him his fighting skills. Keeping his restraint, The leader of the long-eared monsters called him an arrogant little man, not giving in to cheap provocations. For the first couple of minutes, the opponents stood opposite each other, mentally preparing for the upcoming fight. Suddenly, the elf elder changed his stance to a fighting stance, which signaled the seriousness of his intentions. Forward and standing Seo Junho immediately noticed this, and was slightly surprised by the change in his enemy's stance. The ringleader used a special sword technique that borrowed the power of nature and was called Manus Genius. However, only elves with spirit power could use it, and it was useless for fallen dark monsters. The enemy didn't drag his feet and rushed into the attack, alerting the young man who, fortunately, had time to set his blade for a block. The merciless monster began to press his opponent with his blows, but he did not let himself be attacked and deftly bounced aside. Daredevil continued to carefully observe the actions of the enemy and made important conclusions for further battle. His hand trembled slightly from nerves, and he finally realized what the strength of the head of the ears was. It was about a technique perfected specifically for dark elves, namely the original sword skill of the ringleader. The young man said that with the help of the technique, the elf could read the opponent's breath, and the monster once again called him a pathetic human. Not intending to be ceremonious, he rushed into the attack. But this time the protagonist did not hesitate to put his blade. The sounds of blades striking loudly resounded all around, and none of the opponents were going to give up the battle. Cobblestone fragments were flying everywhere, ricocheting off the wall and even posing a slight danger to human life. Continuing to maintain a clear sequence of actions, Junho swung his sword to deliver a killing blow. The crushing attack ended up hitting the chest of the elf ringleader, who had not expected such a thing. Blood immediately gushed from his chest, and he felt a sharp drop of strength and began to worry. The enemy was fast and strong, but the hero did not feel the overwhelming power he had seen in the dark elf's memories. The heavily breathing enemy was still conscious and silently looked around where he saw his comrades. Nearby, meanwhile, his tribesmen were under heavy attack, and now the situation had changed drastically. On the ground lay many mortally wounded long-eared monsters, realizing the horror of what was happening. The leader called them brainless idiots who blindly believed and followed a fool like him to the end. All he wanted to do was to bring back the glorious past with them and correct the mistakes they had made. But that was not the case. The unknown creature said that if the leader wanted to fulfill his wish, he would have to face and defeat at least 1,000 enemies. The heart of the elf leader was filled with rage, and he shouted loudly that he would not be defeated and would not die so ridiculously. The only possible outcome for him was victory, and he was willing to fight to the last drop of blood for it. The wary Seo Junho suddenly felt a change in energy, and at first he didn't even realize what was happening. The head of the Dark Elves rushed to his feet, swinging his sword skillfully and eager to wipe out the enemy. The stunned young man was even a little confused, because he was already fully confident that he would win. He managed to set up a black blade to block and try to parry the attack, but everything was not so rosy. After the ringleader's surprise attack, there was a rather loud explosion that caused damage to the young warrior. At the same minute, the dazed hero began to cough up blood, being shocked and not understanding how this could happen. Slightly recovering from what was happening, the young man raised his head up and froze, seeing something intimidating. His opponent wasn't going to stop and rushed at breakneck speed to attack from a height that wouldn't even leave a wet trace of the boy. Trying to keep a cool mind, Junho carefully analyzed the enemy's actions, drawing conclusions. He realized that it was the same powerful force he had seen in the Dark Elf's memories. Realizing the stalemate of the situation, the daredevil took out a pistol from his inventory, going to extreme measures. Not thinking long about the boy, opened fire in the direction of the fearless leader, standing in one place. A couple of sharp-lead bullets at an incredible speed flew towards the enemy and was something like a cover for the warrior. Suddenly, the hero came close to the ringleader, who was enraged by his cunning, and began to press with his blade, wanting to destroy him. Both opponents were making incredible efforts to crush each other, but for the time being, they were still on equal footing. Each of them considered it their goal to win this fight, so it couldn't just end like this. Daredevil's trembling legs began to slip backwards, but he tried to keep his balance so he wouldn't fall. He managed to hold back from the last of his strength, only thanks to the black dragon armor, and he realized that he could not fight anymore, hiding his strength. But there were too many human eyes around, which were not worth knowing about his true abilities. Suddenly, the leader of the Dark Elves took his hand away, and then he struck a sharp and even stronger blow, which discouraged the young man. At the same hour, the boy flew aside, and with a rumble flew with his back into the stone wall, shattering it badly. The hard landing hurt him badly, but he was still conscious and able to speak. The first thing the brave man noticed was a dislocated rib, which was a pretty serious injury. The protagonist had to make a decision and take action as soon as possible, because the enemy was still on his feet. Feeling absolutely powerless, he told himself with an inner voice that he needed to get up as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the merciless monster raised his sword above his head, showing his readiness to strike the final blow. But the other players came running to the aid of their loyal comrade, pouncing on the elf leader from all sides. A determined Chaminu ordered everyone else to cover So Jun-ho, who was in a dire situation and needed help. Everyone was ordered to shoot and not to retreat even a step back, because it was impossible to give the enemy even a chance to do anything. Surprised by what was happening, the hero did not even expect that at the last moment he would come to the aid of previously insecure fighters. Healer Jinpyo suddenly approached him and said that it would take at least half an hour to repair his broken rib. At the same minute, 2 more healers ran up, eager to help the brave fighter who had taken the risk for all of them. Neo Jidano. Jin said that even being in the rear guard, they had seen everything, much to the wounded warrior's surprise. The guy called it a magnificent sight that the hero mercilessly dealt with all the knights and then broke through to the head of the tribe. The other chiller marveled that it was a newcomer, having debuted 3 months ago, but already so learned to fight while they were afraid. It was said that only about 100 elves had survived, so they would be able to help now, and all that was left was to catch the ringleader. A worried Choi Jin-pyo said that the brave man shouldn't move yet, but he wasn't worried about that fact at all. Embracing the hilt of the black sword, Seo-jun said that 10 minutes would be enough time for him to recover. A slightly intimidating smile appeared on the daredevil's face, which spoke of his seriousness and invincibility. The fighters only needed to win him a dozen minutes until he fully recovered, which they did with great courage. With titanic efforts, the boys, flushed with tension, continued to restrain the tribe leader. As they got closer to the powerful creature, one of the fighters began to realize that he was facing a real monster. Everyone realized that even if they attacked together, it was not at all certain that they would win in this unequal battle. At the same time, the man was confident that Seo Jun-ho could take down the leader of the big-eared men as he fought with him as an equal. At one point, the elderly man noticed the danger near the order-giving Chaminu. With a shout, he asked the young leader to be careful. But the young man at first did not quite understand what was the matter. It seemed that at that moment the leader made a magical attack, and the old man rushed at the young leader, bouncing him aside and saving his life. This time in the dark, Elf failed to take the fighter's life, but death was quite close to him. The elderly fighter shouted for Cha to come to his senses. The confused kid thanked him for saving him and apologized. The old man said that even if they only won against the monster for a few minutes and died, it didn't matter because they would protect their pride. With a loud shout, he ordered all the fighters to quickly take their positions, because they had to finally catch the elf. The angry tribe leader called them annoying insects, going to extreme measures. In his eyes, the insignificant humans continued to attack relentlessly, waving their blades in every possible way. In an instant, the fierce monster swung his weapon and took the lives of the entire trio, even without realizing it. The beast decided to use heavy artillery and started launching fireballs, which looked even more terrifying. The elf leader asked in a frightening voice why the pathetic bugs were always resisting. The tense fighter shouted orders to move the wounded to the rear, and the girl standing next to him shielded herself, shouting for them to hold on. The jaw-clenching elven leader wondered why he was nervous and what he was afraid of. The crowd of fighters, meanwhile, continued to charge at him while their companions tended to the wounded in the rear. The threatening monster noticed the cold gaze of Seo Jun-ho, which he had briefly forgotten about. Feeling a chill down his back, the long-eared man froze in place, sensing the danger in the young warrior's eyes. Maximizing his tension, the elf gripped the hilt of his wooden weapon tightly, preparing to fight to the last man. A fighter from the crowd said that there were about 3 minutes left, and a nearby comrade in arms expressed confidence that they would hold out. Suddenly, 2 of the lowboy's comrades were attacked and momentarily rendered lifeless by a blow to the throat. Both warriors began to fall painfully to the ground, and the confused young man could not even grasp what was going on around him. The same fate awaited the white-robed man nearby, who was wounded in the collarbone area. The sword of an ordinary player posed no threat to the indestructible monster and broke very quickly. The blue-haired kid admitted that he had underestimated the situation, thinking that the capture was almost over. The first-class monster was like an entire legion, and even if the boys slaughtered 100 elves, they wouldn't defeat him. The badly wounded girl clutched her head, realizing the horror of what was happening, and there was nothing she could do about it. One of the wounded players, who was coughing up blood heavily, tried to get to his feet, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, the stern elf leader was addressed by a male voice that called him an insect and asked if he was done rampaging. It was the fearless Jun-ho who never got an answer from the monster, but he didn't care at all. The brave asked once more if the monster had finished rampaging, and without taking his eyes off, he stared at it. The cold-blood warrior thanked the guys for their good efforts and asked them to leave the pathetic leader to him. The excited companions asked if he was sure he could do it alone and thought it was better to attack together. Smiling, the lad advised them to take care of the others and reminded himself in his mind to be sure to hide the abilities. The enraged monster called them all worthless worms and swung his sword, intending to end this mess. He rushed forward and threatened in an intimidating tone that he would destroy them all with a single blow. Without wasting any time, the leader actually struck a powerful blow, triggering another violent explosion. The worried Chaminu was most worried about Mr. Junho, who was at the epicenter of the danger. A huge lilac ball suddenly appeared at the site of the explosion, surprising all the fighters standing around. The worried leader began pounding on the barrier, shouting to ask if the young warrior was all right. In the thick light, he managed to make out the face of the protagonist, who was inside the large sphere. The guy said that the enemy had used his technique, and he was lucky enough to fall into this trap. Tense leader Cha could not believe that the brave man had fallen into the clutches of the enemy. But how to get him out was unclear. The guys decided that they needed to find a way to get rid of the thing as soon as possible, and the hero was glad that they believed him, because in fact the sphere was created by him. Standing behind him, the surprised elf leader asked what the dome was, and the brave man immediately turned to him. Obescu Wounded Monster asked if his opponent had previously hidden his true power and was just playing with it. The self-confident warrior replied that so far, the long-eared man had seen one of countless techniques, and this was far from the limit of his abilities. After that, he used the ice skill of freezing the Ice Queen without warning. The bewildered elf froze in place, looking at the true capabilities of his young opponent. Then the leader noticed the ice under his feet and the frostbite on his own legs, which he could no longer move. Then he noticed the ice-covered sword, which no longer posed any threat to those around him. Finally, the tribe leader looked up and saw the sharp icicles hanging above him, and Jun was convinced that his enemy was completely out of his depth. Looking at the hanging icicles, Jun asked his enemy if he could feel the hatred growing in his heart. Smiling, the kid asked if it was true that this was how first-class monsters felt when they looked down on humans. The icy creature viciously called him a creep, but was now no longer so sure of its victory. The previously agitated Shimtogu asked if the hero was already allowed to train, since he had only recently come out of the cryogenic state. The boy said that he needed to test the freezing skill as soon as possible, and the man asked what he was going to develop if he had perfected it long ago. The young man called it a delusion and didn't give up on his goals to continue moving in his direction. Remembering the mighty Ice Queen, he said that he was still not good enough, so he should continue practicing. Parth P did not object anymore and simply listened to the warrior's words, giving him free rein to do as he wished. But still, the president of the Players Association decided to inquire about Seo Junho's use of the freeze skill. Showing on his fingers, the young man said that the ability could be categorized into 3 categories of use to begin with. Currently facing a powerful opponent, he recalled that the first category was the auxiliary function. Using the icy surface, a warrior could create favorable conditions on the battlefield and gradually wear down the enemy and fight them afterwards. Through the second category, intuitive use, he could cover his armor with ice and thus strengthen his defense. Finally, the last factor was additional ways to attack thanks to the freezing skill. This was exactly what the sharp icicles looming over the icy head of the Dark Elf tribe's tribe leader were. A whole pile of ice collapsed onto the floor, but the wispy monster still managed to bounce off, remaining unharmed. Junho said that the Darkness Guardian's magic was not very effective on its own, but if he turned it into solid matter, the mana properties would increase dramatically. The shrewd warrior did so, and then sharp and quite hard ice crystals began to fly near the enemy. Keeping his restraint, the leader realized that the boy was a magical swordsman and asked why he was hiding his abilities. The absolutely unperturbed young man replied that circumstances were such, but emphasized that his opponent was also hiding his powers. The elf's ability was to set souls on fire and borrow the power of fallen spirits for a while, but he couldn't use it whenever he wanted. However, he said it made no difference and continued to firmly stick to his intentions of destroying the boy. Unable to panic, the tribe leader looked sternly at his opponent, waiting for action on his part. The unperturbed Seo Jun was thinking about something at that moment and was not paying attention to him, as if planning something. Suddenly, the young man said that 5 minutes would be enough for him, but his vis-a-vis didn't know what he was talking about. The bewildered horned monster asked what he was talking about, but the daredevil was in no hurry to answer. First, the young warrior decided to formulate his speech correctly, so that there would be no misunderstandings in the future. Having chosen the right words, he roughly said that he was talking about the time needed to deal with the pathetic creature. Hearing the nonsense from the lips of the ridiculous human, the tribe leader laughed loudly and uncontrollably. His eyes lit up with a spark, and then he said that he seemed to think the boy was a mediocre opponent. The incredibly powerful Jun said that he might not be in the best shape right now, but he was going to give it his best for the next 5 minutes. After seeing the change, the monster tensed up and changed its face, trying to figure out what was going on. The first thing the creature noticed was the black sword in the hands of his young opponent, which was already a red flag. Still, he remembered that a real black sword burned much brighter, and assumed that the kid was just concentrating all his magic on the weapon. The elf was sure that the kid wouldn't even be able to understand me, but he felt a negative energy, not unlike a black blade. Hireshil didn't drag the rubber and asked the protagonist directly what this strange technique was. In response, the guy smiled at first, and then began to tell him that it happened around 28 years ago. Once in the gate, the brave fought with the boss-armored turtle, but from his sword on its shell there was not a scratch. When death was already at Junho's back, he realized he didn't want to die, and under the pressure of the situation, he came up with a powerful technique. The protagonist directs his magic directly into the sword, due to which its power is significantly increased. This technique the young man used at the moment, when his opponent was the leader of the tribe of elves. The big man Callie had once said that in his entire life, he had never seen a better technique than that of the Grim Ghost. At that time, the young fighter said with a smile that he had thought of a great name, namely Ramadath. Only when a warrior's heart is fully prepared to die, the true road to salvation is revealed. The analog of the black sword was the Living Dead, which was the main weapon of the daredevil Seo Jun. Frozen in place, the head of the big-eared monsters was discouraged and realized that this was the sunset of his life story. A few minutes later, the main monster was sitting on the icy floor with the sharp blade of the protagonist sticking out of his chest. Gradually dying with pain in his voice, he recognized that the young man had cleverly calculated everything, because it was really 5 minutes. Standing before him, the daredevil asked what the mighty creature would say last, pointing to his vulnerable spot. The elf asked him to strike right there and end it all at once. The young man did not refuse, but in return for fulfilling the request, he wanted to ask the beast something and opened the inventory window. Taking the rather large unknown orb he had received earlier into his hand, he asked what the item was. The shocked tribe leader immediately realized that it was a precious spirit egg, which was not easy to obtain. The elf then said that a spirit could be born from anything if the power of the world tree was preserved in that place. He suddenly ripped a necklace from his neck, saying that it retained that very power, and if you channeled magic into the egg, it would hatch. The dying leader tossed the item to the young warrior, who was slightly surprised and thanked him. The brazen man asked if the monster would give nothing more, and the first thing he cited was an elixir that was of great value. The tribal leader couldn't believe that she had lost to that man, and the brawny man abruptly withdrew his blade from his ribcage. Letting out his last breaths and his thoughts, the warrior turned to the world tree, hoping it still heard his prayers. He hoped that the tree would have mercy on the fools who followed him, if his head was enough to pay the price. Late in the afternoon, there was a loud scream from a young man in one of the settlements, who had been thrown straight into a wall. The beaten boy could not understand what was going on, and silently looked at his offender, afraid to move. As it turned out, with all this, stood Karl Signer, who in cold blood massacred every person in the settlement. Fearfully I looked at the survivor, the demon asked in a soft voice where the tracker was. Meanwhile, the fearless Seo Junho was notified by the system that he had crushed the leader of the Dark Elves. Looking at the massive orb in his hand, he wondered if it was really a precious spirit egg. If you contract with a spirit, you can use powerful abilities without having to use your own magic, which is what the young man needed. The young warrior's spirits were lifted by the fact that he now had the opportunity to make the covenant. The hero had heard that spirits do this with those with whom they have a good synergy, and he was fully convinced that inside the pendant was a spirit of darkness. In the kid's imagination, the black ghost looked rather calm and even somewhat cute. With a smile on his face, he imagined how together they bravely fought the monsters, and it made his mood even stronger. The boy took the wooden pendant in his hand and broke it to finally release the spirit and make an agreement with it. He could feel the energy of the forest, even though it was weak, and it was already a good result at that moment. Seo Jun then decided to put his magic into the spirit egg, confident in the consistency of his actions. That same hour, a violent reaction began, and the spherical-shaped object began to gradually unfold, emitting a bright yellow light. Glowing with joy, the protagonist couldn't wait for the final result and watched everything carefully. The players standing outside the dome, meanwhile, were expecting some kind of change and immediately noticed the reaction. Zadam Chiv Choi Jinpyo said that they had defeated the remnants of the Dark Elves, but Seo Jun hadn't come out yet, and that worried everyone. The leader was worried because he had no idea what was going on inside, and intrusive thoughts were going through his head. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard with a notification appeared in front of each fighter's face. to which everyone shifted their gazes. The red-haired girl's face changed in surprise, and at first she even thought that she had read the message wrong. The notification said that the Wild Forest Gate had been successfully captured, which was very hard to believe. The joyful fighters began to shout loudly and hugged each other, realizing that Seo Junho had succeeded and could now return home. The guys were happy because they had already forgiven life. But everything ended well, and Cha Minu, from an incomprehensible shock, greatly changed in his face. The reason for this was that the barrier suddenly disappeared, and in its place stood a stern-looking protagonist. The guys were very happy to see a respected player who risked himself and successfully completed an important operation. The healer immediately ran up to him, saying that it was a great job and asked if the brave warrior was injured. The guy offered to start treatment if he was wounded, but the emotionless fighter simply mumbled that he was fine. He then walked forward in silence, thinking about the events that had transpired, only to say loudly that everyone had done a good job. The worried healer noted that from the looks of it, the hero looked like he wasn't injured, but there still seemed to be some sort of problem. Leader Chaminu suggested that the battle with the ringleader was incredibly difficult, as the brave man had a very frowny face. After some time, the young man flew aboard a passenger plane to his hometown. On the internet, he found a video about the capture in the Rad Wild Forest, where he was marked as the most valuable player in the team. The young man was skeptical of MVP, considering it useless and didn't even know who even cared. All this warrior considered it pointless and wanted to just rest from what had happened and finally gather his thoughts. Unhappy with the results, the hero only wanted to get a spirit of darkness, but not a useless spirit of ice. Now, there was a small ice queen flying around him, who was currently staring out the airplane window in amazement. She thought human technology was incredible, and the exhausted fighter asked her to stop talking until he got his thoughts in order. The little princess called him a meticulous kid and said she was just talking to herself. The young man wondered why the monster that had instilled fear in the hearts of people all over the world and frozen his friends had become his spirit. The queen said that they had already transplanted several times, and that was enough to put their thoughts in order, and the boy once again asked her to shut up. The annoying spirit said that no one was talking to him, and the headache-stricken Junho didn't understand why he was being punished. The ice princess explained that she only appeared because their magic powers matched well, and he was more suited for the ice element. The nervous kid said that he had been using the Guardians of Darkness for 5 years, and had only been using the freezing skill for 3 months. The little Q spirit said that this body came out of an egg, and asked to stop being stubborn to finally make a contract. The angry hero asked if she really expected an agreement after all she had done to people, and the queen asked him to give an example. Angry at her, the fighter for justice asked if she was really out of touch with her deeds. His vis-a-vis began to listen to him attentively, and the boy at one moment as if confused, and could not formulate a speech. Drops of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and being agitated herself, he wondered what she had done. In a trembling voice, the young man said that the queen had frozen the Pacific Ocean, and she said that she felt sorry for the fish in it. The nervous fighter said it caused the climate to change, but he still heard that it stopped global warming. Still, he hated the ice princess because she had done the evil deed of freezing his friends and himself. The fairy said she wasn't the one who froze them, and besides, she believed that with her power, the brave man could have melted the ice. She reiterated that she had done nothing to deserve criticism, and she felt sorry for herself because the protagonist had killed her. With no more arguments, a tense Seo Junho asked her to keep her voice down and better just stare out the window. After that, the pensive kid turned his back and used the clock to text Shimtoku. He asked his friend what he thought the Ice Queen was guilty of, and the man replied that she had turned the 5 heroes into ice. The laughing fairy peeked at the correspondence and said, the watch was a great device that allowed for incredibly fast message sharing. The angry kid said he was ready to let go of the past and asked what he would get if he made a contract with her. Smiling, the Ice Queen said she would become his mentor and share her own knowledge. Her words seemed interesting, but still something was bothering the young warrior who was thinking things over carefully. The protagonist said that no one would argue that she was strong, but in the end he still defeated her. The princess, on the other hand, complimented that she really lost because she was in a weakened state. The exasperated kid asked if she was really selling medicine, but the fairy, on the other hand, said that she was not some kind of peddler. Afterward, the queen of the Niflheim Ice Kingdom and lord of all things cold in the world swore to herself that she had never once lied. Junho knew that this was an oath that mages took, and if they lied, they would lose their magic, after which he asked how weakened the vis-a-vis was. With a slight giggle, the little princess replied that she was weakened about a full 100 times. Shouting to the entire plane, the young man asked her to swear to herself again, but the queen replied that she would lose her dignity if she did it again. Eventually, the tired hero agreed to make a contract, But he had a condition to the princess. Being serious, he firmly said that if he felt threatened by her, even for a moment, the agreement would be terminated, and the queen did not disagree. She said that the souls of the contracted person and the spirit were connected, so she had no reason to harm him. The boy didn't know if this was the right decision, but there was nothing he could do, and he also had no way to clear the gate alone. Brave Tease realized that things would be different with the knowledge he had gained, and then he bit his finger, creating a bleed. With the wounded side of his thumb, the young man reached for the magic circle to give his consent to the agreement. First, he needed to understand how strong the Ice Queen's skills were, so it was decided to focus on that. Soon, together with the spirit, Junho arrived at the training room located in the Players' Association. The fairy immediately noticed how boring the place was, and the youngster said that it was a training place, so it was only natural. Noticing the digital scoreboard that appeared in front of the guy's face, the flying lady asked what he was doing. The hero replied that he wanted to test out an artifact from the last battle, and was using a buff ring with a blue fairy bracelet. The mana boosted above 100 points when they were on the couch at the same time, and that was enough to mop up a level 1 gate alone. Smiling, the Ice Queen noted the fact that the kid looked much better with these accessories. Still angry, the hero said he didn't remember asking her opinion, and decided to test her skills. Madam asked if he didn't know them better than anyone else, and the fighter emphasized that she was now a spirit and very different from her former self. The princess did not deny the boy his pleasure and decided to shake her old self to demonstrate her skills. She said that since they had a contract, she would show what she could do, hoping that the young man would respect her more. Extending a snow-white hand upwards, the lady spread her palm and concentrated to use the ability. Ice rays began to appear around, something that Seo Junho looked at completely unperturbed and attentive. The ceiling and walls of the training room began to rapidly freeze, which spoke of the skill being used professionally. In just a few seconds, cold vapor began to come out of the young warrior's mouth, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. The tense warrior felt as if his heart was freezing and his ears were almost twisting from the cold. The same feeling came over the protagonist in the ice castle, which he didn't like to remember very much. For another short period of time, the Ice Queen continued to use the ability, showing off her skills. In an instant, she stopped the display and began to lower her hand down, which was quite unexpected. The perplexed kid immediately asked what was going on, and the fairy didn't even know what to say to him at first. Eventually, she just excused herself with the fact that she had lost interest and immediately turned her head away. The knocked-out kid's face changed in surprise, as he didn't expect such insolence on her part. The princess said she didn't feel like using force right now, and the disheveled kid shouted and asked if she was kidding. With a bit of brainstorming, the nervous youngster realized that Madame was trying to take things in her direction. Not at all frowning at such a thing, looking at his vis-a-vis with reddened eyes, he asked loudly what she was so interested in. The Ice Queen said with a slight smirk on her face that she really wanted to see the human world. On the streets of the densely populated city, there were many cars and ordinary citizens going about their business. The curious princess, to whom everything was new, wondered at every house and asked Seojun, who was embarrassed, about everything. She paid attention to every little thing going on around her, which infuriated the protagonist incredibly much. He asked if the others could see her, because she was talking a lot, but still it was like no one noticed her. The fairy said that she could show herself to them, but the guy asked her not to, after which she noticed something and became silent. The little princess turned to the kid, still not taking her eyes off the object, which seemed strange to him. Pointing admiringly at the sleeping cat curled up in a ball, the maiden asked what this charming creature was. The bewildered lad replied that it was a stray cat, and the enthusiastic queen expressed a desire to pet it. The young man said that the cute animal does not see her anyway, but he was wrong in his words, without even realizing it. Suddenly, the black predator tried to bite the flying princess on her little leg, scaring her to the point of terror. The stress the flying creature suffered made it scream, and the stray cat kept trying to attack it. The predatory animal tried to reach her with its sharp claws, but the queen flew higher. Landing on top of Junho's cap, she began to recover her breath, being very frightened. The agitated fairy asked if no one cared that a bloodthirsty creature was calmly walking around the street. Novosum Udemy young man said that a cute-looking cat does not attack those who are bigger than it in size. He decided to take the stray animal in his arms to show his new companion everything in detail. The hero said with a smile on his face that the cat becomes docile when it meets the strongest of the world. The stunned Ice Queen was at a loss for words when she saw that in the hands of the kid, the stray animal was absolutely calm. With a shriek calling it an outrage, she called the boy to the training area, saying she would show him her strength. Soon they were back in the training room, where Juno prepared to watch her actions closely. Maximizing her concentration, the fairy used her power and asked him to watch intently. Smiling, the boy said that he would do it with pleasure, and afterward, he began to remain silent. Several magic circles with incomprehensible hieroglyphics appeared around them, which looked quite entertaining. At the edges, sharp ice pins began to emerge from the ground, which served as a kind of fence for the barrier. Paying attention to the suddenly appeared ice walls, the hero was surprised and even a little wary. From nowhere, sharp blades began to appear, which the young warrior looked at relentlessly. Looking at it, he was convinced that with such power, you can go to war alone, without fear of defeat. Finally, the demonstration of the princess's combat power was over, and it was time to give the verdict. Still, the daredevil did not show much emotion and simply called it a good result, which angered the fairy, expecting something more. She cried out that she was about to show how powerful she was, and the imperturbable young man said that he could do it too. Suddenly, a sharp ice blade appeared in front of his face, drawing the young skeptic's attention. Seo Junho found it hard to believe that the Ice Queen could create such a thing in the blink of an eye, and realized that he still had a long way to go before her. But he didn't admit that to her and simply said that he could do that too, and the only question here was the time limit. The guy added that he thought the fairy would show something impossible for him, after which she thought deeply. In an instant, a very interesting thought came to the mind of the Ice Princess, and she was sure she would shock the boy. Asking the young boy to look away, the confident queen asked if that was what he was talking about. Seeing something shocking, the tense hero immediately changed his face and seemed to be at a loss for words. Barely able to say anything, the bewildered boy admitted that this was exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, Secretary Chachi-un, who was sitting in her office, felt a rather strong vibration. The madam was convinced that they were really practicing hard, since even in her office space, the tremors could be felt. After a while sitting in Shimtoku's office, a serious-looking Sojun asked if he knew what an ice queen looked like. The bewildered man first silently looked him over, trying to figure out why the question was even asked. The president said that only the hero had seen her when he went up to the second floor, and the young man mumbled that in that case there would be no problem. But he still did not understand anything, absolutely calm. The martial artist told the companion that she could show herself. Suddenly, an ice fairy appeared in his palm, and with its appearance it stunned Taku, making his eyes bulge. The terrified man hid behind his chair, and the princess noted the fact that the brave man's friend was a coward. The head of the association said that anyone is done seeing such a thing, and with his words, deeply hurt the Ice Queen. Using freeze in a stern tone, she asked the pathetic little man how he dared to call her that. An emotionless Seo Junho asked her not to touch his friend, and asked if she remembered the terms of the contract. The fairy said she would teach the man a lesson if he didn't watch his words, and the young man told his friend that the queen in front of him thinks the whole world is at her feet. Turning blue with excitement, President Shim was dumbfounded even more when he realized it was the same Ice Princess. The tense man tried to calm down and offered to look into the whole situation to bring clarity. Looking at the bug sitting on the hero's shoulder, he began to realize that it was the same Ice Queen that had been the subject of many rumors. The head also learned that she came from an egg bought at an auction in Las Vegas and animated with the help of the leader of the wild forest. After sorting everything out, Taku said that since the mate had accepted her presence despite all the hatred of me, he had nothing to say. The emotionless fighter said that the princess was incredibly strong, so they could definitely use her, and his vis-a-vis asked what class she was. He appeared that spirits are divided into lowest and highest, and usually tell their own class, after which the hero asked his companion about it. The self-assured Ice Queen said of course the highest, and the young man asked if she was sure of that. His doubts annoyed the lady, and the two friends considered whispering that they thought she had a bottom class. So Jun said that the queen was strong anyway, so he wanted to pick a harder gate next time. The president said that they were already difficult before, and remembered that there were horrible trials coming next. Alarmed, he asked if the daredevil was aiming for a level 1 gate with incredible difficulty. The fighter said that after capturing the wild forest, the mark of the first level gate appeared, and since then, they have had a tricky time and are now able to sweep them alone. The man warned that there were only 3 level 1 territories left on the first floor. Using a digital scoreboard, he showed the gates in South America and China, but that wasn't all. Seeing the third unconquered territory, the anxious head of the association swallowed his saliva, feeling a lump in his throat. The tense friend asked the daredevil if he was sure everything would be all right here, and if he would get post-traumatic stress syndrome. The fearless fellow said that there was no difference, because the cause of the syndrome was with him and sitting on his shoulder. The president said that in that case, the next gate was at the South Pole, where it was very dangerous. They were called the Ice Palace, and even from the looks of it looked terrible, so no one was in a hurry to capture it. Soon the young man returned to the room, where Shim said on the phone that they were planning a press conference for 2 hours and added that he would be met by Chachi. The guy replied that he understood, and after opening a can of soda, turned his attention to the Ice Queen, then asked if she needed to eat. The fairy said that she was a higher being, to whom, unlike people for food, you need to eat, which was good news for the hero. The young man then said he wanted to ask her something, and the princess was all ears. He asked if she knew anything about the interdimensional elevator. That was the unknowable origin of this world. The shrewd warrior realized that if he found out what it was, he might be able to get to the very end of the game. The thoughtful spirit was in no hurry to answer the question, but the hero did not demand an answer in a hurry either. At one point, the fairy still answered that she didn't know anything about it, which was not a cause for rejoicing at all. A very nervous Seo Junho asked her to stop showing off. After all, she was the floor master and should have known about everything. But the Ice Queen responded by swearing by her essence that she didn't have any information on the matter. She added that she used to know something about this world, but after losing to the hero, she stopped being a floor master and forgot everything. The young man was very sorry that it had happened, and he made sure that the system had no weaknesses because she had erased her memory as well. The princess said that even though the memories she needed were gone, she was still an entity with a very big name. The boy said he would like to believe that. And then he remembered that there was something else that interested him. He'd be interested in how the fairy used the power, if the spirits could not use the mana of the one contracted as well. Displeased by this question, the princess replied that even ignorance must have limits. The assistant explained that if the fighter's willpower runs out, then she will not be able to use hers, and in the worst case, she may even return to the spirit world. The protagonist realized that it would be unfair to use such power without spending anything, so he was not upset. The companion complimented that what she had shown him worked the same way, and even he would have to train for at least a month to use it. The confident fellow said that was too long, and the flying bug was a bit surprised. Convinced of his own power, the fighter firmly stated that he could do it in just half a month. On the day of the press conference, the young man was in his room, but at one moment, someone knocked on his door. It was Cha Chi-yoon's secretary, who had brought him clothes for the event, and was suddenly surprised by something. She saw Seo Junho in the room near the mirror, who was looking smart and had already put on a business suit. Admiring his appearance, he looked at her and remained silent. Madam was surprised that today he was going to go not in pajamas, and the guy said that such an interesting to throw out only once. After that, he put on the jacket she had brought, remembering that it wasn't long before he had to go out for an event. Having corrected the clothes, the young man said that he was completely ready and asked the manager what she could say about his appearance. Charming Chachi, with a slight smirk on her face, showed a thumbs up, making it clear that he looked gorgeous. Very soon, quite a few people had gathered in the auditorium as they waited for the press conference to begin. Enough video cameras were set up around to capture and further distribute the footage. Some people present were anxiously waiting for the start of the event they had been thinking about for a very long time. What was surprising was that it had only been 3 months since the last conference, but now there were many more journalists. One of the men in the audience said that he had seen Seo Junho before he captured the EC gate, and added that he was literally exuding energy. According to him, the energy was similar to that emitted by the legendary Kim Woo-jun, or Shin Sung-hyun. The viewer added that he wouldn't be surprised if the main character said today that he would go to the first level gate alone. His words were thought about very deeply by the nearby audience members, who thought it was nonsense. Laughing, the man on the left asked him not to exaggerate, and the blushing man said that he was just saying it, by the way. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a black male silhouette slowly walking onto the podium. The black shoe stepped onto the wooden floor and continued walking forward, drawing more and more stares. Immediately, the cameraman began to shine a spotlight on the elevation, and the audience, frozen with amazement, did not take their eyes off. A couple of seconds later, they saw a well-groomed black suit with a bluish shirt and a neat tie. Those present were dumbfounded by the fact that the legendary player appeared before them not in his training clothes. A lot of cameras immediately began to take pictures, capturing almost every step of the young warrior. After that, the press conference was declared started, and journalists had the opportunity to ask questions. Soon, one of the men sitting in the audience asked the gentleman if he planned to enter the gates of the Cave of Trials. The unperturbed young man replied that he planned to do so and was just in the process of scheduling it. With his intentions, he further stunned the people sitting in the hall, who almost lost their breath of speech. The brown-eyed lady realized that all the best players had passed through this gate, and with such rapid growth, it was simply a sin not to try. The Cave of Trials was located in a high mountainous region of Tibet, and from the name, it was clear that players would face challenges in each stage. Participants who passed one stage could continue the journey or they could stop, and unlike other gates, this one had that option. Due to the prohibition of disclosure, no one knew what the players who passed the trials received. But the woman thought they had a good reason to be so eager to get there. Smiling, she opened the digital scoreboard realizing that this information would be quite enough for an article. But, unexpectedly, the young gentleman confidently announced that he would be going to the ice castle after the test cave. From what they heard, many people almost fainted, because everyone realized how serious it all was. The shocked public could not believe their ears, while the daredevil remained absolutely calm. After a few seconds, a huge number of cameras started taking pictures of him again, realizing that this news would be overwhelming. No one could believe it, because it was one of the 3 most difficult gates in the world that no player had ever managed to pass. The dumbfounded people questioned whether Junho was really referring to this particular unconquered territory. The calm young man confirmed without even waggling an eyebrow that this was indeed the case. After the conference ended at sunset, the young man flew on a helicopter, trying to relax after a hard day. On the internet, the news that the hero announced his intention to go to the ice castle has already spread everywhere. The brown-eyed boy noted the fact that journalists went crazy with this stunning news. The Ice Queen said that everyone thinks that he is in a hurry not only for the castle, but also for the test cave. The young man said that the required level to enter the cave was from 25th to 30th. But many people didn't know that yet. The dungeon encouraged those who weren't afraid to come face to face with serious danger, and the difficulty level there was fixed. This meant that if a player's level was even 1 level lower, he would receive a bigger reward if he completed the same stages. Upon hearing this, the fairy called this fact beautiful, and Junho missed being able to get there twice, as it was not a bad profit. As a grim ghost, the youngster had been to the cave before, but the rewards from a quarter of a century ago had reset, so he would be able to get in. Soon, the helicopter landed on a designated pad at the protagonist's designated location. Tired after a hard day, the young gentleman got out of the vehicle, holding a black jacket in his hand. From the rooftop, there were incredibly beautiful views of the huge city that he just couldn't pass by. Looking at the scenery in his thoughts, the brave man said that he would try again, so that he could meet his frozen friends again in this harsh ordeal. About each of his comrades he remembered with warmth on his soul, but there was something else besides them. The brave fighter also often recalled his past identity, the mysterious grim ghost. The guy clearly remembered the frightening mask on his face, and it was quite a pleasant memory for him from his past life. With a pleasant smile on his face, So Junho's inner voice said that he would also do this in order to surpass his past self. He then decided to distract himself from these thoughts and turned to the icicle flying behind him, who immediately asked what he wanted. The young lord wanted the Ice Queen to train him when he returned, which sounded a bit strange to her. Still, the lovely fairy smiled, asking in a calm tone if he hadn't already asked her that a few times earlier. The hero said that she was better at handling the cold anyway, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to learn the craft as well. Sensing her victory, the bug said happily that just now someone recognized her as a mentor, and the youngster looked at her perplexed. The happy princess promised that as a mentor, she would teach the young warrior everything she herself knew how to do. Smiling back, the boy said that he would not like to be her apprentice, but still expressed his gratitude. The Ice Queen advised him to prepare for the agonizing training, and the fighter said he was looking forward to it. Somewhere in the incredibly cold room were the frozen friends the protagonists so often remembered. Their statues were very well preserved despite the past 25 years, but that didn't tell him anything. A few meters away from them was an open bottle of alcohol and 5 glasses that Junho used when he visited his comrades. The next morning, in the Korean Players Association's practice room, the freezing skill was in full use. Inside, tired sighs could be heard, and broken ice blades could be seen lying on the ground. Behind all of this was a warrior who was practicing gruelingly and did not stop even for a moment to rest. Drops of sweat slowly dripped down the fighter's face, but he paid no attention to it and continued practicing. In an instant, he began to hold an incredibly beautiful and crystal-clear blade in his hands. The young man immediately asked the Ice Queen sitting on a small throne nearby what she had to say about it. The little princess began to scrutinize the results of the young man's labor, taking her time to draw conclusions. Still, with a smile on her face, the fairy said that at last the lad had shown at least some result and called him a partner. 15 days ago, the princess said that the young man could control 2 skills, darkness and ice energy, just like herself. A perceptive June asked why repeat that when he already knew it, and his mentor called him a foolish man. Sosulka explained that to use energy, it has to be understood, and the deeper the understanding, the faster the skill. That was why she asked what the young warrior thought the energy of darkness was. With her question, the lady put the hero in a stupor, but still, he answered that it was a fierce, proud, and full of disdain energy. Smiling, the Ice Queen called it a perfect answer and asked what he could say about ice energy. The perplexed kid said that it was just cold ice, and here already the smile disappeared from the mentor's face. Icicle explained that ice energy was nobler and more graceful than any other, just like a versatile beauty. The perceptive Junho realized that what she meant to say was that this energy was well balanced. The fairy said that the powers of darkness, fire, and wind are very strong but not suitable for defense, while the energies of water and earth, on the contrary, are good at it. She continued the story, saying that even from ancient times, those who possessed the energy of ice were called the almighty warriors of the workshop. Then the Ice Queen asked if the young man understood why they were called so, and he did not give any answer, but he realized everything perfectly. After that, Icicle decided to teach him how to control ice energy and called him a dear partner. But first, the princess snapped her fingers, giving a hint that there were some adjustments to be made before doing so. Behind her, a gorgeous ice sword made professionally appeared in the air. She said that it was a precious sword from the Ice Kingdom of Fragarak, and the hero called the weapon good. After this, the mentor asked him to repeat her actions and construct a similar blade. But the boy, who was frozen in place, said that he was not very good at crafting objects out of ice and doubted his success. Laughing, the fairy said that from the old days, the warrior was capable of becoming a representative of any branch of the army, and if he failed, there would be no training. The hero did not like these conditions very much, but still, after a short period of time, the shiny ice blade was ready. He showed his creation to his mentor and asked her to evaluate it, and she began to scrutinize the object and ponder. Suddenly, Icicle called the ice sword disgusting and broke it with a slight movement of her hand, much to the fighter's displeasure. The queen added that the blade lacked sharpness and had no balance, and the enraged young man asked if she knew which blade she was breaking. Exhausted by the process, the lad said that it was all very difficult, and he even started to feel down. In his thoughts, the fairy said that he was incredible, because with only the 34th attempt, he was able to create a sword similar to Fragarak by 62%. 28 years ago, this power was so powerful that the person who wielded it seemed extraterrestrial, a-focused. So Junho realized that he might be creating a monster with his own hands right now. With an imperceptible smirk on her face, the Snow Empress, who had decided to just watch it grow, was watching. After paying attention to the process of creating the sword, she emphasized that the slope at the blade had shifted by 5 degrees. After some time, the queen, amazed by the result, said that barely, but the boy had managed the task. She laughed at the fact that the young man had done it on his 152nd attempt, but he said that he had tried his best. He asked if everything was okay this time, and the mentor began to scrutinize the ice sword he had created. It seemed like everything would be fine now, but the princess suddenly smashed the creation again with a knee strike. The cute Icicle said that the blade was beautiful. It was just that she was irritable today, so she broke it. She then put her small palm on the head of the exhausted Junho and stroked him a little to calm him down. The mentor said that the lesson on creating weapons could be finished, and asked the hero to sleep, for he had not done so for 2 days while he was trying to create a sword. The Ice Queen said she would teach him how to use his desired ice energy after he woke up. Looking at her incredulously, the boy said that she would probably make him make a spear next time, and the lady threatened that she would change her mind now. Angry at her, the young man wanted to threaten her with something in case of cheating, but due to fatigue, he could no longer keep his balance. Gradually, exhausted by the incident, the boy lay down on the floor and dozed off, while the princess looked at him silently. Seo Jun dozed off sweetly in the training room, which was only natural after a grueling training session. The caring mentor had summoned a warm blanket with her ability, not intending to let him freeze. She said that the gods were unfair, for even with such an outstanding talent, a lot of effort had been expended. Negro-ko, the Ice Queen, mumbled that it was necessary for the protagonist to become even stronger in order to protect what he held dear. On a sunny afternoon under the blue sky, a majestic eagle with sharp talons flew by and went out to hunt. The raptor proudly spread its long wings and fluttered them non-stop, searching for prey. The purposeful Junho arrived at the gate of the Cave of Trials, where many people had gathered to see them for the first time. Manager Jamfar welcomed the player into the test cave and began to smile politely and even a little oddly at him. The man said that the association had informed him that the daredevil wanted to enter the cave, which no one could forbid him to do. At the top of the leaderboard was the Grim Ghost with level 9, which no one had ever been able to jump over. The young man immediately noticed that no one had broken his record in 25 years, but he was not surprised. The manager said that the internal conditions of the gate can only be learned after entering, including what horrors await the player. The man wished the brave man the blessings of the northeastern winds and good luck, then stared at the back of the departing man. Soon, the protagonist, along with his partner, descended into the Cave of Trials, where he remained completely unperturbed. Ahead was a huge blue portal, the light of which slightly blinded the eyes, and which had to be entered to start the journey. Looking at it froze the lad in place once again, that it had been a full quarter-century since he had entered here. Not intending to waste any time, the fearless fighter said it was time to enter, and the Ice Queen flew after him. But outside Zapno, there was an electric discharge that did not let the protagonist in, which greatly dumbfounded him. A system error appeared stating that a re-entry by the same player had been seen, and a manager check was required. The bewildered player read this with his mouth open, and the shocked fairy didn't even know how to behave in this situation. After that, something else happened that surprised the guy and his partner, who were still just standing still. In front of them appeared something like a small box, shrouded in energy, which acted as a teleporter. From it, a mysterious man wearing a black suit with a cylinder on his head suddenly emerged and greeted the player. He was the manager of the first floor of the interspatial elevator, and his name was simply Gray. The tense Junhone expected to see the man who was handling the affairs of the first floor, and asked if it was true that he was the god of the earth. The man, however, replied that he was just a government employee who was assigned by the god to run the place. The young man thought that he was no different from a god since he was in charge of the earth, and Gray said that the area at his disposal was limited to the floor. After that, the manager smiled, emphasizing that he was sincerely happy to meet familiar faces here. He congratulated the protagonist on his return, calling him Gloomy Ghost, which completely discouraged the guy. The excited Ice Queen asked what he meant about familiar faces, and if he would recognize her too. The man said that of course he recognized the very same Lord of Niflheim, the Lord of Cold, and the Ice Queen. Seo Juen asked what this place was, and Gray replied that they were in a virtual space he had created himself. Abruptly, he opened the book, reminding them that they had a little trouble that needed to be dealt with. The manager emphasized that the grim ghost had passed the test cave 28 years ago, and even named the exact minutes. Then it was said that since changing his name didn't change the player's essence yet, he should know that he wouldn't be able to enter the gate after receiving the reward. The tense young man asked what to do if he didn't have that reward, and his vis-a-vis asked what he meant. The guy replied that the current one didn't have any rewards from the Cave of Trials, and this matter needed to be settled somehow. After saying that, the man thought deeply, coming up with some solution to the problem. With a slightly frightening smile, he said that the young man was telling the truth, but it looked rather strange. Unable to understand what was happening, Junho and the Ice Queen felt pressured, and it became clear what kind of power the manager here had. The oddly behaving Gray closed the book, muttering something about the lack of reward for the protagonist. The young man said that based on that, there was no reason not to let him pass, and the man said that it was up to him as the manager to decide. Lightly tapping the floor with his cane, he said that the kid really wouldn't break the rules, but it was a matter of balance. Since the brave had been here before, he knew the challenge. It wasn't really fair to the other players. The persistent fighter was not going to give up on his goals, and immediately came up with a plan to get out of the situation. Smiling, he asked the manager to raise the difficulty level to equalize the conditions. Smiling wryly, Gray asked if the player who seemed assertive was serious. Daredevil said that if it would allow him to enter the challenge cave, then that would be the best way to resolve the issue. Continuing to smile strangely, the man said he didn't know if it was the right thing to do or not, but he would still agree. Snapping his fingers, the ringleader said that since the hero had hung him up pretty well before, such a favor he could do. A few seconds later, the difficulty level was changed, after which Gray put on his cylinder and wished the warrior good luck before leaving. The slightly alarmed Ice Queen asked him to stop, saying that he seemed to know her well. The fairy asked if he knew why she had lost her memory, but the manager said that alas, he could not answer that question. He then wished his partners a good time and departed, leaving them alone. The attentive Seo Jun noticed the humid air and immediately realized that they were back in the cave again. Pensive, and the princess said she couldn't understand what was on the mind of this strange creator of gray. The youngster asked if she really didn't remember anything, and the queen said that she really did, and it annoyed her. In any case, she was happy for her partner, who had come a long way flying like a bird, and his efforts had not been in vain. The guy reminded her that they were flying on an airplane, and afterwards he paid attention to the system's greeting. On the first level, he was waiting for a test of magic, where he had to use his powers and burst balloons. Looking at the blue balloons around, the surprised princess said that it was too easy a task. The emotionless fighter said that it was all about the first level, so it wasn't surprising at all. He called it a training session, and pretty soon the system notified him that he had successfully passed the test of magic. The partner said that it would have taken less than a second if she had been in his place, and the hero emphasized that it was worth opening her mouth as soon as the lying started, then wrote that if the player wants to pass to the next level of the weight test, he must give a certain answer. Without a second thought, the confident fighter firmly chose to keep going, not even stopping for a break. Now he had to sweat and put in more effort, and the excited fairy didn't even realize what was going on. The hero explained that on the second level of everything, the gravity pressing the beginning changed every minute, and he noticed that it became twice as strong. His partner asked what the other 8 trials were, and Junho replied that it was the most horrible thing a person could imagine. At one point, he hung in the air and said that he was now lighter, which surprised the icicle somewhat. The delighted lady asked if he planned to miss out on such a precious opportunity, and the young man asked what she was talking about. She advised him to start practicing, but the upside-down kid said it only seemed easy from the outside. Suddenly, the young man fell face first into the ground, attempting a maneuver that made him very angry. Shaking her hand, he pressed against the stone ground, trying to get to his feet to finally gather his thoughts. The tense player recognized the rightness of the Ice Princess, who said that now it was time to go for a run. But it was easier said than done. After a short period of time, a terribly tired Junho lay on the ground, breathing heavily after his grueling workout. Finally, feeling relieved, he tried to relax a little, but it was given with great difficulty. The exhausted young man realized that he had raised the difficulty too much, and his partner tried to cool him down with his ability, calling him a good boy. Abruptly rising, the fighter said he was ready to move on, and the fairy asked if he wanted to rest a bit because he was very tired. The hero knew that the reward in the Cave of Trials grows in proportion to the effort expended, and if you continue, it will be better. The helper asked what the lad had to go through next, and he replied that he was in for a nurturing illusion. Remembering it, the lad deepened his recollection to refresh his memory a little and pass it without previous mistakes. Last time he had fought like a madman to save his parents from the monster, spending a lot of time on it. In the end, it took him half a day to isolate the people dear to him from those unpleasant illusions. The worried parents watched as their son fought with the monster, swinging his blade relentlessly. At one point, Seo Junho looked at the fairy, saying in his mind that the illusions would probably be different this time. The brave boy wished that the Ice Queen was in them, but he realized that it wouldn't be that simple, and she couldn't understand why he was staring at her. After the kid started to get up off the floor, holding his aching side, while his partner worried about his health. Firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, the protagonist saw the silhouettes of his frozen friends before his eyes. The young man perfectly remembered the voices of his comrades and their facial expressions, whom he missed very much, and the illusion worked perfectly. The blue-eyed companion asked if he was so intent on surviving alone, and Callie called him a traitor. A confident Junho said in an inner voice that it would take at least that much to torment him. The abandoned friends began to ask why on earth the protagonist abandoned them, while he himself got out and continued to live. The unflappable warrior continued to keep his composure as he listened to a fellow warrior screamingly call him a traitor. An exasperated Sky screamed that he was the ultimate liar, and those words settled on the lad's soul. Concerned Ice Queen asked his partner not to listen to them because it's just an illusion, but he himself knew it very well. Feeling heartache, the young man said that these fools at the last moment lifted him up, knowing that they themselves would die. He remembered well the gentle smiles of his friends, remembering which made his heart bleed. Nervously gripping his blade, the warrior shouted that he would not allow anyone to insult the memory of his comrades. The big man Lamadat had quick regeneration and devastating power, while the sorceress Sky was versatile in both defense and offense. Hilberto was capable of punishing ranged support, and Mio was famous for her surprise sword attacks. Brave Tias asked the Ice Woman to hold off the Amble and the sorceress, but she warned that his spiritual power would be drastically reduced. The warrior said it didn't matter and asked how long it would last, and the aide said about 30 seconds. The confident daredevil said that would be enough and prepared to take action. The first thing he decided to do was to quickly deal with Gilbert and Mio, who were weak in defense, and fearlessly rushed into battle. The tense Ice Queen concentrated as much as possible to summon her loyal fighters. She ordered them to raise their bodies from the cold ground and slaughter the enemies that stood in their way. The enormous ice golems immediately rose to their feet and prepared to crush anything the unruly Empress ordered. Sky, a professional of her craft, shouted to her comrades that the opponents were coming and asked them to dodge their attacks. With an ability, the lady created a magical barrier, protecting herself and friends while the ice soldiers' non-stop violence hit. The maximally tense Seo Junho noticed that his spiritual power was leaving him at a wild rate. He needed to act as soon as possible, but still, the thuggish Lamadate decided to speak first. The enraged Ambo took a high leap, swinging his fist in flight to deliver a crushing blow. In a vicious tone, he shouted that right now the traitor's end would come, but it wasn't that simple. A loyal assistant came to the young warrior's aid, using her freeze ability and telling Lamadat to freeze. The attacking fighter was frozen and no longer posed any danger, which was amazing. The fairy asked her partner to ignore her and get on with his work, for precious time was running out. The nervous young man let his guard down and called her a young man, and afterward asked her to hold out in this way a little longer. But suddenly he was taken by surprise, and an enemy shell landed a few centimeters from his feet. As it turned out, it was the cold-blooded Gilbert Green who got into the game and fired the shot. Fixing his hat, he threatened to end things with the next shot from his sniper rifle. What made Junho smile was that the illusion even copied the magical shooting of a professional marksman. Looking at the destruction of the stone ground near his feet, the brave man realized that one such bullet would be enough to finish him off. At that moment, the ruthless sniper was not going to stop, and his scope was aimed at the youngster's eye. Remaining cold-blooded, he began to slowly press the trigger with his index finger. But suddenly the target disappeared, much to the displeasure of the shooter, who was already confident of his victory. Shocked, Gilberto Green immediately wondered where the enemy had gone, because he had just stood there. Soon he realized that the enemy could use the ability and suddenly appear in his rear. The unperturbed Junho had indeed used the Nightfall ability to deal with the target. Having behind the sniper, he stabbed him in the back, causing his hat to fly off the head of the screaming Green. At the same hour, the long-haired blonde man crumpled to the ground, unable to get an accurate shot at the enemy's head. Looking at the lying Gilberto, Daredevil did not relax, and immediately thought in the next target. Now he had to fight the enraged Mio, who was shouting, asking how he dared to do such a thing. Keeping his sanity, the fighter stood silently in place, thinking about how to proceed against her. The worried damsel squatted, holding the hilt of her katana, ready to strike at any second. The hero knew that she was nicknamed the Master of the Sword for a reason, and remembered very well that it was madness to fight her with blades. Not forgiving Betrayal Girl loudly declared that for the murder of a comrade, Scoundrel will pay with his life. After that, the swordswoman rushed to run forward, while the vis-a-vis standing on the spot thought over the plan of further actions. The tense warrior realized that he only had one chance while she frantically attacked after seeing Gilberto's death. The enraged Mio, right on the fly of the table, pulled her katana out of its holster, about to launch a crushing attack. With a sharp movement, she swung her blade, but the fearless Seojun managed to dodge, remaining unharmed. In his hands, the sharp ice blade he had created a few moments earlier was shining, and it was going to help him defeat his opponent. The young man did not forget that only once the swordswoman would open for an attack, and he successfully took advantage of this by delivering a powerful blow. Heavily wounded girl immediately began to cough up blood, feeling a strong burning sensation in the area of the womb. Feeling a sudden drop in strength, she immediately fell to her knees, realizing that she had been defeated in this fight. Looking worriedly into the eyes of the cold-blooded Junho, Mio asked why he had betrayed them. After all, everything was fine. The emotionless player gave no answer to her question, still remembering that it was all just an illusion. But still, being angry, he called the ordeal repulsive, not wanting it to end soon. Meanwhile, the huge golems continued to try to break down Sky's barrier, which was holding on as best it could. With every possible effort, the sorceress held back the onslaught of enemies, while huge ice crystals fell all around her. Concerned, the Ice Queen turned her attention to the big man Lamadat, who began to gradually get out of the ice. In just a few seconds, his arm was freed from the shackles, and he was once again a huge threat. The tense protagonist paid attention to the strange sounds of ice destruction and immediately realized everything. Very soon the cave-in had escaped from his confinement completely and was ready to continue the work he had started, eager to see it through to the end. Shaking off the remnants of the crystals, the fighter began to slowly move towards his opponent, eager to avenge him for everything. Smiling, the bearded man asked if the kid thought this pathetic technique could stop him. He began to build up his strength and prepare for an incredible battle with the traitor who had killed 2 of his comrades. Prickle, a fairy, shouted to his partner that he could no longer hold back his opponents. The enchantress Sky was still in play, using her staff without respite while remaining stern. The lady tried every possible way to attack the huge golems, whose onslaught began to gradually weaken. The alarmed ice princess began to dodge the falling ice shards, fearing for her life. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion, causing the ice to shatter violently. The surviving icicle tried to realize what had happened, that it was a man's voice suddenly said, "Thank you" to her. The surprised queen immediately raised her head and saw the powerful shield that So Junho had covered her with. In a calm voice, the young man said that the assistant did a great job and smiled at her. There was still an angry Lamadate alive, whose eyes were incredibly red with a desire to kill. With a smile on his face, he lunged at the kid, who deftly put up a shield, preventing himself from getting hurt. With a titanic effort, he held off the onslaught of the enemy, who pressed with all his weight and did not even think of stopping. Laughing evilly, the Amble asked if the boy thought he could just leave him and fight with others. At that moment, a tense sky sorceress who was using magic addressed the comrade. She called Lamadate an idiot and threatened that he would be in trouble if he hurt her with his attacks. This was followed by a powerful magic strike from which Junho luckily managed to bounce aside. The panting kid realized that he wouldn't be able to handle the two of them, so he had to think of something. The big guy tanked, while Sky attacked from a distance, and this duo was famous for their powerful synergy back when they were all working together. The protagonist clearly realized that if he wanted to defeat them, he would have to give his best. As he concentrated as much as possible, he decided to use the boost, which was quite a powerful move. Opening his eyes abruptly, the cold-blooded warrior realized that he had to act now, and immediately struck with his blade. The attack landed on the chest of the Lamadath standing in front of him, who immediately experienced a hell of a lot of pain. Even after such a powerful blow, the big man remained on his feet, which strained his vis-a-vis even more. The big man said that this hole in his chest was refreshing and began to grin, making his opponent nervous with his behavior. With a firm squeeze, the big man began to swing again, asking if that was all the pathetic little guy was capable of. He then rushed to the attack, making a sharp jump, showing a particular hatred for his opponent standing still. The nervous hero noticed that the enemy simply had a devilish regeneration speed, so, as expected, his plan did not work. Ready to fight, Sky used magic again, shouting that this time the kid wouldn't be able to get away. But the daredevil proved otherwise, rushing to the side to avoid being hit right in front of Lamadath. There were heavy explosions behind, but the daredevil managed to escape without even the slightest injury. The young man thought that fighting an endlessly regenerating enemy was a waste of energy, so he decided that he needed to come up with a new plan. The exasperated thug asked how much longer the pathetic kid was going to run away, and said there was no fun to be had here. Daredevil said he was sick of this circus himself, and, with a sly smile, added that it was time to call it a day. The enraged Lamadath exclaimed that he was too much of a hound for such an idiot, and decided to teach the boy a lesson. To do this, the big man made a good jump to increase the force of the blow by inertia. He stood in Seo Junho's path and gave him an intimidating look, intending to kill him on the spot. At the same hour, an incredibly strong blow was delivered directly to the kid's stomach, which almost curled into a ball. The young man thought the enemy was the devil, who not only broke through his icy defense, but also damaged his internal organs. Still, he realized that this was a chance to take and play against Lamadath, who was confident of victory. The ambulist said that it was useless to fight, but added that he loved it when his opponent fought to the end. But the young warrior suddenly smiled slyly, saying that the bulky man was very wrong in his judgment. Loosely grabbing the hilt of the ice blade, he began to pull it towards him to strike. In an instant, the stern fighter shouted loudly that the end had come to the big guy who didn't take him seriously. The same hour, the skill of imminent death was used, which began to envelop the body of the uncomprehending Lamadath. It wasn't long before the opponent began coughing up blood before he even realized what had happened, but he couldn't fight anymore. The hero, who kept his cold mind, silently watched as the ambulist gradually fell to the ground. Dumbfounded by what had happened, Sky was very worried about her comrade and immediately ran to him, but it was too late. In her eyes, she saw all the horror of losing a comrade in arms, with whom they had passed a lot and still had a lot to go through. The girl's cheeks began to involuntarily flow tears from the realization of the situation, and she did not even know what to do next. The protagonist realized that now there was only the sorceress left, who at that moment fell to her knees, being behind his back. She decided to use dark magic, making a promise to herself that she would finish off the scoundrel who had taken away her friends. A flustered fairy said that her energy looked dangerous, and her partner explained that it was all because she was the last one left. Brave realized that if he wanted to defeat Sky, who was in such a state, he too would have to use all his strength. He decided to use the Scythe of Death, which he had never used before. The sorceress's body was protected by 7 layers of shields and destructive rays, and only the energy of darkness could penetrate them, bringing death. The knowledgeable fighter grasped the handle of the scythe securely, going to swing it and hoping for a good result. He was well aware that this weapon wastes a huge amount of mana, but it was the only way to win. Razin Bath Sky, who had her tower blown off, wished him dead, using every possible spell to kill him. The brave warrior wasted no time and jumped forward, aiming his sharp scythe at her. Remaining cool-headed, Seo Junho said that he was very lucky that the girl was just an illusion. He added that he wouldn't have been able to stand against the real Sky, much to the surprise of the entity sitting on the ground. Somewhere, the real weeping sorceress experienced a pleasant feeling in her soul and promised that she would wait for the young man. A few seconds later, the illusion dissolved into space, and the protagonist, along with his partner, silently watched it. The system sent a notification that the illusion test had been successfully passed, and it was now possible to move on. It was suggested to move on, and the fairy said that even though they had won, she felt uncomfortable. Without thinking long, the determined warrior said that it was possible not to ask, and gave the answer to the system that he was ready to go forward. After a while, the young man began to slowly open his eyes, seeing his partner in front of him. The Ice Queen asked if he was finally awake, and the lad tried to come to his senses after a deep sleep. The young man, who had pronounced bags under his eyes, had passed out a while ago, feeling very tired. The fairy said that he had been asleep for 30 hours, and the hero thought he would be asleep for at least 2 days. The partner said that the scythe of death took too much energy, and the brave explained that without it, he would not have defeated even illusions. The assistant then asked how many trials were left, and the recovering fighter couldn't say for sure. The 10th level could have been the last, but Gray had changed the difficulty and theme of the levels, so it was unknown, and the queen was very nervous. The challenge cave was arranged in such a way that the difficulty level increased as you went through, and it was unknown how long the player could last. After coming to his senses, Junho decided to take out some clothes from his inventory, and his companion asked if he was feeling okay. She reminded that he had to fight with his old comrades, but the hero emphasized that there were only illusions. The young fighter was a little sorry that this time he didn't get to meet his parents, whom he also hadn't seen for a long time. Icicle asked why he would meet his parents in illusions, and the guy firmly replied that they were both dead. From what she heard, Icicle nearly fainted and hovered in place, not even knowing what to say. She immediately began to apologize, feeling guilty. But the cold-blooded guy said that it didn't happen yesterday, and he was used to it. In order to support her partner at least a little, the Ice Queen put her small hand on his shoulder. Then the fairy said that she too had lost her parents when she was 6 years old, so she understood her companion very well. Not expecting to hear such revelations, Seo-jun said that he and she were in the same boat, so they could trust each other. After the partner went outside the room and was notified that the healing room had been abandoned. Outside, the daredevil said that he wanted to start the 4th level trial, the preparation of which immediately began. The theme of the 4th level was a sleepless trial, when passing which the player could not sleep for 10 days. This arrangement did not frighten the brave man at all, who agreed to the conditions and began the test. The level countdown was 240 hours long and began immediately after the agreement. Time was passing and Seo Jun-ho sat on a small ice island, looking at the timer and thinking it urgent. It had been about 20 hours, and the boy wanted to sleep a little, but he did not have the opportunity to do so. Concerned Queen asked if he was holding up, and looking at one point, Hero replied that so far yes. His partner asked if he wanted something to eat, and the young man replied that hunger was what kept him awake. After 60 hours, the protagonist got groggy and began to involuntarily fall asleep, feeling incredibly tired. The excited assistant asked him to stay awake, and at such moments the lad was a little distracted from sleep. He asked the ice fairy to keep him awake, and she heard the request immediately use the ability. The same hour, the fairy threw a snowball in the young man's face, which at least somehow cheered him up and kept him awake. When 98 hours had passed, the situation was even worse, but it was necessary to hold on with all one's strength. The exhausted Seo Jun tried to cheer himself up, but there was no increase in energy. Looking at his red eyes in the mirror, the tormented player complained that he was sleepy. He wanted more than anything to take a hot shower and lie down in a soft bed, where he could get a very good night's sleep. The young man's eyes began to close gradually, and he was almost unable to resist it. A worried Ice Queen flew into the room and asked if he would fall asleep while he washed his face. The young man proudly replied that he would never do that. But the assistant realized that it was all a lie because it was very hard for him. There were only 24 hours left on the timer, and the goal was closer than ever. The companion tried to cheer up the guy, saying that there was only 24 hours left, so it was necessary to get ready as much as possible. Turning into a zombie from lack of sleep, Junho wondered if it was true that there was an earlier reward for level 9. He remembered the level A heroic cold-bloodedness, as well as 10 points to each ability, which was a worthy reward. Seeing the silhouettes of his comrades in front of him, the young man told himself that this time too he should last at least to level 9. The protagonist realized that this was the only way he would be able to save his friends who were frozen. He felt it was his duty to save them, and suddenly he heard a loud scream of a fairy, after which he opened his eyes sharply. Jumping up with fright, the red-eyed kid didn't understand at all what was going on, and caught himself thinking that he had fallen asleep. Being nervous, Jun asked his partner if he had really fallen asleep, but she didn't give any answer at first. The flustered princess pointed to the digital timer board and said that this was not the case here. As of it seemed, the countdown had ended, and it spoke of the successful completion of a very difficult ordeal. The young warrior, along with his partner, silently looked at the timer, realizing that all this horror was behind them. The terribly tired player couldn't believe that finally this hellish ordeal was over, and now he could rest. The first thing he did was to relax as much as possible, and immediately years on the floor, which caused a slight smile from the fairy. Lying on the floor, the guy put his palm to his face, still not believing that he had won, and the companion said that he really had. In front of Junho's face, he saw a system notification that he had successfully passed through the sleepless trial. The system wrote again that if he wanted to advance to the next level, he had to give a positive answer. Next, the player was faced with a taste test, the name of which was no longer as clear as in previous times. Although no longer eager to participate further, the terribly tired fighter chose to continue the tournament. In the test of the 5 senses, which took place after the rest, all the senses were included except for touch. In the process, the protagonist experienced severe nausea and vomiting, which he could not hold back in any way. Again, the guy received a notification that he could continue competing further or interrupt everything right now. After that, the test of calmness began for the player who handled it best. He realized that a new challenge would be added, because the sound and silence challenge were combined into calmness. Naporisto So Junho made a promise to himself that he would somehow endure it all, and would definitely make it to the end. At one point, the guy noticed an ice queen drawing on the ground with a stick who was trying to write something. With the help of Morse code, she asked if the young man would eat, and he realized that the quiet language came to her liking. It seemed to the hero that next would be the test of the void, which most of the players who came to the cave gave up on. The void was a primal fear that was very difficult for humans to challenge. A person could be rendered helpless by merely shutting off his senses, and if his willpower was weak, he was capable of losing his own self in the void. Even a brave man in the past had escaped before this level, and was currently notified that he had successfully passed through the trials of tranquility. After giving his consent for the next level, he received the news that the void trials of the 9th level and the time of the 10th level would pass together. An excited Junho couldn't believe it and didn't even know what he should expect next. The system wrote that he should refuse to pass right now if he wasn't sure he could endure them. After all, there was a risk of losing himself. Not only would the young man find himself alone in a complete void, but they also wanted him to not feel the passage of time. For a while, the daredevil thought deeply about the upcoming events, trying not to panic. Using his index finger, he began to write something on the ground, using Morse code so as not to disrupt the ordeal. The Ice Queen was told by the boy that he would only pass the level if he managed to overcome all the trials and get to the gate. The cute Ice Queen also, with the help of the alphabet, asked him to go without fear and said that she would be waiting for him. These words warmed the soul of the protagonist, who immediately chose to start the level, remaining cold-blooded. The 2 challenges were combined into one and immediately began their launch, which was a bit unsettling for the player. The fighter immediately rested both hands on the floor, trying not to panic and waiting for the changes to begin. At one point, he noticed that he found himself in a black void, where there was nothing at all. Seo-jun could no longer feel even the Ice Queen and his own mana, but he tried his best to keep a cool mind. In his inner voice, the daredevil repeated that he had always won, so he would win this time too, which he was sure of. Trying to realize the depth of the situation, the hero emphasizes the fact that he feels neither the flow of time nor himself in general. He didn't understand how he got here in the first place, and recognized that he should have mastered the abilities of the Iceman more quickly. Last time, the warrior had given up before the test of the void, and wondered if he should have run away this time too. Still, the brave man reminded himself that it was his choice, because he wanted the power so badly that he was willing to put his own life on the line. The determined boy had made this choice because he was fully confident that he could win. He remembered all the words he had said earlier and made a firm promise to himself that he would never die in such a lousy place. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the fearless warrior said that he was the grim ghost and the mighty Junho. These we sly lit a fuse inside him and did not even let him think of dropping everything and giving up. After a while, the player lying on the ground began to gradually regain consciousness. The icicle was still next to him. After moving the fingers on his hand and fully opening his eyes, the young warrior immediately realized that he was finally back. The joyful Ice Queen immediately congratulated him on his return, realizing that all the horror was behind him. Tired of what had happened, the hero first asked how long he had been gone, and learned that the ordeal had lasted 10 days. Gradually rising in his thoughts, he said that he was sure it had been at least a month, but in fact he had spent much less in the trial. Taking a closer look at her partner, the pondering Iceman decided to tell him something important. It seemed to her that something had changed in the young man, but she couldn't make out anything specific at that moment. After superficially examining himself, the young man said that nothing seemed to have changed, but his body was definitely lighter than before. Closing his eyes and concentrating as much as possible, Junho tried to use magic to check something. Suddenly, the kid felt something strange, but at first, he couldn't quite grasp what exactly it was. He was surprised to realize that his mana loss had been reduced to 0%, something he hadn't expected at all. The protagonist's mana mastery was now perfect, and even on par with Sky's, which couldn't help but please him. Taking out his ice sword, the concentrated fighter held it out in front of him as if expecting something. With a sharp movement of his hand, the warrior swung the cold weapon, remaining extremely serious and attentive. After that, the player began to watch the results of his action without taking his eyes off, being ready for anything. There was a powerful explosion ahead, which triggered the destruction of the stone ground ahead. Many piles of cobblestones collapsed ahead, which was a surprising result for Seo Junho. Together with the Ice Queen, the young man watched the results for a while, assessing his current abilities. The Ice Queen said that it looked much cooler than the sword steel arts he had used before. The youngster successfully passed through the void and time trials, and then the calculation of the reward for passing the cave began. The happy boy was glad that he would receive the long-awaited reward in a matter of minutes. But for some reason the process stalled, and the bewildered hero began to assume that the system is stalled. Suddenly, a red notice appeared in front of him from Manager Gray, who asked him to stop whining and wait. The fairy assumed that the reward would be very large, since the floor manager himself had taken care of it. Accurate calculations were done for a few more minutes that seemed like an eternity. As a reward, the fighter received a very good increase in intuition, strength, speed, stamina, and other items. Seo Jun was impressed, because there was an increase in the level of 2 skills at a time, and an increase in all abilities by as much as 20 points. At one moment, the protagonist had an epiphany, and came to an important conclusion about everything that had happened. In his mind, he said that the Cave of Trials is a place where the reward is worth the effort. It was as if Gray had been aware of everything before he leveled up, but had kept silent. The man even knew about the new titles, one of which was a limit breaker that increased a random ability by 1 each time he leveled up. After familiarizing herself with the information, the little one asked the ice girl to pinch his cheek, which seemed like a very strange request. Still, she did it, and the kid felt the pain and made sure he was awake and reflecting on the title he had received. If you add up all the factors, the fighter could get to the 130th level, and he would have at least 100 bonus points. The tired Ice Queen asked the dreaming companion to stop talking nonsense and suggested to get away from here. The boy agreed that it was necessary to leave quickly because he was already ready to go crazy from this terrible place. On the way to the portal, Warrior said that he was clearly born in the wrong era, and the fairy asked what it is he started with all sorts of nonsense. In the palace, under the ground of which was the entrance to the Cave of Trials, stood the manager Jamfar and a man in a black suit. The tense monk was very worried about Seo Junho. After all, a whole month had passed, and he was still in the dungeon. Suddenly, the two gentlemen stirred, turning their attention to the digital scoreboard. The shocked agent in black asked his vis-a-vis to look forward more carefully, for something unexpected had happened. The table and ratings suddenly updated, and now its first place was occupied by the protagonist with the 10th level. This caused great joy to the manager Jamfar, who believed in the young master with all his heart. He said that a new legend was being born before their eyes, which was incredibly rare, so it was a reason to be proud. In broad daylight, an unremarkable man in a robe entered the courtyard of the manor, where joyful children were entertaining themselves. Ignoring them, the mysterious stranger knocked softly with his fist on the door, waiting for it to open. The man who opened the door said that by his visit to such an undignified place, the guest was doing them a great honor. The robe-clad Kalsiner was the first to point out that they were not having much fun here. The gentleman standing in front laughed, saying that they had not come here to hang, but to revive a Pegasus. The mention of the Pegasus greatly stressed the lurking demon at that moment, whose pupils shrank in size. He immediately asked Taurus Milo if it was possible to utter such words in a place like this, swarming with children. The man said that it was and prepared to demonstrate the whole picture, after which he abruptly snapped his fingers. The children running around immediately stopped and paid attention to him, as if a program had been triggered inside them. After the snap, they all lined up at attention and awaited further orders from their leader. A tense Cal said the kids were getting on his nerves, and Thoris said they were training hard to become strong demons like him. Then the kids scattered off in different directions again, continuing to have fun and not taking what was going on to heart. Polite Milo invited the guests to go inside to continue the conversation there, without attracting too much attention. In the meantime, the streets of the sunny Italian capital, Rome, were filled with people enjoying life. They were all enjoying every moment and admiring the scenery around them, capturing it on their phone cameras. The enthusiastic Ice Princess exclaimed that her partner was even being praised on TV, but the young man said that now was not the time to be ogling around, thus destroying all the joy of the Ice Princess. He reminded that they were here to find and destroy paradise, and the search was decided to start from the business district, where Tours was often announced. His partner asked if traveling far and wide was really the only way to find the enemy, and the boy said it was. A few days ago, an admiring Shimtoku expressed his sincere love for Junho, calling him lucky. The young man asked him to stop, and the president said that ever since he passed the Cave of Trials, their receipts had increased manifold. Then an old friend strongly alarmed the warrior by saying that he had found out something about the orphanage that he had learned about in Paris. It turned out that the necromancer Armand was from a horrible orphanage, where a crowd of children were trained to make them into demons like him. The man said he couldn't find out the exact location, but he did discover one significant clue. Pressing the remote, he turned on a digital display that showed a picture of a smiling man. It would be a man named Taurus Milo, formerly an active player on the second floor, but now retired. Many players left at the peak of their careers, but this mysterious man started acting strangely. A tense Toku asked his young associate to look closely at the photo where the weirdo was leading two children behind him. All the association knew was that from time to time the suspect took the children to the business district of Rome, and it was always different children. The hero asked why Milo acted so openly, and the head said that it was an inconsistency that made him pull up the archives of crime in Rome. He added that after every appearance of Torres in the business district for the following week, there was a missing child report. An unperturbed Seo Junho, listening carefully to the information, said he had to investigate the case. A friend said that the suspect appears in the business district once every 2 months and should show up there again next week. It was said that the thief should be found as soon as possible. But at present, the hero sitting by the fountain realized that there was no trace of him. The fairy asked if he really wanted to catch the culprit the first time, and said that it was time for them to go home, for it was already evening. The partners began to quietly go to rest, talking among themselves and not even suspecting anything about it. Suddenly, the young man was hit by a kid in a cap, who immediately apologized but aroused suspicion. Keeping restraint, the hero was not going to let the boy go just like that and decided to take action. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the boy's arm, making him very nervous and turn around to face him. The frightened Enai kid asked what the stranger was allowing himself, but the brave man did it for a reason. The young man further alarmed the petty thief by asking him to immediately hand over what he had stolen from him in the confrontation. On the floor, the bully immediately threw the stolen watch with a leather strap, realizing that there was no point in denying further. Dronzer said he thought it would be easy to divorce his vis-a-vis, but warned that he wasn't going to apologize. Frightening Seo-jun had already begun to think about whether to turn him into the police or not, then immediately shut the juvenile delinquent's mouth. The hero didn't understand what the red-haired kid was scared of, after all. It was just thinking out loud, and he took everything very seriously. Approaching the boy frozen in place, the daredevil asked if he was not by any chance a member of a gang of pickpockets. The young man realized that the boy was well acquainted with the area, and he could not understand why he needed this information. After a short period of time, the redhead was devouring delicious food in one of the local establishments. Sitting in front, the protagonist looked at him silently, realizing that he could use it to his advantage. He advised the greedily eating Marco to eat more slowly, otherwise he might get sick later. The generous Jun asked if he should order something else, but the anxious young man said he was already full. Holding a loaf in his hands, the boy was unpleasant to realize that he was the only one of the starving family to fill his belly. His vis-a-vis took the hint and immediately called the waiter, who was passing a few meters away from them, to the table. He asked to wrap up everything on their menu and found out that there were 16 needy children in Marco's family. The generous fellow ordered sets for his entire starving family, much to the boy's incredible surprise. The hero asked if he had a house and parents, and the youngster replied that he lived together in a kind of warehouse with other kids with similar situations. The young man asked if there were any adults helping them, and gave the example of some orphanage. The boy replied that once a month priests from the Vatican came to visit them, which was already a small clue. He added that they promised to cleanse the children of their sins and turn them into new people, so they take one person at a time to paradise. The children were told that in that place, they were given the opportunity to study, and were also provided with clean clothes and fed 3 times a day. However, the green-eyed Marco was reluctant to go there, because the priest seemed very strange to him. The astute Seo Junho knew that sometimes people who were particularly sensitive to energy had similar sensations when they met demons. He asked if it was possible to see the children who were taken there, and the young man replied that not in person, but, upon request, the priest sometimes brought their letters. According to him, all the children are perfectly well, on hearing of which the hero smiled, and the brave man asked when the holy men would next come. The young man lied that he had been separated from his younger brother a long time ago, and thought these men might be able to help him with his search. The red-haired boy gladly promised to bring him to the priests, for the generous man had unselfishly fed him at the establishment. It was quite quiet in the vast Vatican palace in the late afternoon, and only the sound of swaying trees could be heard. The incumbent Pope Francis XII was walking along a long corridor of the huge building with a lantern. Ahead of him, he saw the human shadow of an uninvited guest who had come at such a late hour. The wary man immediately inquired who was standing there, but no answer to the question was forthcoming. Frozen in place, he began to shine his lantern, trying to make out the stranger's face, but all was in vain. Suddenly, the uninvited guests made a small step forward, making the Pope very nervous. The old man at once recognized the gentleman of the gloomy ghost, who stood silently by the window, breathing the fresh air. The man heard that the fighter was now undergoing treatment, and he said that he was very glad to meet him, because it had been a whole 25 years. The joyful old man said, "I didn't think I could see the legend again," and added that his prayers had been answered. Bowing respectfully to the warrior, he added that to their shame, all this time, they had only lived in peace because of the 5 great heroes. The gloomy ghost asked what the common people had to be ashamed of if they, the fighters for justice, had worked hard for this very cause. The warrior then asked Francis if he knew anything about an orphanage called Paradise, and he replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Now Seo Junho realized that even the words about priests from the Vatican boy Marco turned out to be a fiction, just as he thought. The demons clearly had a hand in it, because those freaks were pretending to be holy men right under the Vatican's nose and kidnapping children. The ghost told the Pope that he had no more questions for him and was going to get away through the window. Before leaving, the fighter warned that in a few days there would be a major fire in the neighborhoods of Rome and asked that the services be ordered to be naked V. The dazed old man did not understand what was the matter and asked the legendary player to stop for clarification. The mysterious warrior did not obey him and simply disappeared, and the elderly man was very stressed from what he had heard, sticking half of his torso out the window. The old man realized that the trickster had suddenly disappeared again, and there was no point in looking for him. On a rainy afternoon, Marco was in the shelter of his family name, where he asked the other children to eat their food, and himself was about to step away for a while. A sipping Junho came into the living room and caught her attention by saying he had a very good night's sleep. The nervous kid asked why he couldn't spend the night in a more suitable place, and the hero replied that it was comfortable and nice here. He also said that they could leave here together at once, and added that he was counting very much on his young guide today. Very soon, the partners left the house and set out on important business, keeping silent on the way. The Ice Queen told her companion that this boy had an easy gait, and he complimented that he felt it too. At one point, the protagonist looked at the young guide's movie, as if about to ask him something. He stunned the red-haired kid badly with a sharp question about whether he was, by any chance, going to be a player. The dumbfounded kid asked how he knew about it, and the indignant Junho replied that he could tell by his gait. The kid expressed the rightness of his vis-a-vis and confessed that he trains to become a strong player. The experienced fighter said that a difficult path awaits him. But Marco still wanted to try because his last name had no home or parents. Parnishka thought it was the best way if he wanted to protect his loved ones. That's why he aspired to become a player. The boy also said that the priest promised to help him and said that there was a training course for players in Paradise, which alarmed the hero. These words alarmed the Ice Queen, and the calm warrior knew that these people lure capable children in this way. The dreamy boy said he would go to Paradise and someday become a great but player like the grim ghost. An overjoyed Marco started running around, while Seo Jun and the princess looked at him bewildered, thinking he was a tomboy. After a while, the kid who was frozen in place from surprise said that they were almost to the temple. Up ahead, he suddenly saw Taurus Milo walking down the street with a little girl with his hand on her shoulder. The shocking factor for the boy was that it was Anna, whom he knew very well. The protagonist asked who she was, and the anxious youngster replied that she had been in their family name until she went to Paradise 2 months ago. The wary fighter immediately recalled Toku's words that after every appearance of Milo in the business district, there was a missing child report. He recalled the suspect's face from the digital scoreboard and immediately realized that the man in front matched the photo. Keeping his cool, the warrior became convinced that this was the same perpetrator, but was in no hurry to act. Instead, he was rashly replaced by an agitated Marco, who rushed over to Anna, who was walking down the street ahead. The man asked if the girl knew the fellow, and she replied in a calm voice that he was the head of her past family name. Negro Co Torres gave the girl to say hello to the boy as cordially as possible, so as not to arouse suspicion. A gleam immediately appeared in the little girl's eyes, and she began to look at her old friend running toward her with a smile. The sincerely sweet girl hugged Marco, saying she was very glad to see him, and he asked how she was doing. The polite man said hello to the kid, saying he'd heard a lot about him, and he was slightly confused in response. The criminal wanted to say something else, but Seo Junho suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that he had finally found him. It turned out that he was addressing the runaway boy, to whom he had made a remark about giving a warning before leaving. The stranger was immediately noticed by Milo, who assumed he had purposely concealed his face with a mask and sunglasses. The hero introduced himself as Mark Prize and added that he had come to sightsee and asked the boy to be his guide. Visavi introduced himself in return, after which the men shook hands, mutually smiling. But during the handshake, the suspected child abductor suddenly became wary, sensing something strange. The young man's strength seemed too unusual to him, which made him highly suspicious. The man asked if the boy was a player, and he shyly replied that he was now at the 27th level. His words angered Taurus, who mentally said that this insect wasn't even worth his little finger. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho asked Marco, who was standing next to him, if it was a man from paradise, which alarmed the blonde. The green-eyed boy replied that he had seen this man with the priest before. Trying to remain calm, Milo asked how the protagonist knew about paradise, if he said he had come as a tourist. The young man, who had gotten into character after that question, didn't flinch and decided to give the main fictitious reason for his visit. Fixing his cap, he lied again that he had come in the hope of finding his younger brother, whom he had lost 15 years ago. The boy asked if he could check to see if he was on Paradise's list, and a nervous Torres replied that all the kids in their orphanage were under 15. At the same time, he realized that if he let people go so easily, the fact that the organization existed could be revealed. So he asked to come with him. Sweet Anna asked if Marco would go with them, and the boy said he had to get back to the others, even though he wanted to go. A cold-hearted Junho told his visage that he was insanely grateful for the honor. After a short period of time, they arrived at the huge Rye Manor, which had as many as 3 floors in the mansion. The red-haired boy began to run joyfully around the grounds, and Taurus laughed as he asked if he agreed that it was very large. At that moment, a girl with disheveled red hair approached the director of the orphanage, whom he greeted politely. In an instant, the assistant stood beside the man, covering his face, from which the smile had suddenly disappeared. Very quietly and seriously, the man asked her to make sure that no tail had formed anywhere behind. The wily lady carefully heard the order and began to walk forward while the director accompanied the guests. Standing near one of the front doors, he said that this building contained both living quarters, classrooms, and a dining hall. The man also pointed to a window, behind which was the hall where those now dreaming of becoming players practiced. Marco, surprised at everything, looked with admiration at the boys who were practicing with swords in their hands. One of the boys gave him a stern look that made the red-haired child immediately take his eyes off the window. A polite Taurus Milo motioned for Mark Prees, who the protagonist called himself, standing nearby, to come inside. The white-shirted servant softly told the principal that there was no surveillance, and he, with a stern face, called it excellent. Suddenly, the man clapped his hands a couple times for attention, confidently saying that he had an idea. He suddenly turned to Mark Prees, who remained unperturbed and had his full attention. The orphanage director said that since the young man was a player, in that case, he could tell something to their children. Standing behind the boys silently looked at the guest of the organization, but there was no joy in their eyes. Soon, Milo solemnly introduced the young man, who kindly agreed to give the children a small lesson, in which the other teachers would help him. The teaching staff of 7 was ready to help the honored guest. Although there were no smiles on their children, the children and teachers lined up in front of the protagonist, with a green-eyed little boy named Marco standing next to him. The anxious boy asked if he thought something was wrong here, and the young man noted that he was quick to grasp. The strange children looked at Priz with red eyes, expecting to hear interesting and new information. The teachers, who were not distinguished by cheerfulness and sincere smiles, also looked at him with the same eyes. The panicky little boy paid attention to their strange red eyes and became very frightened, not knowing what to expect. The brave began to instruct the child, saying that the red color of the eyes was a sure sign that a demon stood before him. The wily Thors said that the hero was very unlucky because he had to talk about paradise with him. Keeping his restraint, the daredevil asked if he had given those children to drink demon blood. The man asked if it could not be seen with the naked eye, because otherwise they could not become demons. The scoundrel added that at first everyone refused, but when a couple of them were killed as an admonishment, the kids quickly drank it all. From the horror he heard, Marco, who was standing behind the hero, fell to his knees, realizing what was really going on here. Tears began to come to his eyes, because he realized that all the children here were in prison. It pained him to look into the red eyes of the adorable Anna and Lynn, who he used to have good times with. There were also memories with Leo and Sue, good friends of the boy, but now just demons. The youngster began to realize that he didn't know anything at all, and sent even those who cried and refused here. His heart immediately began to fill with rage, and he wanted to destroy the bastard Thoris for all his deeds. With tears in his eyes, the enraged Marco rushed with his fists at the scoundrel who had dared to do such a thing to his friends. But the red-haired teacher, who asked the boy if he was going far, stood up for him. The ruthless madam struck a blow directly into the kid's chest, not even letting him get close to the director of the orphanage. From the pain, the boy almost lost consciousness and began to cough heavily, and then he flew away. After flying a few meters, he fell to the floor with a rumble and rolled on it, experiencing severe pain in his back and lower back. Milo's outcast began to viciously taunt the boy, who hadn't even managed to get close to him. The man called him a lowlife and mocked him in front of everyone, which made Marco even more angry and tearful. Out of anger, the kid clenched his fist tightly and pounded the wooden floor, trying to formulate a speech. To the entire training hall, he shouted that someday, Gloomy Ghost would show those scum some more. The principal said that if he had heard that 25 years ago, he might have been scared, but the ghost had been in hiding and undergoing treatment for a long time. Scum added that even if the legendary player did return, he would find that none of the demons were afraid of him anymore. In an instant, the crying Marco's face changed in surprise, as if he saw something unexpected in front of him. In front of him was Seo Jun-ho, who was acting very mysterious, which surprised the boy even more. The brave man tossed his glasses aside, saying that the player was a man who could endure even the death of loved ones before his own eyes. Taking the mask in his hands, he added that if the youngster wants to become a player, he must not give up to the last, and even if there is no chance of victory. Putting on his black guise, the brave warrior said that the youngster was not yet a fighter, so this time he would help him. The legendary Grim Ghost, who had never bowed to anyone, stood before the audience. The shocked red-haired Marco froze in place, not even knowing how to react to what was happening. He couldn't believe that this guy was actually a great man who had decided to come to his aid. But still, the situation demanded trust. So screaming at the top of his voice, the boy asked the protagonist to save the other children. Laughing, Taurus Milo asked if this pathetic clown wanted to say that he was really the Grim Ghost. A coworker standing behind him said with a sneer that it was now becoming clear why the kid was called Mark Prize. The sarcastic man also pointed out the fact that the legend's appearance looked like a scene from a cheap movie. Poking his finger into the daredevil's chest, he said that if it wasn't a fake, it would only take him 5 seconds to defeat him. The cold-blooded warrior didn't give in to his provocation and replied that it would even take him less than 5 seconds. His self-confidence provoked the anger of the teacher standing in front of him, who wanted to pounce on him. The same hour, the confused demon was sharply attacked in the belly, without even having time to realize anything. After a few seconds, it began to realize that the enemy was mortally wounded and there was nothing that could be done about it. Soon he fell to his knees, feeling his life rapidly fading away, while the merciless Jun-ho looked at the others. The alarmed demons could not believe that their comrade had been robbed of his life before their eyes, and it really took less than 5 seconds. The overexcited crowd began to assume that the brave man had used the skill of a guardian of darkness, which was a huge danger. Panicking, Taurus Milo ordered his subordinates to kill the scoundrel, whereupon they tore like this. The nervous man did not believe to the last that this pathetic kid was really a Grim Ghost. He thought that the opponent was just using similar darkness techniques, although his abilities were really not to be underestimated. It was now clear that Seo Jun was just a weakling, and in reality he was dangerous even to him. But the demon was counting on his comrades. A whole horde of miserable devils rushed to attack the standing kid, not even realizing what was about to happen. Not at all frightened, the protagonist put his hand out in front of him, raising it upwards, which signaled the use of the technique. The brave warrior then snapped his fingers, thus summoning a fearsome monster from his ability. A shadow wolf appeared in front of the confident demons, growling loudly as it opened its maw wide in front of them. The monster began to wriggle in every possible way, attacking the opponents and not giving them a chance to recover from the blows. The alarmed devil shouted to his companions that they wouldn't be able to stop the creature, so the decision was made to retreat. The fearless Jun-ho immediately realized that the enemies had run to call for help, but he thought it was useless. Before this wow, he thought that his mana had increased compared to what it was before. But after the test cave, he received 0 of its loss. Everything changed. Thanks to this, the main character's magical abilities became limitless, and now there was nothing to stop him from dealing with the scoundrels. At the same minute, the loud screams of dying demons, mortally wounded by the warrior's skill, could be heard all around. The cold-blooded Grim Ghost, in turn, turned his attention to Milo, who was trembling with excitement. The bewildered man acknowledged in a trembling voice that this fighter was indeed a demon hunter. He was now convinced that the story about people being able to single-handedly kill 100 devil descendants had turned out to be true. With a shout, Principal Thor's turned to the children, ordering them to go fight against the intruder. They were commanded to move and immediately capture the enemy, who posed a great danger. It was necessary to apprehend him before the archer arrived, which the red-eyed kids carefully understood. Fearless Seo Jun-ho silently looked at the approaching children, in whom he saw no danger to himself. At the same time, he realized that the enemy was going to use them as human shields, and this once again emphasized his cynicism. Suddenly using a shadow skill, The brave warrior ordered all of them to disperse immediately. The anxious children felt an intense fear after saying this, but it was very difficult to explain. They all froze in place looking at what was happening, and no one dared to take even a step forward. Suddenly, but many children began to fall on their knees, feeling completely powerless, which looked alarming. What he saw caused Taurus Milo, who was counting on the children in this situation, to be very excited. The nervous wretch mentally said that he had known that these weaklings wouldn't be of any use at all. He was even more annoyed that the archer he had pinned his last hopes on still hadn't shown up. The criminal started to run off towards the playground, but in a moment changed in his face, as if something had gone wrong. As it turned out, due to carelessness, he tripped and fell to the ground, scratching his elbows and knees a little. But it was much worse than that, as a few seconds later the man noticed the traces of blood on the ground. His pupils shrank in size at what he saw, and he became quickly aware of the horror of what was happening. Milo, screaming in pain, was stripped of his right leg by So Jun-ho, whom he angrily hurled insults at. In a calm tone, the intimidating-looking warrior said that he had just one question for the scoundrel, crying in pain. He asked if Thoris had ever thought about how the children he had made demons out of, against their will, felt. Wrapping his arms around the wounded limb, the scoundrel said in a trembling voice that he had indeed thought about it. After that, the protagonist spread his palm, once again using the shadow skill to end the kidnapping hotbed. At the same hour, two sharp blades wounded both collarbones of the criminal, who was shocked by the speed of the blow. The stunned kidnapper began coughing up blood, breathing heavily and pouring sweat. Realizing the horror of the situation, he began to beg for mercy, but he deserved to die for his terrible atrocities. With a sharp movement of his hand, the daredevil grabbed the blonde's head and then brutally pressed him straight into the floor. Removing the mask from his face, he said firmly that this was payback for all those children the wretched degenerate had ruined. Once at the beginning of his journey, Taurus Milo raised his blood-stained hands to let the bright rays of the sun shine on them. Feeling joy, the man said that it was the blood of demons, which the abnormal began to admire, almost exalting it. He was sure that if he could get hold of the demon's power, he would settle scores with all those who looked down on him, and he considered it his chance. Thick blood was rapidly flowing down the palms of the oddball fighter's hands, but he only enjoyed it. Fearfully, Thoris began to laugh, confident that very soon he would achieve his desired goal and take revenge on everyone. Looking at his memories, Seo Junho was not surprised at all, and the Iceman just watched silently. The young man said that not even trying to make an effort to develop abilities, yet envying others, was a sure way to turn into a demon. The partner asked if they were watching some cheap TV show, and the guy replied that it wasn't like that at all. He explained that it's his dead man's confession ability, which can be used to get information from the memories of dead people. Brave added that since Milo ran Paradise, he must know a lot about the Demon Association. Once then, the man came to a huge mansion, in the courtyard of which frolicked joyful children, enjoying every moment. From the window, a blonde-haired man with a medium-length mustache was looking at this beautiful sight, smiling slightly. Turning his attention to the kneeling Thors, the blonde man asked if he was in charge of Paradise, and the gentleman replied that he was indeed. Taking a step toward him, the mustachioed man said that he had taken a liking to Milo's ability to manipulate another's mind. It was asked if he had succeeded with her help in the case of the missing second-floor players and the case of the Ghost Village. The maximally tense demon suddenly felt a very pressurized feeling that was hard to explain. The blonde-haired visage held out a spread palm to him, and after saying that his abilities seemed very tasty, Chef Roxane Azar told Taurus that he could take it easy, explaining it was just a taste-testing ability. With the skill, the man created a glowing yellow sphere of small size that looked appealing. After that, he pulled the sphere into his mouth to absorb it and draw conclusions regarding the demon's ability. A thoughtful Azar said that the flavor was unusual, but it was not easy to achieve, although he thought that the available ingredients should be enough. Then the chef thanked Milo, because with his help, he had a good new recipe, and in return he decided to tell him why Paradise had been created. Roxane began to explain that if you gave demon blood to the rabble on the set, at best, they would only make a parody of a demon. That was why, in the last 24 years, only 5 children from Paradise had turned into first-class devil descendants. 4 centuries ago, the demons lurking in the shadows reached the border of the second floor and formed their own association. But the fear sown by the grim ghost was so great that they continued to fear the release of the 5 heroes from the freeze and death at their hands. It was then that the head of the association suggested the founding of Paradise, which was a rather unusual statement. At that moment, the man clenched his hand tightly into a fist, saying firmly that they needed the power to stop fearing anyone. He added that what they needed was the crushing power that they had experienced on their own skin and witnessed. The leader confidently stated that they would achieve this so that the mighty property, the Guardian of Darkness, would be in their hands. After hearing the story from the chef, an excited Taurus Milo caught up with the fact that Paradise was founded to create a second Grim Ghost. Roxane said that it was his job to materialize ingredients with a skill and then take them to the next level. He added that if he was able to create an ability even a quarter comparable to the ghost's power, they would be able to create the strongest demon. He had been able to do this before, but the final result, the Shadow Brothers, left a lot to be desired, to say the least. The man said that now they had a more effective way to achieve their goal, because the living owner of the Guardian of Darkness had returned. A confident Azar said he would head to the second floor again and wait for him, as the incredible flavor of the ability impressed him. After finishing going through Tor's memories, Seo Junho used a shadow skill to get rid of his body. His hands began to tremble from the realization of the horror, as it became clear that kidnapping the children and turning them into demons was necessary for a reason. All this was done in order to create a copy of the protagonist, who at first could not even believe it. For a few more minutes, the young man thought about it, and the Ice Queen did not interfere and just silently listened to his conclusions. The mere thought of this nightmare made the blood in his veins freeze and his pupils shrink in size. It turned out that thousands of innocent children who had managed to turn into demons against their will had died because of a daredevil. The guy clearly visualized the picture of how it all happened and tensed up, but he couldn't do anything about it. Feeling guilty for the death of the innocent fighter, angrily clenched his fists, but realized that he could not help them. Self-loathing made the warrior toss the Grim Ghost mask aside, trying to calm down somehow. The worried fairy tried to somehow ease her partner's suffering, saying that it wasn't his fault. Holding his hand over his face, the young fighter said he knew it, but that didn't make him feel any better at all. A player who turned into a demon couldn't become human again, and Seo Junho knew that better than anyone. The protagonist made the hard decision that the children who became the descendants of devils must destroy with his own hands. After a while, the alarmed Marco tried to wake up the breathless Anna and Leo, but everything was in vain. The boy looked in horror at his friends, who gave no signs of life, and began to panic. He was very surprised to see the dark ghost who suddenly entered the room and saved his life. The grim boy told that the boys were still not recovering and suggested that they had hit their heads too hard. Then the young man, crying with heartache, remembered the blood of the demons and realized that it had to be gotten out of them somehow. A worried Marco asked the hero if his friends could become regular humans again without that blood, and he took his time to answer. The green-eyed boy begged Sojun to save his friends, without whom the world seemed very gray. Showing compassion, the young man silently looked into the boy's eyes, understanding all of his pain. At one point, he put his hand on the boy's head, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was impossible. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the young man was shocked by how cruel and unfair the world can be. The protagonist understood him perfectly well, because that is why demons are so bad and perceived by society. When an ordinary person drinks the blood of the devil, there's either a rejection, because of which he dies, or transformation into him. Suddenly, the boys noticed a cute, girlish voice that addressed Marco. The dumbfounded boy couldn't believe it, but it was Anna, who miraculously appeared to be alive. He then turned his attention to Leo and Sue, who had also risen to their feet, which was an unbelievable joy. Crying with joy, the boy clutched Anna tightly to him, savoring every moment. But the emotionless girl mumbled softly that something was wrong with her, and it was already a wake-up call. She said she loved the handsome Marco very much, but for some reason she wanted to kill him. She spread her hand with sharp claws and suddenly tried to attack the boy, who was dumbfounded. Stunned young man did not understand what was happening to his favorite girlfriend and just froze in place. As always, Seojun came to the rescue in time, grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck. With a sharp movement, he pulled the stunned boy aside, preventing Anna from hurting him. Demons are usually very aggressive and violent creatures, and they pay for their power with an irresistible desire to kill. Those who drank the blood of ruthless creatures felt the same way, and that's exactly what the little girl faced. The emotionless hero apologized to the girl, making it clear that she could do nothing wrong. The enraged tree rushed at him in attack, feeling an incredible desire to straighten up. Suddenly, the system notified the brave warrior that he was sensing lower-level demonic energy. This news somewhat surprised the brown-eyed guy, who didn't quite know what it was about, but wanted to figure it out. It was written that it could be absorbed with the abilities of the Guardians of Darkness, and that was a bit alarming. The young man couldn't believe that he could absorb the demonic energy just like the coldness before, thanks to which he was freed. In an instant, right in the air, the frantic Anna screamed in incredible pain while being restrained by a shadow skill. A pensive Seo Junho still couldn't believe that he was able to do such a thing with the Darkness Guardian skill. He was immediately reminded of Roxane Azar's words, that no matter how much blood you give, if a person is not a player, he would only be a parody of a demon. The surprised boy realized that if a regular person became a devil, the appropriate energy could be extracted from him. Alarmed, Marco watched in silence as Anna, whom he liked very much, was shackled by the Guardian of Darkness. The boy decided to turn to the grim ghost, whose attention was immediately drawn to him. The stiff kid asked to be allowed to at least deal with his friends on his own. Then he said that it was his fault that the boys had been sent to paradise and repented relentlessly. Jun, who had not expected such a statement, asked if the boy was sure of that, for the memories would stay with him for the rest of his life. Clutching the fabric of his pants tightly, the young man said that the young master himself had said that a true player should be prepared for this. Tears continued to involuntarily flow from his eyes from realizing the horror of the situation, but there was nothing that could be done about it. These words brought a smile to the face of the protagonist and his loyal ice companion, who were convinced that the youngster had learned his lesson. With a smile on his face, the grim ghost stroked the future player and called him a good boy, together with the fairy. He said that it was not often that one could find a player shedding tears for other people, and he was sure that Marco would make a great warrior. The daredevil then added that the boy would not have to shoulder that heavy burden today. Obespo Koina boy looked with great surprise as the hero put his hand out in front of him, pointing it at Anna. After that, the process of absorbing demonic energy began, which should have completely cleansed the girl. Meanwhile, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the time when Carl Signer woke up. Trying to recover from his deep sleep, he immediately looked at the time, but he didn't manage to see everything. The nervous devil realized that he had slept for 17 whole hours, even though that was not his intention at all. He realized that he was weakened after chasing after Kim Woo-jun, but he was still confident that he would repay him for his humiliation. At one point, a notification arrived on Signer's watch, which immediately drew his attention. The sender of the message asked him to come to the orphanage, saying that there was something of interest to him. The fierce demon was very angry at Thoris Milo for daring to call on him like that, and decided that if the reason didn't seem good enough, he would kill him. After a short period of time, Carl put on a tracksuit and started walking down the stairs as if nothing had happened. As he descended, he became very wary and froze in place, seeing the confusion ahead. After a couple more seconds, his pupils shrank from nerves as he began to realize the situation. Seeing a whole crew of movers ahead, with a shout, the tense man asked what was even going on here. He did not understand what had happened to Raya's organization while the workers continued to take things out of the mansion. Not panimating the situation, Signer asked where all the demons had disappeared to, but received no answer. He was very angry about the situation and the fact that it was not at all clear what had happened here. Meanwhile, the grim ghost and little Marco were in the Vatican, where the members of the army were looking at them. Sitting next to the hero, the boy felt very awkward because people did not take their eyes off them. The brave man asked him to ignore it and warned that the boy would have to get used to it. Still, even though he said so, things had been very different 25 years ago, but that didn't matter anymore. One of the priests reported to the honorable gentleman that all 217 of the children he had rescued had been examined. The excited Marco prayed that the result would be good, and as luck would have it, the man said everything with a delay. The holy minister said that no demonic energy was found in any of the children and thanked Seo Junho sincerely. After hearing this, an incredible joy appeared on the green-eyed boy's face, for this was a true miracle. Afterward, Pope Francis approached Gloomy Ghost, who also wanted to express his gratitude. The old man thanked the honorable gentleman from the bottom of his heart for saving hundreds of unfortunate children's lives. He wanted to inform events and the whole world about it, and asked if the warrior agreed that it was necessary to remind the world of the danger of demons. The cold-blooded fighter asked the man to act as he saw fit, and said he wanted to make a request of him. The guy said that all the children he brought were left all alone in this world, which is why they became easy victims for criminals. Now the kids were in the rooms allotted to them, where they were under the care of nurses and no danger threatened them. Hero said that much of the responsibility for what happened in the center of the holy city lies with the church, which failed to notice it. Francis promised that they would take responsibility and provide the children involved in the incident with safe housing and education. These words brought great joy to little Marco, who began to cry as he realized that now, people like him will grow up as befits him. Junho told the kid that after his Vatican education, he would be welcomed with open arms for any part-time job. Then the brave man noticed that the kid was crying again and emphasized that he had been crying all day. The youngster exclaimed that he just had something in his eye, and the Pope and his assistant looked on with a smile. Wiping away his tears, the kid promised that he would study hard and become a good player so that he could take the place of the ghost's servant later on. He thought he could repay the warrior for his help, but the protagonist interrupted him, saying that he did not keep servants. His words dumbfounded the boy, who had his hand on his head as he was about to say something. Seo Jun-ho said he only had companions, and if he wanted to become one of them, he should start practicing hard now. After that, the role model lightly stroked Marco's head, and he happily accepted the instruction. That same day, the news reported that a demon training facility was operating in Rome under the guise of an orphanage. Upon learning that the employees of the institution had been destroyed by the grim ghost, an enraged call center smashed the television set. He was annoyed that the creep had ruined all his grand plans and now needed to start from scratch. The angry demon realized that he had a chance to destroy the hero, and to top it all off, the scoundrel Seo Jun-ho was able to sneak away. He made a firm promise to himself that he would deal with both of them, but he didn't even realize that they were the same person. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the Republic of Korea Players Association, where he was greeted by a man in the lobby. The young man paid attention to the rather loud sounds outside and immediately looked toward the window. After that, the guy immediately wondered why it was so noisy outside and decided to go take a look. With a slow and calm step, the brave began to move towards the exit, and the attendant silently followed him. Stepping out onto the open terrace, the ghost covered his forehead with his hand to keep the sun's rays out of his eyes. Down below, he saw a lot of people holding placards, thanking the legendary player who had saved the children. The people were overjoyed at the return of the mighty fighter and thanked him for destroying the fake orphanage. A joyful child sitting on his daddy's neck saw the all-famous warrior in an instant and started pointing his finger at him. People were happy to see the great savior in front of them, who felt embarrassed. The knocked-out Jun-ho froze in place, trying to figure out what was even happening, and didn't even know how to react to what was happening. Smile Yu Shim-toku said the police estimated that at least 500 people had gathered, and a friend asked him what was going on. The man asked the young warrior if he hadn't realized anything yet, and after school that everyone hadn't gathered to watch him. The protagonist was shocked by his words, and he found it hard to believe that all these people had come for him. The president of the Players Association said that everyone gathered was very happy to see the return of the legendary Grim Ghost. What was happening discouraged the fighter, who had not at all expected such a major recognition among the people. The protagonist was approached by a young man with glasses standing behind him, who asked to be allowed to escort him inside. The polite young gentleman, along with his pleasant-looking friends, expressed their gratitude that the warrior had returned. Daredevil was not a particular fan of praise and simply began to follow them in silence, thinking about everyday matters. Looking at the boys, Brave's inner voice said that someday they would be able to see it too. Walking down the corridor of the association building, the president of Toku said that they had organized a press conference, as the young man had requested. He could only speculate, but he thought that the guy's plans didn't include just announcing his cooperation with the association. After the man asked what the young warrior was up to, the first thing he did was just silently remove his ghost mask. The young man then asked if the old buddy remembered the moment when he first woke up, which sounded somewhat alarming. Then the warrior had just woken up and looked outside, thinking that the most peaceful life they all desired was before him. But 100 Ilo the fighter for justice to take a closer look, and it turned out that all this is fundamentally wrong. During the 5 heroes' absence, the demons had spread their wings and enslaved quite a few weak souls, but they would not have been able to do so a quarter of a century ago. The tense Shim emphasized that they wouldn't have been able to do that thanks to the 5 heroes, but now the young man was all alone. The brooding lad said that he himself had at first thought it was enough to recover to the level that would allow him to save his friends. But no one else was able to contain the demons like they used to, and that was why they had tried to create a second Grim Ghost. Brave said that they needed to remind the devils that they would not be allowed to act with impunity. And these words made Toku very wary. With a shout, the alarmed man asked if the kid was going to become a legendary ghost again. He immediately emphasized that a loud name couldn't help but attract the appropriate attention, and this had to be taken into consideration. If Jun announced his return, people would run to him for help, and if he didn't show up at the first call, the resentment would be vented on him as well. Concerned about his buddy's intentions, the man said he and his friends had already done enough. The confident kid said there was no one else to do it now but him, and reminded him that he still wielded a lot of influence. The Ice Queen recognized that it was indeed a difficult decision, and promised to remember the bravery shown by his partner. The protagonist was convinced that he had done everything right, because no one but him would have taken on this case. Remembering the horrors he had seen, the young man mentally told himself that he could not just close his eyes to what was happening. The president envied the brave man's ability to go to extremes, but he did not dissuade him. Still, the man put his hand on the kid's shoulder, giving him the freedom to do what he wanted, and asked him what he wanted him to do. Suddenly, the boy replied that he needed the volume. which caused a great deal of bewilderment in his visage. With a smile on his face, he asked to turn the volume of the speakers to full, so that the grim ghost could be heard even on the second floor. Soon, quite a few people had gathered in the auditorium, waiting for the press conference to begin. Everyone was anxiously looking around at the podium from the microphone, wanting to see the legendary warrior as soon as possible. The faces of some of the people present changed to surprised faces in an instant, as if they had seen something too interesting. A surprised Hein-Ho from the Takabi Guild said that their expectations were confirmed as the masters and team leaders from the Big Six had arrived. At one point, he noticed a strangely laughing Konju-ha and asked if everything was all right. The adorable girl was eager to see Gloomy Ghost live, and the awkward man asked her to calm down. The guests were asked to remain calm, saying that the president and the legendary warrior would be here soon, and the door of the room suddenly opened. The well-known warrior from the Five Heroes, whom everyone had been waiting for with trepidation, abruptly entered the auditorium after those words. The fighter did not pay attention to the multiple cameras taking pictures of him, and just silently walked to the chair. Shim-Toku, the president of the association, was the first to take the microphone and had something to say to the audience. The serious man declared the press conference open and asked not to ask too long questions. At the same minute, he gave the floor to the first journalist, who raised his hand and looked a little flustered. The first thing he said was that, in the quarter century that the ghost had spent imprisoned and in the ice, many conspiracy theories had emerged. The reporter then asked if the legend could somehow prove that it was the real him in front of them and not a fake. The disgruntled audience thought the man was crazy because he was demanding proof from a living hero. This request did not puzzle the daredevil, who put his palm on the table, going to demonstrate everything. After that, he began to pull the katana out of its sheath, saying softly that if the people wanted to, they would see everything with their own eyes. With a sharp movement, the incredibly experienced fighter pulled out a cold weapon and thus stunned those present. The incredulous reporter became extremely wary, realizing that this was the same sword steel that the grim ghost had used. The perfect mastery of the art stunned the red-haired lady in the audience, who watched it with her mouth open. The admiring man sitting next to her couldn't believe that after being frozen for a quarter of a century, the warrior was still as strong as ever. Without further ado, the distinguished gentleman holstered his katana, and the reporter thanked him in a trembling voice for his answer. The young man next asked if it could be claimed that the grim ghost had returned after the recent incident in Rome. The mysterious hero replied that he had originally planned to retire, but life demanded other actions from him. He bawled to that when he woke up. President Shim told him that thanks to him and his associates, the world had changed for the better, and that was a real joy. But the tragedy at the Rome orphanage made the warrior realize that, unfortunately, he just can't retire. It was said that in the last 24 hours, about 6,000 children had been abducted by demons and eventually died. The horrible news caused great discontent among those present, who couldn't believe that the incidents were still going on. The martial artists realized that they didn't know about it, as the first floor didn't have much interest in it. But the events in Rome could definitely be prevented. Clenching his fist tightly, he said that if the players, guilds, or the association had intervened, things could have been very different. The brave man emphasized that if that had been the case, the bloodthirsty demons would not have been able to rise up again. This statement caused the princess of the Tokebi Guild, Konju-ha, and her bodyguard, Ha-in-ho, to think deeply. Everyone else present also began to ponder audibly, and for a while there was complete silence. The dumbfounded cameraman looked at the main character, who said that he had called the conference to say only one thing. The live broadcast was being broadcast everywhere, and the warrior knew it, expressing the hope that all demons could hear him now. It was possible to watch the broadcast in perfect quality, even on the high-rise buildings of the city. The all-famous Gloomy Ghost firmly stated that he was back, and this was a reason for the devils to start getting nervous. Soon, Seo Junho returned to the office after the press conference and lay on the couch reading the newsfeed. Without any emotion on his face, he flipped through the page of the digital scoreboard, eager to find something interesting. There was a lot of news about the young man being the only newcomer to be praised by a ghost who had not yet fully recovered. The hero realized that to some extent his speech really worked, because the posts began to collect a lot of comments. At one point, the kid was distracted from watching the news by a very loud scream from the Ice Princess. Being nervous, he immediately went into the next room and asked what was wrong and why she was screaming so loudly. The lovely fairy now completely calmly said that she had finished watching the first season and asked her partner to put on the second. The tense young man offered to teach her how to use the remote control so she wouldn't yell so much every time. The Ice Queen said that her throat was completely dry and wanted some tea, and a disgruntled Seo Jun said that he was not her slave. The Ice Queen pleaded with him, and as a result, the kid still accepted the order and reluctantly went to pour her a drink into a glass. Pouring the soda into the container, the guy mentally wondered if the icicle thought he would put up with it so easily. He decided to catch her off guard and told her that people nowadays drink tea like this when their throats get dry, even though it was just cold water. The delighted fairy asked what it was and emphasized that this tea had an incredibly refreshing flavor. She then moved the tube to her mouth and began to savor the beverage, while the hero awaited her angry reaction. The partner began to drink relentlessly through the tube, but very soon she was in for a bitter disappointment. Being terrified to the point of horror, the Ice Queen began to thrash around in different directions, and the young man silently watched this. His tears flowed from laughter, and the fairy, alarmed and doused with soda, exclaimed that the drink had attacked her. The protagonist explained that it was soda, which apparently didn't taste right to the icicle. Angry partner said that she will not forget this humiliation, and will still surely recall it to his associate. After that, the young man still turned on the drama to her and said she could watch it while he was minding his own business. The admiring queen said that generosity is the dignity of kings, so she forgave the kid. Thanks to the demon hunt at the orphanage, the fighter had risen to level 29, and his magical characteristics had also increased significantly. This meant that the youngster could start using his old techniques again, and that was what he was thinking about during the elevator ride. Suddenly, the young man received a call from Shimtoku, which he immediately felt due to the vibration on his watch. The guy immediately answered the call and asked his old buddy what was wrong, since he didn't usually just call him. The tense man asked where the kid was now, and he replied in a calm tone that he was going to the gym. The president apologized, but said he needed to get to his office as soon as possible. It was said that the heads of the Big Six teams had come to talk to the protagonist, which didn't happen every day. The unperturbed fighter didn't understand why they needed him so suddenly and asked if they had come for the Grim Ghost. What was astonishing to the warrior was that it was Seo Jun-ho who they needed, something he had not expected at all. Although the press conference was organized in a hurry, the heads had arrived quickly, but they should not have had enough time to arrive early. The hero wondered if it could have been that they had originally shown up here to entice Jun-ho to join them. The young man asked the president why he didn't just say no, and he replied that there were those among the heads who would only be angered by such a refusal. The trio immediately came to his mind, whose gaze was not exactly benevolent and pleasant at first. These words did not frighten the daredevil, who smiled when he said that he had an idea. The very heads of the teams were gathered in the meeting room, waiting for the arrival of the person they needed. At one point, a giddy kid in white sneakers finally walked in, greeting everyone present. A smiling Seojun asked what made the famous leaders of the Big Six come all the way here. The burgundy-haired lady said that they were here to recruit the first-place player in the challenge cave. A serious man in a formal suit with glasses over his eyes confirmed that this was indeed the case. Daredevil said that due to personal circumstances, he couldn't join their guild and apologized for that while keeping a smile on his face. One of the leaders said that the guy might not worry about the early termination penalty. But the young man said that was not the case at all, and in his hands at that moment held an incomprehensible object with a black handle. Dumbfounded, the head of the team could not believe that in front of him were the very needs from Janmadao. The astonishing fact was that the Grim Ghost had used this sword when he went to the gate at the South Pole. The martial artist said that this weapon was given to him by a legendary warrior who had started gathering loyal forces on the second floor after declaring war on the demons. Being confident, he added that he had been chosen by the Ghost as his official representative. The tense team leaders began to realize that the all-famous fighter was indeed creating his own army. The beautiful Kanjuha was shocked that Mr. Snakehead was so close to the legend that he had become his representative. She realized that if they teamed up with the Grim Warrior in a common fight against the demon, the non-PR effect would be huge. The official, meanwhile, said that the Honorable Master had only put forward 3 conditions. First, it was necessary to eliminate a situation where the representative possessed a personal attachment to any guild. Secondly, the partners must have enough influence on the second floor, and they must not hide any information from the Ghost. In return, he promised that after receiving the information, he would appreciate the guild's efforts and publicize the information he had given them. The nervous Kongju realized that no matter what the conditions were, the Big Six had no choice but to accept them in order to get the Ghost. After the conference, the guilds were criticized for not being able to control the demon activity and only filling their pockets. As a result, E-Initiative could not help but pass into the hands of a legendary warrior who has always fought for justice. The heads began to say that they needed to think about this decision, and Seo Jun-ho asked to contact him when they had a meeting. Afterward, the young man left the room, saying he had to go and said goodbye, leaving the leaders alone. One of those present exhaled heavily, saying that it looked like they would not be able to entice this young player. Everyone realized that since the Grim Ghost had chosen him as their representative, it was impossible, but no one thought it was the same person. Those present began to discuss that the Lord saw hidden potential in this boy, worthy of the level of the 5 great heroes. Cuberto Green's abilities were originally at D level, so no one put him at anything, and only the Phantom could see the potential in him. At one point, the hero walking down the hallway was addressed by a female voice calling him Mr. Snakehead. It was immediately clear that it was the charming Mrs. Konjuha, whom he had seen extremely once back in Las Vegas. The boy was very happy to see the cute and shy girl, who said with a smile that they hadn't met for a long time. The young man immediately remembered that last time they parted on a cool note, deciding to meet on the 2nd floor. At the same time, he warned that he could not give her any special treatment, and the honest lady immediately replied that she did not need it. Blushing with embarrassment, she said that she just wanted to ask out of curiosity if Junho was close to Gloomy Ghost. The hero replied that they have a purely business relationship, and the excited madam asked if he had met him in person. The player replied that she had seen him too, and the tired princess rephrased the question, asking if he had seen the legend in an informal Avka setting. The emotionless young man replied that he had seen it, much to the surprise of his vis-a-vis, who thought he had. With great respect, she bowed, asking the next time she saw him to get the esteemed warrior's autograph for her. Looking at the magazine with the ghost's biography, the young man was a little wary, but he couldn't refuse. He promised to ask for an autograph, and the admiring beauty could not believe that she had not misheard, and asked that the legend drew a heart. The representative replied that it was too sweet, and the angry girl exclaimed that it was not him she was asking for, and yet she got her way. She promised to keep the autograph as a family heirloom, and then said goodbye to Mr. Snakehead and ran away in joy. For a few more minutes, Seo Junho just stood there, looking at the magazine with the biography of the famous fighter for justice. The magazine was called The Biography of the Great Korean, which, in his opinion, sounded a little pathos, but so decided the fans. After that, the protagonist used the digital scoreboard to view his own characteristics. He realized that if he continued in the same vein, he would be able to fully restore his previous performance by about the 60th level. The fighter also realized that once he was on the 2nd floor, he would turn into a complete novice, so he could not do without the support of the guilds. If the young man wanted to own this territory, he would need to rework all of his techniques. The way he used to control magic was quite effective, but it consumed mana too quickly, resulting in a lack of strength and speed. Help in this situation could only booster, which was very much counted on by the player taking into account all the nuances. After a while, the hero was still in the training room with the Ice Queen. Remaining calm, he ordered the system to run a hologram of 10 opponents with the 100th level. Everything asked on the guy, how the kid was going to train, and he wanted to learn how to use the old techniques again before hitting the 2nd floor. After a few seconds, the illusion monsters he was to fight began to successfully appear. One of the animated dummies swung its fist at the guy from the back without warning, but it didn't scare him at all. The fearless player had no trouble dodging the blow, which once again emphasized his professionalism. At the same time, there was a rather sharp and powerful right hook, after which the opponent could not stand on his feet. The brave man put quite a lot of strength into his attack, but he remained cold-blooded and was not nervous at all. Ladishka said it was interesting that he put mana into his attack, and the young man said that the power of the attack was increasing, but the magic consumption was too high. He tried a technique that would only use mana at the right moment, but it resulted in a decrease in attack power and speed. His partner asked what the fighter was going to do in this situation, and he replied that he had just thought of something. Sky had once said that thanks to her control and stamina techniques, the fighter remembered which channels his body's mana traveled through. Now the daredevil concentrated on that knowledge, trying to feel where the magical substance was flowing. In an instant, his fist was maximally clenched, and the warrior himself could see where the mana was flowing. His body was now endowed with incredible power, and it was up to him to test it on the approaching dummies. Seo Junho used a booster to make it more convincing, remaining extremely serious and ready to fight. The blow was so powerful that it threw the enemy a few meters away, not even allowing him to get close. The slightly alarmed fair even covered her face with her hands to protect herself from the flying shards. The impact site was now a huge crater that had destroyed the floor, which was a staggering result. The shocked Iceman called her partner's actions incredible, while not expecting such an outcome at all. Being slightly flustered, she asked the kid what was wrong with him, as his face was very red and tense. The young man replied that it was the effects of the booster, where the body's abilities are greatly increased, but the brain can't keep up. In other words, the head just overheats, and the much surprised Icicle called the ability admirable. Junho said that because of this unpleasant feature, even as a grim ghost, he had never been able to use the booster for longer than 10 minutes. Now he had to get it to the point where he could use the skill on the battlefield, after which the hologram began to restart at his command. The confident hero stood in a battle stance, looking at the dummies, and said that he would do so before he captured the gate of the ice palace. A week later, the worried queen shrieked that her partner's fever was too high and it was very dangerous. All this did not stop the brave warrior, and he continued to fight with dummies, improving with every second. He swung his arms and legs in every possible way, showing a special anger and desire to fight, which was paying off. The fairy reminded that she had asked to use her abilities to cool her body, and the warrior replied that it was impossible because of the booster. The maximally tense Junho continued to swing his fists in every possible way, crushing the opponents ahead of him. The holograms of the enemies appeared in front of him non-stop, as it was necessary for the development of combat skills. The boy added that in any case, it would take him at least a few months to learn how to put the Iceman's advice into practice. The fairy asked if he was sure about that, and the hero looked at her, suspecting that she knew something, but no information was revealed. The little girl, with a smile on her face, said that her partner should learn everything himself, and the youngster emphasized that it was low of her. Soon the opponents were destroyed, and Sojun was confident that he could now use the technique in real combat. After that, he used his digital watch to contact Secretary Chachi Yun about a matter. The kid asked to find a free teleporter for him, and the lady asked him when he needed it and where he was going. The daredevil answered that tomorrow he needed to get to the gates of the Ice Palace at the South Pole. By lunchtime the next day, the determined fighter was already at the South Pole, with the guide sneezing loudly from the cold, the Unvero yatically shivering from the cold. The man said they had arrived at the site and looked angrily at the heavily equipped buddy. The hero reminded him that he had advised him to put on a warm coat, and the traveler said that he had only helped him get here and would be back soon. Finally, looking at the portal, he barely spoke and wished the young warrior victory, preparing to return to the warm land. After those words, the man jumped into the portal home, where he could finally warm up and regain his breath. The ice woman called him weak, saying that the weather was great, but Seo Junho called it nonsense, for even he, with his resistance to the cold, was almost dying. Then, the young man, who was pursuing his own goals, began to climb up the snowdrifts, leaving footprints in the snow. Snow blocks began to crumble down, but that didn't stop him, and the Ice Queen flew by his side, remaining silent. Soon the protagonist stopped and, fixing his jacket, said that he finally reached the entrance to the gate of the Ice Palace. For a couple more minutes, he stood in front of the entrance, silently thinking about the upcoming tests, which he was not afraid of. The first thing the experienced player did was to take advantage of the digital scoreboard to familiarize himself with the information about the area. The conditions for entry into the gate with a prohibitive level of difficulty was the 81st level or higher, and to capture it was necessary to eliminate the owner of the palace. Brave remembered that this was a level 1 gate that even players from the second floor couldn't capture, and the fairy asked if he needed time to prepare. Taking a confident step forward, the fearless warrior said that he was already fully packed and ready to move on. Without any hesitation, he began to head towards the portal entrance, not even thinking of backing up. The bright light began to dazzle his eyes, but it was no problem for the hero, who simply covered them briefly. Soon, together with his faithful partner, the young man found himself in the gates of the Ice Kingdom, to which he had been striving for a long time. The first thing he did was to look around carefully, observing the huge blocks of ice in front of him. The boy remembered that the conditions of the capture were to eliminate the owner of the palace, but where the estate itself was unclear. His assistant suddenly asked him to go to the northwest, which sounded unexpected and somewhat incomprehensible. The slightly surprised Seojun asked if she had been here before, to which the Ice Queen gave an affirmative answer. He wanted to hear a little more information from her so that he could get a rough idea of what to prepare for. The princess said that these were the lands of the Ice Kingdom of Niflheim, which she had once ruled. The huge ice palace nearby was mesmerizing in its beauty and ingenious construction. The protagonist began to look carefully at the kingdom ahead, and at first, he didn't even believe that it was the same Niflheim. The brooding ice woman did not understand how the ice palace appeared in the gate, if she had long disappeared. The fighter, however, decided not to be distracted by these trivialities, and asked her to remember who the current owner was and how many soldiers were garrisoned. He was also curious if there was any secret passage inside, which might make the task a bit easier. The angry fairy asked with displeasure in her voice, wondering if the kid wanted her to give him state secrets. The awkward kid asked why she was saying that and tried his best to calm his partner down. He reminded her that they now had one destiny for two, and from now on they did everything together, but the queen was still angry. Still, she reluctantly promised to tell him everything, but asked him to stop talking in such a sweet tone. The Ice Princess asked if the boy remembered the gate she had once built, and he realized it was about the queen's nest. The Ice Princess had originally planned to place all of her knights in the final dungeon of that gate. Junho realized that not all of her soldiers had been defeated, and the lady said that it was only a small part, since she had not been able to summon all of Niflheim's forces. The queen said she had 27,000 soldiers under her in the Ice Palace, but thought there were far fewer in that gate. The tense hero said that one could only hope that there were indeed fewer fighters. The partner suddenly said that perhaps Sir Keys would be there, which the young warrior had never heard of before. It was about Keys Bremen, a knight who had sworn allegiance to the Ice Queen, and part-time master of the Ice Palace. The commoners called him the first sword of the kingdom, and he was indeed the most powerful knight the Ice Queen knew. The brave man asked just how powerful this warrior was, and the assistant didn't even know how to formulate an answer for him. At one point, she simply held up her index finger and waved it to the side, signaling that there was no chance of victory. The stunned Seo-jun thought that he would not be able to withstand this enemy for an hour, but it turned out that he would not be able to withstand it for even a minute. The fairy warned that Sir Kisu would only need one finger of his hand to tear him to pieces, which sounded staggering. The worried little guy asked if he was stronger than her, and the angry princess exclaimed that she was much weaker than. Laughing slightly, the daredevil said that in that case, one could worry no more, and decided to keep walking forward. He was calm, as he thought that the knight was probably not in the best shape either, and said that it was time to go fight him. Once in a place that looked like a throne room where everything was blue, the young man asked if the royal color should not be red. His partner replied that every country had its own way, and her country, for example, had white as the symbol of royalty. She added that they were now walking down a passageway that used to be called the Knight's Path, where the strongest warrior Sir Keys was in charge. The Ice Queen added that those who dreamed of becoming a knight came here to experience for themselves, which interested the youngster. The Ice Queen said that this place was called the Test of Chivalry, and it even sounded pretty solid. Outside the door nearby was a giant arena with 100 knights, and strength was to be demonstrated by sword fighting them. All of this information was weighing heavily on Seo Junho's mind, who began to mutter something under his breath at the moment. Abruptly grabbing his head with a shout, he asked why she was only talking about such important things now if this was the way to pass the gate. The fairy tried to calm the boy down, saying she would have warned him before he went in there anyway. She herself didn't know how many knights were inside, but the young man would be fighting one-on-one during the trial, so he wouldn't be asked by the numbers T. This did not calm the lad at all, but still he asked if it was true that he just needed to defeat 100 warriors in armor. The princess replied that after the 100 warriors and their leader, there was someone else to destroy. Daredevil began to knead his shoulders, saying firmly that he then needed to kill not 100 knights, but 101, including this Sir Keys. After a couple of seconds, his hand was placed on the door leading to the huge arena, but it wasn't that simple. With a little more effort, the protagonist opened the door, though he did so with great difficulty. Inside, he was already waiting for a huge number of cold-blooded fighters in armor, always ready to meet an uninvited guest. The first thing he found in the room were spears and swords lying on the ground, probably left over from past players. The fearless warrior stood before a whole horde of restrained knights who didn't even waver as they stood still. Anyone would have been frightened to see such a huge number of fighters standing at attention, but not Seo Junho. Smiling, the boy asked if they were alive since they were frozen, and the fairy said she couldn't sense any life in them yet. Suddenly, the door behind them slammed loudly, which immediately alerted the partners, because they could not get out. A facial expression immediately appeared on the face of one of the fighters, and they were now a threat to the intruder. Holding the steel holster, the knight began to slowly draw his sword, preparing to rush into the attack. Soon enough, they all drew their weapons and stood in battle stances, showing their firm intentions to defend their homeland. Brave Tease paid attention to his opponents who had drawn their blades, but this fact did not scare him at all. He immediately picked up his black sword, saying that the situation was escalating, but he tried to keep a cool mind. An unusual knight in white armor, which emphasized a high rank, suddenly started heading towards him. The brave warrior silently walked forward, keeping seriousness on his face, while everyone around him looked at him with respect. Soon, the intimidating-looking gentleman stopped and stared sternly at Junho, who was holding a sword in his hands only. Being angry, the man loudly exclaimed that he was the knight of the Ice Palace, Gorn Shimus. He then asked why the stranger had come here, who looked at his visage, a bit perplexed. The slightly confused boy tried to say something, but he was interrupted by the alarmed queen with a shout. She asked him to say that he had come to pass the test of chivalry, so that the situation would not escalate sharply. The bewildered young man did not understand why the princess thought so, but she said that the situation could not get worse. The strict assistant ordered him to speak as he was told, and hurry up, and the boy realized that he had no other choice. The enraged knight shouted once again, asking why this pathetic boy with a sword in his hands had come here. The Lord Protector shrieked that if the kid didn't answer this time, they would read that he had sneaked into the palace illegally. Not wanting to do that, Seo Junho still said that he came here to pass the test of chivalry. He did this with special pride, pointing his thumb at himself, much to the admiration of the Ice Queen sitting on his shoulder. The knight still continued to glare at him angrily, but he could not refuse such a request from an uninvited guest. It had been 3 months since the protagonist had arrived in the Ice Kingdom and was currently basking by the fire in one of the huts. He was tiredly eating a loaf while basking by the fire, looking badly wrinkled and weary from the recent events of life. On the day of arrival, the knights had been ordered to rush to the attack, signaling the beginning of an important test. All the fighters present synchronously reached for their swords, and it looked rather strange for a young player. The anxious kid wondered what was happening to them. The Ice Princess just smiled, looking at what was happening. The stern Gorn said that the warriors would check to see if the youngster's sword was something to be proud of, and added that the fight would continue until one side lowered their weapons. Then the brave warrior Phil exclaimed that he was a knight of Nibelheim, and prepared to rush to the attack. A few seconds later, the battle was declared to have begun, and the armored fighter swung his huge sword sharply. The smiling boy was curious about everything that was happening, and he wondered if this was a test of chivalry. However, he decided not to stall and get right down to business, and then took out a black, powerful sword from his inventory. The battle-hungry opponent became a fighting stance and prepared to run into the attack, holding the hilt of the weapon tightly. The protagonist after the battle noted for himself that among the knights were no easy opponents at all. If they were players, they would be at least at the 100th level, as they were masterful in battle. The warriors had perfected the art of wielding weapons, and it even occurred to the brave that they posed more danger than the players. Angrily biting off a piece of bread, the unshaven Junho kept thinking about all this every second. He said that he never would have thought that sword steel could be so different, and his partner asked what that was referring to. The hero explained that the players were filling their blades with mana, and the knight's swords seemed to be covered in needles, and some even extended like a spear. The young boy asked if they had a player system in Nibelheim by any chance, and the queen asked if such a thing was even possible. The boy asked if it was true that there was no way to check the value of ability scores, and the queen confirmed that it was. It seemed that to reach such a level, warriors spent their whole lives practicing and accumulating magic without even being able to check their stats. The fairy asked if his partner was aware of his weapon when he used the steel of the sword, and he thought it was enough to understand how magic worked. The princess said that a knight was defined by whether there was room in his heart for dignity, and her fighters only matched their weapons. The topic of conversation was quite interesting to the lad and made him think deeply about the whole thing. Due to his weapon mastery ability, he had been able to handle any kind of weapon well all the time, so he didn't think about what was suitable for him. The fairy asked him to imagine, like a youngster, like a bottle of water filled with clear liquid, and said that the color would change if something was added to it. With other and words, now the young warrior's inner potential is enough to absorb anything, so he must not give up. Rising to his feet, the daredevil said that then, that would be his goal during the gate passage, and the queen didn't quite know what he was talking about. The enthusiastic unshaven fighter said that he needed to train in weapons mastery and create a new sword steel. That was how the hero devoted 3 months to training, but it was soon time to return back to the arena. After entering the room, he was immediately seen by the knights, one of whom exclaimed that a stranger had arrived. The warriors immediately began to raise their steel swords up, preparing to give a decent fight to the tired kid. The confident warrior in armor asked the kid to step forward and fight without wasting time. The brave immediately realized that against him the enemy engaged a storm of swords, which was quite dangerous. But the protagonist was also no longer the same as before, so he only smiled as if plotting something. After provoking a loud explosion, he rushed into the attack, intending to demonstrate what he had learned in 3 months. Huge columns of smoke rose up around him, which quickly dissipated but acted as a distraction. In the thick fog stood So Junho, holding a huge sword, who had managed to slay one of the enemies. Even though she was able to deflect the attack with her sword, it still caught him a bit, but it wasn't that bad. After that, the daredevil rushed forward at the others with a sharp start, not intending to let them recover. Now it was time for the brave warrior to use his technique, for which he happened to make a leap and swing in the air. The bewildered knight tried to dodge the blows, but gave it to him with great difficulty, as his brain was panic-stricken. Everyone was stunned that the kid was able to master Phil's technique so quickly, even though he hadn't posed any danger before. The harsh player looked at them with a sly smirk, eager to finally end it all. He said that good things should be shared, so he used their buddy's technique. After these words, a series of loud swings of the blade began, which the knights could no longer resist. After a short period of time, the battle was over, and now there were many broken swords lying on the floor. From the back, Gorn Seamus approached the stranger, saying that he had proved his worth. Politely extending his hand to the young warrior, the man asked him to say his name to introduce himself. The lad put his weapon in his other hand to shake hands and rose fully to his feet. The two fighters shook hands firmly, signaling an act of truce and the cancellation of any fighting. The unshaven So Junho introduced himself to his visage, smiling slightly and looking him calmly in the eye. The long-haired blond man said with a smile on his face that it was quite an interesting name and promised to memorize it. He gave the guy a silver badge, adding that if anyone asked him about a knight who made a big impression on him, he would name him. The man said that the object in the kid's hand was a badge confirming that he had passed the test of knighthood. Now the protagonist was honored and was convinced that 3 months of training had not been in vain. Gorn Seamus also said that those who completed the test would be given the opportunity to meet the palace master in person. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the young man said in an inner voice that he had finally achieved the success he had been striving for a long time. One of the benevolent knights wished good luck to Junho, in whom he had full confidence. The uncut fighter waved to all the guys, thanking them for their support, and then went on his way. He was faithfully followed by the Ice Queen, who always shared the information she had with her partner. Entering another room, the daredevil immediately felt that even the air in it was different, and his body felt as if it was sealed into the ground. The tense warrior sensed Kiss Bremen, who ruled the kingdom, posing a threat to the uninvited guests. The mysterious leader sat on the throne, but even from afar, his stern and cold gaze was visible. The slightly alarmed fairy immediately recognized the legendary knight, and there was no emotion on the brave man's face. The assistant confirmed that it was indeed the same Sir Keys, intimidating in his cold blood. The strongest knight of the Niflheim kingdom sat silently on a huge throne, looking at the boy who had come to him. The fearless Seo Junho moved closer and stared silently into the eyes of his opponent, who had risen to his feet. The admiring Ice Queen couldn't get enough of Kiss Bremen, as she hadn't seen him in a very long time. The young player confirmed that the opponent looked as strong as in her stories. With a sharp movement, the silent knight raised his sword, showing by his actions that there would be no indulgence. The fairy said that Kiss knew that the player was standing in front of him, but the young man was not one of the timid ones and immediately offered to start the fight. Slightly tossing his sharp spear, he began to twist it with both hands, making it gain huge momentum. After that, the maximally concentrated warrior aimed at his opponent, who was not frightened at all. The sharp trident was in a moment near Bremen's shoulder, still standing still and calm. The strongest knight of Niflheim was not at all confused and began to block the attacks, ready to fight to the end. The enraged Seo Jun was not going to give him any slack and rushed forward, swinging his cold weapons at the attacking party. Several more sharp bayonets were aimed at Sir Keys, who spread his legs wide, waiting for them to approach. His gaze was embittered, but at the same time focused, making him invulnerable at some points. The nimble armor-clad fighter began to dash in different directions, smashing his tridents while remaining unharmed. The tense hero began to realize that this way to the enemy he just cannot get to him. So he decided to come up with something new. He immediately thought of using a booster, which gave him an incredible burst of power and speed. The excited fairy asked if he was sure he wanted to use such an energy-consuming ability, and the warrior replied that he had no other choice. The princess said that he had another minute and 2 seconds before the booster ran out, which had to be taken into account. The cold-blooded Junho did not waste a moment and pounced on Kiss Bremen with a high jump. This opponent had anticipated this attack and immediately set up his sword to block, in between trying to parry. What was happening caused tension in the young player, who was sure that he could handle it very quickly, but it turned out to be different. After a few seconds, his eyes bulged with excitement as though the fight had been broken by the enemy. In the same minute, the protagonist was thrown aside with a clatter and hit the wall, causing the Ice Queen to panic. Fortunately, the young man was lucky to survive the collision, but he urgently needed to come up with another plan. The lad had come to the conclusion that the spear was now useless, and he was well aware that their weapons were very different. The assertive warrior peeled himself off the wall and faced Kies Bremen again, intending to fight to the last man. From his inventory, he immediately drew out a powerful black sword, which had never failed him in previous battles. The cold-blooded opponent silently looked at what was happening, still not even thinking of yielding to the boy's strength. Dragging his sword behind him, he began to take slow steps towards his enemy, which looked a bit alarming. Spreading his legs wide, the daredevil began to wait for action from the master of the Ice Kingdom, wanting to destroy him as soon as possible. Suddenly, a strange smoke appeared, and the queen explained that it was Sir Keys' ability, the Ash Mist. According to her words, there was nothing special about the mist itself, but its veil limited the enemy's field of vision and made the warrior's attacks more dangerous. Nervous Seo Junho couldn't see anything at all, and his partner said he only had 40 seconds of booster power left. Right now, time was not on the protagonist's side, and he was well aware of that, so he decided to stop the ability. Having frozen in place, the young man looked around apprehensively, trying to see the enemy, but he was nowhere to be found. At the same time, the young warrior could sense that Sir Keys was watching him, but his whereabouts were still unknown. Trying to remain calm, the lad continued to look around, keeping his sword at the ready so as not to be taken by surprise. Suddenly, he felt the presence of Niflheim's strongest warrior behind him and felt a violent shiver. The merciless Bremen was not going to be ruthless and immediately struck with his sword, but the nimble boy managed to dodge. Seeing his opponent in front of him, the fearless Seojun immediately rushed towards him with his blade in his hands. The daredevil loudly exclaimed that now the scoundrel could not go anywhere, and he stood still, waiting for the boy to approach. The young player immediately tried to strike a blow, which Sir Keys successfully blocked, remaining unharmed. After that, the big man prepared a spread palm, intending to grab the youngster by the throat and start strangling him. The dazed boy was suddenly grabbed by the throat and felt a strong lack of air, but he couldn't do anything. Several drops of blood flew out of his mouth from choking, and his eyes bulged from the realization of horror. With a sharp movement, Bremen slammed the kids back into the floor, holding his sword at the ready for the final reprisal. The troubled hero knew he had to act as soon as possible, or risk being killed on the spot. A wary Sir Keys suddenly noticed something strange, though he was already about to strike a decisive blow. The worried Ice Queen couldn't leave her partner in trouble, so she used a skill, creating many sharp crystals. The dangerous objects flew at great speed towards the enemy, who was forced to let go of his opponent, giving him a chance to escape. He stood in place and stared sternly in the direction of the boy, still not thinking of giving the backside in this battle. The brave realized that he couldn't let himself continue to be beaten, so he began to think about his next actions. The hero used a shadow skill to keep himself safe for a while and make an important decision. His partner suggested that he try to take the enemy by surprise, but he replied that Keys was too strong to be overlooked. Taking advantage of the moment, the fighter poured a healing potion on the wound site, which had an immediate effect. The tense guy realized that the situation was a stalemate, and because of the long use of the booster, his head was no longer working properly. The young man was convinced that everything was going according to the plan of the master of the kingdom, because not only did he surpass him in strength, but also the fog prevented him from fighting. Keeping his wits about him, the boy decided that he had to make sure that everything went according to his plan. In his inner voice, Kiss Bremen called it commendable that the kid was able to hide in the fog he had created, but he could still feel it. Remaining cautious, the knight looked around, at one point seeing something strange ahead. A few meters away, he saw a human silhouette in the thick fog and immediately prepared to attack. Abruptly running forward, the strongest warrior was about to finally destroy the boy who stood in his way. But suddenly, the shadow disappeared, and now the task became much more difficult, which somewhat even strained the fighter. Worried Bremen began to look around again, trying to figure out where his opponent had gone. He turned his attention to the floor, where ice crusts began to appear, which was a warning sign. After a couple more seconds, sharp chunks of ice began to appear, preventing Sir Keys from moving, but he tried not to panic. It was now clear that this was a trap, but the warrior was sure that it would not be enough to defeat him. A terrifying voice from the mist suddenly explained that the mist was made up of many tiny pieces of water, formed by the evaporation of liquid. It also said that if the temperature was lowered, all these particles would turn into ice, which greatly alarmed the knight. The temperature had indeed been lowered, and an irreversible process had begun, so the master needed to get out immediately. His mind began to undergo agitation, and he began to think about how to get out, but nothing came to mind. The stern Seo Junho suddenly told the enemy that it was too late to take any action. Making a sharp jump, he aimed his sword at the frozen enemy, wanting to finally finish him off. The same hour, the mighty knight was completely frozen and no longer posed any danger. For a few seconds, the guy stared at Kiss Bremen of Niflheim, whom he had managed to defeat. Firmly grasping the hilt of the black sword, the ruthless warrior decided to finish off his enemy and end this once and for all. The slightly disturbed ice princess watched silently, holding onto her wings with her small hands. Daredevil swung a swinging punch at the icy visage's chest, scrambling across the body. But the big warrior suddenly began to move again, which was stunning to the confident lad. The worried kid couldn't believe that Bremen was still alive, even despite what he had to endure. Tears suddenly began to flow from the legendary knight's eyes, and heartache was eating him up from the inside. What was even more surprising to the Ice Queen was that he apologized to Her Majesty. Junho asked if his partner Kisu would show herself, since he was looking for her, and she said she had no right to do so. A monarch is someone who stands in defense of his subjects, and the palace knights are also subjects of Niflheim. But the Empress failed to protect them. Discreetly placing her palm on Bremen's body, she said that all that was left for the weak to do was to cry in silence. Long tears continued to flow from the great fighter's eyes, and he himself sobbed softly, realizing that the sunset of his story had come. The fairy said that the young player should also remember this moment, and then it was finally over. Just then received an important system notification about successfully capturing the gate of the ice castle of the first level. As a reward, the hero received the key to the armory, and thanks to the effect of the limit breaker, his stats were increased. For passing the hidden test of chivalry, he became a master of weapons of level S, and made sure that he was not in vain stuck here for 3 months. The boy was very happy, because thanks to the limit breaker points, he was given even more, and now it was possible to relax a little. Partner suggested going to the armory and look at the award, and the young man agreed with her, and soon began to open the door with a key. Entering the room, Guy immediately received a notice of entry and then began to look around. On the walls were a lot of different weapons, starting with small machetes and ending with crossbows. But what upset Seo Jun-ho was the system's sudden message that there was only one item to choose from. Giggling, the fairy noted that Gray continued to watch the boy closely, while he said he could have done without such close attention. Still, the fighter needed to choose his weapon, so he decided not to be distracted and concentrate on the matter at hand. Looking at the specimens, the warrior wondered if there was anything stronger than a black dragon. Soon his eye fell on a long-handled weapon that stood out from the others for its energy. It was a sharp halberd that caught the eye of the young player who decided to adopt it. Opponents attacked by it lost more blood, and when it hit an object, the halberd restored the physical strength of its master. Now Paranitsa asked if it was a good weapon, and he said that the bloodsucker's effect would allow them to fight even a superior enemy. The queen said they needed to get out of here quickly as the gate was about to close. As they walked down the steps to the bottom, the brave turned to a nearby ice flyer as they saw something interesting ahead of them. In front of them was a huge portrait of a charming princess holding a cane. The boy admired her beauty, while the ice flake remained silent, scrutinizing the painting. At one moment, the young man noticed a surprising feature in the portrait and decided to ponder over it. The shape and color of the beautiful maiden's hair seemed very familiar to him, and he remembered that his partner had once ruled the lands of Nibelheim. The surprised unshaven boy asked the ice girl if she was the one in the large portrait. He felt strongly that this was indeed the case, so he asked the fairy, blushing with shyness, to remove the white mask from her eyes. To the entire Ice Kingdom, the icicle shouted that she would never do that and asked him to stop talking, because he had to leave soon. Sometime later in the evening, Seo Jun-ho was at the doctor's office, who was treating his wounds. The guy thanked the man who fixed him up, and he said that it was his job, so it was fine. A concerned Chachion pointed out the fact that the tortured young man looked like he had been rescued from a deserted island. Asked if he really looked that bad, the lady said that the most important thing is that he came back safe and sound. Those around were surprised by the fact that the brave man spent 3 whole months in the Ice Kingdom, and not everyone could do it. The guys discussed that he had already cleared 3 impassable gates and was also a member of the Players Association. The caring secretary Cha thought that the young man was very tired, so she decided to walk him home. Together they began to walk down the corridor, remaining silent and thinking about their own things, but it made the woman a little uncomfortable. Madame apologized for bringing the guy to such a crowded place, and he thought that people's reaction was not surprising, because he had been away for 3 months. At one point, the beauty stopped, saying that such a reaction, in her opinion, was even for the best. She said that while Jun was in the Ice Kingdom, many people expressed their refusal to sponsor him, and some even demanded the donated money back. President Shim had a hard time, but the lady thought it was natural after all. The fame of the association was built on the merits of the daredevil. The protagonist interrupted Chachi-yun at one point from her voice and clipped look. One could tell she was deeply worried. The fearless warrior asked her not to worry so much about the organization's image, because it wasn't important anyway. He shocked the brown-eyed girl by saying that neither the words nor the actions of these people really meant anything. The secretary asked him to pay attention to how people's opinions had changed in just 3 months of his absence. The woman added that it would make her wonder what it was all for in the first place, and the fighter thought she didn't quite understand him. The warrior didn't want to climb to the top for the sake of other people, but quite the opposite, and began to remember his frozen friends. His goals were not related to his own desires, but he did not specify it, and did not explain to his vis-a-vis in details. The young man apologized if he disappointed the lady, but there was nothing to be done about it, for he spoke the pure truth. The beautiful girl bowed her head, saying that the young gentleman was completely right in his statements. The beauty realized that she should also follow his example, and she was even sorry that she had not thought about it before. The pretty girl called herself stupid, and the unshaven kid looked at her with a smile, feeling calm. Laughing lightly, The young man admitted that she was indeed tight sometimes, and the tense lady interjected what he had said. Looking at Seo Junho with a smirk, the beauty decided to teach him a little lesson right on the spot. She turned around saying that since she was so stupid, she could hardly deal with his affairs either, and he was just being handed something from the Big Six. Meanwhile, his subordinate knocked on the influential man's office, whom he immediately asked to come in. The young man said that the grim ghost had finally made contact, and it was somewhat even unexpected. The head chairman of the Tokebi Guild, Shin Sung-hyun, said that he hadn't heard from the legendary fighter for 3 months. The youngster said that within half an hour the ghost wants information on demons, and the head ordered to send him mid-level materials. The subordinate said that the warrior sent the same request to the others, because he met the messengers of the other 5 guilds in the interdimensional elevator. Shin Song realized that the warrior had decided that they had conspired among themselves to restrict the flow of information during his absence. Apparently, he was going to get rid of the guilds that were insufficiently informed. So they all fell for his bait. But at the same time, the chief chairman had an idea in his head, and he put his hand on a folder of papers and was about to give an order. Sun told his subordinate to send everything but special and top-level information, and the young man clearly understood his assignment. The shrewd man was certain that Tokebi would be the only guild that Grim Ghost would cooperate with. Meanwhile, Seo Junho was sitting in his office, waiting to receive information on the demons from the organizations. The guy had specifically conditioned the Big Six to do so within half an hour to turn the reaction of the guild heads to his advantage. Already very soon he received the first notification and immediately paid attention to it, smiling slightly. Just as the young calculating warrior had thought, punctuality was valued in large corporations, and it was commendable. He didn't even have to wait 30 minutes as he already had important information from most of the guilds on the demons. The young man was sure that while he was in the gate, the representatives of the Big Six had agreed among themselves to limit the level of information supplied to him. But it was worth at least a little play on their desire to compete. Each was already rushing to provide the best information to be with him on the short leg. The protagonist received important information that could not be bought for any money, and from this he was happy. In addition to that, the boy remembered that he only had 10 days left before he went to the second floor. Until then, both he and the ice girl still had a lot to prepare, so there was no time to waste. Seo-jun decided to start by memorizing the information he received from the Six, but he felt like he was the only one trying, since the icicle was eating crackers. The little girl asked what her partner was talking about, and he, being disgruntled, replied that he was the only one sitting around learning everything while she was having fun. The angry ice girl exclaimed that she was studying culture, and the guy pointed out that anyone would call it entertainment, not study. The protagonist realized that it would take 3 days to go through a huge list of information, and it was not at all exciting. The entire frontier was occupied by the Ruben Empire, so most of the second floor was under its rule, and in general the Six divided into 3 factions. First were the Imperial Loyalists from Tokebi and Silent Moon, engaged in rapprochement with the Imperial family. Then came the pro-aristocratic Labyrinth and Heaven's Path Guild, who focused on attracting regional nobles. The last were the cultists, from the White-Silver constellation, who were able to gain the support of the religious state Sun cult. The remaining Harlem Guild had gone the way of the mercenaries, and now the scale of their activities surpassed any other organization. Seo Junho was now a completely unknown place in the frontier, but this only made his curiosity grow more intense. The daredevil wanted to explore the area as soon as possible, as he couldn't just sit and rest. Meanwhile, President Shim Toku, who was exhausted from his paperwork, heard a knock on the door and asked the guest to enter. The quiet door immediately opened, whereupon the man tensed up a bit as he held the document in his hands. In front of him stood a girl in a classic jacket, whose visit was a bit unexpected for the head of the association. It seemed to be the charming secretary Cha-Chi-eun, who didn't visit Toku very often. When asked about the purpose of her visit, the woman reached into her jacket pocket and said that she had something to tell her boss. Suddenly, she placed a small envelope on the table, and the tense president still understood nothing. The lady said that this letter was a letter of announcement on her own accord, which was quite unexpected. Head Shim assumed that she had thought it over carefully before making such a decision, but still asked what the reason was. The shy lady asked her superior if he remembered the day when she first came to him. The man, without any hesitation, immediately gave an affirmative answer, and afterward began to listen to her attentively. A few years ago, a prominent healer, who was nicknamed the Holy Maiden, had been active in the Smyrn neighborhood of the second floor. She had spent her entire life working for the benefit of others. But when she herself found herself in a difficult situation, no one reached out to her. People around her simply looked at her with pity and sympathy. But still, there was one noble person. Chachi respected Toku as much as she respected Gloomy Ghost, because he was the only one who came to her aid when she needed it most. That was why she was going to keep working as long as the esteemed president remained okay with it. But after her conversation with Seo Jun-ho yesterday, the beauty realized something very important to herself and couldn't accept it. The self-confident madam proudly announced that she had realized what had been driving her all this long time. Sincerely not smiling, the president of the Players Association expressed his congratulations to the honored employee. The man proudly stated that Chachi had finally found her own path and was very happy for her. The pretty girl thanked him for those words and asked if he would mind if she returned the magical memory ring later when she left for good. The enthusiastic Shim-toku didn't mind at all and congratulated Chachi-un's player on her return, which was a momentous occasion. The beauty felt a pleasant warmth on her soul, remembering her past life where she was an experienced fighter. Soon, the main character came to see the president and gave him a lot of tension by telling him that he had strangled the Big Six amongst themselves. The youngster showed the high-level information sent by the chapters, and the discouraged man said that he could sell sand in the desert. After that, the head of the Players Association began to peruse the important information. Some of the entries impressed him and caused his face to change, which Junho immediately noticed. A somewhat worried Shim said that he thought the association had gotten closer to the guilds, but they were still as close to them as the moon. The hero said that this motivation is getting better, and his friend agreed, adding that someday they'll be on par with the competition. Togu said that all the major zones of influence had already been distributed, and he considered it a tortuous endeavor to fortify a base on the far fringes of the empire. The brave man said that it would not be easy to catch up with the Six without a serious investment in the war, and the bewildered man asked when it had ever been easy. After saying that, the protagonist rose from his seat, saying that they would see more, and the slightly worried Shim didn't know what to expect from him. The confident warrior told his buddy with a twinkle in his eye that he was going to the second floor in a week. This news stunned President Shim, who knew that this would happen sooner or later, but he didn't think it would be so soon. The saddened man put his head down and confessed that he was very embarrassed in front of the brave Seo Jun-ho. The man said that if only the association had started working on expanding the influence on the second floor earlier, he would have been able to support the young man. The smiling kid said in a calm tone that his old buddy had already supported him enough like that. He said that thanks to him, he was able to get new documents from so easily getting a player ID. Daredevil recalled that the president had done a lot for him, and even his equipment and housing were also thanks to him. The boy considered it a top-class support, which touched the man who could not hold back his tears. On a beautiful sunny afternoon in one of the zoos in India, many people with children were walking around admiring the caged lions. The delighted boy Ashan ran towards the big beast, and his father, who was walking behind him, laughingly asked him not to run so fast, because there was a risk of falling. The majestic lion looked at the little girl nearby and smiled at her. The little girl looked very frightened and was afraid to come closer, so she stood still, holding on to the pendant. The calm grandmother asked Nisha why she should not come closer to the cage to scrutinize the animal. The girl looked at the pendant, where the picture with her father was attached, and replied that she was fine here. The card Tinka was noticed by her grandmother, who smiled and decided to have a little talk with her daughter. The woman squatted down in front of the little girl because she wanted to calm her down a bit and bring her to her senses. She said that she knew for sure that Nishi's daddy was always there for them, even if they couldn't see him, which caused tears to come to the girl's eyes. Hugging the little girl tightly, the elderly lady said that surely her father was still looking after his beloved daughter. The sweet grandmother was sure that daddy would really want his only and favorite child to keep his spirits up. The adorable Nisha put a gentle palm to her grandmother's face, who was a little surprised by this. Smiling sincerely, the little beauty said that her father wished that her grandmother would not be upset either. In an instant, the elderly woman's face changed and a deep feeling seemed to touch her soul. She was reminded of Nisha's father once leaving on a combat mission, waving joyfully, confident that he would return alive. Weeping with joy, Madame acknowledged her little granddaughter's righteousness, agreeing that this was indeed all true. Thereupon she rose to her feet and suggested that she now come up to look closer at the lion. And sweet Nisha agreed. In the late afternoon, Seo Jun-ho was at the Players Association building, where he was surprised to see Secretary Cha. The woman was greatly disturbed to meet the young master and didn't even know how to justify her presence. The young man immediately inquired what she was doing here at such a late hour, for she should have been home long ago. Nervous Eye Lady replied that she had to help the president with the documents, and the guy did not understand why the man was making her do all this. He didn't bother the charming Cha-Chi-Yun anymore and let her go, but he stared at her back for a while longer. A couple minutes later, Shim-Toku came out of the workroom and was surprised to see that the hero was still in the association. The guy immediately asked how he dared to make his secretary work late at night, and the shocked man, at first, did not understand what he was talking about. But soon it came to him, and in doing so he remembered that the charming lady had asked him not to tell anyone about her departure. Smiling, the president asked the kid to knock it off, but was glad he was here since he had something for him. After saying that, he silently held out a small paper to his vis-a-vis, who was mildly perplexed. The emotionless hero immediately asked what it was, but he did not even expect that Arthur's address was written inside. The surprised young man instantly realized that it was about the son of Gilberto Green, one of his frozen friends. In the elevator, the president of the association asked once more if it was true that the brave would go to Arthur as the grim ghost. Smiling slightly, the brave replied that he would think about it some more, and then said goodbye to his buddy and left. Soon, the young man left the association building, where he realized that he was hungry, so he decided to stop for a snack. He walked forward as if nothing had happened, keeping his hands in his pockets and thinking of something to fill his stomach. But somewhere nearby, from a hilltop, the protagonist was being closely followed, not out of benevolent motives. It seemed that it was Carl Signer, who had a grudge against Seo Junho for a long time. Looking down sternly, the demon said that the enemy had finally appeared, for he had been looking for him for quite some time. The hungry young man, meanwhile, walked out of the grocery store, where the vendor asked him to be sure to come back again. On the street, he slightly lowered his mask from his face when he heard strange noises near him, to which it was impossible not to pay attention. It turned out that a cute stray cat of white color had just run up to him and was very hungry. Humble Guy apologized to her, saying that, unfortunately, from his purchases, nothing would fit her. After that, the sly girl began to leave with a dissatisfied face, which caused a little laughter from the hero. The brave man then looked up and saw a human silhouette in the dark alley in front of him. In a moment, he converged his gaze with his vis-a-vis, whose face he couldn't see from a distance. The wary boy immediately realized that he was a player, and probably a high-ranking one, because he almost didn't feel him. The mysterious Carl Signer, whom he had never crossed paths with before, offered a walk with a calm voice. After that, his face turned stern, and he immediately pulled out an intimidating red sword from his inventory. Daredevil immediately realized that it was going to be a fight, but he wasn't going to go along with some fool. The first few seconds, he silently looked into the eyes of his opponent, holding only a bag of groceries in his hands. Suddenly, but he said that he knew that the horizon edge that was in Carl's hands was for ranged combat. Without showing any emotion, he drew his sword and asked the demon Signer why an archer would want to appear right in front of his opponent. The opponent was even a little pleased that the kid knew him, because it only made things easier. Abruptly raising his sword, he said that under normal circumstances, Junho would be right, but when the opponent's strengths were not equal, it didn't matter. Not intending to be ceremonious, the devil used the powerful weapon to finish off his enemy once and for all. The troubled hero's face changed greatly, realizing the gravity of the situation and that something had to be done. He realized that there were peaceful people in the association building who might have been harmed by the demon's actions. The scumbag Carl Signer once again suggested from here and threatened that innocent people nearby might die because of the youngster's stubbornness. Angered at him, the brave realized to danger also was Taku, who was still at work. Still, the boy came to his senses, and they moved to a remote clearing where no one else was in danger. The enemy decided to first praise the hero for not running away and going with him to the last. For his bravery, he gave the warrior choice, where the first option was to let him handcuff himself with a magical seal and go after Signer. Smiling, the fearless lad said he didn't like that at all, and asked what the second choice would be. The evil demon gleamed 2 teeth, about to tell the last option in the most frightening way possible. Making a scary face, the descendant of the devil threatened that he would strip the kid of his legs and drag him behind him like a pitiful dog. The cold-blooded Junho was well aware that the mana emitted by his opponent alone was enough to feel a strong pressure. He was completely convinced that he was facing a Carl Signer cellular-level player. Resisting him was very difficult. Suddenly, the youngster said that he was choosing the third option, which threw the red-haired man, who hadn't said anything about it, off balance. Daredevil said that they were just in the mountains, and the air here is very clean. So he thought the place was ideal for burying the enemy. His arrogance pissed off the demon, who was eager to tear the pathetic boy to shreds. Abruptly drawing the bowstring of his powerful weapon, the fierce player asked if Sojun thought he was being overly clever. The standing fighter was at that moment flew many projectiles, but he was not frightened and prepared to dodge. At the same hour, a series of blade swings were made, so that none of the throwing objects reached the target. The fearless warrior acted very professionally and deftly dodged the sharp arrows. The dumbfounded Carl Signer had not expected such a high level of training of his opponent, and was even a little confused. The red-haired demon couldn't believe that the kid had such a level of ability, despite the fact that he had become a player less than a year ago. What was astonishing was the fact that in such a short period of time, He was already able to reflect all the arrows of his bow. The perceptive kid said that he could see the bewilderment on his opponent's face, and there was no way to deny that fact. The fighter was aware of his thoughts and explained that not everything in this world fits into the framework of common sense, and he was not part of it. The devil admitted his mistake and realized that he shouldn't have underestimated the man who was able to single-handedly sweep the level 1 gate. The nervous player realized that the enemy already had no equal on the first floor, and if he went up to the second floor now, he would start progressing even faster. Call clearly realized that if the guy was much stronger than he expected, he might be able to rank up with the 9 heavens in the near future. His mightiness was indeed undeniable, and taking him seriously was a necessity. At the same time, the ruthless signer was not going to give up on his goals, and began to gradually tighten the bowstring of his crossbow. It was a pity that such a talent would have to be destroyed here and now, after which a sharp shot was fired. The cold-blooded player ordered the arrow hooks to massacre the boy who had come his way not the first time. A whole host of sharp throwing objects flew towards Sojun, who had seconds to devise a plan. The anxious young man realized that the situation was a stalemate, but tried to keep his wits about him so as not to fail. The hero tried to dodge the throwing objects in every possible way, even though he was now doing it with great difficulty. At one point, he noticed that the arrow had abruptly changed direction, and it was a cause for nervousness. It was clear that Karl Signer was controlling it with magic, and he was doing it quite professionally. The merciless opponent welcomed the boy into the abyss of his sea, and giving him even a second to pause. Explosions rumbled behind the brave man's back, and he tried to cover his head so that the shrapnel would not damage his soft tissues. A rather deep crater had formed on the ground, which made the young warrior tense up even more. More exciting was the fact that these were the consequences of just one arrow, and the enemy had a lot of them. The demon was not just controlling the projectile, but was filling everything around it with its mana, making even simple movements difficult for the young man. The tense Seo Junho was convinced that Karl Signar was right, as he was really in an abyss. He realized that if he was hit even once in this state, he wouldn't be able to win, so he decided to use the booster. The insidious opponent continued to hinder the boy's actions in every possible way, but he was not going to give up. The fearless warrior sternly looked forward, trying to carefully calculate his further actions. Suddenly, the titanic effort fighter struck a powerful blow, swinging the blade of the black dragon. What was happening made the red-haired devil, who was already confident of his victory, very wary. He couldn't understand how a level 13 player could repel the attack of his mighty hook arrows. The unrelenting fellow continued to swing his arms relentlessly, preventing the targets from getting any closer. Soon the battle quieted down briefly, and Signer said that his senses seemed to have dulled during the chase. The man was glad that realization had come to him, and now he understood with Junho that he would have to give his best in battle. In one instant, a smile appeared on the wily demon's face, which was already bad news. With a stern look at the opponent in front of him, he firmly said that he would no longer underestimate him. The situation was getting more and more heated, and now both players had to think of a new plan of action. Seo Jun, who was remaining calm, came to the conclusion that all this time, the enemy's mana had been raging as if he was a whirlpool, and now it had suddenly quieted down. It became clear that the guy was caught in the vortex of the storm, and the stern-looking Signer drew his bowstring, saying that he could consider it an honor. Slowly pulling the string taut, he added that this time he would have to part for real. The demon now used heavy artillery, namely the explosive dragon arrow, which was impossible to survive after. The supersonic projectile accompanied by lightning immediately flew towards the kid standing still. The projectile was rushing towards the protagonist, who did not panic in the slightest. With an angry look, he looked at the hand that held the sword, realizing that he would not be able to avoid the explosion in time. At the same moment, there was an incredibly violent explosion, triggering flying shards. The wary Ka was in no hurry to relax and scrutinized the columns of rising smoke. Suddenly, he tensed up, as if he saw something strange ahead. But he couldn't make out anything at first. An icy aura suddenly appeared around him, and the stone ground began to freeze right before his eyes. The red-haired demon wondered where such cold mana came from. Somewhere nearby, the unperturbed Seo Junho was using a powerful veil of darkness. What was happening alerted the devil even more, and now he was nervously looking around, trying to figure out where the attack would come from. The slightly trembling player had no idea what awaited him next, and was afraid to even move. The dumbfounded Karl Signer couldn't believe that the newcomer was able to use 2 abilities at once. He wondered if the young man had been hiding his true powers all this time. Looking at the flying shards of ice, the demon continued to ponder on the subject, but still did not find answers. The brave man in turn said that he wanted to do with a simple freeze, but the enemy left him no other choice. Smiling wryly, he added that now he would not be able to leave alive a witness to his abilities. The fierce fighter was sure that the red-haired clown would not be able to get out of here alive, and began to think about a plan of destruction. Smirking, the demon threatened that he would untie the tongue of the boy, who does not want to say who he really is. After these words, he abruptly opened the inventory, so that once again he could use the attack and end it all once and for all. With his arms spread wide, the majestic demon said that just one attack would be enough to finish off Seo Junho. Sharp throwing blades were pointed towards the guy who needed to be rushed to make decisions. Daredevil AC wasted no time and immediately used the booster to thwart the enemy's plans. There was no time to hesitate, so the best thing to do was to take Karl Signer's life before his arrows arrived. His entire body was momentarily enveloped in a powerful energy that had to be utilized very quickly. Immediately, the protagonist made the decision to move sharply into close combat so as not to leave his opponent any chance. Angrily laughing demon was that very happy to see the newcomer himself running to the place of his death and use the technique of flower rain. He said that the stream of arrows will show the kid the most real hell on earth, and from his body, and a piece will not remain. But in an instant, the smile vanished, and with it, the confidence of victory. Alarmed, Karl Signer saw a youth running towards him at an incredible speed, holding a sword in his hands. What worried him was that his opponent was smiling, and the brave man said in his mind that he was really looking forward to this moment. The shrewd warrior waited until the enemy was fully confident of his victory, and relaxed to take him by surprise. Abruptly approaching his opponent from the back, he decided to use the skill to deliver a crushing blow. The first thing that was activated was the shadow offensive skill, after which the demon heard the presence of the guy behind him. Being incredibly tense, Signer shouted his opponent's name, but there was nothing that could be changed. The fearless Seo Junho with a sharp swing tried to attack, but the wispy devil managed to dodge. The young man was convinced that the demon was really fast, as he was able to react and dodge instantly. Spreading long bony fingers with sharp claws, the bastard prepared to give a decent fight back to the young man. With a sharp movement, he tried to strike the protagonist, who, fortunately, managed to put his sword in the air and survived. He had to bounce back a few meters, but nothing significant happened. The fighter was also annoyed by the fact of Karl's regeneration, because as soon as he was deprived of a limb, a new one would grow back. The human body was incapable of fully coping with the demonic power. So many people drank the demon's blood, diluting it with water. There were also some madmen who were so eager for boundless power that they drank without dilution. The few who survived afterward were reborn as demons and could utilize the Bloodmaster's abilities. The approaching signer said that, judging from the fact that Seo Jun didn't immediately use the ability, he couldn't use it continuously. Using the throwing objects again, he promised that this time he would definitely send the boy straight to the other side. The hero thought that he had already figured out the enemy's weak spot and said that he was sorry to go to the other world because they had only recently met. The insidious demon reminded that if he agreed to wear handcuffs with a magical seal, he would be spared. His paltry offer only brought a smirk to the face of the fearless warrior, who had no intention of going along with it. With a confident smirk on his face, he pointed a finger down and sent his opponent to hell. Angry about the laughing demon, said the kid could try aiming straight for the neck next time if he wanted to kill him. Daredevil paid no attention to his incitement and, with a twist of his foot, prepared to rush to the attack. He flew towards his opponent at a great speed, confident that this time he would be able to defeat him. The sneaky signer spread his legs wide and noted the fact that the stubborn boy really did not value his life very much. The booster warrior in the moment tensed up as his head began to overheat. Wounds were starting to appear on his body, but he needed to focus and keep going as far as he could. Clenching his jaw, the brave player continued to dash forward towards the demon, eager to destroy it. Relentlessly, Junho repeated in his inner voice to concentrate on the target and tried not to even blink. The exasperated Karl stood still, watching the kid break all his arrows, which annoyed him very much. It was obvious that he was already at his limit, but somehow he managed to move forward as if nothing had happened. In despair, the enraged devil continued to release projectiles that did no harm to the determined warrior. In an instant, he looked coldly into the eyes of his fiery opponent, about to launch a crushing attack. A series of swings of the black blade began at the same hour, but it was too early to relax. Gritting his teeth with anger, the demon began to think about how he could still defeat the kid, who had already annoyed him. Daredevil in turn put a knife in the area of his neck, preparing to strike a sharp blow and end it all once and for all. Tired of enduring his antics, his opponent sharply grabbed the guy by the neck and began to strangle him, showing particular anger. He was extremely cruel in his actions, and the confused Seo Junho could not believe that he had fallen into the clutches of the enemy. He was choking and coughing up blood, but he couldn't break free and had to endure it. Gloating, Signer realized that he had finally managed to capture the bastard, who was like a thorn in his side. The man wanted to finally deal with the kid, but suddenly saw the traces of shadow skill. The cold-blooded hero suddenly whispered in his ear that he was the one who caught him and called him an idiot. Call, who had changed his face from tension, felt a shiver run down his skin and froze in place without realizing what was happening. Then, with a sharp swing of the blade, a blow was struck directly into his belly, leaving a deep wound. The terrified devil began to cough up blood, being even more dumbfounded by what had happened. The ruthless Seo Junho began to walk away as if nothing had happened, while his opponent fell face down in the dirt, incredibly angry at him. Signer still didn't understand how this could have happened, and the blood from his wound continued to whip. The emotionless young man summoned the Guardians of Darkness and ordered them to finish the remains of the demon that had done so much evil to the world. The bloodthirsty shadow wolves began to slowly head towards the target, eager to devour it at last. Shivering and shaking with excitement, the devil tried to move back, while saying that he realized something. He exclaimed that before him was the grim ghost, the nemesis of all demons, who had carefully concealed it. The angry man called the fellow a coward who deceived the whole world, and shouted asking why he was hiding. The reserved Junho began to ponder over the answer, which he tried to formulate so as not to share the information. In a stern tone, the guy said that Carl Signer was going to die soon anyway, so he wasn't going to tell him anything. After that, the red-haired man was nearly torn with hatred for him, and the bloodthirsty guards finally rushed to attack. Ice Girl was watching a snotty show about a girl's runaway puppy being found by her brother, whom they had been separated from as children, as if nothing had happened. The queen was watching the TV with special interest, greedily eating popcorn and not thinking about anything at all. But at one point, the fairy had a bit of a second thought and even stopped chewing as she remembered her partner. With a small hand, she leaned on the wall of the cardboard box of popcorn and stopped eating it. The princess then abruptly shoved the food away from her, thinking deeply about the fact that the guy was nowhere to be found. Collapsing on the couch, very loudly she called out to Junho, who said he would come over when she finished watching the episode, but never did. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still in the clearing, where he had finally defeated the bloodthirsty demon. With the help of a shadow skill, he began to get rid of the body, thinking non-stop about the dead enemy. Staying extremely serious, the guy began to remember all the information he knew about this devil. He remembered that Carl Signer was being hunted by the Swordmaster, and that he had come down to the first floor only for the sake of the daredevil. The perplexed boy wondered if this demon didn't care enough, despite the fact that he was already being pursued. He scratched the back of his head and said that he was able to retrieve something useful from his memory. So there was reason to rejoice. The information about Smyrna on the second floor, where the Demon Association was located, matched the information Tokebi had given him. The brave man said that the data would be very useful to him on the second floor, and suddenly received a notification from the system. The message said that the level of his dead man's confession ability had been upgraded to rank B due to constant use. But it was too early to rejoice, as the skill could not be applied to those whose memories had already been read. Removing the notice, the hero said that there is always some catch, so he tried not to get particularly upset. He decided not to waste any more time and took Signer's bow, and then began to walk away from the unpleasant place. Suddenly, the brave man froze in place, feeling a strong pressure on his whole body, but he had no idea what was going on. The agitated boy started looking around, trying to recover, but the pressure didn't stop. Seeing a male silhouette ahead, the warrior wondered if the legendary fighter was really here. In front of him was indeed the seventh of the 9 heavens, the majestic swordmaster, Kim Woo-jun. The player recalled that Signer's memories of the fighter were on the second floor, but if he had managed to get here, his speed was simply terrifying. Taking his sharp sword out of its holster, the mighty master asked if the guy didn't know about his descent to the ground. He greatly perplexed the youngster by saying that when his scent on the second floor suddenly disappeared, it put him in a daze. Kim Woo-jun then added that it was impossible to get rid of the demonic stench and the odor of endless persecution emitted by him. After that, the swordmaster said that he wouldn't let Carl Signer go this time, and Seo Junho was completely knocked out. Being tense, the fighter wondered if his vis-a-vis had mistaken him for a demon just because he had his Horizon Edge in his hands. The flustered kid told the great fighter that he had misunderstood everything and decided to clear the air. He continued to shake, he voice mumbled something, but the ruthless knight immediately grasped the sword. The glint of the blade completely discouraged the kid, who was proving his innocence in every way possible. The terrifying Kim Woo-jun said that he could no longer be deceived by the demon's lying tongue, and the hero sharply felt panic. Firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, the man said he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Sweating from nerves, the kid realized that the fighter did not intend to listen to him, so something had to be done. He realized that he would have to deal with him, and suddenly said that he had just killed Carl Signer. The tense swordmaster thought it was just another delusion, But the fearless player said that he could prove it, that he wasn't a demon. With a slightly raised hand, the kid used the clock to make a call to finally clear things up. After that, the call began, during which Junho smiled awkwardly at the fighter in front of him. After a short period of time, Kim Woo-jun started talking to President Shim-toku, who explained everything to him. The warrior promised the honorable gentleman that if the opportunity arose, he would definitely meet him. The protagonist in turn and silently looked at him, listening to the conversation and realizing that now everything was finally proven. Bowing respectfully, the swordmaster apologized to the player, admitting that he had indeed made a mistake. The bewildered boy said that it was no big deal, and added that he would have done the same thing himself if he were Kim Jun. Still, the man decided to do something as an apology, and asked the young man to lift his head. Seeing the small cut on his cheek, he dripped a healing potion that promoted quick healing. The surprised Junho didn't understand what it was at first, but the swordmaster explained that he had used an elixir. Holding out a bottle of the precious liquid, he confidently added that it would heal all wounds. The hero felt that using such a legendary potion for his scratches was unnecessary, and Kim asked him not to worry so much. The warrior only wanted to take responsibility for the oversight he had made, and was completely sincere in his expressions. But he also wanted to ask something of the young player who was all ears at that moment. The man was not well aware of the fact that the youngster had mopped up several brothers alone, and in the Cave of Trials was able to beat his record. Still, the kid had only advanced to the 30th level, so the master couldn't believe that he was able to defeat Call Signer single-handedly. Unperturbed, Junho said he would tell him the whole truth, but in return, he demanded his vis-a-vis agree to his terms. The terms required Kim Woo-jun to tell everyone that he was the one who killed the demon, not the hero, and not to tell anyone about his abilities. The young man also added that he would still need the great warrior's help someday, and he began to think deeply. After pondering a bit, the Lord replied that it would not be difficult to help him, but there were some nuances. The warrior warned that if the brave used forces that violated moral principles, he would not be able to stay away. Smiling, the kid said he hadn't done anything like that and wasn't going to, so there was no reason to worry. Visavi said that in that case they agreed, but did not notice that an ice crust began to appear under his feet. A whole field of ice suddenly appeared around, and sharp crystals were sticking out of the ground, which looked mesmerizing. Continuing to smile, Sojun said in a calm tone that he would reveal the secret to the swordmaster. A shocked Kim Woo-jun recognized that such abilities would indeed be enough to take the demonic archer by surprise. It was now clear to him that it was earlier that he had seen the association key that allowed him to calm the heat of the third floor. The unperturbed hero admitted that he didn't think the esteemed gentleman would understand it all at once, but it was commendable. He was sure that the man himself knew that this information should in no way fall into the hands of demons. Abruptly pulling his sword from its holster, the restrained Kim Jun replied firmly that he understood perfectly well. Suddenly, the fighter swung his blade several times, which somewhat surprised the hero in front of him. The bewildered guy did not understand what was happening, but continued to just silently observe it. With his sharp actions, the fighter for justice destroyed the ice walls around, which stunned his vis-a-vis. After that, the warrior coldly said that he had killed the scoundrel Call Signer an hour ago on this spot, as the player's conditions demanded. After a while, late at night, Seo Junho finally returned home, being in a terrible state of fatigue. He just wanted to take a shower and go straight to bed, because the day had been incredibly hard. The Ice Queen suddenly appeared in front of him, who was waiting for his partner, but frightened him with her appearance. The tense guy shouted and asked why she was so frightening, and the fairy in response asked what time he thought it was. Looking at his watch, the young man replied that it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and his partner said that he obviously did not come out to see his friend for a while. Taking off his shoes, the hero replied that that was why he had come out, but that he had some urgent business to attend to on the way. The queen asked him not to stay out so late next time, and the tired boy promised that it wouldn't happen again. Looking at the back of the young man ahead of her, Ice was somewhat surprised, as he looked unkempt. She once noted the fact that his appearance was lousy, and his gray blouse was heavily stained with dirt. Her partner began to ask what was wrong, and the exhausted fighter opened the refrigerator with a little difficulty. Barely standing on his feet, June took a can of beer from the shelf, saying that something very serious had happened. Sitting down on the couch, he added that he had killed the demon Call Signer, but the Ice Princess didn't even know who that was. Opening the tin can, the young man also emphasized that this devil was much stronger than those they had encountered last time. The fairy asked if he wasn't supposed to be on his way to meet his friend, and the lad replied that she had run into the devil on her way home. The bewildered Iceman asked if everything was okay with his partner, and he began to mumble something softly. The protagonist said that all this time he had been surrounded by people whose abilities exceeded his imagination. After breaking free from the ice, the young man tried to free his comrades, But after meeting Kim Jun, he realized how much the other players had grown. The bewildered boy realized that the truly strong players were there on the fronts of the second floor. After seeing everything with his own eyes, he instantly realized why people had nicknamed the Nine Heavens as such. To top it all off, it was striking that even the character of the great fighter was pleasant, and he didn't refuse to give the brave man his number. Reaching for the popcorn, the Ice Queen asked why the kid had stopped talking so suddenly. Clenching his hand into a fist, the player said that a realization came to him that he needed to work even harder on himself. Besides Kim Woo-jun, there were 8 other people who were on the same level as him. But one of them was a clear enemy. It was the king of the dead Najat Hollow, Arma's teacher and the same demon who had given orders to Scener to capture the hero alive. Seo-jun did well on the first floor as he had a basic knowledge of the sea, but the second floor was still uncharted ground for him. At one point, the faithful partner put a small hand on the young man's head to give him a little support. She surprised her vis-a-vis greatly by unexpectedly sincerely saying that she believed he could do anything. Smiling, the fairy emphasized that the kid had been doing quite well all this time, so he could be confident. The shy youngster admitted that he didn't expect her to be so comforting, and the icicle said that he looked like a sad puppy in the rain. The surprised hero said he'd have to get out early tomorrow morning, and his partner asked what he was up to again. With a slight smirk, the young man said he had one last goodbye to say to someone. Meanwhile, the legendary Kim Woo-jun was sitting in the office with his coworker, who was nervously looking out the window. The nervous madam turned to the fighter sitting behind her, asking him to answer the question, but he was in no hurry to do so. The disgruntled young man folded his arms at his chest, and with a frustrated exhale asked why he should do so. The tense lady asked if the fighter even remembered what his job was, since he was making such a show of it. She also assumed that he had forgotten everything in the past few months, though she didn't believe that an elite swordsman could do such a thing. The main chairman of the Silent Moon Guild spread her palm, and once again decided to nervously ask a question. In a slightly elevated tone, Song Chaewon asked where the weapon edge of the horizon that belonged to Carl Signer was now. A thoughtful Kim Woo-jun knew very well that the demon bow had been taken by Seo Jun-ho, but he couldn't tell her about it because they had a deal. The angry lady shouted and asked if he had definitely killed the demon, since he was glowing in all the headlines for a reason, and the young man confirmed it. The nervous lady asked why the fighter didn't bring the bow he was supposed to get, and sinfully thought that Carl was stronger than expected. That wasn't the case at all, but the master couldn't tell all the details of the guild's main chairman. The guy was sure that if only he wanted to, he could finish the demon with one hand and extract all the secrets from him. The problem was that even before the warrior reached the place, Carl had been dealt with by the hopeful newcomer Seo Jun-ho. He was sure the cold-blooded kid had done it masterfully, even though he hadn't seen the whole fight. Kim Woo-jun couldn't get the young man's intimidating gaze out of his mind, which posed an incredible danger to the demons. Since the young man had single-handedly defeated Signar, the trophies would also go to him, and he had every right to do so. That was why the fair warrior had made agreements with the lad, and was currently coming up with a false reason to justify it. Maintaining absolute equanimity, the swordmaster told Song Chaewon that he had killed the devil before he could get his bow. The tense woman couldn't believe that the man who was born to be the perfect warrior had made a mistake. From the evil verse, she was blown away, and it was very difficult to control it, so she decided to give more emotions. With a shout, the head asked if he had hit his head while fighting, but a calm Kim replied that he was fine. Wiping sweat from her forehead, the lady began to calm down, realizing that nothing could be fixed, and added that she would report everything to the Duke herself. Then she asked why the fighter did it, and at once asked to discard clumsy attempts to lie to her. With a slight smile on his face, the young man said that he thought that was what he thought, that he wouldn't be able to fool her. Sung Chaewon noted that she hadn't seen him smile so broadly in a long time, and the warrior said he'd found something better than the edge of the horizon. Stunned by the abrupt statement, the girl immediately asked what it was about, and she couldn't wait to see. After saying that, the smile on Kim Woo-jun's face abruptly disappeared, and he looked toward the panoramic window. The room was silent for a short period of time, which made the chairman a little anxious. Looking at the beautiful weather outside the window, the strong fighter smiled as he replied that he had found the future. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho, his faithful companion Iceman, arrived at the room where the statues of his frozen friends were. With a smile on his face and pleasant memories in his heart, the young man looked at the guys who hadn't been with him for a long time. He extra loudly told the guys that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and believed with all his soul that they could hear him. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard appeared in front of the protagonist, and his attention was immediately drawn to it. It had said that the fighter did not have enough magic points, which was why he was unable to remove the ice, but he was no longer surprised. He was glad that it no longer said that he was absurdly low on magic points, so he was making some progress. Turning his gaze to the Ice Queen, the youngster asked if it was correct to speak, and she gave no answer at first. Afterward, the Ice Queen shook her head nervously, and the surprised lad noticed that she was somehow quite quiet, and it wasn't like her. He asked if the icicle felt guilty, and she in turn began to stream a sweat, as if at a loss for words. Still not getting any answer, Junho exhaled heavily, deciding not to torture her with this question. The hero then asked to at least tell her if his frozen friends were alive, which he believed with all his heart. The silent princess gave no answer at first and continued to think deeply about what was happening. Still, she replied that it was indeed true, but to free the guy would need to become much stronger. The fighter was well aware that he would have to put in a lot more effort, but he was not going to give up and get out of the way. After looking at his comrades for a few more seconds, he stunned the fairy by abruptly turning around and saying that it was time for them to go. The ice girl asked if the young man was sure he didn't want to see more, for he would be going to the second floor soon, but he wanted to see Taku and Noah again. As for the boys, the young man also made an important conclusion and decided not to torture himself by looking at them, breathless. He decided to wait until they could meet normally around the campfire and sit in a friendly atmosphere. Smiling with a feeling of warmth on his soul, the young player said that the wait was not long. The next sunny day, a passenger airplane, on board of which Junho was sitting, was coming in for landing, flying over the ocean. The airplanes were landing on a small artificial island in the Pacific Ocean, where there was a small airport. After a rather long flight, the protagonist finally stepped on the ground, trying to recover from sitting down. Stretching tiredly, the tense guy said that he almost missed his flight because of grumpy Quan Noi. He didn't understand who was even suggesting that a man who just came to say goodbye should play Paduk for 7 hours straight, and was surprised at the old man's strength. The elderly man said during the game that he would be fine and promised to wait for the young warrior's return. Smiling slightly in a calm voice, the old man said that he had full confidence that the fighter would be able to cope with all the difficulties. Admiring the technology, the Ice Queen interrupted her partner's reminiscences. Asking if simple people made everything around them, the youngster emphasized that she had a knack for spoiling the atmosphere, after which they stopped in front of the entrance of a tall glass building. Seo-jun immediately realized that the interdimensional elevator that many people were talking about was in front of them. The tense fairy said that it felt like everyone was looking at them here, and the hero replied that he had expected something like this. Suddenly, a man in a black suit appeared in front of the player and clarified his name. He said that they had received a message from the association that he was coming, so a briefing was needed. The man added that when moving, the fighter seems to be in the Ruben Empire, where power is concentrated in the hands of the aristocracy, and advised him not to go against them. In addition, it is not only the demons that need to be feared on the frontier, but also other players who were not easy at all. Many of them were ready to go to any crime, worth only to be outside the zone of control of the association. Therefore, the protagonist was advised to always be on guard against other people, and he, being unperturbed, thanked for the warning. After that, the serious black-suited officer wished Seo Junho good luck in the battle and did not dare to detain him any longer. The slightly tense young man noticed that the elevator was smaller than he thought, and was like a normal elevator with 12 people. Soon, along with his faithful partner, he stepped inside, and the first thing he decided to do was look around a bit. The kid realized that the logical thing to do would be to just press the button for the second floor, and he did so immediately. At breakneck speed, the elevator immediately began to move, much to the dismay of the young man and his companion. They could still see the clear blue sky in front of them, and were able to enjoy the beautiful views. The alarm fairy said that there was no question of the elevator being transparent, and the very surprised young man froze in place. At one point, he asked the ice girl to look more closely ahead, and she didn't realize at all what had happened. Ahead was a whole host of interdimensional elevators that they had never heard of before. Now it was clear to the daredevil why demons can penetrate unnoticed to the second floor. Suddenly, but the elevator stopped, indicating arrival on the second floor, and the Ice Queen grabbed the guy by the locks of hair out of fear. The same hour, the door in front of him opened and his eyes bulged with shock as a mesmerizing view was ahead. The system notified the player of the activation of the effect of the title brought spring, increasing ability points by 30. Ruben's empire was completely different from Earth, as if the young man was in some fantasy game, which delighted him greatly. He also clenched his fists tightly, concentrating on how he felt and trying to figure out what had changed. The fact that there was much more magic in the air, and now the boy felt much more confident, was pleasing. The hero stood still for a while, happy with the new sensations, while people nearby looked at him with bewilderment. One of the players, looking at the strangely behaving kid, wondered what was happening to him. Judging by his behavior, it was clear that this was a newcomer, first time on the second floor, which was considered unnecessary to offer to join the guild. The puzzled fighter wondered what the young man was muttering to himself, while the man with his back repeated that he was busy. Being surprised, he noticed a huge crowd of people in a place that had recently been quiet. The comrade replied that he didn't know what was the matter either, and the man in a moment was dumbfounded to see something unexpected ahead. The thing was that he recognized the legendary player Seo Jun-ho, who had not long ago debuted but had already achieved considerable success. The protagonist, looking at the very admiring people around him, wondered if these were all guild recruiters. The stunned man moved his hand away from the face of his nearby companion, who had not expected this. Still not believing what he saw, he said that they should force the honorable gentleman to join their guild right now. But suddenly, a red-haired maiden with long hair made herself known and shoved him sharply with her back. With a smirk, she said she wouldn't let him do that, and the man looked at her bewildered. Stepping firmly to the ground, the beauty said that they were the first to slaughter him, so no one would be able to take the young man for themselves. After that, she began to walk forward confidently, surprising everyone with her slight arrogance and not even stopping. It was the charming Princess Konjuha of Tokabi, who clearly said that she would force the warrior to join her guild. Taking a full breath, the delighted Junho wondered how the air in the frontier could be so saturated with magic. Glacier pointed out that from the outside looking in, it might look like he had come to do breathing exercises, and the young man replied that he needed to get used to it. The fairy asked him to stop acting like that after all. They are in a public place. And the guy said that somewhere already saw a red-headed girl nearby. Icicle did not see this as anything surprising, and the hero in a moment realized that it was Princess Khan. He immediately called out to the beauty, calling her commander, and she told her vis-a-vis with whom she was communicating that it was time for her to go. Mr. Snakehead continued to call joyfully to his old friend, who said she had been waiting for him very much. She was annoyed because if he had come a couple days later, she would have won their argument, and the hero said he wasn't the type to lose. The lady from asked if he understood the language of the natives, and the young player replied that so far he had only had time to talk to her. The beauty promised that she would definitely show everything here to her old buddy, and afterwards asked if he liked coffee. Soon the guys came to a cafe, which, according to the girl, only representatives of noble families could enter, and which she liked very much. Seojin asked if she was an aristocrat, and Gunju replied that she was a baroness, since she didn't have her own land yet. The kid realized that he couldn't even enter this place without her, and Charming asked how the coffee tasted to him. The hero emphasized the pleasant flavor of the Americano, and the lady said that you could find a lot of popular stuff from the ground here. Then she inquired about his first impressions of the second floor, and the brave didn't even know what to answer. Everything here was new to the protagonist, and it clearly felt that he was not on the ground at all. Adding syrup to the cold coffee, Gunju-ha said that it would take some time to get used to it. Afterwards, she asked if the master had ever thought about what would have happened if humanity had failed to close the gate 30 years ago. She said that what might have happened was that the monsters would not have been stopped, and the daredevil simply replied that there would have been little pleasantries. The beauty said that a similar catastrophe had occurred in these lands, something her vis-a-vis had never heard of before. Rumor had it that 1,000 years ago, there had also been many gates in this place, from which monsters had poured in. But the creatures that had escaped from there could not be stopped, and as a result, humanity had been wiped out. The princess said that it was only after many years that all the gates of the frontier disappeared, although the monsters had managed to breed so that they still inhabited the land. Now Junho learned that this world had already experienced its end once, and the shy lady asked if he remembered her past request. Abruptly pulling out a magazine with a biography of the grim ghost, the discouraged lad asked if that was what it was about. Crying with joy, Kanju-ha began to thank him sincerely, and the bewildered young man expressed his joy for making her happy. The damsel then handed him an envelope, which was a small gift from her for his victory in the argument. The hero asked if the handwritten letter was correct, and the maiden corrected him, saying that it was a recommendation. With a smile on her face, she said the paper would allow the guy to have dinner with the specialist Viscount Hoseo of Malibu. The beauty added that if the guy liked him, maybe he would give him a quest, which was completely incomprehensible to him. Khan added that in this world, people are given rewards for helping people, so everyone is trying to get close to aristocrats for access to valuable rewards. She also said that it was more convenient to use a teleporter to travel to another city, but dumbfounded Jun by saying that it was not available to him. Checking the system window, the hero saw that his stats had gone up 30 points due to the tidal effect. But then, his gaze fell on the status marker, where he was considered a tourist, something the girl sitting in front of him was well aware of. The beauty said that any player who was here for the first time was given that status, entitling them to stay here for 3 months. Lastly, she asked the guy to be careful around other players, and he said he wasn't the kind of person who could be easily stabbed in the back. Before leaving, Konjuha gave the youngster a map of the empire and a guidebook created for Tokebi guild members. She specifically gave it to him as a senior, and the fighter asked if it was possible to give them to someone who wasn't a member of the guild so easily. Charming wished him good luck raising levels, and asked him to treat her to something more expensive next time. The fairy said that this girl was the truest vixen, and Seo Junho exhaled, smiled, and said that she got something from her all the time. The youngster also added that Khan is more like a cat or a dog, and the shame-feeling queen noted that he really doesn't understand women at all. Afterward, his partner asked what he was going to do next, and the hero replied that the first thing to do was to look for a place to live. Encouraged, Ice immediately pointed to the institution Sangria and said, and that in fact has long laid eyes on him. But the lad said he would go elsewhere, and pointed his finger at it, and the fairy began to scrutinize. She exclaimed that she didn't want to go to that wreck, and the smiling kid called the resting dewdrop a great name. He needed a place where information from all over the city would flock to, and Icicle was sure Sangria had enough people for that too. Late at night, a cornered kid stood in a dark alley with a bald, big guy standing in front of him. The terrified young man said he had nothing and asked why they were bullying him. The man said that if he was so helpless, he shouldn't have referred to the frontier at all and disgraced himself. He added that the wretched little fellow had caught the eye of Mr. Flay, which was important, but such a thing the shivering man had never heard of. After this, the ruthless bully kicked the kid in the head without even letting him recover. While the perpetrator continued beating, his friends stood alert, pretending that nothing was happening. Soon the bald man stopped doing that and started complaining about the heat, and then decided to see what kind of booty he had managed to get. He tossed 30 gold coins in his hands, saying that if you shake it well, you'll always find something. With a sly smile, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist, saying that there was a lucrative business to be made from players. Meanwhile, Seo Junho and his faithful partner entered an establishment whose signboard was covered in cobwebs. There were a few people sitting in the rather ordinary bar, having a drink and relaxing after a hard day's work. The disgruntled queen noted that the place was quite noisy, and the hero agreed with her, because the atmosphere really resembled a gambling tavern. The adventurers' organization was a gathering of land-bound players and hosts of the frontier. One could distinguish one from the other, thanks to the Vita that the players constantly used. Fairy asked how the guy was going to gather information here, and he replied that he had a few ideas. The polite waiter asked the honored guest of the establishment what he would be ordering and held out the menu. The young man asked for a specialty dish, a bottle of the best alcohol, and a mug of tea, to which the man offered a lamb steak, beer hanel, and black tea. The young man asked for just that and was served, and the waiter asked for payment of 51 copper coins in advance. Pensive June immediately remembered Kan Juha's words that 1 copper coin equals 1,001, and began to convert the currency further. He decided to keep his head down and dumped a few gold coins on the table, asking if it would be enough, which dumbfounded the Iceman. Several instances of the precious currency were poured directly onto the menu, and the man couldn't believe it. In a confused voice, he said, "They weren't copper coins," and the guy excused himself by saying he'd just arrived, apparently a bit confused. The nervous waiter said he would take 1 coin and come back with change, and advised not to show gold in a crowded place. The young man promised that he would remember that, and as it turned out, 1,000 gold pieces for the road were given to him by President Shimtoku. The fairy thought that the young man wanted to brag about the money, and he replied that Khan had told him about the currency. It was just that all the flies flew to the smell of money. The boy was noticed by a stern-looking man at a nearby table who suddenly rose from his seat. At the same hour, he headed towards the imperturbable kid, who calmly looked him in the eye. Abruptly slamming his spread hand on the table, the man made it clear that the conversation would be very serious. Behaving rather rudely, the stranger with a scar on his eyebrow called the guy a player and asked him to listen to him carefully. Deciding not to drag on, the rude man said straightforwardly that he was interested in the kid's money. He offered to talk in a quieter place, but the cold-blooded fighter was in no hurry to answer the robber. The daredevil realized that the strongest flies had come to him, and the fairy said that it looked like a complete scumbag. Not at all scared, the brave man asked the bully to lead him, and he was convinced that the boss was right about the players being complete idiots. Less than half an hour later, in a dark alley, the bastard suffered severe frostbite, as the hero was not going to be ceremonious. Showing a special cold-bloodedness, the unrelenting warrior watched his opponent screaming from the pain inflicted by him. He grabbed one of the bandits by the leg and began to twist in different directions, not letting me get closer and the rest of the fools. Right next to his leg on the ground sat the owner of a wrinkled face, who did not even have time to do anything. One of the criminals fainted from the blow and fell to the ground, cracking his head, which greatly stressed the ringleader. The horrified man realized he was in deep trouble, and soon the turn came to him. Abruptly stopping his fist near his muzzle, the fearless Junho asked if he was done coddling, to which the man excitedly replied, "Yes." The cold-blooded warrior then ordered the scoundrel to kneel down and immediately started counting down. The criminal had no choice but to obey, so he immediately collapsed down, hoping for mercy. The fairy called the humans pathetic, and the protagonist was a little even glad that the man obeyed him. He then ordered the location of their boss to be laid out, much to the bandit's dismay, who was loyal to the leader. Bleeding sweat, the bandit began to say that he knew nothing about it, and the brave man looked at him sternly with yellowed eyes. Still, he gave in and said that the ringleader was in the gambling house, to which the brave Ho went at once. Beginning to cough chokingly after entering the establishment, the disgruntled fellow wondered if it was a raccoon burrow. From the criminal, the player learned the information that the boss's name was Fly, and he was a well-known scoundrel in the city of Kilian. Everything related to entertainment was in his hands, and he also did business with aristocrats, so he knows much more than small fish. The protagonist noticed that the atmosphere was completely different from the one at the inn, but he decided not to think much about it. He decided not to waste any time and pulled out a chair at one of the tables, asking the players for permission to sit down. The man with the nasty mustache said he hadn't seen the boy before, and he said he'd only recently arrived in town. The man called the boy interesting, for he went straight to the gambling house, but warned that they were high stakes. Not at all frightened, Seo Junho confidently replied that he had enough money, after which the croupier began to deal cards. After a minute, all the players received the cards and began to analyze them, thinking about their next moves. The owner of a thin mustache a little nervously looked at the calm young man, who clearly thought everything through. The young man's behavior began to make him suspicious, but he could not make out anything specific. The tense man began to carefully examine the face of the protagonist, who was characterized by complete calmness. The player thought that in front of him was some unseasoned beginner, but he had already played for over an hour and was not even going to stop. The most annoying thing was that the kid was playing relentlessly against him. Phoebo's card genius. He asked a question whether the kid is some stray champion of card games, because he already had 350 chips. The unperturbed young man continued to scrutinize the cards and think over his next moves, not giving his opponents a chance to win. As it turned out, all this time, he was prompted by an ice flake, which was darting back and forth, peeking at the cards of other players. The bald big man outside the window noted that the kid was lucky today, because it was the first time he had seen Phoebo lose to someone. What was happening was beginning to irritate him, and he realized that he had to stop this little bastard. The subordinate said that the young man looked like a player, but the ability was enough for him, and the boss said that he was in their way. He ordered the scoundrel who dares to encroach on his money to be brought in immediately, and the servant clearly understood his task. Maximally tense, Phoebo realized that at this rate the scoundrel was putting him penniless, and had to get out of it somehow. With a strange wink, the croupier behind him told the man that he would shuffle the cards, but it already smelled like cheating. The alarmed Ice Queen immediately reported to her partner that the dealer was cheating, and the situation began to escalate. Her head was spinning with the realization that it was all a scam, because even the dealer was in league with the players. But Seo Junho thought it was strange that the house owners were so late, and suddenly said he would end the game. Nervous Phoebo offered to play some more, but the guy said that he had already won so much that he was afraid of losing it all back. After that, he began to walk calmly to the exit, but abruptly he was approached by a man in a business suit behind him. The hero immediately turned around, and the employee said that the owner of the establishment would like to treat him to a stack and asked to follow him. The fairy asked if the owner was the boss, and the emotionless kid asked the man to lead the way. On the way, the attendant said that usually only aristocrats were allowed into the special room, but today's case was exceptional. The alarmed princess noticed that it was very dark around, so he asked his partner to be more careful. Standing in the office, the owner of the establishment asked the young man to come in, while he remained absolutely cold-blooded. The man said that a lot of players come in here and all of them cheat in any way they can with their incredible abilities. Smiling terrifyingly, he said that he continued to let them in because he was sure that he could always get his money back. The bald big man then said that he had heard about the player Seo Junho, who was a little tense, but he remained calm. The room was silent for a couple of minutes, and during that time, the big man and the guards were looking at the kid with smiles on their faces. The bald man read all the information about the boy, who was a player of about 35th level. The man made sure the kid was pretty famous in person, and he said, smiling slightly, that they had done a good job. The boss said that it was only worth asking the players a little bit, and they were willing to lay out anything and realized that So Jun wasn't bad. Fly then asked why the youngster thought he didn't ban people from the club, even though they had pulled all sorts of tricks to fool around. He sharply clutched the piece of paper and said that the reason was that he was sure he could always get his money back. The bald added that he owned all the entertainment venues in this town, so it was only natural that he was on short terms with the aristocrats. The bandit also added that no matter how strong the gamblers are, they are still strangers here and can't do anything against the aristocrats. Finally, he asked if he was right in his statements, and the restrained hero replied that he was correct. Suddenly, the brave man spilled chips on the table and said that, in that case, he had a proposal to the owner of the establishment. The confident fellow squatted down and said that he would return all the chips he had earned, but in return, Fly would sell him information about the aristocrats. His arrogance and insolence caused great displeasure to the brown-eyed man, who at first thought he had misheard. Nervously hitting the chair, he said that the kid, apparently, does not yet realize the situation he is in, since he behaves like that. Then the Embal said that he could easily take away all the money by force, after which two of his henchmen began to walk towards the boy. Daredevil said that he wanted to get out all peacefully, but only wasted his time. So he clenched his fist, preparing for a fight. With a confident smirk on his face, one of the bodyguards rushed to the attack, swinging his bat, but it was for nothing. The nimble warrior managed to dodge immediately, remaining unharmed, and now it was his turn to get involved. Keeping his cool, he rushed to the attack, spreading his palm to use one of his powerful techniques. The bewildered man froze in place, not realizing what was happening, while the player's hand was aimed at his snout. At the same hour, the young man grabbed the creep's face, scaring him badly. But he wasn't going to stop at all. The bodyguard Fly's head was sealed right into the wooden floor, and his sunglasses nearly shattered. As a result, he slid a bit on his sciatica in a lot of pain, and the bald man was very annoyed by what was happening. An unperturbed Jun-ho asked if it was so hard to listen to him right away to avoid such an incident. The enraged establishment owner called his subordinates an idiot and asked what they were even doing. The protagonist still remained calm and squatted down, reaching out with his hand to one of the chips lying on the floor. He then nonchalantly looked at his opponents, who once again had their weapons drawn, preparing to fight. With a sly smile, the young man used an ability on the chip, endowing it with incredible speed and strength. As a result, the small object flew aptly into the faces of both opponents, nearly knocking their jaws out. Exhaling tiredly, the exhausted warrior said that some people needed a kick in the ass to get them to start thinking. But suddenly, an exasperated Fly aimed a pistol at his back and ordered him to freeze in place. Not scared at all, the slightly surprised kid turned around and looked at the firearm. Laughing evilly, the Ambo said it was a lethal weapon, much favored by players who like to cheat. He ordered all the chips to be put down and buggered off, promising to spare, and the Daredevil asked if he would provide information about the aristocrats. The irascible bald bandit shouted that he would never do so and was about to fire a shot. The man then advised the juvenile cretin to take a good way out, but suddenly the situation changed. Using a shadow skill, the fearless Seo Jun-ho took the gun away from him, causing the bald head to worry. The firearm ended up in the hands of the smiling brave, who took aim at his opponent, saying that he should have listened to him earlier. Dousing himself in sweat, Fly froze in place, wondering if this was really a level 30 player. The trembling owner of the establishment asked the hero to think hard, because such an act was impossible to undo. He threatened that by pulling the trigger, the kid would be drawn into a very unpleasant story, which is absolutely unnecessary. Unperturbed, the young man still kept the gun pointed and said he didn't even know how to proceed. Panicking Fly realized that he could not allow himself to be so stupidly killed by some pathetic player in such a place. The cold-blooded fighter recognized that the perpetrator was stronger than he thought, then loaded the firearm for a test shot. The terrified man immediately shouted that he would tell everything and begged not to be shot, hoping very much that he would survive. He immediately closed his eyes tightly because he did not want to see the process of shooting, but it would not have saved him from death. Still, a loud gunshot was fired, and Fly immediately opened his eye, seeing the bullet flying fast. Suddenly, the Daredevil caught the small lead projectile, saying that he really should have done that to finish off the shivering scoundrel. A week later, a satisfied Jun-ho said that the boys had done a good job, for he now had a whole folder of information on his hands. After this, he said they could go, and the tortured Fly and his buddy couldn't even believe it was true. The harsh player asked not to be forced to repeat it twice, whereupon the criminals immediately rushed off. The tired Ice Flake was glad to finally be calmer, and the young man said that now it was possible to see how to put the knowledge into practice. He decided to start by taking the quest, because it was the basis, and it was not worth delaying it. Very soon the hero, together with his partner, stood near the bulletin board, where they carefully studied the applications. For starters, the young warrior wanted to practice hunting, so he looked for such orders. He tore off a paper with a whip wolf hunting assignment. for which 50 glory points, 3 silver coins, and 27 copper coins were given. Daredevil knew that the hunter competition would begin in 10 days, so he decided to hurry up and make it to level 50 before then. The fairy asked her partner to go too slow as she was too shaky, and he advised her to fly herself. The disgruntled icicle said she'd have to hang on in that case, and the lad pretended not to hear anything. Still, the icicle once again said that the young man was going too fast, but he was not going to slow down for her sake. Behind in a small alleyway, there were a few players standing in the back, and they began to glance indifferently in Seo Junho's direction. The cunning fighters realized that there was no better prey than the player who had just arrived on the floor, and decided to follow him. After a while, the hero came to a huge trail of bloodthirsty wolves, which began to scrutinize. Naparnitsa said that, judging by the footprints, the monsters must be simply huge. It frightened her somewhat. The brave was curious how strong they were, and also expressed hope that it was an entertaining opponent. The fairy said to wait for the fog to clear first, and also remarked that the fighter still somehow looked a little too joyful. The kid said that he had never seen such beasts on Earth, so this was a good opportunity for him to test how strong they were. The Ice Queen asked him to remember not to relax, and the attentive player noticed a strange growling sound. He immediately realized that the whip wolves had finally shown up, and immediately took advantage of the ruthless Punisher. A small pack of bloodthirsty creatures began to slowly approach, while the warrior thought over his next steps. The young man asked if the ice wolf agreed that their tails were like whips, and she said that was why they were called whip wolves. The battle-hungry daredevil wasted no time, and rushed to the attack, moving from side to side to avoid becoming an easy target. One of the wolves was the first to rush into the attack, but the protagonist managed to frame the ruthless Punisher, blocking the blow. Now he understood why no one took up this quest, because the monsters were much stronger than they seemed. The nimble boy tried his best to stay on his feet and was not going to give up, because the quest was important to him. Smiling, the young man said that he had planned to have a little fun with them and then finish them off quickly. But it turned out to be a little different. A new plan matured in his mind the same hour, and he immediately swung his mighty weapon, angering the beasts even more. They screamed loudly in pain, which emphasized the correctness of the daredevil's actions. A confident smile reappeared on his face, but it was too early to relax, as all the monsters remained on their paws. In a leap, the hero said that to get used to pumped thanks to the abilities brought by the spring, this opponent is perfect. After that began a series of swings of sharp weapons somewhere nearby. From the hill watched him other players. One of them didn't understand why they were slowing down if there were 4 of them and the kid was alone, but an associate said that it was the well-known Seo Junho. What was alarming was that the kid had become known throughout the first floor as a super rookie, and his ability level was rumored to be like Kim Woo-jun's. The red-haired fighter said that the youngster was only recently on the second floor, and he was also only at level 30, while they averaged level 70. The profit-sensitive player said that the kid's weapons would already be worth several gold, and if they attacked the mind, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The man said he'd go ahead and create a distraction, and the rest would be up to them. But the guys didn't like that he always got the easiest job. The gang leader asked the guys to think about how their lives would change if they got so much gold, and confidently said that it was time to catch luck by the tail. Already very soon, the protagonist disposed of the last whip wolf, who failed to resist him. He realized that when giving up the quest fame age everything, and the ice girl remembered that the fox said that the higher the fame, the more bonuses can be militated. The young man thought that it would not be easy to rise by quests alone, and thought about catching some criminal. Naparnitsa thought he was in too much of a hurry, but the hero said it was possible to pull something like this off once. Seeing something behind the young warrior's back, the Ice Queen said that it looked like his wish had come true. The boy asked what it was all about, and the Ice Queen asked if he hadn't noticed someone walking in their direction. The nonchalant Junho wondered if it was his fan, and the tense fairy asked how he could think of such a thing. The polite kid asked if it was true that the fan was so devoted that he was able to get here, despite the monsters. The man who had turned on his acting skills immediately got to saying that it was, but the daredevil was suspicious. In a slightly trembling tone, the stranger asked the all-famous player to give him an autograph, for which he came to the clearing. The delighted kid was happy to do and asked him for a pen and paper, and the wily fighters immediately realized that he had bought the ruse. Seo Jun said that if he had Vita, he could take a photo, but the fan said an autograph would be enough, which made the icy kid smile. While the creep was being professionally bullshitted, from the back, an associate of his approached the protagonist with a sharp dagger in hand. Both stealthy players remained tense, but thought Dell had done an excellent job of distracting his opponent. Laughing, dying of laughter, Ice told her partner that he was being divorced out of nothing, and she was completely right. Exhaling tiredly, the brave man wondered if the cretins thought he wouldn't notice them. He didn't understand at all how they could underestimate him like that, and the enemy standing behind him grew wary as he saw something ahead. The fact that a 30th level player had single-handedly managed to take down a huge pack of whipwolves made him shudder. The hypocrite Dell, meanwhile, asked to be allowed to shake the hand of his idol, who did not refuse. The cold-blooded warrior asked if it was true that there were 4 of them, and the anxious man pretended not to know what he was talking about. Using an icy hand for a handshake, the brave man asked if they had the courage to come out against the 4 of them. The tense opponent immediately turned his attention to the icy limb he could no longer move. The stern Junho said that they should have brought at least 40 people. That's when they would have played. Standing at his back, the enraged scoundrel rushed forward with his dagger, wishing for the death of his opponent. The unperturbed hero immediately used his freeze ability to destroy all his plans in an instant. The stunned man looked at the open palm and thus got distracted, losing his guard. After that, the ruthless young man threw him back a few meters, leaving a deep wound on his body. The second alarmed player used a fire charge, covering Dell and shouting for him to move away more quickly. This was immediately noticed by Seo Junho, who was focused on the frozen hypocrite. Seeing the approaching charge, he immediately grabbed the back of Dell's head and used it as a human shield, scaring him badly. He threw the creep to his fate and bounced to the side to deal with his last opponent as quickly as possible. Immediately, there was a rather powerful explosion, which did not frighten the daredevil running towards the enemy. Right on the run, the crafty man put his hand out in front of him, eager to grab the snout of the scoundrel and teach him a lesson once and for all. The enemy begged for forgiveness. But the hero didn't care about his pleas, for he had already gotten a taste for it. At the same minute, a crushing blow was struck, after which the enemy was no longer lucky enough to be alive. Still, there was still one scoundrel who began to run away in panic, begging for forgiveness and shouting that he was forced to do so. The emotionless Seo Jun didn't even think of letting him go, and threw the sharp crystal straight at his back. Seeing the approaching ice shards, the guy panicked, but realized that he couldn't run away. A few seconds later, there were no more dangerous opponents left on the battlefield. His partner asked how the young man would now lead the criminals in such a state, and he replied that he had only beaten them up a little. Smiling sincerely, the hero asked if she thought his fame would really increase if he turned them all into the guards. As if sighing tiredly, the ice woman replied to her partner that the glory would indeed increase quite a bit. There were still huge whip-wolf footprints on the battlefield, but now human ones were added to them. After a while, Junho arrived at the guild building, where a young man was bored out of his mind behind the counter. The guy asked the player if he had stopped by for a quest in the morning, and immediately received an affirmative answer. In one moment, the brave man piled a whole stack of wolf skins on the table, which greatly dumbfounded the man. He realized that if they were all in such good condition, then the beasts had been killed with a single blow, and this indicated an incredible level of skill. The young man immediately asked what the fighter's name was, and Seo Junho, remaining completely calm, introduced himself. The delighted man said that the hero was the savior of their city, as he had brought the criminals in a missing persons case a few hours ago. The boy immediately realized that the rumors had already spread, and his vis-a-vis said that from tomorrow they would assign quests corresponding to his level. After the warrior went outside and received 550 points of fame, which he was happy about, because now he could no longer go to the bulletin board. The young man said that he enjoyed the battles in the frontier, and the fairy said that he was very pleased that he had fought new monsters. At one point, she looked away in surprise, and motioned for her partner to pay attention to what was happening. A few meters away stood a bald-headed fly, who was swinging his fist at a frightened man begging for help. The worried man asked him to help them once, but the embittered criminal shrieked that he didn't want to and wouldn't do it. In a fit of rage, he wanted to lash out, but suddenly someone slapped him, angering him even more. With a shout, the bald man asked what kind of scum did that. But behind him, he saw the main character asking if he was hurting people again. A disturbed fly immediately began to recant, saying that everything was really wrong, and his vis-a-vis threatened him with his fist. He exclaimed that the man was the first to annoy him with his silly requests, so it wasn't his fault. The fighter once examined the long-haired gentleman, who looked tidy, and his aura was quite calm. Keeping a cold mind, the guy asked what his request was, but the bald-headed man began to answer the question. He-Man suggested going to the office first, as he felt this was not the place for such a conversation. In the office, Fly introduced Hakan, who was from a noble family and used to work as a mercenary, but had now moved away from the department. Then the player Seo Junho, who was very strong, was introduced. You couldn't tell that from the looks of it. A wary Hakana asked the big guy if the guy was stronger than him, and he replied that the difference between them was about 3 sheets of paper. The hero decided to broach the subject and said that he understood the man needed help, and he replied that he needed someone to go to the dungeon with him. The brave realized that the dungeon for the main monster can get a lot of money and asked what the vis-a-vis knew about it. The frowning gentleman immediately said that there was the tomb of Shepharim, who was a great thief. He began to tell that 9 years ago he and his wife, while they were still mercenaries, had discovered an ancient document in one of the cleared dungeons. It spoke of a statue of a goddess that granted health to its possessor, and from that day on they began searching for information about this artifact. It seemed to the thieves that the search would become their adventure when they stepped away, but things suddenly changed. Last year, Hakon's wife had gone blind due to a long-standing tumor that was impossible to cure, so things were different now. From that moment on, the statue of the goddess had a special value to the man, and he felt it was his duty to find it without fear of going alone. He learned that the statue was on the tomb of Shepharim and tried to go there alone, but he could not get through the monsters. A tense fly said he still wouldn't risk going there, even if the man's words were true. Exhaling heavily, Hakon said he realized he couldn't force the man to do something he had to figure out for himself, so he decided not to bother anymore. Suddenly, Seo Junho made himself known, saying confidently that he would help his vis-a-vis handle the task. He suggested that they meet tomorrow at dawn, which stunned him, but he sounded sincere. The joyful man said that then all he had to do was to find a nurse for his wife, and he would be ready to go at once. The bald man asked him to get a good night's sleep before traveling and promised that he would look after his wife himself. The hero realized that fame was more important to him now than the reward of clearing the dungeon, so it would be more profitable to do quests instead. But he could not pass by such an offer. So very soon he arrived at the tomb of Shepharim together with Hakon. The Lord began to tell him that the last time he had come here, he had met a whole group of kobolds at the entrance. It was said that they were level 60, but there were stronger monsters inside that were twice the size of regular kobolds. In a whisper, the man asked his companion to be quiet, saying that the monsters would bear down on the enemy without even bothering about wounds. He then took great care to place the lantern on the floor to look around and prepare his weapon. The crossbow was immediately taken into his hands, and he fired a precise shot in the direction of the approaching enemy. Two Saint Relis immediately hit the head and chest of the red-haired monster, which cried out loudly in pain. Standing nearby, Junho noted that his comrade's shot was excellent, as the monster was now rapidly losing blood. The fighter said that he had been doing this for 30 years, after which he added that it was a good start, but needed to go further. The brave noted that it was more like a cave than a tomb, but so far it was going much better than he thought. Suddenly, the warriors felt a strong vibration that caused the stones to crumble, which was cause for excitement. The calm young man immediately noted that it didn't look like an earthquake. The attentive Hakon realized that they were monsters, and judging from the roar, there were at least a dozen of them. The restrained So Jun immediately took out his weapons from his inventory, confidently saying that no matter how many beasts there were, they would deal with them all. In an instant, bloodthirsty kobolds that could jump very high began to attack the fighters from all sides. The monsters began to open their hot jaws, eager to finally devour the human beings they did not take seriously. Soon enough, they surrounded the two explorers, but they didn't scare the daredevil into thinking out his next move. The nervous companion said that there were at least 50 creatures, and assumed that they were waiting for them on purpose. The protagonist noted that the beasts did indeed have an excellent sense of smell, and realized that they had memorized Hakon's scent. The alarmed man immediately mentally said that if this was true, they would not be able to stand against so many creatures. In that moment, he was reminded of the worried look of his seriously ill wife, who missed the old days very much. Her sweet eyes gave the fighter a present charge, and he took aim with his crossbow, asking Junho to run away. With a shout, he asked the guy to gather reliable people to return, and also make sure to find the goddess statue and give it to his wife Sophie. It was very hard for the Lord to ask this of the young warrior, but it was his last wish. Suddenly, the brave man said that he refused to do it, and with a confident smirk on his face, added that the man himself would give the statue to his wife. The kid added that she would be much happier that way, which stunned Hakon, who was already certain of his death. This was followed by a series of weapon swings aimed at the huge kobold beside him. The bloodthirsty monsters around it continued to give annoying screams, confident of their victory. The fearless Seo Junho rushed at them with his spear, right as he was thinking of his next move. He acted very skillfully and showed no mercy to the kobolds, delivering precise blows to their heads. The young man's actions stunned Hakon, who was very worried about him, but did so in vain, for he had already frozen the creatures. After a few seconds, the man, frozen in place, began to stare silently at what was happening, not believing it. The hero said that, as he said, no matter how many pathetic kobolds there were, they would deal with them all. Soon it was time to deal with the frozen opponents. Their brave man rushed forward with a sharp spear. The young man H vividly remembered that 2 monsters were in front and 1 on the left, because he wanted to kill all of them in one fell swoop. The icy statues were immediately struck with an incredibly powerful blow that left no chance of survival. The bewildered Hakan watched silently, while the boy turned his attention to 3 more enemies on the left. A sharp halberd was immediately aimed at the kobolds, who now posed no threat. A couple of seconds later, there was a heavy scraping of steel against hard ice, signaling the monster's complete destruction. 3 whole heads immediately flew off to the sides, further emphasizing the professionalism of the brave Junho. The admiring Iceman praised the youngster's speed, and he said that his training had not been in vain. In the 30 years that the stunned Hakan had been a mercenary, this was the first time he had ever seen such incredible skill as the lad's. He said proudly and quite sincerely that if it weren't for the young player, this place would be his grave. The man remarked that the lad had fought a great fight, and he retorted by asking if it was too early for him to think about graves yet. Soon, the companions continued onward, where the kobolds got in their way, but very soon lay breathless. The Lord said he could no longer smell those creatures, which was great, so they continued forward. He added that he would finish the job and retire and live happily ever after with Sophia. But the hero said they should clean up the dungeon first. The man was in complete agreement with him, and then discovered something strange under the feet of the young player. Having met his companion, asked the guy to be careful and paid attention to the floor, and he did not understand anything. As it turned out, it was a trap, and in the same second the floor fell. But the daredevil was lucky to survive. Once in the trap had already fallen into 2 fighters, whose skeletons lay on sharp spikes that left no chance of survival. The fighters immediately realized that it was a trap that they were very lucky not to fall into because it could have ended badly. A tense Hakan said that even though the boy was very strong, anyone could have fallen into such an ambush. Seo Junho didn't even know what to say, and his comrade emphasized that dungeons should never be relaxed. The youngster said that he didn't even know what would have happened to him if it wasn't for the master, and he replied that at least the old man could help the young one with something. The worried Ice Queen warned her partner that there were still traps ahead and asked him to be careful. The man said that the owner of the border was a creep and added that they were very lucky that he specialized in setting and disarming traps. The experienced fighter then asked if there was anything the interested lad could learn from the man, while the man looked on. The young man said that if his comrade in arms could tell him what to do, he would be happy to, and he replied that he only needed to memorize everything once. The gentleman began to explain that if you cut the rope that was so fastened, nothing would happen to the nails. He did this and very pleasantly surprised the lad by saying that the mechanism did not work, so all his actions were correct. The youngster asked if it was correct to do everything backwards when installing it, and decided to try combining it with the icebox's abilities later. After a few minutes, Hakan approached the stone door and put his hand on it and began to move it forward. Then he entered the room where he shone his flashlight and scrutinized everything so as not to miss anything. The excited man exclaimed joyfully that he had finally found what he had been striving for all these years. A statue of the goddess of 5-colored light glittered in front of him, which made him exclaim that they had succeeded. The protagonist immediately noted that Hakan was a real good boy, because he was as persistent as possible in achieving his goal. But the man said that it was thanks to the kid and hoped that everything written about the statue would turn out to be true, because that was the only way he could help Sophia. The wary, brave man mentally said that there was something wrong, because everything was too smooth. Almost crying with joy, the gentleman was very sorry that his beloved wife was not standing by him now. He said that he should take the artifacts and leave right away before any more damn things happened. A tense Junho saw something strange in the moment and immediately rushed to run to his companion's aid. With a shout, the fighter asked his companion to move aside now, for something posed a great danger to him. As it turned out, behind the back of the agitated man was a bloodthirsty monster that was not going to show mercy. The protagonist immediately rushed into the attack, but the jumpy creature managed to bounce aside, remaining unharmed. In their way stood a mana-infused bloody kobold champion of level 83, which was very difficult to defeat. The young man immediately noticed that it was directly exuding magic, and was sure that this monster was created on purpose. Calling the beast a dog, the brave man asked to attack, and prepared to give his best in the upcoming battle. As he rushed forward at the enemy, he wondered if this was the work of the Demon Association's creeps again. He successfully attacked the monster's chest with his halberd, leaving a deep wound, but it was too early to relax. But the big man was still on his feet and managed to prevent the enemy from continuing to press his weapon into him. The intrepid Junho had utilized the effects of blood loss and bloodletting, which he decided to test on the kobold. The beast screamed in unbearable pain, and the warrior's strength, magic, and regeneration speed increased by 600%. The protagonist then abruptly picked up his pistol and loaded it, intending to fire the entire clip. Several bullets immediately flew towards the collarbone of the bloodthirsty monster, which could not resist it. Wary Boy held the gun tightly in his hands, trying not to breathe so as not to fail during the shooting. But after a couple of seconds, a smile appeared on his face because he had gotten the taste and was now experiencing pleasure. Lead bullets pierced through the thick skin of the ambo, frozen in place, and the young man continued to enjoy the process. The enraged beast roared loudly in pain, but the shots continued and did not stop even for a moment. The thug tried to grab the agile boy by the head to break his neck, but he failed to do so. The brave Tiez still noted that the blows of the huge entity were powerful and considered it a good result. The brave warrior delivered an incredibly hard blow with his fist to the jaw of the kobold, whose teeth nearly flew out. Then there was an additional leg kick, after which the protagonist immediately bounced away so as not to endanger himself. The big monster fell with a rumble and hit its head on the ground, feeling incredibly angry at the youngster. Closely approaching the still-living creature, Junho noted the fact that it was holding up quite well. The bloodthirsty beast glared angrily at him, but it was now in the enemy's clutches and could do nothing. The ruthless player threw a very powerful fist punch into the kobold's face, eager to finally finish him off. There was a series of slaps to the snout, much to the monster's displeasure, but there was nothing he could do. The young man beating him brutally didn't even think of stopping, and on the contrary, put even more effort into it. Continuing to swing his fist, he cried out that now they would test how long the creature would last. Finally, a blow was struck so hard that the bloodthirsty kobold's head was sealed into the ground. After a few seconds, the exhausted fellow stopped beating his opponent, who could no longer do anything to him. Alarmed, Haken immediately rushed to his young companion, asking if he was all right. The hero immediately laid down on the ground and began to cool down, saying that no matter how much mana you pump a monster with, it would still end up being a monster. Mena worried because the guy was glowing like a ball of fire, but he didn't see that he was being cooled by the Ice Princess with his ability. The system wrote that the level was increased and the worried gentleman held out a bottle of water, asked the lad to drink a little. What surprised the player a bit was that he was given clearly more points for one bigger monster than for a bunch of underdogs before. He then said that Hakan could now take his statue, and the excited man asked if that was definitely true. The experienced fighter couldn't believe that finally the precious artifact would belong to him after all these years. Admiringly looking at the statue, he said that he could take the rest of Seo Junho's treasure for himself, because he definitely deserved it. The kid was curious to see what was interesting and immediately put his eye on something. In a pile of treasures, he saw an unusual blue stone that stood out strongly against the background of gold coins. The hero asked the system to give him information about the object, and learned that it is a favorite treat of spirits, increasing their power. The young man decided to give the tasty treat to the Ice Maiden upon his return, but she grudgingly said she didn't want it. Jun said that it was the spirit's favorite treat, and it also increased their power, but the fairy said that she was the queen, so she didn't need to eat it. She thought that simple tea was enough for health, and Hakan told the player that if he had taken what he wanted, they could go back. After a short time, the man returned home and placed the statue of the goddess in Sophia's hands, and immediately saw the effect. The enthusiastic lady said that even the artifact glowed with 5 colors, and the husband said that now we can have one like before. The smiling hero said Fly had spent a great deal on it, and the perplexed man didn't know what he was talking about. The guy noted that the bald man had hired 2 caregivers and bought good medicine, which he hadn't expected him to do at all. Ambal explained that they had fed him many times as a child, but now he was just returning the favor. Happy Hawkins said that Sophia was getting better, and made sure that the statue really worked. The lovely woman didn't even know how to thank the lad and expressed a huge thank you for saving her and her husband. The gentleman bowed respectfully once more, saying that the young man had helped them a lot in a difficult situation. The lad said that they had obtained the goddess statue together, so no thanks were due. The polite man realized that it was hardly enough to repay, but asked to be allowed to give the young man a treat later. The young man said he would be very glad and wished Sophia a speedy recovery, then left their home with Flay. On the way, he asked if it was true that these people were tight on money, and the bald man said that it was true, although in their younger days, as mercenaries, they had gotten a decent income. Suddenly, Junho presented a sack of gold coins to the back of his visage, who was greatly stunned. The big guy asked if it was his share, but he said he would help Hakan and his wife, but asked him not to say it was from him. A tense Fly asked why he was doing it, and the young player said he had no particular reason to do it. The kid said he just wanted the man and his wife to be well, and threatened that the bald man would be punished for stealing. After some time, the brave warrior was sleeping it off at home, but suddenly woke up to a whole series of notifications. The messages said that the people of Killian were crazy about him. On the head of the guards, Max regretted missing him, and a lot more. After recovering from his sleep a bit, the hero realized that it was all because of yesterday, and noticed that the glory points had piled up quite nicely. He realized that the minimum level to communicate with the aristocrats of the frontier had been passed, The young man prepared a treat in the form of a strawberry cake that looked very appetizing. The fairy noticed that he was in a good mood, and the guy said that now you can no longer plow for fame points and focus on the experience. The ice lady called her partner a good boy and thanked him for the cake, which she immediately began to taste. But suddenly it was as if she had a change in her face, and the nervous youngster asked if she didn't like the dessert. Delighted by the incredible flavor of the icing, almost fainted from joy, and said that she really liked the cake. The little girl emphasized the very delicate biscuit and the refreshing taste of strawberries, while the hero kept a stone of perfume under the table. He realized that there was no other way to deal with finicky children, so he discreetly sprinkled stone dust on the dessert. Icicle said that her partner finally realized what she liked, and he mentally mumbled that you can't fool the body. Now Junho was determined to find out what kind of monster was in the dungeon, and hoped that someone had already encountered it and written about it. At one point, the guy saw that access to information everywhere is closed, and began to think about the reasons for this. Immediately, it came to the player that in order to open them, you need to collect enough OI, and the fairy interrogated what he said. It was about player points, the currency used on the second floor, and they could be earned by performing various community activities. At the same time, the hero realized that it was as easy as fame points to gain OE, so he began to brainstorm the issue. He called Princess Kanju Ha, apologizing for the inconvenience, and asked her to let him ask a question. The lady asked what was wrong, and the young man said he would like to dial OE, and asked how he could do it. The beauty replied that a video recording would be good for him, and discounted the information about it, and the young man began to familiarize himself. She explained that filming hunting or killing raid bosses is always in high demand, and the more views you get, the more points you get. The protagonist suddenly asked if by chance, Kongju knew nothing about mana-using monsters, which surprised her a little. The tense girl replied that it was the first time she had heard of such, and apologized, hoping for an explanation of the situation. She was curious as to why the guy was suddenly curious about it, and he replied that he was just curious, and thanked her for the answer. After the call ended, the queen called her partner naive, saying that the princess could have just pretended not to know anything. The lad agreed that such a possibility could not be ruled out either, and the assistant listened to him attentively. Holding a cup of coffee in his hands, Jun added that the six probably already knew about it, but they had agreed amongst themselves to keep everything secret. However, being deadly serious, the player assumed that the Takabe Guild and the others really didn't know anything. It had been a quarter century since the frontier had opened up, and if the information about mana-using monsters hadn't come to light yet, that was saying something. All it meant was that they had appeared recently, so one had to take extra care in researching them. Finished with his thoughts and finished his coffee, the hero got up from the table and headed towards the window, behind which there was a thunderstorm. Looking out the window, he said that it was impossible to sit around, and added that he wanted to go hunting. Daredevil thought he should become even stronger, and the Ice Queen supported him in all his endeavors. The partners went to the hunting grounds in the vicinity of Kilian, where there were many frogs in the swamp. The hero asked if the ice frog remembered that last time he had told her that they were still hunting together, and she replied that she had been waiting for that too. The young man then asked if the ice girl wanted to do the swamp slug quest herself, which sounded surprising to her. At first, she didn't even believe that her partner was suggesting that she act alone, but that was really it. The kid said it was time to test how strong the Ice Queen was now, and she called it a good idea. Looking at the activated slugs in the swamp, the young warrior asked if she needed anything for that. Ice said her abilities relied on her partner's mental strength, so wanted him to be as focused as possible. The fighter promised that it would be done, and the fairy sitting on his shoulder said that it turns out this would be the first time he would see her hunt. She also expressed her hope that the lad was looking forward to it, for he was going to see an extremely pleasant sight. Soon there gathered around them quite a large number of nasty slugs to be destroyed. With their blurry snouts, they looked at Seo Junho, on whose shoulder sat a small companion. Being surrounded by slugs for the first time in his life, the brave man began to complain of a strange sensation and asked if the ice slug could handle it. With a snap of her fingers, the little princess confidently told her partner not to underestimate her. That same hour, everything around, including a large number of slugs, was frozen with the help of her ability. The daredevil then began to look around, seeing only frozen creatures that were no longer a threat. Being surprised, he couldn't believe that Icicle had managed to disperse all of them with just a snap of her fingers. Clapping her hands lightly and smiling, the mysterious little girl said that this wasn't the end. Suddenly, the slugs around shattered into small ice crystals, which surprised the young man who had not expected it. Satisfied with herself, the fairy asked him to pay attention to how strong she was, and the kid admitted that he was impressed. The quest was to bring the cores of 100 slugs, but the ice pick blew them all up, after which she got up uncomfortably. Not dwelling on this, they began to move on, and the protagonist simply asked the queen not to blow up any more cores. Soon, they came upon a large number of slugs again, which the princess just couldn't walk past. She snapped her fingers again and asked her comrade to pay attention to it, wanting to show him her power. Chilling and the creatures were once again frozen, but now the shrewd ice woman decided to act differently. Using an ability, the queen created several sharp crystals that were aimed in the direction of the monsters. At great speed, the projectiles flew towards the icy slugs, which emphasized the princess's professionalism. This time, the crystals made holes near the creatures' hearts, so the operation was very careful. In the end, after a few seconds, Seo Junho had 6 hearts in his hands, which was what was needed for the quest. The young man noted that his partner was faster at creating ice copies, and her marksmanship was excellent. But still, he noted that the projectiles fly quite slowly, and the fairy said that there was nothing to be done about it and was upset. The hero asked her not to be sad and told her that she would be his support, and then asked what about the ice golem. He added that he was so engrossed in the battle last time, so he never saw it, and the little girl clapped her hands for summoning. After a few seconds, huge blocks of ice began to appear in space, which looked quite entertaining. Soon enough, a guardian appeared in front of the brave, which was bigger than he had imagined. The boy remembered that last time they moved freely and asked if they had consciousness, and the fairy said that they did, but they were still stupid. The princess said she'd better control them herself during the battle, and the youngster asked if she could help him while doing so. The ice girl reminded him that she was the queen of Niflheim who froze the world, and even though she was a higher spirit now, she could easily handle such a task. The hero said that she would prove it in actual combat, then suggested that they go find her more slugs. The hunt continued for several hours, resulting in many ice spears sticking out of the swamps. The enthusiastic ice creamer told her partner that she had already collected the 100th core, which spoke of the successful completion of the quest. The young player praised his partner, sincerely recognizing that she had done a really great job. As Ice Lady said, the golems were very tight, but if they had at least the same level of intelligence as the children, it would be good. Still, the hero was very pleased with the result and learned that his partner could fight while simultaneously controlling 4 guards. With a little brainstorming, Seo Junho said that there was a lot of preparation to be done upon his return to the city. The assistant asked if he couldn't just go out into the field tomorrow and raise himself levels of this, but it wasn't that simple. The young man said his partner was much stronger than he expected, so plans changed, and now his goal was the Kobold Hunting Festival. Before that, the lad had thought it would be easy enough to prove himself to get the local lord to notice him, but now he thought he might as well win. At home, the delighted queen saw the donuts and asked if it was true that they were a special treat commensurate with the effort expended. The youngster asked the fairy to eat and went off to meet someone, while she asked him at least not to get hit by a carriage. Then the ice fairy began to eat donuts, which were tastier than usual, but she did not realize that inside them there were 2 sliced spirit stones. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking through the city with a notebook in his hands, oriented by the information written in it. From the Spiska, he learned that Shasha Alkini was one of Fly's debtors who needed to be spoken to. The history of alchemy on the frontier was immeasurably longer than on Earth, so there were many interesting facts lurking within it. Local craftsmen were known for their excellent potions, so players even called them elixir sorcerers. The Guild of the Celestial Way sent the brave a book about the most important noble houses and aristocrats, from where he learned about it. Charlotte Chemist was an outstanding alchemist, whose talents had caught the attention of the Big Six. The young man didn't know why the woman chose to live under any machine name, but it was a good opportunity for him. Soon he stopped in front of a 3-story house with a nice estate, realizing that this was the destination. Daredevil didn't even realize that there was such a place in Kilian, which from the outside looked like a haunted house. After the guy approached the gate and immediately noticed the broken hanging doorbell. From despair, the hero simply knocked on the iron structure and called Shasha Alkani. For the first few minutes, no one answered him, but the assertive player continued to call, not intending to leave. Still, he saw the alchemist at the window, who opened the curtains slightly and made sure she was home after all. Mistrustfully looking out the window, Madame began to ponder whether to let or a stranger into her courtyard. The polite lad was sweet and smiling, waving and standing in one place, hoping for a fruitful conversation. A few seconds later, the gate was opened, and behind it stood Shasha Alkini, who didn't understand what the kid wanted. Shaking a beautiful bottle with red contents, the woman asked the hero who he was. Without showing much emotion, the charming lady also asked what he needed from her in general. The young man replied that the big guy Fly told him about her, after which the girl realized that he had come to collect his debts. Looking carelessly into the boy's eyes, Shasha asked him to come into the courtyard where they could talk. She didn't even know what to do since she didn't have the money to pay the interest. But the boy said that's not why he came. The young man added that he wanted to help her get out of debt completely, and the beauty put the bottle of wine on the table. Standing before him in his true form was the alchemist Charlot Chemist, who didn't look like anything special. Junho said that he had heard of her rather deep knowledge in her field, so he had come to ask a favor. The lady apologized and said that she couldn't respond to his request as she was too tired of it all. Smiling, the polite lad asked if she would refuse without even listening to his problem. Nervous Shasha was sure he would ask to prepare some kind of potion, but said the alchemist was not an artisan, making all sorts of elixirs. Suddenly, the hero glared slightly at her, revealing a palm that held a core of flaming spirit. The speechless girl stared silently, and the young man said that it was too capricious a material for most people to handle. Pressel blowing his own goals, he said that he wanted the beauty to prepare him an elixir from this item. At the same time, the player said he would understand if it was impossible, and a tense Charlotte chemist began to ponder it. As she uncorked the bottle of wine, she mumbled that she respected herself too much to buy into such a childish ploy. Still, she added, when one is shown such a thing, one cannot simply stand by. Keeping her wits about her, the alchemist first asked what the young man wanted from her. The guy replied that he wanted an elixir that would raise his mental strength and pointed his finger at his head. Seo-jun then asked if the core wouldn't do, but the vis-a-vis, with a smirk, wondered why he thought so. But in return, he had to pay off everything she owed to Fly and throw another 50 gold coins on top. Putting on her glasses, the attentive Charlotte began to examine the fireball in detail, saying that it was quite good. Going down the steps to the basement workshop, she asked the hero to come back for the result in 5 days. Afterward, the basement door slammed shut, and the brave was confident that 5 days would be enough for him to reach level 50. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen was sleeping sweetly in her little crib, seeing not the first dream she had ever had. Her partner returned home and very quietly reached out to touch her small body with his index finger. Abruptly pulling down the blanket, the young man asked the ice girl to get up, and at first she didn't even realize what was going on. The angry fairy shouted at him, and the boy asked her if she was afraid of getting obese if she only slept and ate sweets. He added that it was already time for them to go hunting, and the partner thought it was strange because it was late at night outside the window. She asked who they could hunt in the middle of the night, and the daredevil replied that the thunder bear would be their target. A short time later, the fighter partners found themselves in a green clearing, where a furry predator was wandering around them. Tying his shoelaces, the extremely serious fighter told his companion that they had only 3 goals for the next 4 days. First, they needed to get up to level 50 so they could progress further on the quests. Secondly, they needed to practice joint attacks with the Iceman, and she asked what the last goal was. Seo Junho replied that the third quest required making a video for the player community and getting enough points. The disgruntled fairy asked if he was going to make a video of her too, but the kid replied that it wouldn't make it into the video. He asked to be filmed, and at that moment, an enraged thunder bear rushed to attack, creating strong vibrations on the ground. The fearless warrior only took a step aside, preventing the beast from attacking himself, and then began to fight him. The blow was delivered right into the belly of the bulky beast, which didn't even have time to realize anything and received a very deep wound. Moments later, the beast fell to the ground with a clatter, and the young man asked his partner if she had videoed it. With a smile on his face after watching the spectacular video, he said that was just what he needed. The queen was asked who would watch a video where there wasn't even much technique in the fight, but the young man assured that he had it all. His partner asked if his technique was to chop an enemy in seconds with the steel of his sword, and he nervously replied that he couldn't do it any other way. Ice Girl asked how the guy was going to get points with that approach, and a thunder bear appeared behind her back at the time. Brave suggested that they leave that for later, and first, they could deal with the angry beast together. The thunder monster opened its hungry maw wide, eager to devour the boy who stood in its way. Keeping his cool, the boy asked his partner if she was ready, and she gave a positive answer without a doubt. The first thing the daredevil decided to do was to let the bear get close to him, keeping his black blade at the ready. The enraged creature swung a slashing paw at him, but it was immediately frozen right in midair thanks to the fairy. Both partners felt it was more important to get their thoughts aligned during the fight. The unperturbed warrior waited for the right moment and began to attack the enemy, skillfully swinging her sword. A few seconds later, the bear's body was full of wounds incompatible with life, which he could not prevent. What was happening angered the monster even more, and it continued to fight, even though the little guy was much more mobile. Suddenly confident in his victory, Seo Junho was alerted when he saw that his opponent had decided to act decisively. An ice shield suddenly appeared in front of the huge creature's snout, limiting its capabilities. The Ice Queen continued to use its sharp, crystalline spears while making a huge effort, All the projectiles were aimed at the Thunderbear's head and neck area. Unfortunately, they successfully reached their target. In the end, the enraged beast was defeated by numerous wounds, after which it was no longer possible to stand on its feet. The delighted Ice Flake thought it was really fun that it only took 4 seconds to deal with the monster. And that was even without mana. Brave said that if the enemy is a powerful boss, the video should be good, and the fairy decided to come up with an idea of her own. She advised her partner to first see what others were uploading and learn at the same time, and he thought it was a good suggestion. Using the digital scoreboard again, the young man mumbled that most of the boards were closed, just as he thought. The system said he could connect to the regional channel to see if there was any video. The excited player radioed that he was being chased by a pack of Thunderbears and begged for help. Somewhere nearby, a flare was fired, further emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The incredulous Seo Junho at first thought that asking for help might be a trap by the criminals. The Ice Queen said that it was quite possible, but then her mouth opened wide at what she saw in the sky. The delighted Icicle pointed her finger at the sky and immediately asked her partner to pay attention. Meanwhile, a few excited fighters ran away from the crowd of furious predators. Forward and running, the panting man kept moving with difficulty, but realized he would be eaten if he stopped. He was motivated to keep going by the bloodthirsty maw of a Thunderbear directly behind him. One of the panicked fighters shrieked that the bastards were still on their trail, and at this rate, they would soon catch up with them. The unshaven fighter exclaimed that they should fire a flare to call for help, but his companion doubted that anyone would come. The man said Dave's company was going to hunt all night, and he also recorded a voice message asking for help on a regional channel. He asked his companions to hope that someone would indeed come, while Junho and his partner looked up at the signal in the sky at that moment. The team members, meanwhile, continued to run for their lives, but the Raptors were not even a moment behind. Dave, who was a great hope for the group, came on the phone with Pompey like a thunderclap. The player said that as soon as he saw the rocket, he immediately checked the vocal ones, but added that they were too far away. It was said that they wouldn't have them until 15 minutes later, which even angered Pompey somewhat. Barely containing his panic, the fighter said that they wouldn't last 5 minutes, which was a very bitter truth. The comrade immediately offered to meet together where food was being distributed, which was only 7 minutes away. The merciless Thunderbear spread its paw with sharp claws, endowed with strong thunder energy, with great difficulty. But Pompey still managed to block the monster's attack by putting up a shield, but his strength was running out. Still, the man felt strong energy waves, but tried to be patient and calm. He shouted to his companions that they should fight their way through the crowd of predators, because that was the only way they could escape. At one moment, a huge monster raised its paw and pointed it at Pompey, who was in the epicenter of danger. The tense co-commander made a great effort, but still held the monsters back, and this was a chance for the others to escape. The brave team leader gripped his weapon tightly to finally swing it and kill one of the bears. The blow struck the left chest of the enraged creature, which screamed in unbearable pain. That said, the wound was not deep enough, so the monster was still a huge threat. The merciless beast retaliated with a sharp swing of its paw, thus striking the enemy with a powerful energy charge. As a result, the dazed Pompey was badly wounded, which frightened his nearby comrades. The guys continued to hold back the onslaught of the Thunderbears that surrounded them, but the situation reached a stalemate. Still alive, the group commander continued to hold on, covering them with his shield, but the beast was crushing him with its paw. Barely making any last sounds, the brave hero asked his comrades to just run while he held off the enemies. Suddenly, a male voice nearby called all the team members idiots, but no one paid attention to it at first. After that, the furry beast's arm was frozen in an instant, preventing it from making any more strikes. The occurrence of this event greatly alarmed Pompey, who had already said goodbye to his life and was ready to go to the other world. In the next few seconds, the stalled bear was attacked by a nimble warrior, who came to the rescue of those in trouble. It was the fearless Seo Junho, who arrived at the spot where the flare was launched from, and here were the other players. For the video, he said that judging from the stunned look of the guys, and even the bear behind them, their situation was not an easy one. Showing confidence, the warrior said that the first thing to do was to help the players in need to deal with the monsters. The delighted Ice Queen filmed him, noting that his partner had managed to pull off a spectacular appearance. A few earlier in the clearing, she had said that if they filmed the hero appearing in a dangerous moment and saving the guys, he could gain views. The kid wondered if his partner thought someone was really in danger, hunting in the middle of the night. He thought it might be assassins trying to lure the players into a trap, but the fairy said that it was all the more worth it to deal with them then. The Ice Fairy added that if that signal was really just a trap, they would film the brave man hunting the hunters, thinking it would make a great video. Smiling, Seo Junho realized that they would stay on the plus side either way, so he decided to give it a try. The youngster was currently standing in front of the Thunder Bear covering his face, and realized that the video couldn't show everything he was capable of. At the same time, he realized that if he looked too weak, it wouldn't do him any good either, and came to the conclusion that he needed to control himself. The thoughtful ice pick called it interesting that the lad wanted to fell these pathetic respecters with just a dagger. The young man listened to Madam Director attentively, knowing full well that normal players didn't hunt with a dagger. The whole point was that there were few pluses to such a method, and the risk of losing one's life was quite high. Therefore, if the protagonist killed the storm bears with just a knife, he would definitely not appear weak in the eyes of others. With a sharp twist of his body, he dodged the predator's blow, trying to aim with his dagger. The cold weapon was aimed straight at the heart of the beast, which immediately felt a hellish pain in its chest. The brave man did not stop there and continued to press the knife into the depths, making the enemy suffer even more agony. At this moment, his gaze was harsh and merciless, and the bear had no chance of survival left. As a result, the severely wounded beast began to rapidly fall to the ground, with no chance of survival. Meanwhile, Icicle continued to capture footage on camera, saying that other predators were watching their partner. With a slight smirk, the fearless warrior said that in that case, he would go to them and end it all. The enraged monsters were ready to tear the boy apart in revenge for his fallen comrade, but expected action on his part. The stunned Pompey, standing with his comrades to the side, wondered who this courageous boy was. The courageous Seo Jun had already demonstrated his speed, so it was time for him to show his strength as well. He dashed forward from his seat, holding the hilt of his dagger tightly and thinking of a place to strike. The furious creature was waiting for the right moment, shrieking with anger. But that didn't frighten the daredevil. With a sharp pull back of his arm, the fighter took aim at his opponent's chest for a precise and lightning-fast strike. Thunderbear attempted to deliver a strong charge at him, but it was all in vain, for he had come upon the wrong man. Holding the cold weapon firmly in his hands, the emotionless warrior said he were a pumped-up friend. Striking a powerful blow, he confidently said that his buddy would have dealt with such pitiful creatures in just a second. His words ignited excitement in the heart of the bloodthirsty beast, who began to smile insidiously while clutching his bloody hand. Daredevil was not going to give him any chance of survival, and swung his dagger sharply, realizing that he had to deal with it now. In the end, the blow was so hard that the furry man's head flew off his shoulders, and it was an incredible shot. There was a stunned face on his flying-off head, and Seo Junho was sure to gather a huge amount of views. From another angle, the shot looked shocking and very spectacular, and even really startled the people standing around. The dumbfounded team members could not believe that an unknown fighter was able to single-handedly deal with bears. After the fight, as if nothing had happened, with a slight smile on his face, the hero scooped the soiled knife on his shirt. Ice Girl asked her partner to pay attention to the two bears trying to escape, and he said he'd done enough already. The delighted blue-eyed damsel thanked her rescuer, expressing the entire group's immense gratitude. Wounded Pompey said that although he had requested help, he had little hope that anyone would actually come. He then asked if the player Junho was standing in front of them, and the polite kid confirmed his guess. The man bowed respectfully, saying that he had seen reviews of the young man and added that he was a fan. The pretty girl said she hadn't heard as much and added that he saved their lives now, so she wanted to thank him. As a thank you, the beauty asked the savior to take at least their oi, to which he immediately took notice. The lad was immediately notified that the anonymous man had given him 100 points, and it was a pretty good raise. Pompey promised that if the youngster uploaded anything to the player community boards, he would be sure to recommend him. The selfless warrior said that he didn't really help them for the reward, but he thanked them nonetheless, because it was quite nice. The young man didn't even think that he would also be given points, and the ice woman paused the recording, saying that the guys were good. An excited Junho wanted to quickly check out how well his partner was filming, and she decided to join him. While watching, the system notified them that there was an editing feature that allowed them to quickly and easily change the recorded video. The queen told him to cut out the part where the partner was given an oi, and also prompted where to raise the angle and where to slow down the video. The hero noticed that she had become a real director, and the assistant said she would come up with a title for it now too. The thoughtful princess said it needed something symbolic, and asked how about a miraculous rescue. The computerized guy replied that he wouldn't use such a title in this lifetime, and the fairy said she had a better idea. In the end, the young man called the video just a test, and the disgruntled partner asked if he was all right. The boy said that next to him as if she was not a queen, but a child, because her behavior was just like that. After a while, another Thunder Bear was destroyed, which did not cause any harm to the enemy. During the battle, the brave man put quite a lot of effort, but as a result, he threw the enemy over his hip in a very spectacular manner. He was also helped in every possible way by the Ice Queen, who tried to freeze the limbs of the furry beast. A few seconds later, a sharp dagger was sticking out of the monster's thick skin, which even surprised the daredevil a little. The boy noted that she had done it perfectly, and the fairy, pleased with herself, said that she couldn't do it any other way. Then June summed up the results, saying that they had synchronized their abilities and had finally reached the 50th level. The curious assistant asked when they were going to watch the reaction to his test video, whereupon the partners decided to do it. The main character was very surprised that there was no video in the real-time rankings, but there was something interesting. The video had accumulated almost 200,000 views, and Ice said that there were only a few hundred under the rest of the material. The babe rested her face against the guy's cheek, who paid no attention to it as he wanted to rather find out how much the OI got for it. The joyful thing was that 1,700 they earned for the video clip and almost 1,200 they got from the other players. The delighted female partner said that the number came out quite a bit, and the kid also drew her attention to the number of comments. Viewers recognized that player Seo Junho was a really talented kid, as he fought well. Many people were impressed by the fact that the fighter was butchering the Thunder Bears like goblins, while only being at level 50. The Ice Queen read many comments under the popcorn with special interest, and some wrote that the young man is still at the amateur level. Some commenters wrote that the kid himself decided not to chase the remaining two bears, but someone thought that he just missed them. Suddenly, the boy's eyes fell on the review, where it was written that it was all thanks to artifacts, and added that with Quan Noi's armor, anyone could do it. Another person asked if he could do it again with the armor, and the upstart confidently answered in the affirmative. The Ice Cute noted that the Earthlings had no dignity at all, for they were ready to quarrel over every little thing. With an intimidating glare, Junho suddenly declared that when there was a campaign against the kobolds, no one would dare to doubt him anymore. The spectacular videotape also reached the members of the Tokibi Guild, as its popularity grew exponentially. A shocked Ha and Ho said that the guy was incredible, and it was immediately clear why Gloomy Ghost had chosen him as his representative. A very surprised Kanju Ha said that it looks like we'll have to stop calling this man Mr. Snakehead. The princess was curious if the young man had been trained by the ghost, and the bodyguard asked why she was so interested. The girl replied that she had looked at all the materials with the legend that she could find, and noticed that she and Junho were very similar in their handling of the daggerum. The companion said that if the hero had studied with a warrior, he probably would have practiced with a sword, and the lady agreed with him. She remembered that only a few days ago, the young gentleman had asked her how she could earn points. The beauty was sure that now the kid could not worry about it, because he was ranked 4th in the real-time rankings. Somewhere gloomy, a mysterious warrior sat on a throne with his hand resting on an intimidating skull. It was the mysterious old man Yahello, who was enjoying the peace, waiting for pleasant tidings from his subordinates. A servant entered the room and told the gentleman that he had found out which hotel and room Seo Junho was staying in. He asked if the honored man had been answered there, but the old man replied that the place would not suit his intentions. There are too many eyes in the city, so the subordinate was ordered to keep an eye on the young man. And once he was out of the city, then they would act. The guy said that he noticed from the video that the hero moved fast, but he thought that a level 90 demon would be enough to deal with him. At that, the servant added that he would go too, just in case, and Yahello nervously clenched his skull under his arm. He ordered 2 more fighters to go with him, and the subordinate asked again if it was correct that the 4 of them needed to go after the kid. The old man, whose eyes glowed red with anger at the youngster, began to recall the moments when he had escaped death, remembering the Shadow Brothers, Arma and his men, and Kal Signer, who had killed the brave. The old man said that he had already escaped death 3 times. The man added that the 3rd time was after a battle with the devil, so it was a chance for the vis-a-vis to avenge his superior. The mysterious long-robed warrior thanked the elder for the honor and wanted to go hunting as soon as possible. After that, the elderly warrior leaned his head back with his fist and began to ponder on the matter at hand. Closing his eyes tightly, he began to think about what would happen next if the Quick and the boy survived this time. In his mind, he clearly visualized the stern Seo Junho, who had come his way on more than one occasion. The intimidating Yahello had firmly stated that he would take him on himself if the nasty kid dared to survive. Meanwhile, the Iceman was as sweet as ever, sleeping and sniffling lightly. But it looked pretty cute. The smiling hero thought about buying a normal department for her, because she covered her partner with toilet paper. After a few minutes, he went outside, and at one point stopped to think about further plans. Looking into the distance, eager for adventure player said that it's time to go hunting for bloodthirsty kobolds. A huge queue had gathered at the place he needed nearby, and it seemed like it wasn't moving at all. People were discussing the aristocrats, but one of them suddenly turned his attention to the guy who had uploaded a video with a dagger. They were shocked to see Junho's miraculous savior, who created a video that rose to the 3rd place in the real-time rankings. He was popularly called the Super Rookie, who caught everyone's attention and was even feared by many. There were a lot of people at the plaza, and it was assumed that not only players, but also adventurers had gathered here. The hero realized that in order to extract important information, he would have to use personal connections, but news about such small quests could be seen online. Ahead of him was a brown-eyed man who was somewhat surprised to notice the young player. The gentleman immediately asked if it was correct that Seo Jun was standing in front of him, who confirmed his identity without much emotion. Chief of Guards Max said hello to the young man and told him that all of his men had already heard about him. The man said that the boy's abilities would definitely be useful in today's test, and asked him to follow him. He wanted to introduce the fighter to the commander of the expeditionary group as soon as possible, and the brave man thanked him. After a couple minutes, Max stopped, pointing with his hand to the place where they kept the way for introductions. Up ahead, a small ring was hosting a fencing sparring session between 2 fighters, with quite a few people watching. The attentive hero asked if it was correct that this was where the squad's entrance trials were being held, and the fighters in the ring were putting their best foot forward. Confident Max introduced his new acquaintance, worthy player Jun, and to him the commander of the night squad, Feebir. The boy said he was very glad to meet him, and the gray-haired man noted that he looked very strong. The knight asked if it was correct that he should have a level 2 since he was a player, and the young man replied that he was on the 50th. Feebir then said that His Majesty had ordered that no unnecessary sacrifices be made during the hunt, so they were testing anyone who wanted to participate. After these words, he pointed his finger to the steps where the 3 boys were sitting and asked Seo Jun to wait there for a while. He added that when it was his turn, he would have to go up to the ring, and the guy didn't ask any unnecessary questions. It was clear to him that he would have to fight after the Knights of Kilion, who looked very powerful. Not showing much emotion, the hero decided to see if it was really so, and began to watch carefully. Fix, the land adventurer Melbourne, and the Knight Viber entered the ring and respectfully introduced each other. The steel armor-clad fighter asked his opponent if he would just leave his wooden sword for the duel. The overly confident brave man, without giving any answer, swung his weapon sharply, saying that it was time to start fighting. Not wanting to waste any more time, the bulky Fix rushed forward with a sharp spear in his hands, wanting to end this as soon as possible. Without any warning, he threw the sharp weapon, but the fearless Viber immediately blocked the attack. The blocking with the wooden sword knocked the armor-clad fighter out of his mind, who seemed to be hallucinating. Daredevil said that he liked his opponent's attitude, so he wanted to continue fighting on and on. He then swung his sword sharply, completely knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands, which looked very alarming. The wooden device was then placed against Fix's throat, who was immediately thrown out of the ring. People wondered if this was too harsh for an entrance test, while a surprised Junho watched in silence. Now, the kid understood how the Knights of the Frontier fought, and a defeated and saddened Fix began to leave the ring. Passing by the protagonist at the moment was a man in a white dirty cape, who looked quite confident. This was the player, Baek Konu, who looked into his opponent's eyes without much emotion, ready to fight. The bewildered people around wondered if this man was still alive, and had come to test himself again. A somewhat surprised Viber noticed that there were no weapons in his opponent's hands, and asked if he was sure he could handle it. The fearless kid replied in a firm tone that he was fine, showing with all his appearance that he was not afraid of anyone. After these words, the duel was declared to have begun, and the emotionless Seo Jun watched carefully. The angry Baek Konu clenched his hand tightly into a fist, preparing to rush forward and gain victory as soon as possible. In an instant, he jerkily launched himself forward, swinging at his opponent who was standing still nonchalantly. Waiting for the right moment, the daredevil Viber set up his wooden sword, holding back his attacker's onslaught with all his might. Although for a moment the young man managed to push his opponent back a little by hitting him on the arm, but it was too early to relax. Without wasting time, the boy swung his fist again, but the knight was ready for such an outcome. This time, the fearless fighter managed to dodge without taking any damage and was preparing to make his move. According to people, this was the same Baek Konu who had debuted as a player at the age of 16, but had not progressed much since then. Everyone would be sure that he had been training somewhere, and now he was back, but his abilities were still at the same level. The youngster was indeed hit in the chest with a knee, which gave the audience reason to believe that no matter how much you train, you can't get anywhere without talent. A laughing spectator in a robe asked why Beck was trying so hard to squeeze something out of himself, and an associate said it was rumored to be about revenge. Turns out the entire family of the guy currently punching the dirt had been killed by demons and had been driven by lust ever since. The heavily breathing Konu tried to regain his breath and get to his feet, not about to give up on the night. The unperturbed Seo Junho, in turn, was carefully eavesdropping on the conversations of those around him, about revenge and demons. Also, the words of lack of talent settled in his head, and the persistent fighter meanwhile rose to his feet, ready to fight further. Feeling incredibly angry, he clenched his fists tightly and rushed back into the attack, shouting something loudly. Viber kept his sword at the ready, waiting for the right moment to strike. That same hour, Baek Konu's attacker was struck in the face with the hilt before he could even attack his opponent. The tense young man felt a wound in the lip area, but there was no time to pay much attention to it. The young man felt a rather powerful kick, which completely destroyed his coordination and made him fall to the ground. The unperturbed hero watched the fight in silence, drawing conclusions about each fighter. The warrior who had fallen into the dirt immediately began to rise to his feet, using his hands in every possible effort. Thirst for revenge and anger at that moment moved him and forced him to continue fighting to the very end. He immediately swung his fist, which even tensed up the unperturbed Viber a bit. Screaming with rage, the guy ran at him headlong, eager to finally end the test fight. But at the same time, the man tried to keep a cool mind so as not to fail and give a decent fight back. At one point, the stern-looking Baek Konu was stopped during the attack, which made him even more tense. The young man was stopped by Fibir, who said that he had demonstrated enough skills already. He asked if the lad knew that the trials were organized for more than just a test of strength, and added that the expedition was a dangerous business. The cold-blooded fighter boldly replied that he didn't care about the risk of death, so it was impossible to stop him. Pouring sweat after the fight, the young man began to recover his breath, looking into the eyes of the commander of the night squad. The protagonist caught himself thinking that this kid reminds him of Gilberto Green. That's why he was so attracted to him. After losing his wife, he decided to become a player to protect his son, and although he was laughed at first because of his low level of ability, he later made it to the top 5. Also, Seo Junho mentally said that if they compared the two, Gilberto was much more talented because his talent level was a 2. A slightly injured Baek Konu started to leave the ring and walked past the daredevil, and Fibir asked the next competitor to pass. The fighter immediately recognized the guy from the Thunder Bears video and wasn't at all surprised that he was participating in a training challenge. At last, his brave man entered the ring, in front of whom Knight Viber immediately introduced himself and showed his respect. The fearless fellow immediately introduced himself in return, fully prepared to demonstrate his abilities. The calm rivals then looked at each other in silence, trying to think through their next steps. The wary Baek Konu began to watch the budding duel with interest, opening a flask of water. Daredevil, in turn, slowly approached his opponent, as if he was planning something. His face changed in an instant to an extremely serious one, indicating that action was about to begin. In an instant, the speed of his stride increased several times, and now the young man ran to catch his opponent by surprise. The ruthless Knight Viber immediately swung his sword, but the agile man managed to dodge, as always. Unexpectedly, he grabbed his opponent by the neck and began to squeeze it tightly, making him nervous. With a sharp movement, the experienced player threw his opponent to the ground, leaving him no chance to win. He began to tightly squeeze the neck of the maximally tense knight, who was already ready to admit defeat. But it was Fibir who stopped the young warrior, telling him he was passing and causing him to exhale in relief. The young man asked that they would meet in the square in 4 days, and the man confirmed it and bid him farewell. In turn, Baek Konu smiled silently and closed his eyes, but what was on his mind at that moment no one knew. This was noticed by an incredulous Seo Junho, who didn't dwell on it and continued to go about his business. Ice Girl, meanwhile, was sleeping sweetly on her new crib, drooling, which looked quite cute. Her sleep was disturbed by her partner, who wished the icicle a good morning, immediately waking her up. The little girl immediately got up, began to rise, and the young man asked if she liked her new home. Going outside the cabin, the fairy stretched and said that it was a pity that there was only one bed from the furniture, and the young man said that it was better than before. Afterward, the hero began to read information about Baek Konu, whose entire family was killed by demons, after which he debuted as a player. But no matter how much effort he put in, it was still like carrying water with a sieve, and it was unclear why he had been treading water for 16 years. The princess said that the guy clearly had a hard fate, although she did not know who it was about, and the partner replied that he met this person at the test. The ice lady was surprised by the large number of bad comments, and yet she thought it was rude to make fun of someone who dared to take the test like that. The fact that Junho had only hunted like a cursed man for a while had paid off, as his ability points had noticeably increased. Somehow, the brave man felt that once he had accumulated 200 magic points, he would be able to unfreeze his friends, and there were 4 points left to that goal. After a short period of time, the boy-based visited Shasha, who had to finish preparing the elixir. The hero asked if she was okay, because she did not look very good, and the girl replied that she had a hard time. The young man asked if the potion was ready, and the vis-a-vis said that she was not called a brilliant alchemist for nothing, and promised that he would be delighted. She had concocted a unique elixir of increased mental strength that had a pleasant purple color. But Charlotte also warned that the energy of the material June had given him was too strong, so he might not be able to drink it all. She asked him to spit out the leftovers if it seemed like he couldn't handle it, because if something went wrong, it might just fry his brain. Suddenly, the maximally tense kid's face changed as if in great pain. After a few seconds, it was as if sunlight was falling on his head, and drops of elixir were dripping down his chin. Excited, Shasha asked how he was feeling, after all. He had drunk his entire mind without even fearing for his health. She immediately offered a hand to the warped lad's forehead, asking if he hadn't been listening to her at all. Even more disturbing was the fact that the hero had a high fever, which made even the girl's hand blush. The Ice Queen tried to cool him down in every way possible, saying that the elixir was almost absorbed, and he needed to hold out a little longer. The Ice Queen was saying that the mana should help Seo Jun-ho cool down, but he was silently tolerating the side effects. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a fiery color and as if endowed with incredible power, but it was too early to draw conclusions. Surprised, Charlot watched carefully, listening to the strange squeals of the young man. When the process was over, the concerned woman immediately asked how her vis-a-vis was feeling. For the first few seconds, the tense guy was concentrated on his sensations and drew conclusions. Very soon he said that he could now see much more, which is what he wanted from the potion being made. The hero then placed a pouch of 50 gold coins on the table, saying that this was the amount they had agreed on. The brave man also promised that he would meet with Fly himself and give him Alkini's debt, so that she could no longer worry about creditors. Before leaving, the lad said he'd come back if he needed anything again, and the lady smiled at him. She was convinced that the elixir had worked after all, because now the boy even had a different look in his eyes. The next day, Junho came to the square, where the assembled warriors were thanked for their willingness to help leave the future Kilian. Proud Phoebir said that their eastern gate remained closed because of the hordes of brutal kobolds that had settled in the Hynel Desert. He said that they needed to conduct a punitive expedition against the bloodthirsty monsters and destroy their leader. The man also asked to take into account that the size of the reward depends on the personal contribution of the participant, and the hero did not understand which ringleader we are talking about. It was interesting that the most active participant would be honored with a personal meeting with the owner of the Hajnal lands. The leader ordered everyone to line up in rows, and then everyone received a notice to take part in a punitive campaign against the kobolds. Already very soon, a team of fighters set out on the expedition, with everyone being extra cautious and ready for battle. All of them were wary and looked around to prevent the enemy from taking them by surprise. Ahead of them, they saw Hajnal Mountain, and one of them said that he hated climbing up such steep slopes. One of the guys said that they should not give up before the time, because if they could get up that mountain, they could drink Hynel beer again. The guys started thinking about beer to motivate themselves a bit, but the unflappable Junho didn't care about any of that. The perplexed Iceman said that although the squad had been assembled hastily, but one couldn't be so careless. A brave man could gain as many points as possible from the start, so that the others wouldn't be able to catch up later, or he could do it gradually. But since high-level monsters didn't appear immediately, he thought it was rational to just observe the situation at the first stage. In an instant, Night Viber raised his clenched hand into a fist upwards, ordering those behind him to stop. Keeping his cool, the man said he could smell the kobolds the boys already wanted to fight. Fixing the round shield on his wrist, the daredevil Jun wanted to see what the others could do as soon as possible. The anxious fighter noticed something nearby and immediately began to sweat from nerves. The leader exclaimed that the kobolds were ambushing them and ordered everyone to hold formation, and not to retreat even one step back. The worried Viber didn't realize how many monsters there were, but there was nothing left to do but fight. The bloodthirsty creatures opened their mouths wide, ready to pounce on their enemies and tear them to shreds. The fighters were surrounded on all sides by the merciless monsters and immediately took up the fight, though they were a bit confused. Showing particular hatred, the brave Viber began to swing his sword, stabbing one of the kobolds in the back. Still, the guys showed themselves worthy and began to gradually push the beasts away from them, shooting them with a bow. Suddenly, the fearless Seo Junho, whose face was stern as he sprang forward, joined in. The dodger was running from side to side, getting close to the monsters and stabbing them with his dagger, which was a great tactic. At one such moment, he stabbed a dagger right into the head of a kobold, who didn't have time to do anything to him. The brave man did not stop there and immediately rushed to attack another enemy, while an axe flew behind him. Comrades were ordered to attack faster. Otherwise, all the points could go to the knights, which was not the best outcome. The protagonist in turn continued to advance while swinging his dagger, and was doing very well. His face was quite stern and serious, and a bloodthirsty kobold suddenly stood in his way. What was stunning was that the fighter immediately pierced through the monster without even letting it react to the blow. The guy then exhaled in relief and earned himself a moment to rest briefly and regain his breath. Nearby, he saw Konu, who was bravely fighting the kobolds, letting them close to him. Sticking to this tactic, the brave man brought a heavy whip down on the monster's face, which nearly spat out all of its teeth. Looking at this, Seo Junho's inner voice said that the fighter's training had not been in vain, for he was showing good results. It seemed like he was in pain from such a powerful punch, as it looked quite impressive. The main hero noticed that just as last time during the battle with Viber, so now the warrior was hitting with full force. Even the experienced hero felt that he had a lot to learn from Konu, so he peeked at him during the battle. The proud knight exclaimed that they had repelled the attack, causing the scum to flee in shame. But this was displeasing to some, for there were still 5 creatures left, the points for which would go to those ahead of them. On the hillock ahead, a daredevil saw silhouettes of monsters and asked if it was true that they were blood kobolds. The team members began to discuss that there had just been someone from above, but they had never heard of blood monsters appearing in these parts. A wary Junho came to the conclusion that this attack by the enemies was only testing their strength, as if someone had given such an order. Late in the afternoon, the fighters camped nearby, where several tents stood in a row. Konu was sitting by the fire, eating goodies and thinking about the upcoming battles. He was suddenly approached by a young man who asked if he would mind sitting next to him. It was the protagonist who introduced himself to his vis-a-vis, and he in turn asked him to sit down. The young man wanted to ask something to the fighter sitting next to him, who was all ears and ready to answer any question. Having also decided to have a little refreshment, the boy was curious as to why Bayek always fought with his bare hands. He asked not because he wanted to offend the warrior in any way, but simply out of genuine curiosity. But the brown-eyed man was in no hurry to answer. The brave man said he could not answer because it had to do with his abilities, and the ice woman complained that she could not breathe near the fire. The unperturbed Junho realized what the matter was and apologized to his vis-a-vis for asking such a question. After that, Konu said that he would go on patrol, and the youngster felt a little sorry since he wanted to get close to him. I saw no reason why getting closer would be beneficial, but the hero believed that this man was bound to become stronger sooner or later. He didn't know when that would happen or how strong the fighter would become, and even if it turned out not to be the case, he would still want to ease his pain. In the early morning, the team members set out again, maintaining extreme caution and care. The saddened Ice Queen told her partner that she was having a hard time away from home, but there was no way to return now. An overjoyed Junho asked the little girl to be patient a little longer, saying that they were almost to the kobold lair. The fighter was fully confident that with so many people, they would not even be able to fight the bloody goblins. The hero noticed that nothing that could be filmed had happened so far, and realized that if it continued like this, he wouldn't be able to earn any money. Suddenly, a bright sunlight appeared on the hillock ahead, blinding all the team members. Hiding behind it was a bloodthirsty monster that was insidiously glaring at the pitiful humans below, wanting to massacre them as soon as possible. The fierce young man used his sharp eyesight to scrutinize everything and see what awaited them next. The anxious fighters noticed that the ground was shifting from under their feet and immediately panicked, not understanding what was happening. Maxim, a tense warrior from the group, shouted at the top of his voice that rocks were falling from above and that they had to be guarded. The whole squad was ordered to go down at once, for everyone was in imminent danger. Huge piles of cobblestones remained crumbling rapidly and could destroy any man at once. Someone shouted that the powerful rockfall was caused by kobolds on the mountain, although it sounded doubtful. The agitated fighters tried to cover themselves with shields, hoping to survive and not die so ridiculously. Some members of the group didn't believe that the monsters could even think of such a thing, but there was no time to ponder. The shadow of one of the huge rocks suddenly loomed over Junho, who was more stressed than the others. Using his keen eye, the fearless warrior began to ponder how their team could escape. He realized that if they took shelter underground, they could avoid danger for a while, but it was not the best solution. It was clear that once the rockfall was over, there would be hundreds of bloody kobolds here, which would be even more horrible, and then someone would have to stay behind to stop them. But many fighters were anxiously shielded and unable to control their emotions. The protagonist in turn used the ability and clad himself in black armor to secure his body. The worried Ice Queen shouted to her partner that the attack was about to begin, so he had little time to prepare. The same hour, the brave used the booster to repel the opponent's attack in full force. Neo Jidano making a sharp jump upwards. He somewhat surprised even the ice guy who could fly. Once successfully at the top, the fellow began to stop his glide to see the targets ahead. The warrior remained extra vigilant and careful not to fall into the clutches of the monsters and misstep. Ahead of him, he saw two bloodthirsty goblins who were wary of the sounds around them. Daredevil continued to dash towards them, climbing higher and higher with each passing second, which tensed the creatures. The enraged predators immediately saw their target and prepared to meet it, confident in their victory. Several projectiles were immediately fired towards the lad, but he was ready to dodge them as long as necessary. The young man was bouncing in different directions, not letting himself get hit, which he did professionally. His face at this moment remained extremely serious and attentive as he was about to fight. A few seconds later, a sharp halberd appeared in Seo Junho's hands as he planned to deal with the kobolds. With a sharp swing of his halberd, the warrior deflected all the approaching projectiles, leaving him completely unharmed. The stunned monsters immediately changed their faces in surprise, because this trick had always worked for them before. On the slope was a huge crowd of bloodthirsty beasts, ready to tear to shreds a miner who came to their land. But the brave man in turn prepared a powerful weapon and began to aim so as not to make a blunder. One NZ predators who stood in his way in a moment changed in his face from fear. I felt a shiver down my spine. The maximally concentrated boy prepared to hit him so that others would not be in trouble. A few seconds later, all the kobolds standing in his way scattered in different directions, dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to realize it, but the strong wave after the impact left them with no chance of staying on their feet. The unperturbed Seo Jun landed on his knee at that moment, holding a bow with 3 arrows drawn at once. His gaze at that moment was serious and cold-blooded, which frightened the opponents even more. But some of the predators were very angry and they rushed to attack, still wanting to drive away the intruder. The daredevil was not going to be ceremonious with them and immediately fired a triple shot, keeping restraint. All the fired projectiles successfully reached their targets and deeply wounded the bloody goblins without letting them realize anything. The protagonist in turn landed on his knee again, scrutinizing everything around him. Just then another small series of shots were fired, with which he managed to severely wound 2 more monsters. Reaching into his quiver for arrows again, the guy found that it was completely empty, so he had to change tactics. Seeing the hopeless situation of the enemy, the insidious monsters decided not to lose a chance and rushed to attack. But the youngster had everything in hand and immediately summoned a huge steel spear, not even thinking of giving up. Also, an incredibly strong and thick shield appeared in his second hand, protecting him from any attacks. The enraged kobolds immediately rushed to attack, swiping their paws and eager to destroy the boy as soon as possible. The restrained Junho ran at them without any emotion on his face, clearly thinking out his next actions. On the battlefield, he was alone against a huge pack of vile monsters rapidly approaching him. Abruptly covering himself with his shield, the experienced player struck a sharp blow with his spear, thereby immediately wounding several predators. A moment later, several more of the pitiful creatures were destroyed before they could do him any harm. The unperturbed fighter continued to cover himself with his shields, keeping his tactics to himself. One of the enraged kobolds did rush at him, spreading its paws, but it didn't scare him at all. The young man put his weapon to its mouth, which the wretched creature successfully bit, mistaking it for an arm. The incredibly angry predator began to gnaw the spear like a meat bone, breaking his teeth against it, but did not stop at all. The hero took the chance and bounced back a meter, then finished the enemy, smiling because of his stupidity. Following that, he swung his shield and threw it towards another enemy that couldn't be let near him. The sharp device went straight into the chest of the kobold, who squealed loudly from the incredible pain. Without wasting any time, Seo Jun made a leap and climbed to the top of the cliff, advancing farther and farther. While Enarnyaga ran forward, the bloodthirsty beast beside him at the bottom kept pace with him, looking at him with red eyes. Abruptly, the brave warrior stopped in front of the cliff, as if adhering to some tactic to destroy the enemy. Suddenly, he jumped down together with the kobold, which with a sharp swing of his sword, he dealt with in flight. But behind him was a trio of insidious creatures, and he had no time to think of a plan. The boy, who was not frightened at all, immediately turned around and saw a bunch of fools who were not going to be ceremonious. The hungry mouths opened and the daredevil grasped the hilt of the black dragon's sword. A series of swings of the blade followed, and in a few seconds, the trio flew away. Most of the area below was completely frozen and covered in a rather solid layer of ice. Somewhere down below was Bayek Konu, who was suffering from the cold and began to gradually open his eyes, regaining consciousness. He immediately remembered the rockfall and couldn't believe that he had passed out, but he decided that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Incredibly angry at that moment, the fighter began to make titanic efforts because the ground was under a thick layer of ice. Through intense pain, the determined warrior still managed to get out from under the rubble, where he was able to breathe normally. Coughing, the boy complained about the cold, and behind him was an invisible ice floe, which cooled the ground. Pretty soon, the rest of the fighters began to crawl out of the ground as well, while the tense fairy watched it all. At that moment, it was very difficult for the guys, because the cold was also killing them. But they had to hold on with all their strength. The attentive Bekkonu heard sounds above, and assumed that someone else was fighting, which made him think that not everyone had been killed. The bright sparks of battle could be seen from the elevation, and it was impossible to watch them without a thrill in one's heart. Even more startling was the sudden fall of 2 kobolds down the mountain, something no one had expected to see at all. The bewildered Peck looked at the creatures that had fallen from the height, not even realizing who could have done this to them. It was immediately clear that the battle from above was in full swing, and it was necessary to help his comrades as soon as possible. The brave man immediately rushed up the ledges, not wasting seconds, because human lives were at stake. Making great efforts, he climbed higher and higher, and with each second he heard the sounds of monsters louder and louder. When he climbed up, he saw many bodies of undead kobolds, which someone had skillfully dealt with. As it turned out, standing with all of this was the incredible So Jun-ho, who managed to fight alone against a horde of monsters. His gaze at that moment was majestic and quite powerful, which impressed Bekkonu, who froze in place. The stunned fighter couldn't believe that the player was fighting alone, without even enlisting anyone's help. The fellow continued to swing his black dragon blade professionally, not giving his opponents even the slightest chance. He remained incredibly serious and stern towards the predators, who were not going to give up either. A kobold that got caught in his hand was deeply wounded in the back, as was his nearby comrade, screaming in tremendous pain. The ruthless warrior was not going to stop for anyone, and continued to move forward, destroying everyone in his path. Daredevil was catching up with the monsters fleeing in panic, while the knocked-out Bekkonu watched this while standing in one place. The shocked fighter couldn't believe that all this time player, Seo Jun-ho, was fighting all alone. The guy was also uncontrollably clenching his fist tightly as he continued to watch what was happening, and it was as if he couldn't even move. Meanwhile, the main character was attacked from behind by a bloodthirsty kobold, but he couldn't care less. A worried warrior behind him immediately shouted to his comrade in arms, warning him of the danger, and he turned around sharply. The kid who came to the rescue immediately punched the monster in the rib, causing quite a bit of damage. After that, he pounced on his opponent, and grabbing him by the throat fell to the ground to finally finish him off. The two fighters were now engaged in a common endeavor, and dealt with the monsters without giving them a chance to survive. With a confident tone, Bekkonu thanked the daredevil for holding on all this long alone. There was a slight smirk on his face, and his gratitude was sincere, which was visible to the naked eye. The brave man asked how the other players and adventurers he hadn't observed were feeling. Continuing to smile, the brown-eyed fighter shifted his gaze to the side and heard a voice saying something about kobolds. As he looked up, the rest of the group climbed the hill, looking rather exhausted. The shocked fighters couldn't believe that Seo Jun-ho had killed all of them alone and surrounded by several hundred monsters. Everyone realized that they would get a lot of points for this, but it was not normal for them to put their lives on the line. One of the commanders said that the young warrior stood up for the squad and for all of them, which was really worthy of respect. Spitting aside, a man with a scar on his face said that the kobolds were not worth thinking about, because their deaths would only make them better. Not far away, they also saw some bloody goblins opening their slimy, drooling mouths. One of the enthusiastic fighters said that he wanted to hunt them, and the insecure ones were asked to stay in the rear. Someone also asked the chief not to even try to take all the points for himself, but he only smiled at these words. At the same hour, a group of brave men rushed to attack the underdogs, eager to finally fight with dignity. The blood werewolves immediately began to growl loudly, trying to intimidate them and showing their aggressive attitude. A tense Phoebe ordered the squad to destroy the enemy and not even think of taking a step back during the battle. The warriors began to fight valiantly, swinging their blades, and none of them even had a thought of backing down. During the battle, there were loud screams from both monsters and living humans, which made the situation even more heated. The agitated kobolds began to realize that they were losing the battle, but they still had a trump card up their sleeve. Not far from Alec on the throne sat their stern leader, next to whom stood a drooling Lord Protector. A bright light suddenly appeared near the monsters' mouths, which looked rather strange and incomprehensible. One of the fighters shouted that the focus had had enough, and it was time to finally put an end to all this crap. After these words, there was an incredibly powerful explosion, killing many predators who had no time to realize anything. Meanwhile, the unperturbed Jun-ho was standing nearby, covering his face with his hand to protect himself from the shrapnel. The hero thanked Bekkonu, for his opponents had almost hit him, but he thought the warrior would have dodged without him. Clenching his fist tightly and smiling, the fighter asked the brave to go. He asked where he should keep going. The vis-a-vis replied that Player Ho had earned the full right to be the first to fight the Lord of the Bloody Kobolds. He then ran to the aid of his comrades, shouting one last time that they could handle things here all by themselves. The Ice Fairy noted that his partner must have already expended a lot of energy, but he replied that Shashi's elixir was working just fine. The disgruntled fairy said they'd talk about it more after the battle and emphasized that she really didn't like the youngster's behavior. Smiling, the kid replied that after saying that, they started to want the battle to not end even more. The other players and adventurers continued to fight valiantly on the battlefield, but one of them suddenly turned around. Then the rest of the guys began to turn around as well, smiles appearing on their faces for unknown reasons. It appeared Axis that with smiles on their faces, they were seeing off the stern hero who was on his way to fight the Monster Lord. The daredevil raised his head upwards, where he saw the throne of the leader of the kobolds on a hillock, and began to think how to reach it. Keeping the utmost seriousness, he told the creep to come out of his doghouse to finally fight him. The big creature with 3 rings on his paw heard his words, and it didn't take long for him to react. The Lord of the Bloody Kobolds began to smile insidiously, gradually rising from his seat to finally scratch his fists. With a sharp start, the monster leapt into the sky to descend to his opponent himself and destroy him for ranting. A few seconds later, it landed a few meters away from the unperturbed boy who was already bored. With loud growls of anger, the Lord was showing his aggressive mood and his desire to end this whole circus as soon as possible. The fearless Seo Jun-ho grasped the black dragon blade tighter, waiting for action from the enemy. The angry creature immediately lunged at him with a spread paw, whose claws were incredibly sharp and long. But the unafraid boy managed to block the blow, gradually getting closer to his opponent. With a sharp swing of his sword, he struck a rather powerful blow to the chest of his enemy. But he didn't give a damn. The guy did not give up on his goals and continued to fight, but he had to think of a slightly different tactic. The attacks from his side didn't stop, but the Lord still didn't care about them and even tried to block them. Then, and the enemy himself tried to strike at the head of the agile youngster, but immediately failed. Daredevil took his chance and attacked the nasty kobold leader in the head, infuriating him even more. He noticed its strange behavior and became very wary, not even knowing what to expect. The angry monster slammed his paw on the ground with all his might, causing the boy to fly off to the side, doing a somersault in flight. Although the protagonist was slightly caught off guard, he did not panic and certainly was not going to give up. The fighter made a sharp dash and rushed forward at the enemy, wanting to finish what he had started and deal with him. He managed to get on top of the big man's head and grab him by his gray hair to finish him off once and for all. The harsh creature was even more angry about this and tried to throw the human off of him in every possible way. Suddenly, the imperturbable Seo Jun-ho plunged a sharp sword into the kobold lord's head, leaving him dumbfounded. The pain caused the monster's pupils to change in size and its eyes to blur, but it was still on its feet. Daredevil continued to thrust his cold weapon in, feeling the vibrations from the loud screams, but he wasn't about to give up. A couple of seconds later, the young man was still thrown aside by the incredibly loud cry of the Lord, who was terribly angry. What was happening was noticed by the wary fighters, who were fighting the remnants of the raptor horde at that moment. Yellow stones rained down on the dirty head of the cold-blooded warrior, while he continued to observe the behavior of the ringleader. The fighter then calmly landed on his knee, still continuing to stare at his still-living opponent. Even though there was a black sword sticking out of the creature's head, it was still on its feet and posed a huge threat. The boy couldn't believe that only a few wizard kobolds could set off such a powerful rockfall. The young man also noticed that the Lord also possessed magic, which he could even feel now, but that didn't make him panic. But at the same time, he faced not with simple mana, but with demonic energy, which inside the vile leader was full. The enraged monster continued to roar loudly, and a strong energy was emitted from its frightening red eyes. The cold-blooded fighter carefully considered his next moves, as the situation was really serious. After using the booster, he mentally told himself that its effect would not last long, so he decided that it was time for the decisive strike. Standing in a fighting stance, the unyielding Jun-ho gripped the ice dagger, waiting for the kobold lord to take action. The enraged giant immediately rushed into battle and stuck to his goal of not even letting his opponent raise his head. As always, the dodger dodged, preventing himself from being attacked, but he was still in the epicenter of danger. The guy's gaze was as harsh as possible, and he used different methods to survive the unequal battle. At one point, he managed to repel the Lord's blow and even pushed him back slightly, which was annoying. The red-eyed entity looked down on him viciously, swinging his arm to crush him like a bug. The huge monster rested his hand on a pile of cobblestones, struggling to stay on his feet, though it was difficult to do so. Junho, on the other hand, leapt forward and jumped upside down to strike. The Lord tried to use magic against him and unleashed many sharp projectiles to end it all once and for all. Right in flight, the brave man tables dodged, keeping his cool to avoid getting caught in the ruse. With both hands, he held the dagger endowed with incredibly powerful energy, intending to straighten out his opponent. An hour later, a tremendously powerful explosion rang out, triggering an even more violent rockfall. The enraged monster was even more furious, which boded not a good prospect for the young warrior. Due to the strong blast wave, Seo Junho was thrown like a piece of fluff towards the wall, unable to resist it. Powerless at that moment, the young man crashed his back into the wall, experiencing a rather excruciating pain. But he did not cry like a child. The brave man simply gritted his teeth and continued to hold on, watching his opponent's behavior. The ambal swung at him with a big fist with 3 rings, showing a special hatred and desire to kill. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated on using the ability, but from the outside, it looked like he was preparing to accept death. The moment utilized a flow technique that allowed him to dash from side to side, preventing him from hitting himself. Finally, the guy managed to land a crushing blow on his opponent, who was stunned by it. He managed to grab the black dragon blade sticking out of his enemy's head, without which it was difficult to fight further. This made the Lord of the Bloody Kobolds very angry, so he decided to take extreme measures. From the horror he saw, the brave Junho's face changed, but he tried to keep a cool mind. He continued to hold tightly onto the hilt of the black blade and use the ability to end this whole circus. The warrior exerted great effort, causing irreparable damage to the Lord, who was already struggling to stand on his feet. Eventually, after a few seconds, the blood-coughing monster began to fall to the ground, showing no signs of life. The violent rumble provoked huge pillars of dust and vibrations to rise up under his feet, signaling his complete defeat. Concerned Icewoman asked if her partner was all right, and reminded him that she had already asked him not to overexert himself so much. Suddenly, the serious young man asked to cover for him, which the Ice Queen didn't quite understand. The Lord was pumped with demonic energy, just like a strong kobold. But last time, the young man couldn't do what he wanted because of Haken. But now he spread his hand and pointed it at the dead monster using the dead man's confession. From birth, the powerful Lord of the Blood Kobolds was destined to be an honest and just leader. Through invasions and wars, the leader united the disparate packs and grew stronger day by day. But in one moment, when the bloodthirsty pack was chanting some ideological nonsense, everything changed a little. The 2X-seekers noticed human voices behind them discussing their lord. It was 2 fighters, a man and a woman, who had decided to finally get down to the task at hand. Clad in robes and black masks, the players looked sternly at the monsters ahead, preparing to fight them. Currently, Seo Junho was examining the memories of the Kobold Lord, realizing that it was all the demon's handiwork. He continued to remain focused on examining the information and began to draw conclusions. In that horrible moment of memories, the descendants of the devil began to massacre the kobolds without showing any mercy. The scum were now definitely superior to the protagonist in strength, and even to the now dead Calcigner. Once one of the demons told a companion to hurry up and asked her to feed the demon bead to the Lord as soon as possible. The madam took the red, tantalizing stone in her hands and told the dog that he would like this pleasant object. The cold-blooded lady added that it would now be right in the kobold's heart, so he would never forget her. The fur on the monster's arms stood up in pain, but he had no choice but to endure the unbearable pain. His jaw was clenched so tightly that his teeth risked flying out, but he was lucky at that moment. The reddened eyes had shrunk in size, and the tribe leader himself was now acting like an obedient dog. Demon still thought it was rather strange to immediately meet the Lord of the Blood Kobolds, who was usually hiding somewhere. It seemed to her that they had jumped a few steps at a time, and her companion said that they were under pressure from other groups who wanted result states. The damsel said she would have nailed them all that way, but the comrade told her to watch her tongue and asked what was up with the experiment. Touching the tip of the Lord's nose, the lady said that he had grown stronger, and judging by the fact that he wasn't trying to disobey them, his intelligence had grown as well. The girl then asked the dog if he knew where Kalian was, and added that his task was to capture that castle. They didn't limit his time, so he had to do his best, and all these memories were read by Seo Jun. Judging from the memories of the Cobalt leader, the hero realized that the demons are still only experimenting with the demon bead. But when they had enough data on their hands, they would try to grow stronger monsters that entire guilds would have to fight against. The brave man felt it was his duty to gain strength as quickly as possible, and was absolutely resolute in his intentions. The Ice Queen stopped filming, saying that everything was completely wrong, so it was necessary to start from the beginning. The cameraman suggested making it like a movie, where the young man would have to be all sweaty and hunched over, and could also lean on the wall. The tired kid said his sweat was already all dried up, and the Ice Lady asked him to use a booster immediately. After a while, the battle-weary adventurers and players noticed something. The people rejoiced as the battles quieted down, and the wary Baekonu immediately wondered if it was all over. No one knew who had won yet, but everyone was sure that daredevil Seo Junho could not have lost. Suddenly, but in a column of smoke nearby, people saw a human silhouette peeking out from behind a rock. After a couple of seconds, everything became very clear, and the shocked people almost fainted from what they saw. In front of them stood the main hero, who had managed to return alive after a hard battle. From joy, the team members could not hold back tears, and many said that they believed in the victory of the brave man. The guys began to shout and wave their flags with joy, realizing that they had won thanks to the fearless warrior. Some fighters began to ask him to edit the recorded video and upload it to the community as soon as possible. The happy people began to thank the savior, thanks to whom they had survived and could continue to enjoy life. Grinning slightly, Junho approached Baekon from the back and put his arm around him, about to finally return to the safe zone. Slowly walking forward, the kid noted that the young hero looked very exhausted after what had happened. At one point, the daredevil mumbled something softly, and the smiling young man interjected what he said. The warrior said that it was very good that they had won this hard battle that had taken a lot of energy. Being a grim ghost, he couldn't afford to show fatigue, for if others saw this, the whole world would feel in danger. Upon returning home, Feber told the player that, thanks to his heroic actions, the lives of nearly 500 members of the expedition had been saved. On behalf of his subordinates, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the hero was glad to hear that so many had survived. Also was told that in terms of points earned, he was also first and would soon be summoned by the Lord. And the young man replied that he would be waiting. Player Seo Junho was wished good luck by Feber. And meanwhile, the Ice Queen was sitting on a tree branch nearby. Proud Baekonu said he did the right thing by joining the expedition, and the hero noted that he was pretty good at raising his level. But the guy said that looking at him, he was able to learn something, which was something the fighter didn't expect to hear at all. He realized what it meant to be soft on the outside, hard on the inside, and admitted that he had been chasing physical strength all this time for nothing. Peck then handed his vis-a-vis a sheet with his ID in the player community and asked him to contact him if he needed help. Bake promised that he would do so and added that a determined fighter would surely become stronger. The young man said that he would have to try hard and promised not to forget what he had learned from today, and to harden not only his body, but also his mind. After a short conversation, the young man began to leave, and the main character was approached by his partner. She asked if she could turn around a bit now, but he offered to do it a little later. At home, the Ice Lady began to scold him, saying that if her knight had made an arbitrary decision, she would have stripped all titles and got terribly angry. The angry fairy asked that henceforth they should consult her before sacrificing themselves, for after all, they were sharing pieces of their souls. Rolling over on his side, the tense guy said he understood everything and hoped the conflict was over. But suddenly, Icicle said she was worried about him, and that was a bit surprising to the young man. The boy smiled and promised that he would behave more carefully, and the Icicle asked if he didn't understand her at all. It turned out that the queen wasn't done yet and went on to talk about being a high-level spirit. The protagonist suddenly noticed a very bright blue light outside the window, which was impossible not to notice. The excited princess immediately wondered what it was, and hovered in the air in surprise. A very surprised Junho began to realize what the matter was, but was in no hurry to jump to conclusions. It was about the Ice Queen's rank concept, who was alarmed by what was happening and didn't know what to expect. On a sunny morning the next day, the young man was brushing his teeth in his bathroom, thinking about his plans for the day. In the bathroom sat a frustrated-looking ice pick, and he decided to ask her if it was right that she had grown up. The tense little girl replied that she was still just as small, and the guy asked why she was being rebuffed. The youngster happily grabbed her and said she was very big now, but the Queen of Nipplheim shrieked that he had no right to mistreat her like that. The boy said that she was his spirit now and realized that she had increased in rank, and all this time he had been at the entry level. According to rank, spirits were divided into low, low, medium, high, and highest ranks, and the higher the rank, the stronger the possessor. The princess decided to demonstrate something to her young partner, who froze in a moment and stared intently. She said that she had now come from the highest to the highest rank of the second stage, was the first spirit who had managed to do so. After this, the little girl turned her back and flew out of the room, and the lad could not understand anything at all. He realized that now his partner was left with the middle, high, and highest stages, and then she would eventually reach the highest rank of the fifth stage. After a short period of time, Seo Jun said that the Lord had summoned him to his place, and the carriage was already waiting in front of the house. The boy asked if the fairy would go with him or continue working on the video, and she said she was almost done. The little girl said that she didn't like to be distracted, so she asked him to go alone, and the young man didn't try to persuade her. A couple minutes later, the man on the carriage asked if the young man was ready, and he replied that they could ride out. Already very soon they arrived at the posh estate, where the lad began to look around. Knocking on the front door, the servant said that the player Jun-ho had arrived, and a male voice asked to allow him to enter. The hero immediately went inside, where he was asked if he was the young man who had distinguished himself during the last expedition. The young man introduced himself as the Baron of these lands, the green-eyed Basti Kaleon, who looked resplendent. The young man also introduced himself in return, and Phoebe said that this player had caught their attention back during the preliminaries. The Baron said with a slight chuckle that others usually snickered somehow immediately when they entered this room, but the daredevil was completely different. A panicked housekeeper burst into the room and told his lordship that the young master was now in critical condition. The bewildered Basti couldn't believe what he had heard, and with him, Seo Jun-ho was wary as well. Nervous, the man rushed to the door immediately, telling the guests in a trembling voice that he had to leave. Phoebe, who remained calm, said today was not a good day for a visit, and suggested the daredevil come back another time. The hero asked if he could visit the Lord too, as he was curious to see what he looked like. He realized that it could be a disease that only players were aware of, whereupon the commander hesitated. The man said that the lad could examine him from afar, but no more, and he didn't object. Meanwhile, the young gentleman lay on the bed with a compress on his forehead, feeling very hot and breathing heavily. Concerned Killian shrieked and asked how this had happened, when he had been reported that the boy's condition had stabilized. The renegade said that he had a high fever, and though he tried to use divine powers to bring the fever down, it was all in vain. The agitated Baron asked what he proposed to do then. The man said that he was only a priest and did everything in his power. The blonde-haired man almost fainted from what he heard, and the panicked priest immediately held him back. The worried Phoebe exclaimed that his lordship needed help, while the unperturbed Seo Jun-ho stood silently behind him. Meanwhile, the boy continued to suffer from the fever, but the main character turned his attention to him. Daredevil immediately approached him and began to examine him, trying to draw some conclusions and diagnose the disease. The nervous knight in a raised voice ordered the player to immediately move away from the child, because he allowed to look at him only from a distance. The tense hero very quickly finished with the examination and came to the conclusion that the case is very bad. Putting his hand to his hot forehead, he mentally said that all living beings, including this boy, had magical power. But right now it was twisted into a tight ball, which was what was preventing his body from functioning properly. This energy should be braided in a certain sequence, and the boy's was tangled. Also, the protagonist didn't know why, but he sensed demonic energy in the young master's body. About this, he immediately told Phoebe, who was dumbfounded, but promised that he was not going to tell anyone about it. The young man said that he could try to get rid of this horrible energy, which the kid definitely didn't want. The wary knight said that even the priest of the Sun Temple couldn't do anything, and the confident young man reminded him that he was a player. The man asked him to give it a try, but warned him that if any foolishness was pulled, he would be in trouble. Pulling the turquoise chair closer to him, the fearless Jun-ho said that his vis-a-vis could straighten him out if anything happened. Taking the boy's hand, he received a red-colored system notification that he could sense low-rank demonic energy. It also said that it could be absorbed with the Shadow Protector's abilities, and the absorption itself increased the value of his stats. Regardless, the focused hero continued the process, his inner voice repeating that he must not harm the youngster. Inside, the boy was still a ball of energy that needed to be unraveled to ensure normal life activity. The process was quite difficult, but the persistent player continued to act, making every possible effort. He realized that to unravel it, he needed Sky Kierland, who was called the greatest sorceress to come down from the heavens. It was a shame, but he had to start from the outside as the dire situation demanded it. After a while, the excited blue-eyed lady said that his lordship needed rest, but a nervous Basti wanted to know how Seamus was doing. The beautiful lady replied that thanks to player Seo Jun-ho, the boy was much better and was now sleeping peacefully. The delighted man wanted to thank the hero and asked where he was, and Phoebe replied that he had gone to his world. It was said that to completely defeat the disease, the young man needed the help of a friend, for which he went. Meanwhile, Shim Togu, who wanted to see his old friend as soon as possible, burst into the office of the president of the association. There was already a noodle-eating kid in the room who didn't look very happy to see him. The angry man immediately asked why he hadn't even given him any warning that he was coming. The unperturbed hero replied that an urgent matter had come up, so he needed to see a friend. The president of the association didn't quite understand which friend he was talking about, and started to move towards the chair. At one point, he thought the guy missed him, but Jun-ho asked if he had said something about him. The tense man took food from his plate and asked if he had any other friends besides him, and the young man replied that he did, actually. Neojid Ano Brave said he had come back to chop some ice, which the surprised vis-a-vis did not understand at all. A stunned Toku asked if he was ready to unfreeze the rest of the heroes already, and the guy nodded his head in response. The excited head of the association was glad that the heroes of the past would come to the present to come together again. The completely serious Daredevil was in no hurry to rejoice, and said that he had managed to learn something in the frontier. From his story, the president realized that if the demons were able to grow a stronger monster, they would have nothing to oppose. So Jun needed his friend to leak the information to the guilds, because he couldn't do it alone, and also wondered if anyone else knew about it. The man asked if it was true that the beads could be shoved into a regular citizen, but the young man didn't know, because Kilion's son didn't become a demon after that. They discussed that if the devils did that to any of the aristocrats, it would be a real disaster with dire consequences. A nervous Shimtoku decided to bring up the issue at the upcoming World Conference. The protagonist promised that he would fulfill his dream someday, and the perplexed president asked what he was talking about. The experienced fighter planned to announce that the Grim Ghost was going to the second floor if the frozen friends did awaken. He couldn't vouch for the fact that once they came out of the freeze, they would continue to be players. And Shim couldn't believe that the 5 heroes of the past would unite again. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. But they really didn't know what the fighters would do after unfreezing. The head then asked how the Ice Queen was doing, who immediately waved her hand from behind her chair, but it was unclear what she was doing there. Seo Junho said that she is carefully watching the series and movies that have come out since their departure. A very perplexed Shim didn't even know what to say, and the hero asked her not to make such a silly face and said that the fairy was editing his video. The young man was going to leave in the evening, but before he left, he asked his friend to throw more movies and TV series on his tablet. He planned to take the gadget with him to the second floor, but the ice cream was already eager to watch something new. When asked by the man about his preferences, she said she stuck to the classics and asked him to fill that in. The head promised that he'd upload classic pictures and reminded Junho that his house was still empty. After a short period of time, the guy came to Sky's lair where the statues of his frozen friends were. A great many years had passed, but the fighters still looked at him with the same gaze, the feelings from which were the same as before. Remembering vivid moments from the past, the protagonist looked into their eyes, confident that he would unfreeze very soon. He really wanted to talk to the guys who were very close people to him, but they had not been together for a long time. At one point, the Ice Queen approached his partner and he immediately asked what she wanted. In his inner voice, the kid said that it took a very long time to prepare to unfreeze his friends. 9 months had passed since he woke up, and although it seemed like a long time ago, it felt as if it had happened only yesterday. The main hero had managed to kill a huge number of monsters and cleaned a lot of gates, which was an incredible result. He also visited a city that he had only seen in his imagination and gained quite a lot of experience. On his way, he met a rather talented fighter, Baek Konu, in whose promising future he was sure. And eventually, player Junho made new acquaintances, including an Ice Queen, who became his loyal partner. The fighter felt a bit sorry that he had gone through all of this without friends, even though it sounded a bit silly to him. Putting his hand on one of the ice statues, the young warrior said in his inner voice that he had tried his best. Suddenly, a number of system notifications appeared, shocking even the ice statue standing next to it. There were now enough magic points to remove the ice, and the system asked if the surprise player really wanted to do it. It was unclear where so many debuffs had come from, and the fairy said that his level of understanding of freezing was much lower than hers at the time of the seals. The hero mentally said that whether the ice was so strong or whether he was not good at freezing at all, because it had already been a quarter of a century. The guy also told himself that he should try to reduce the penalties the next time he used this skill. But right now he cared about something else entirely, namely which of the 4 comrades to unfreeze first. For Arthur's sake, Gilberto would be willing to do anything to raise levels faster. But for Mio, her family's orders would come first. For Lamadette, it is enough to tell him that strong monsters and demons are waiting for him, and he will not even listen and will run to fight. It is worth magic-obsessed like Sky to learn about the existence of a fantasy world, and she will immediately gladly go there. The hero needed to unfreeze the one who would be more useful now, and that way he could bring the unfreezing of the others closer. When asked by the Ice Queen if the decision had been made, the stern-looking partner answered firmly, yes. He spread his hand and placed it on the ice statue, and the system wrote that the cover could then only be removed after 3 months. It was once again asked if the player really wanted to destroy the ice wall, and he asked to finally give him his friend. A few seconds later, a notification was received that the thick layer of ice had been successfully removed. As it turned out, the first thing Seo Junho decided to do was to unfreeze the beautiful Sky, who was an enchantress. The magic points were immediately reduced by 70, and the kid was also subjected to the curse of coldness for 30 days. The still unconscious friend was completely rid of the ice and began to fall freely to the floor. Her faithful comrade immediately grabbed her, preventing her from hitting the cold floor, and then gently pressed her against him. The first few seconds he silently pressed against the girl, thinking about the fact that he could not touch her for 26 years. But very soon the beauty began to gradually come to her senses and moved her lips, which was a reason for joy. In the blurred eyes soon began to see the silhouette of the protagonist, who was waiting for her to come to herself. Feeling the joy of the soul and not knowing how to behave, the guy immediately said hello to his favorite friend. At first, the lovely girl did not answer him anything, but quickly recognized the comrade with whom they have passed a lot. Without showing any emotion, the great mage Sky Kiriland said hello to her buddy in return, still lying on the floor. After a short period of time, the girl was already at Junho's house, where she looked out the window in amazement. Outside the window, she was surprised by the large number of people on the sidewalks, where no one was scared at all. Smiling, the protagonist said that all this is their merit, and the beauty continued to silently observe. The young man added that such a life was made possible thanks to him, Sky, Lamadat, Gilberto, and Mio. He also added that there were no more monsters threatening this world, which even within earshot was perceived as something impossible. At one point, it seemed to the boy as if a companion was sobbing, standing at the window and holding onto it with the palm of her hand. The surprised Seo Junho immediately asked if the beautiful Kiriland was crying from the realization that everything was fine now. Suddenly, the maiden elbowed him in the nose, shouting for him not to look at her as she was indeed crying. In the evening, the youngster said that she'd woken up last year, so she was no longer a senior, but Sky exclaimed that they should count by birth year. The kid reminded her that they'd always talk to her as equals anyway, and the girl asked if he'd ever call her as Nuna again. The hero asked if the friend remembered the Ice Queen, and she responded by asking if he was holding her for a fool, because her memory was fine. The brave man said that he fought with her for 4 days, but it was too late, so he could not keep his promise to his friends. After stroking the boy on the head, the beautiful Sky Kiriland called him a good boy, because he had shown himself as a real warrior. She added that without him, they could hardly have defeated the Ice Queen, so he had nothing to blame himself for. The lady then placed the cup with hot coffee on the table and asked her comrade how he managed to defrost it. With a little brainstorming and a smile, the fighter suggested that it would be better to show her than to ruminate on anything. Right on top of the cup of hot drink, the player used the freeze ability and turned everything into ice. The delighted madam asked if he had gained some new skill, and the young man replied that he was the first to gain EX level freeze. The thoughtful girl said that in that case, he should have been given a title, like the first one to receive the freeze. The boy replied that he didn't get a title, and Sky said that when she became the first person to cast a spell among humans, she was given the title of First Steps in Magic. The hero remembered getting the achievement after completely clearing the test cave, and the damsel began to think about her level. Sipping an iced coffee, Junho asked the difference to check the system window, assuming that she was only level 1 right now. But his girlfriend dumbfounded him by showing him level 80, even though the curse of coldness had caused her ability points to be cut. The tense guy didn't understand how it happened, and the ice girl suggested that it was all because he had directly touched her core. The kid couldn't believe he was the only one with all his glasses reset, and the wary blue-eyed girl asked who he was just talking to. The slightly confused kid didn't even know what to answer, and meanwhile, the Ice Queen was sitting on his shoulder. Still, they looked at each other and silently decided that it was time for her to appear in front of Sky Kiriland. The same hour, the fairy revealed herself to the stunned girl sitting on the couch, who did not expect to see such a thing. The confused little girl didn't even know what to say and just mumbled something, not even realizing what would happen in a couple of seconds. Suddenly, the beauty hugged her tightly, being very mortified, and the worried Lydian started calling her partner for help by screaming. She tried to say that she was the ruler of the kingdom of Niflheim that froze the entire world, but Sky kept squirming at her. An emotionless Seo Junho watched silently as his partner tried to tell the whole truth to his friend. The little princess said that she was the one who had invaded their planet and relentlessly repeated that she was the Ice Queen. Having perceived this information, shocked Kiriland tried to discern in the cutie the empress who froze the whole world. The sincere little girl began to apologize for the fact that her greed had brought irreparable harm to them all. Unexpectedly, the completely calm girl asked the fairy not to sweat and said that she accepted her apology. But in return, she asked for help to satisfy her curiosity. An icicle said that a ruler should be able to take responsibility for his mistakes. The icicle promised to try to help her, and the smiling hero noted that she was hooked. The next day, at the association building, people were discussing returning player Junho and the hottie next to him. In the office, President Shim Toku asked if it was true that unfreezing had affected the hero's abilities, and added that the effect was much worse than he expected. Guy said that for the sake of saving his friends, no points were spared to him, and the man added that the benefit of unfreezing was clear, even in a purely logical way. Smiling Sky Kierland remembered that Vis-a-Vis was always fond of this phrase, and the hero mentally said that in the past, they had even met for a while. It was unclear to him what had happened between them, and the president decided to revisit the unfreezing effect. He asked if it was correct that the youngster had lost 70 mana points. The remaining points would be cut in half for another month, and heard the confirmation. The protagonist knew perfectly well that the values would recover in a month, but there was some nuance. Shim suggested that his friend finish treating the Lord's son and go back downstairs, or work as a teacher at the nest for a month, since the second floor was dangerous for him. Remembering that the nest is a training center for young players, the brave man said he'd rather get busy raising his glory points in Killian. The young man then asked what the seated Sky next to him would be doing, and she responded by asking what he was talking about. During the conversation, the girl said that she would be traveling to the frontier and asked if it was true that they had their own magic tower there. The lady said she would like to learn a new spell, and Togu reminded her that she would need to make a statement about her return. Junho said he'd already done that, and added that the demons wouldn't leave it at that, so he'd asked Sky to do it first after he woke up. She wasn't happy about sleeping for 26 years, but when she woke up, she was immediately put to work. In her lair, meanwhile, the other three companions, whom she didn't even think of forgetting, remained in her lair, put into the grim ghost mask on the table. So Jun said that they needed to postpone the legend's appearance in the frontier because the plan had changed. When asked by the president why, the hero replied that there would be a ghost on Earth and a great enchantress in the frontier. The fighter thought they could contain the demons that way, and an excited Toku said he would schedule a conference for the afternoon. Sky said she was ready to tear the monsters to pieces, even though she was drained, and then the youngster offered to circulate another photo. On the tablet, the discouraged head of the association saw 3 frozen heroes, which alarmed him a bit. Being tense, he asked if the boy was going to use the photo as bait for demons. The cold-blooded warrior said that these rogues were good at hiding, so it wouldn't be easy to get them. In a terrifying tone, he added that he shouldn't miss the opportunity to kill a couple of the devil's minions. Soon enough, there were many reporters gathered in the auditorium, who were very much looking forward to the press conference. The first to come out was Seo Junho in the guise of a gloomy ghost who often adjusted his mask. The lovely Sky Kierland was counting on him, as coming back after being frozen for 26 years was not an easy thing to do. Icewoman wished her partner good luck as well, and he asked to spare him any unnecessary support, for nothing dire awaited him. With an inner voice, the fearless player told himself that it was time for the protagonist to come out. The same hour, the legendary ghost went out into the light, where he instantly began to be photographed by a crowd of journalists. First Warrior thanked all those present at the conference, and then decided to go straight to the point. He began to say that it was 3 terrorist attacks committed on Earth demons in the last 4 months, which, of course, much less than in the past. But the brave man also added that while the crime rate on the ground was decreasing, in the frontier, the number of crimes had increased by almost 40%. Sipping his juice, Shimtoku listened intently to his buddy, while Iceman hovered in the air nearby, listening to everything on his headphones. The ghost admitted that he had thought a lot about how to completely destroy the demons, and added that things would have been different if he hadn't fought alone. A worried member of the White-Silver Constellation Guild asked if the legendary warrior had still managed to think of something. The cold-blooded fighter immediately gave a positive answer, first saying that it was impossible for him to break in 2. He added that that was why he had to find another hero than the ability level could match his. The Grim Warrior said that he didn't like to procrastinate for long, so he decided to introduce his fellow great sorceress to the audience. All present were stunned by the appearance of the enchanting Sky Kierland, clad in a long robe. News of the sorceress's sudden return immediately spread across the news, and the question of whether the legend was planning to bring back the rest of her friends as well. Enthusiastic people on the streets also watched the conference, being sure that now the demons would definitely not be given a break. Then the voting of the inhabitants of the planet began on who of the legends should be returned next. The British royal family said that will return to the great sorceress all personal belongings that are in their custody. The head of the Demon Association said at a meeting that if all 5 heroes were to return, it would change everything, and they really could be finished. Deep in the night, Costume guards patrolled the area, and one of them was surprised that they were put in charge of guarding the museum so suddenly. He also said that later, when the five legends woke up, they would be able to tell the cities that he had guarded them. Laughing, his companion replied that he was just wandering back and forth at 7 o'clock, that's all. Nothing to be proud of. Suddenly, the blond man was attacked by someone, and his pupils disappeared from his eyeballs, and saliva flowed from his mouth. In the same minute, both men fell to the ground, hitting their heads, and two unknown men in robes stood beside them. One of the tense demons jabbed the guard in the cheek with a needle, saying that he was very annoyed by the whole thing. He added that in the frontier he would have killed them and been done with it. But the serious fellow pointed out that he shouldn't let his feelings get the best of him. The man added that if a player dies, information about it goes to the association they belong to, so it's not worth killing them. The demon moistened his finger with saliva and then said that there were only 8 players nearby, and all of them were low-level players. It also said that the frozen heroes were still inside, and the gray-haired man asked what about the location of the grim ghost and the enchantress. The young devil's henchman said that those guards were too small-minded and they didn't know such a thing, and an associate said to be careful. Inside the building, the undead guards, who were low-level players and could not resist anything, were lying around very soon. The wary, experienced demon looked around to make sure he didn't lose sight of anyone, but everyone was already in the netherworld. Nervous, our young devil was ahead and tried to open the door leading to the room where the heroes were. He soon realized that the door was made of mithril, and his more experienced comrade asked him to move out of the way. Gathering all his strength into a fist and clenching it tightly, the man prepared to deliver a crushing blow and kick the door open. In the same hour, the mithril structure was knocked out and shattered into splinters, emphasizing the demon's professionalism once again. The young man said he didn't expect anything else from the Shockwave Master, and added that they could use a couple of pieces of the door to get the gold. The gray-haired man fixed his beard, saying that they didn't have time for that and needed to deal with the frozen heroes first. The kid didn't argue with him, but he still felt bad about throwing away the mithril that could fetch good money. Without wasting any time, he put his hand on one ice statue, using the ability of the toy in his hand. The demon was immediately perplexed by the fact that the hero statue did not shrink in size for some unknown reason. The master asked him to stop poking around as time was short, and the nervous kid said he would do it all now. In his thoughts, the kid said that the comrade would only turn around and wondered why it was so cold. Out of nowhere, a huge ice golem appeared in his path and posed an incredible threat. The big guy immediately grabbed the dazed descendant of the devil by the head and began to choke, not even allowing him to resist. After that, the pitiful kid was thrown to the side, causing him to tense up twice as much. Valyaya's on the floor and trying to move away from what had happened, he exclaimed that it was a trap, and now there was a golem to fight. At the same minute, another ice golem appeared, making the situation even more tense. The overconfident demon said he would deal with the pitiful creature now, but it suddenly had a sharp blade at its neck. It was the grim ghost who asked if he would deal with the wretch, but the grand enchantress asked him not to. A restrained Sky Kirland wanted to test how much she had weakened during the freeze, and the ice girl next to her was watching closely. The enraged demon wanted to pounce on an opponent that many of them had hunted for a very long time but were defeated. The legendary warrior did not tolerate his antics, immediately swung his arm to teach the wretched devil a lesson. In the meantime, the gray-haired master rushed out and ran swiftly through the illuminated streets. He was very nervous at this moment and didn't even think of stopping, even though he was very out of breath. The pitiful demon tensed up even more when he heard the spells about magical imprisonment and reverse gravity. As it turned out, a great sorceress who also used a power detector and a lightning spear stood in its way. The opponent was dumbfounded as he suddenly flipped in the air and could no longer control his own body. Enjoying the process, the charming maiden mocked him in every way possible, not letting him get away from her. The maximally tense master tried to somehow get on his feet, but he could do nothing. In the same minute, the enemy was chained in a solid cube of ice, from which it was impossible for him to get out. Then the bastard was struck by an electric shock, the force of which almost spat out his entire tooth row. The unbearable pain burned every part of the demon's skin and made him scream, but it did nothing, followed by a rather powerful explosion that stunned badly but left the enemy alive. A few seconds later, the still-alive demon tried to get to his feet, feeling a huge lack of strength. He began to cough loudly, feeling a severe pain in his chest, and a male voice said it was a pleasure to meet him. In front of the knocked-out devil minion was the cold-blooded grim ghost, who looked down on him. The ruthless warrior immediately cupped the face of the nervous demon he wanted to deal with as quickly as possible. Then the ability of the Cloak of Darkness was used, something the pitiful gray-haired master did not understand at all. Still struggling to stand on his feet, the injured demon was very angry at the ghost they had all been chasing for a very long time. With difficulty, the gray-haired man still said that he would not surrender without a fight. But the fearless warrior still said that he would die obediently. Visavi noted that the legendary warrior's arrogance hadn't gone anywhere, and he also asked if they knew each other. Incredibly angry at him, the demon said they were familiar and tried to formulate a speech to remind him of something. After saying this, he mentioned a horrible incident in Paris at the Arc de Triomphe that happened 27 years ago. Mirzavez said that he had been there in that very place, saw the grim ghost, whom he hated with all his heart. The protagonist said that in such a case, the wretch must all the more humbly die, and that he could not escape it. He added that the gray-haired man had managed to delay this moment for as long as 27 years, after which he summoned the Shadow Guards. Several monsters immediately pounced on the demon, opening their hungry mouths and snarling furiously. The confident man shouted that he was not the same as before, so he could give a foothold. The master immediately began swinging his fists and, to his great surprise, managed to disperse the guards of darkness. But suddenly he froze in place after another strike while getting extremely nervous, as if something was wrong. Because of the attribute system that the demon cursed, darkness almost always won in a battle of attrition. In this case, was no exception. Behind his opponent's back was a cold-blooded ghost, who held his sword firmly in his hands, preparing to deal with him. Daredevil decided to finish him off once and for all, as he had already wasted quite a bit of time. The devil's minion immediately tried to attack his opponent by turning around sharply, but he managed to deftly frame his sword to block it. The gray-haired man hit his fist against his opponent's sword, whose defense he was unable to break through, and became even more angry. He tried to use various magic techniques against the gloomy ghost, but it was all in vain. His pupils were turning redder and redder with each passing second, due to his incredible anger, and the situation was rapidly escalating. Bravey Warrior sharply pushed the scoundrel away and instantly swung his blade at him while blocking his attacks. The enemy tried to strike him with his fist again, but was defeated as the agile man dodged as usual. The demon decided to use heavy artillery and unleashed a charge of dark magic towards the enemy. This did not frighten the protagonist at all, who continued to stand his ground and fight to the last. The tense man kept repeating to himself that the warrior must not be allowed to push him back, and the guards of darkness ran towards him again. He continued to swing his fists desperately, trying to defend himself somehow, even though he felt a severe lack of strength. Suddenly rushing forward, the devil's minion wondered how much longer the ghost was going to taunt him. The gray-haired man was running at a breakneck pace, and the legendary fighter was ready to meet him and give him a befitting rebuff so that he would not be mocked. In a terrifying tone, the fighter said that he would do so until the enemy died like the last pathetic mutt. The daredevil continued to swing his blade, preventing the master from getting close enough to strike. The insistent opponent tried to bounce off the sides and kept moving forward, eager to destroy the ghost. His face was furious and very angry, but it did not bring him any successful results. The emotionless warrior said that this was the end for the gray-haired man, who didn't even have time to understand the meaning of the words. At the same moment, there was an incredibly sharp and powerful sword strike that mortally wounded the demon, and even threw it upwards. The bleeding master fell to the ground and began to scream in pain, realizing that somewhere during the battle he had stumbled. Holding on to his wounded spot, the demon raged even more, mentally saying that he would have to use this technique after all. He was sure that if the opponent didn't know about his Kyokusantao technique, he was sure to miss a hit at least once. At the same hour, a huge magic charge was released towards the grim ghost, which was very difficult to resist. The protagonist now realized that the scoundrel was holding back because he wanted to turn the tide of the battle with a single blow. In his inner voice, he also said that in that case, the scoundrel should not have told about what happened in Paris. Although 27 years had passed since that day, but for the daredevil, it was only 2 years ago. He still accurately remembered the gray-haired opponent at that time, so he knew exactly how to deal with him. The huge charge flew through several ice golems in its path, which didn't even make sense and were destroyed. Soon enough, it reached the adamant and not even angered ghost, just standing still. Unclear why, the protagonist raised his hand as if trying to summon someone while remaining cold-blooded. The alarmed demon immediately wondered if the magic of the great sorceress had power even in this space. Looking at the huge ice golems ahead, he still mentally said that it was impossible. The wounded man thought that it must be some ability from the arsenal of darkness, and recalled what had happened 27 years ago. He also couldn't help but respond to the fact that the grim ghost had become an even more frightening monster that posed a great danger. After a while, So Jun-ho, who no longer had a mask on his face, came to the beautiful Sky Kirland, sitting on the rooftop. The blue-eyed girl was very happy to see her friend and asked what he had done with the pitiful demon. The youngster replied that he had caught and retrieved the memories, and explained that he had acquired the skill of confessing a dead man in the absence of his companions. The girl suddenly said she had changed her mind, and when asked by the hero what she was talking about, she reminded him that they had originally planned to work as a pair. Belle said that they needed a more efficient plan and stated that she would hunt the demons alone and he would deliver the bodies. She added that he would be able to recuperate safely and was very concerned for her friend, like a child left at the water's edge. June realized that Sky was right, but warned that it would be hard for her alone, and she reminded him that he'd carried the burden alone for 9 whole months. His companion wanted to share the burden with him, and she said that when Junho, Ramadat, Mio, and Gilberto got back together, they'd start messing around again. Smiling, the hero said that he used to do all the dirty work and asked, who was the one fooling around? After that, the guys went to the interdimensional elevator and very soon they got to the 2nd floor, where the doors immediately opened. The delighted Sky Kierland looked at everything around her with astonishment, which caused a little bewilderment to the people around her. The beauty couldn't wait to see how far she could push her magical knowledge. The polite So Junho asked to be allowed to escort her to Lord Killian's mansion, calling her Madam, which surprised her greatly. The charming lady asked the player to lead her, while straightening her beautiful blue hair. People on the streets were very surprised to see the return of Sky, who was known by almost every dog. The happy girl was enjoying the stunning environment around her, marveling at how advanced the magical arts were here. The hero said that it was rumored that the Tower Master, the Commander-in-Chief of the Knights, and the Archbishop of the Order of the Sun were as powerful as the 9 heavens. A slightly tense Phoebe asked the guy if it was his very friend who could heal young Master Seamus's illness. The lad confirmed that it was the great sorceress, Mistress Sky Kierland, whose name was already familiar to the dumbfounded man. The knight said that the 5 great heroes are known even in their world, and wandering performers dedicate entire shows to them. The charming lady's foot headed towards the talking men, which was even a bit exciting. The commander of the knights said that it was a great honor for him to meet a great sorceress from the planet Earth. The blue-eyed beauty couldn't even believe what was happening, as she didn't think that her appearance would be welcomed in another dimension as well. Soon, Phoebe introduced his lord to Mrs. Sky, who was one of the 5 heroes of Earth, which caused him great admiration. The man apologized for welcoming a representative of another world in such a shabby space, but she said they were very cozy. The lord confessed to player Seo Junho that he didn't think he had such connections, and the guy lied that he was only an attendant of the lady. A stunned Basti confessed that due to a fortunate coincidence, he thought there was a strong friendship between the two. After they all entered the room where Seamus lay turning the pages of a book to be healed, the blue-eyed boy paid no attention to the guests who had come, but he was immediately addressed by the main character. The lovely Seamus Killian introduced himself and confessed that he was worried about not being able to thank his savior because he had lost consciousness that time. The lovely Sky Kierland offered to take care of clearing his magical channels, and the boy said he relied on her. The delighted damsel remarked that the child in front of her was pure and kind and very pleasant to talk to. The enchantress said she could cure him, and it would take about 20 minutes, after which she decided to proceed. A gentle hand was applied to the chest of the boy, who was already lying unconscious and not moving. At the same minute, a rather heavy healing process began, which was unraveled by the clubs of his energy. All the while, the great sorceress kept her hand on Seamus's chest, remaining as focused as possible. Inside, she could see the red foreign body that was the source of the boy's health problem. The cautious girl continued to remove the red demonic object to finally free the boy from his shackles. After the promised 20 minutes, the cute kid's body was completely freed from the demonic energy. The cute blue-eyed girl said that now Seamus's magic system was the same as a normal person's. A joyful Junho said it was a great job, and Sky felt great having accomplished the first good deed in 10 years. A little about later, during the tea party, Lord Basti told him that his son dreams of becoming a wizard. He added that if it were not for his illness, he would have sent the youngster to study at the Academy of Magic in the capital, and he wanted to ask the sorceress something. The man asked if Seamus would be able to learn the craft of a wizard in the future, because the girl knew everything about it. The lady asked him to imagine that magical channels were clothes, and afterward explained that if it stretched, it would not become the same. It was said that even if the channels were restored, Seamus wouldn't be able to control the magic, and Basti asked if it was true that the bead was to blame for everything. Placing hot tea on the table, Sky explained that the energy extracted from the boy's body was clearly demonic in nature. The Lord recognized that he was asking for too much, but asked to be allowed to make his request to the great sorceress. The tense man begged to find the demon that had destroyed his son's dream and avenge him for everything. It was the request of a foolish father who couldn't protect his child's childhood dream, and Seo Junho accepted the Baron's request. The system gave a notification of a new task regarding the demon that poisoned young Mr. Killian, for which 100 gold could be earned. The hero believed that the skill book about strengthening rank B magic channels was meant for the lovely Seamus. He held out the skill book to Sky, saying that it would suit her better, but she also said that the young man could become twice as strong with it. The surprised girl asked if the guy really hadn't immersed himself in the process, and asked him to give her his hand. Taking a closer look at the palm, she said that everything should be lossless now, as the magical channels had become stronger. Being focused, the beauty asked Junho if he was aware that his Nuna was studying science. After that, Sky decided to have a personalized lesson and took a computer from the past that had a boost function as an example. The young man said that he and she had used the computer as a prototype while developing this technique. The maiden complimented that if his magic channels had been stronger back then, there would have been a possibility of boosting the technique. The blue-eyed maiden happily congratulated the young player on meeting both requirements. Much to his surprise, the youngster asked what about the additional condition, and the lady started talking about the overclock that required a coolant. Replacing that fluid was the main character's freeze ability, which would act as a cooling factor to keep his brain from sintering. Right now, the fighter's magical channels could withstand this energy, and it would in turn prevent his body from overheating. The companion said that with some calculations, it would be possible to achieve the desired result, and Junho asked where she was going. Sky Carolyn replied that they had already agreed that she would cure the boy and go her own way, and the ice girl looked out from behind a chair leg. The boy thought that his friend would stay for a while, but she asked him if he had forgotten that demons were relentlessly ruining people's lives. With a snap of her finger, she threw something in the direction of the hero, who caught the object and first of all asked what it was. His visage said that it was a lucky coin and asked him to keep it with him always, because one day it would save him from bad luck. She also remarked that the ice pick never returned from the spirit world, the fairy herself meanwhile hiding from it in sweat. The hero said that the ice lolly also has a life of its own, and the girl promised to think about it after she got rid of the demons. Lastly, she asked her friend to take care of herself and disappeared, and he held her gaze with a smile on his face. Icicle thought Sky was a sorceress, not a medium, and the young man said that given her temper, he was worried she wouldn't be able to stop in time. He realized that after hearing about everything he'd been through, his friend was thinking that it was her turn, and she'd go all out for him. The beauty was the kind of person who, once they become attached to someone, gives all of themselves. Seo Junho still had 150 skill points left to recover, which he needed to advance further. In order to catch up with his companion, he will have to rapidly gain levels and improve abilities, and the first goal was an overclock. After a while, the hero arrived at Palmo's workshop, where he laid out on the table a shattered armor that looked like a mere pile of rocks. After laughing, the blacksmith asked him not to say that it needed to be repaired, as it was easier to make a new one. The guy also added that if the armor was brought to this state even once, it wouldn't be as strong as before. Tense Pal didn't think it could break like that, but June said it was his own fault and asked him to make a new one. The blacksmith asked again if it was definitely or nothing if he did, and the young man on the other hand was very eager to ask him to do it. The big man said that since he was already making new armor, he wanted to improve it by adding new features. He asked if the brave could get mithril for it, which threw him into a bit of a stupor at that moment. But all same, the guy remembered that the broken door was made of mithril, and then asked how much the blacksmith needed it. The amble replied that it was better to have a lot than not enough, and the hero said he could get the precious metal. It was not long before Palmo, blue with shock, asked in a trembling voice where he had gotten it all. There was a huge amount of shiny blue mithril on the table, and when he saw it, he was speechless. Afterwards, the blacksmith said to stir, and a slightly perplexed Junho asked what exactly he was talking about. Now, the thug decided to grind the dragon bones, melt the mithril, and then mix together, and make armor out of this material. Quan Noi suddenly entered the workshop, deciding to say hello to the little vermin, who said they hadn't seen each other in a while. The stunned old man admitted that he hadn't seen mithril in such large quantities in decades. The hero asked if it was so hard to get, and the man said that even if it wasn't hard, it was still a very rare metal. The young player then said that he was entrusting the armor making to Palmo, which caused a look of displeasure on the grandfather's face. The grandson asked if the grandfather wanted to join, and he immediately denied, whereupon June asked if he was free by chance. The man said he wouldn't have time for the errand until a dozen years from now, and the kid asked if there was no way he could find time for it. The shy pal said that grandfather had no orders now, and he called him a runt, saying that he had to make a sketch and a plan for mixing materials. Then the old one said he saw the news that the youngster had freed the beautiful Sky Kierland, a great sorceress. After he asked why she never came once, and the boy said she was going to go up to the second floor, so busy with preparations. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, Quan Noi called him a good boy and asked him to tell the girl that she can come if her weapon or armor breaks. The man added that the boy had done a very good job, and he didn't drop a word or even smile in response. The hero felt that it was too early for him to accept the praise, as there were still 3 frozen comrades left. The old buddy was fully confident that the young man would definitely cope with this task, and so did he himself, piously believing in saving his friends. After a while, the system asked Seo Junho, who had opened the skill book, if he wanted to master circuit amplification. The maximally focused young man gave an affirmative answer and experienced a bit of pain, which he had no problem tolerating. Energy began to flow through his magic channels, and it became very painful in a moment. But he only clenched his jaw tightly. The agitated Ice Queen repeated to herself in an inner voice that she should keep quiet as the circuit was being reinforced. After a short period of time, the exhausted fighter asked her to breathe because it was possible to suffocate. Icicle asked what was wrong with the circuit, and the young man said that it used to be like a 2-lane road, but now it was a 4-lane road. Icicle said that since the road was wider, the young man would be able to use more magic if he used all the roads. The hero mumbled that it was even more astounding that this was not a one-time effect and offered to start for real. He used the booster, confident that, with the newly installed magic circuit, the booster's effect should become twice as high. At that moment, the young player's heart was beating very fast, which worried his partner, who asked him to be careful. The companion emphasized that the guy's body would also heat up faster, but he knew it perfectly well without her words. Previously, Junho's limit was 13 revolutions of magic per second, but it was time to set new records. With a sharp start, the guy rushed forward, leaving sparks behind him and seeing only the target, but not paying attention to the limitations in his head. He clutched the energized ball very tightly in his hand, continuing to move forward very quickly. In the end, only 7 turns of magic came out. But that wasn't the end for the promising warrior. The amount of magic that strengthened the body had doubled, but that didn't mean that the amount of magic consumed had doubled. Afterward, the young man decided to replace 10% of the circuit magic with frost energy and put a lot of effort into it. The protagonist's face showed all the anger that fueled the fire in him, and thanks to which he moved on. In an instant, he rushed forward and crashed his head into the ice wall, leaving a serious damage on it. The worried Ice Queen watching behind him immediately asked if his partner was all right. The player noticed a decrease in his body temperature, which was quite different in sensation from his usual cooling. He realized that the 10% was not enough, and the Ice Woman said that he needed to increase the strength to 15, raising 1% at a time. Also, her partner asked him to remember that her energy should not be in the magic circuit in a good way. She warned that if all the frost energy went beyond warmth and froze the circuit, the fighter would never be able to use magic again. The kid said that the Iceman could go edit the video, and she also asked that if there was a dire need to call for her immediately. The panting Seo Jun tried to regain his breath, sweating profusely, but he wasn't going to give up. He decided to take a few minutes to rest so that he wouldn't faint during the grueling workout. At one point, the protagonist decided to resort to the overlock, the study of which he considered his task. Breathing heavily, the youngster's inner voice said something about racing against time and tried to calm his nerves. He was reminded of the words of Sky Kierland, who piously believed that he would definitely be able to handle all of them, and that gave him motivation. A few days later, the Ice Queen finished editing the video and saved the result. Rejoicing, the fairy said that right now a masterpiece was being born that she had her hands on. The little girl said that it had been 5 days since her partner had started training and decided to please him first with the news that the video was ready. She immediately flew to the training room where there were huge columns of thick white steam, as if in a sauna. Seeing the full scale of the tragedy, Ice Girl's face immediately changed and she froze, not even knowing how to react. On the floor lay an unconscious Seo Junho, who had failed this time as well, but he didn't answer the icicle's questions. Soon the sweating guy got up, saying that it was much harder than imagined. The joyful partner said that she had 2 good news for him, and the young man immediately asked what they were. First, the little girl was finally done mounting, and the lad noted that she'd taken a long time fiddling this time, but thanked her nonetheless. With the second news, the Ice Princess decided to pull a little to create intrigue, but continued to smile. The fairy threw the protagonist into complete bewilderment, saying that she had spent all his game points, but he believed that the new video would pay them off. The tense Ladinka promised that from this video, the player would get 10 times the amount spent, and if not, she would abandon the case. The kid didn't understand what the video was even about, and the excited lighting asked him to watch the video first. He immediately didn't like the fact that the video only goes on for half an hour, but the princess said it was the perfect length when Edith. Chunyo then told her to pray that he liked it and started playing the clip. 35 minutes later, the digital screen was still running a video of the hero mumbling something about a secret he knew. At one point, the Snow Queen watching it was approached by a young boy, and she asked what he wanted. The boy asked if it was true that she only watched productions instead of dealing with tasks in Niflheim. But the possessor of good self-esteem answered firmly at once that she was excellent at keeping track of the affairs of her kingdom. The hero asked how she had learned to mount so well, and added that she could earn 20 times as many points on it as she spent. In her heart, the ice flake was jubilant and wanted to jump with happiness, because she had managed to leave a pleasant impression on her partner's soul. Continuing to act somewhat arrogant, she said that she was simply being a genius, and that was to be appreciated. But still, the headline in the form of salmon on the mountain, Seo Jun-ho, rejected it as lame, because something more interesting could have been chosen. The delighted ice lolly said that this was officially her debut video, so she asked him to watch his language and got ready to upload the material. After these words, the video started uploading, which very quickly got to 15%. After a while at home, the young man got ready to practice, and the anxious fairy complained that she was very nervous to be alone. The surprise guy said then that she could just take it and check it out, but the little girl wanted him to do it with her. The hero asked how much popularity the Ice Babe was expecting, and she wanted her video to be the first on the top of the platform. The youngster said that high rankings usually go to guildies, and remembered that almost 3 million of the world's population are advanced players. The most popular was the video of the Dokabi Guild's Big Hunt, which garnered 123.5 million views. The dumbfounded Ice Queen couldn't believe it, as she was gripped by ambitious dreams. The thoughtful Junho immediately noticed the link to the private channel that was sent by Sky Kierland. Opening the girl's profile, the guy was very surprised to see that she has 1,400,000 subscribers. He was shocked that the maiden wants, and one of the 5 heroes. But a huge number of people subscribed to her in just a week. Fairy reminded that he only has 7,000 subscribers, which somewhat even upset the protagonist. Isa noted that Sky seemed to have done something after all, and the young man saw something strange on the digital screen. He began to read out loud the hashtags to the associate's videos, where she mentioned the past 26 years and the hunt for the sinister. After seeing a photo of the lady, the guy asked why the tongue showing, and Icicle said, "That's how you should behave on social media." The video had spectacular footage of people being trapped in the shackles of prickly plants that they can't get out of. Then a cold-blooded Sky Kierland appeared and used enchantments, again referring to the past quarter century. Closing her eyes, the great sorceress asked softly why the opponents were still so weak. She was attacked at that moment by an enraged demon right from her back, but he was destined to be defeated. The lady began to review the video, complaining that the backlight was too bright and suggested that it wouldn't hurt to turn on more lights in the front. Feeling behind her opponent's back, she used an electroshock and hit him with a powerful punch, making him scream in pain. Smiling, Seo Junho said that her friend was busy hunting Sinister and she was doing pretty good at it. In the comments, someone congratulated the superstar, who politely thanked her for the nice compliment. The girl also wrote that the reaction of fans is just fire, and she almost got burned, which made the hero reading this a bit tense. The befuddled Snow Princess said that 10 minutes had passed and it was time to review her results. The young man beckoned the fairy over, suggesting they look together to see what people were writing about her masterpiece. Some of the commentators were not surprised and didn't even understand where all the excitement was coming from. All the brave were just fighting kobolds. But after that, positive feedback about the professional editing began, and people recommended the video to watch. A satisfied kid noted that the response was pretty good and suggested that the Snow Girl check out the rating, and she was still worried. Shocking was the fact that Salmon on the Mountain was ranked 43rd, which the kid didn't even expect. He thought it was unbelievable considering they weren't in a guild, but the upset fairy had expected more after reading the comments. Hunyo then decided to look at the number of points earned, and was once again pleasantly surprised, as there were almost 40,000. The joyful young man said that it was a whole lot of goodness, but the saddened ice girl did not share his delight at that moment. The guy realized that now you cannot worry about game points, and the fairy enjoyed the tea, not even knowing that the partner added perfume crystals to it. Meanwhile, one of the offices in town was looking at a photo of the hero that the Odaksoni had chosen as their representatives. The man in glasses said the Big Six had already gotten all the information about him, which was great news. The head in the chair asked him to bring him the files he had received, but the subordinate emphasized that something in them didn't add up. He added that Seo Junho grew up in an orphanage, then went to school and became a player, so there's nothing outstanding in his past. Boss noted that it's really quite ordinary, and his colleague added that it seems like the organization has tampered with the documents of the hero's past. Shin Sung-hyun clarified if it was true that the young man had declined the guild invitation from Gunju-ha last time, and the man confirmed it. The head of said that according to the girl, they were very close, so he asked to invite the guy again, and believed that the next raid would be successful. On the table, the man lightly threw the nail clippers, continuing to think about the daredevil hoe without stopping. He didn't really like the fact that the kid wanted to be a snakehead, but was showing off to be a dragonhead. The boss knew that sometimes a closer look would reveal the secret, and he hoped that was true for him, the Odaxoni representative. Meanwhile, the experienced fighter continued to exhaust himself with hard workouts by the light of the wax candle. He was as out of breath as ever, but he kept trying and didn't even think of giving up as he pumped up his fortitude. There was some icy wood lying on the floor, which he managed to chop with his black blade with not much effort. The summer-dressed warrior was on his knee, feeling extremely cold, but it only hardened his body. The young man closed his eyes tightly and focused on his sensations as he continued to endure the hardships. A week had already passed, and the views of the video kept growing and reached the mark of almost 2 million. The kid congratulated the ice girl for earning 42,000 points, which was enough to keep making edits to the video. Delighted with herself, the babe asked how the training was going, and the partner now managed to keep overclocking for at least 40 minutes. Seeing the protruding ice crystals up ahead, the Snow Princess asked what had happened here during her absence. The hero said that the overclocking was only up to 46% so far, but that wasn't enough to deal with the heat. He kindly added that it was better to keep honing your skills than to fail in a big way one day, and Ice agreed. In an instant, her face changed and was like crumpled paper, but the reason was unknown. The agitated fairy exclaimed that she sensed bad energy, and the calm June asked her companion to come in, for the doors were open. It was the beautiful Sky, who asked her friend to see the memories of the boy, who had shown himself very strong in the battle. The boy did not refuse his favorite friend's courtesy and gladly agreed to help. Soon the hero said that the rank of the fighter is too low, and the girl was upset because his level was 120th. The brave man thought it was not surprising because a lot of time had passed, after which the girlfriend asked how he himself was doing. The guy replied that he hoped to soon pass the mark of 50%, but Sky said that he should not hurry. Then the lady remembered that there was no way she could catch the queen, and the kid June lied that the fairy was busy, although she just hid in a panic. The player asked his friend to get him a sinister on his next hunt, and then opened the door, behind which stood an unknown woman. Madame said that Baron Gillion wished to speak to the Lord about the reward for the kobold hunt, which he had not yet received. The blue-eyed woman asked who it was that had become a superstar, and the discouraged fellow asked if the reward wasn't the mana circulation enhancement skill. Soon enough, Seo Junho arrived at the Lord's estate, where he asked Seamus how he was feeling, and the boy replied that he was much better thanks to them. The joyful boy added that he had recently had a dream where he had taken over his father's title and taken the place of the head of the family. Then he asked if such a thing was possible without magic, and the protagonist was sure that he would make a splendid head one day. Phoebe said that they had been informed that the player had not left his inn for a long time, so they decided not to disturb him while he was busy practicing. An excited Basti asked him to use their family's training floor freely starting today. The knight was willing to personally provide his hall, and the lad said that if he didn't disturb them with his presence, he wouldn't refuse. Then the Lord said that he had summoned him to reward him for the hunt, and though the fighter thought he had already received it last time, it was given for helping Seamus. After saying that, the man held out a small wooden box, asking the young lord to accept the gift. The surprised Seo Junho immediately opened the small object, from which a blue light immediately began to pour out. Inside was an enchanted ball of miracle medicine, something the player did not expect to see at all. Sirius Basti said that it was a snow fruit, ripening only once every 100 years on an old tree in the northern snowy fields. The man added that, if it weren't for the hero's efforts, he would have been labeled a pathetic fool, and in addition his son is healthy, only because of him. The Lord asked the young lord not to doubt his deed, and he in turn expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. After a short period of time, the fighter again exhausted himself with hard training, not even giving himself a break. At a distance of about 50 meters away from him stood a small table, on which there was still a burning candle. By eating this fruit, all of the guy's stats increased by 10% and mana by as much as 15, which wasn't a bad result. Abruptly grasping the blade of the black dragon right on the run, the daredevil prepared to give his best. Earlier, the fairy had asked if one belt would be enough, but this thing replaced absolutely all the armor, so there was nothing to worry about. It even had a mana and blood recognition function, so if the youngster fell unconscious in the middle of the battle, the armor wouldn't disappear. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Pal Mo, in which the blacksmith asked him to keep the belt intact, but promised to repair it if anything happened. The young man assumed that it was impossible to dye it black because of the peculiarities of mithril, so the item was called white armor, Ice Girl pointed out that people's imagination wasn't very good, but Junho said that such a thing shouldn't be said to someone who called the video Salmon on the Mountain. The white armor radiated energy throughout and glowed brightly with blue light, giving its wearer powerful strength. The protagonist got to the results of 44%, which was already a good result and even a small record. Mana passed through the circulations 24 times per second, which eventually raised the stabilization level to 60%. The mighty warrior swung his sword in every way possible, destroying the artificial targets in his path. In a moment, a powerful ice barrier appeared in front of him, preventing even a speck of dust from falling on the fighter's shoulder. The wick of the wax candle on the table still continued to burn as the daredevil practiced gruelingly. Soon the lad had gotten to 63%, and his body temperature was 37 degrees. The curse of the icy cold was to be dispelled in 3 days, which spoke of the imminent end of the hero's stay in Gileon as well. Somewhere in the meantime, there was an unknown man in a cloak who reported to the others that the target had left the castle. The cold-blooded demon said that Seo Junho had entered the field through the north gate, but he still needed to be kept in sight. Red Eye was a little glad about that, since that annoying degenerate had been sticking around for a month and a half. He asked what was up with Skea Searland, and the comrade replied that the daredevil had accompanied her to Gileon exactly 3 weeks ago. The one-eyed fighter said that, judging by her community account, she was now in the Ulan Forest on the High Empire of Reuben. The leader of the group said that in any case they should finish off the hero first and disappear until the moment the maiden might find out. Finally, the demon said that they had been sitting in the shadows for a very long time, but now it was time to take action. Gleaming in the distance with red eyes, the devil's henchman softly mumbled that now the hunt would begin. But the main character, who had gotten out late at night to hunt, had the same attitude. He asked how long it had been since his last kobold hunt, and the Ice Queen replied that it had been about a month and a half. Seeing the hungry and embittered creatures ahead, the unperturbed lad began crunching his fingers to stretch a bit. This time the brave decided to use the booster without the extra boost to see how much weaker he would become. Opponents tried to attack him, but he remained composed and covered his head to give him a bit of protection. With a sharp movement of his hand, the fighter grabbed the steel rope of his weapon to begin taking action. His life was incredibly vicious at this moment, but so was the monster eager to swallow him. Usually the weapon was enough to move the enemy, but now the limit of pure strength seemed to be here. The tense warrior decided to try to let some mana flow through the vessels, hoping to improve the situation. After doing so, he swung his chains again very sharply, making unwanted sounds. But he didn't care about that. In pain, the dazed beast stuck out its drooling tongue as the hero was about to gauge his reaction speed. It turned out to be rather slow, so the guy managed to get close and swing his fist. Afterwards, an incredibly powerful blow was delivered to the nose of the predator, and the young man himself decided to stop conducting experiments. The cold-blooded player confessed to the predators that they were the first monsters he had hunted on the frontier. Swinging his weapon in the air, the intimidating warrior said that he still didn't have the Wolf Slayer achievement, which he thought was unfortunate. Meanwhile, somewhere around the household, a sturdy man was laboring, whose task was to chop some firewood. It was a simple gray-haired man who, wiping the sweat from his forehead, realized that he had to keep working. Behind him from the bushes were peeking demons, confident that if the hero Ho sees that the weak need help, will certainly not pass by. The leader ordered Nino and Siso to find a good hiding place, while he himself decided to control the fight so that they could intervene. He ordered the other two to go as well, while continuing to coldly glance at the civilian. The demons wanted to avenge the scoundrel Junho for Mr. Signer, whom he had dealt with a while ago. But still, the daredevil was only a means, not an end. Because what the devil's minions really wanted was the swordsman, Kim Woojin. The harsh leader remembered Kal's words that the boy was born with his shirt on, but he was sure that no amount of luck would help him today. Meanwhile, Ice Girl asked why her partner shouldn't fight the sinister ones, and he replied that they wouldn't stumble upon them so easily. The smiling little girl pointed her finger at one of the huts nearby, saying that one of the foes might be there. Up ahead, a wary Seo Junho suddenly saw a stump with an axe sticking out of it, and a human silhouette nearby. The young man saw the rope ahead and said that it was a trap, that only mercenaries like Hakens or hunters used, but not sinister ones. But then a large pool of blood caught his eye, which was also noticed by the alarmed Iceman. The unperturbed fighter said he sensed blood too, and asked his partner to scour the area, and she didn't bother to be perturbed. Up ahead they saw a dead gray-haired man, who the shrewd player said had been killed by a single blow. The lad took advantage of the dead man's confession, and the worried fairy hoped it wasn't because of what she said. Suddenly, behind his back, the daredevil heard a male voice address him, calling him Mr. The panting demon came out of the bushes and asked if it was his doing, but it did not frighten the brave man. The question was asked a couple more times, but the wretch never got an answer, and the hero only looked back at him. The warrior asked why the stranger was asking this of him, and he was utterly perplexed by the question. Looking harshly into the eyes of the rogue, the player said that he himself had killed the man 10 minutes ago, and now he was jerking off. The cold-blooded fighter pierced through the enemy with his blade, immediately realizing that the demons had set everything up to get to him. Finishing off the scum, he thrust it away from him, remaining unperturbed and not even blinking. And, since Sojun was their target, there must be a few more sinister nearby, who immediately burst out of the bushes. The gang leader ordered the creation of a battlefield in the other world, while sternly glaring at the enemy nearby. The fearless lad was still holding his blade in his hands. Awaiting the approach of the enemies, he was ready to meet with dignity. Up above, he saw an eruption of powerful energy and realized that it was the work of Deputy Carl Signer. The fighter had seen this power a few times before in the memories of a slain demon and remembered it very well, but he was not afraid of it. The scoundrels Nino and Ciso got in his way at the same minute, armed with sharp weapons. They were trying to figure out which one of them would strike first, and the silent Junho empowered his black sword, preparing for battle. The cold-blooded young man glanced around at the pathetic underdogs, trying to anticipate their next actions. The arrogant white-haired demon asked if it was true that the newbie wonderkin that was being trumpeted everywhere was in front of them. His one-eyed comrade asked if he cared about that, and then rushed into battle, eager to fight. But the little Ez somewhat stunned them because he began to wriggle like a frying pan, dodging every blow. The blonde recognized that his actions were pretty good, but he was still sure that victory would be on their side. What was happening strained Ciso, because the inertia of their hypermagnetic field suppressed even the speed of sound. But the young man still dodged, and he did it while following the attacks, which was even more surprising, while he himself remained unemotional. Meanwhile, the angry leader of the sinister gang was concentrating as much as possible on hindering his opponent in every possible way. The brave man was on the ledge, holding on with his hand, behaving rather strangely, as if waiting for action from his enemies. The white-haired man, meanwhile, had prepared the sharp daggers on his hand, trying to think of his next moves. The one-eyed Nino shouted to the boy that he was only a novice, no less than a year in the business, but already too arrogant. In an instant, the two fighters joined hands and rushed to the attack, shouting loudly and wanting to get rid of the kid as soon as possible. A few moments later, the blonde was facing a stern Seo Junho, who noted that their speed was good. After these words, there was an incredibly loud and powerful explosion, but the main character was not threatened by it. Dazed Shiso, in turn, flew aside like a flake, not even having time to realize what had happened. The one-eyed fighter was equally stunned and was very scared for his buddy. Turning his head sharply, he saw the silhouette of the blonde flying away, but he could not help him. From the horror, Sonino burst a couple of capillaries, and he himself screamed loudly, not believing the horror he saw. The tense hero realized that the situation had not gone according to plan, as he was only going to break Ciso's fighting spirit a bit. At this speed, the damage for a moving target would turn out to be different, and the opponent was moving at the speed of sound and would end up dead. Out of rage, the one-eyed man shouted that he would kill the juvenile scoundrel and began to verbally sling mud at him. The imperturbable young man only said that they all feel nothing and commit murder themselves. He added that afterwards they cry for their dead comrades and family, which shocked Nino even more, who now wanted to tear him to shreds. The man asked if he wanted to beat the remorse out of him, but the stern warrior asked him to remain himself, to still consider them scum. The leader of the sinister group behind him asked his comrade in arms how long he would be able to run the magnetic field without Ciso. The tense fighter replied that he could do it alone for about 10 minutes, which already gave him a chance of victory. Putting in an incredible effort, Guff said that in that case, they would finish off the creep in that time and promised to cover up. A wary Junho noticed the strange vibrations underfoot, but was in no hurry to draw conclusions. The one-eyed man asked his associate to just be a backup and said that he would kill the juvenile brat himself. Then the revenge-hungry Nino started laughing like a madman, praising Guff for his actions. He shouted loudly that it was to the scoundrel for Ciso and pointed a large number of sharp spears in the direction of the enemy. The still-standing brave man realized that he needed to act as soon as possible, but remained judicious. He was stressed by the fact that a lot of sharp devices were flying at him, but there was no panic. The stats of a very nervous guy at that moment reached 63%, which was just in time. Suddenly, the daredevil rose above the ground, being endowed with incredibly strong energy. He began to dash from side to side, deftly dodging the spears that could not reach their target. The young man didn't stop there and continued to move forward, while maintaining a cold mind. Eventually, the huge, sharp devices crashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, never bringing any results to the sender. Incredibly angry at Seo Junho, the one-eyed Nino called him a nasty rat, while the nervous Guff continued to make titanic efforts. Being tense, he asked if his comrade in arms had hit the target, but there was nothing to please the man. Running at breakneck speed, the protagonist in turn was closing in on his opponent for a crushing blow. Angry Nino told him not to even think about dodging anymore, but the boy didn't care about his words. In an instant, the daredevil decided to use a shadow skill that the enemy didn't expect to see. After that, ghost teleportation was immediately used, making the one-eyed man very wary. He only had a video of a purple glow in space, but didn't understand at all what was happening. Neo Giordano, the intimidating fighter, passed through Nino, mortally wounding him and not even letting him realize anything. Spitting out blood, the dazed man looked after his enemy, trying to grasp how it happened. The brave man did not stop there and immediately rushed with his fist to attack the scoundrel Guff, standing strangely in place. Showing no emotion and keeping his eyes closed, he mumbled that they would meet in hell, but Jun didn't understand why he would be there. Jumping up sharply on the spot, the protagonist swung his sword, ignoring the ravings of the pathetic demon. In the next few seconds, the Sinister was slammed headfirst into the icy floor and experienced a hell of a lot of pain. Although he was in unbearable pain, he did not let out any screams, but only sobbed, trying to hold on. Guff then fell down and began to fall, hitting trees and rocks, making it very loud all around. A concerned Ice Queen was watching the scene and was in no hurry to make a conclusion. The human silhouette still continued to dash in different directions at a tremendous speed, which surprised her greatly. A very tense Seo Junho shouted that the stats had reached 64%, and now he couldn't control the speed. The agitated Ice Lady didn't even know how to help her partner, as it was beyond her power to stop him. But the smiling blue-eyed Sky Kierland, who had used her slowdown ability, suddenly came to the rescue. She successfully stopped her old pal, who asked with great surprise how she had managed to find him. The Lady O averted that she had enchanted the coin given to him, and every time he encounters demonic energy, she gets a signal. The beauty then abruptly hugged the shocked Iceman, who had finally caught her eye and now could no longer hide. In the evening, the young people sat in one of the pubs in the town, drinking their favorite drinks and relaxing after a hard day. Sky said that the Sinister League was right in the channel of the mountain range, and added that they could spring into action or wait until they got to everyone. Serious Jun replied that the enemies would have a meeting on the full moon of an even month and had 5 days to go. The youngster added that it would be most advantageous for his friend to get used to the dispersal, for when she could control it perfectly, her abilities would increase. Belle admitted that choosing this place as her goal did not take everything very seriously. But now a lot has changed. The guy was sure that she decided that it was about the usual group of Sinister, but there was no more right to make a mistake in the fight against such opponents. He asked his companion to help him with this mission, and added that he was not used to dispersal himself, but she refused him. The fighter said that this might be the last chance to get out to the rest of the opponents, after which the friend suggested disguising himself instead of attacking head-on. Sky decided to make the warrior look like the goof he'd killed, and instead of backing him up by creating an appearance-altering potion, she added that she'd keep an eye on the guy like she did today, so when he got the right moment, she'd just send her a signal. Smiling, Seo Junho thanked his companion, who in return simply wished him good luck. Late at night, wandering through the glades, the young man told the Ice Fairy that they should try to find a place to hunt farther into the territory of the Sinister Ones. The fairy asked him to remember not to attract the attention of humans either, and the lad said there were no other players nearby. Icicle asked if steel bears were strong, and saw one ahead, though the hero had never encountered one. The worried fairy noticed that the monster's body seemed to be molded of metal, and the brave man was sure that using his sword aura would have defeated it with ease. He realized that his priority was to master acceleration, which took more time, so he needed to focus. The still worried Iceman told his partner that the intimidating bear seemed to have spotted them. The judicious fighter was well aware that if he used the acceleration uncontrollably, he would put himself in danger. He needed to keep in mind the fact that speed control was more important than anything else, and the enraged predator was attacking him at that moment. The tense Junho knew that the entire body of the Canal Mountain monster was itself a weapon, and people in the dungeon would be in trouble. The red-eyed beast was eager to tear up the kid who stood in its way, so it tried to attack him in every possible way. In an instant, a rather powerful paw strike was made, as a result of which the kid was thrown aside. The nimble fighter managed to stop sliding with his hand and sword, but it was urgent to change tactics. The worried Ice Queen shouted to the man that trying to overpower Steel Bear by force was very foolish. Smiling, the daredevil replied that he was not Ramadath, so he knew that it was pointless to measure strength with such an enemy. Suddenly, he sprang forward and began to approach the monster at great speed, maintaining the utmost seriousness. With a sharp sword swing, the young man tried to attack the predator in the region of the belly, thus making it even more angry. His gaze was still clear and attentive, because it was impossible to relax even for a second. Fighter Ho tried to hit as weakly as possible, so as not to measure his strength, and he succeeded quite well. But, in the end, the rest of the bear was killed and collapsed to the ground, and the youngster couldn't believe that one attack had finished him off. The angry fairy exclaimed that he had lost control of his power again, but the lad excused himself that he had only meant to wound him slightly. The ice fairy advised him to use acceleration but to turn it off whenever hunting, and the shy guy didn't even know if that was the right thing to do. Late at night, the fighter with the blue cap on his head rushed to attack the steel predator again, but after already working on his mistakes. This time, Seojun tried to act very carefully and took his time, so as not to mess up in any way. He swung the black dragon blade carefully but still very fast, giving the enemy no chance to attack himself. After a few seconds, the steel bear was mortally wounded, without being able to counter the enemy in any way. Now the hero could slightly control the 15% acceleration. In addition, he had raised his level to 65th. The surprised queen pointed her finger at the moon, and he said it was time to go to sky, because the full moon was a day early. Not wanting to meet the sorceress, the ice girl asked if there was somewhere to hide, but the guy said they would just discuss the plan. At home, the friend asked if it was true that the boy would soon be rid of the curse, and said that when his vitals returned to normal, he would have to be more careful. Jun replied that he knew everything himself, and then took the potion, which the girl had brewed in a hurry so that it would not work for long. The perplexed lad then decided to inquire about the skull sticker on his white t-shirt. The blue-eyed girl replied that it was an enchanted sticker that allowed her to track his location and even hear conversations. The smiling kid remarked, something rather convenient, and then said that since the preparations were over, it was time for him to move out. The fairy asked if the man was sure he'd be believable in the role. But thanks to the dead man's confession, he even had Goof's memories. The character said that it was basically already a script, and the cute ice lady said that in that case, she would watch as the director. Seo Jun-ho spoke confidently, but when he came to the sinister ones, they began to press him, asking why he thought he had the right to show himself to them. The trio in front mocked Goof in every way possible, and one of them said he thought he had died on the twins, and mentioned Siegner. The fierce hero in the form of a demon threatened that he would tear the mouth of the scum with his own hands if he heard anything about Call again. Laughing, the sinister said that his master must have been proud of such a loyal dog. But he didn't care anymore, because he was dead. Suddenly, an intimidating man with a large scar in the lip area intervened in the conversation and asked if everyone was gathered. It was the Wanhoon, standing on the second floor, the sinister, Pride faction member that Sky Kierland had told them about earlier. He added that, as they all knew, they were all gathered here to help him mop up the dungeon. The long-haired man was sure that in gathering, the fighters were guided by the recommendations of the top brass. Strictly Wai Wan Hong also said that they were only pawns, and warned that they would pay with their lives if they did not obey his orders. The agitated sinister listened to their leader attentively and exclaimed that they understood everything. After saying that, the Pride faction member jumped over the railing so that he wouldn't waste time descending the stairs. Quite loudly and firmly, he landed on the floor, saying that it was already time for them to move out towards the dungeon. There were 2.5 hours left before Junho's appearance would dispel, and if the cold curse broke, he wouldn't be able to use acceleration. The Guardian of Frost and Darkness should have been enough, but still the situation for the protagonist remained tense. He needed to find out what the ability of the formidable-looking Wanhong was, and how strong it was before. The leader warned that since the dungeon had a gate, it was impossible to get out until it was completely cleared. After saying that, he began to use his abilities to open the doors, while maintaining his focus. After a few seconds, the gate was successfully opened and immediately began to emit a bright blue light. It was a very unpleasant sensation for the brave man, who was still in the form of the demon Goof. The tense-eyed man wondered where the others were, and where Wanhong, who was leading everyone, had gone. The wary damsel, whose hair possessed a swampy color, also wondered what the hell was going on. It was unclear where everyone had disappeared to, and the stern-looking Junho immediately realized that it was a dungeon. The nervous lady began to blame it all on Goof, but he said that there are such dungeons on Earth, which instantly separate those who entered from each other. The worried Ice Queen asked the man if he could handle it, but he asked her not to be disturbed. The labyrinth was splitting the group of hunters apart, and the monsters had to be fought in a multitude of passages, and while still being Eudoxioni, the brave man adored them. The girl said they needed to reunite with Wanhong first, and the man with glasses asked if that was the only option. The tense damsel said that if they stayed with him, at least they wouldn't die, and the companion, fixing his accessory, agreed with her. They decided to prepare the gear first, and the hero thought about the fact that if he killed them, he could find out about Wanhong's ability with the dead man's confession. But right now he needed information on how big the dungeons were, and if the halls were connected to each other. The fighter silently opened the door and started to leave, while the twosome called him an idiot and said he could have said a word. The hero realized that jumping over the walls would not work because of the height, and made sure that it was an ordinary labyrinth, without any quirks. The dungeon was bigger than the sinister man in glasses thought, but there were no monsters around. The man asked the silent goof ahead of him if he had anything to say. The mysterious fighter replied that they wouldn't understand anything if he told, and the nervous lady didn't understand what was going on with him today. She never liked him because he did whatever he wanted, thinking that Carl Signer would have his back. For his part, Seo Junho pondered that there probably wouldn't be any other sinister ones in such a maze. Lidinka asked what his plans were, and the man replied that there was good soundproofing, so it would be fine. The sarcastic girl said it was high time he took on the role of cannon fodder, and the young man realized he'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Upon seeing Goof's use of energy, the sinister one immediately asked if he wanted to fight them, and she drew her sword. The man warned that his master would no longer protect him, and the lady mockingly called the guy a poor dog who clearly misses his master. The cold-blooded young warrior asked them to turn around, as if seeing danger, but remained perfectly calm. The stunned sinister turned around, and the maiden immediately wondered if this was some kind of trick. A huge praying mantis suddenly appeared in front of them, its tendrils dripping with disgusting saliva. The dumbfounded man with glasses immediately realized that it was a wall insect that was several times their size. The enormous creature immediately attacked the bewildered opponent, biting him hard, causing him to be doomed to death. Moments later, the sinister fell to the ground without any signs of life, and its dazed associate panicked. The shocked Junho immediately recognized the wall mantis, the labyrinth's top predator, for which its walls were no obstacle. The huge insect began to devour the body of the man in glasses who had failed to stand up for his life. Spitting, the green-haired kid called her comrade a dumbass, who stiffened and immediately paid with his life. She then grabbed her blade, about to fight, but became very wary as the wall in front of her suddenly disappeared somewhere. The tense girl immediately began to call for Guff, who did not answer, but she suspected it was him. Preparing for a fight, she shouted that she was sure that it was his work, and called the guy a scoundrel. The exasperated damsel was sure that this wall was definitely not here, so she prepared to fight the scoundrel. At that moment, a huge mantis rushed at her in attack, which did not even give the girl a chance to hit him in any way. In turn, the emotionless Seo Junho in Goof's body stood behind the wall he had created, where he was completely safe. Daredevil was clearly aware that if the insect recognized the wall in front of him, he would be able to move anywhere. The glorious thing was that he would be able to get information without even getting his hands dirty. But there was definitely more than one mantis in such a large maze. Before the rest of the sinister ones crawled away at the smell of blood, the protagonist decided to take advantage of the dead man's confession. He learned of Wanhoon's partner, Wanjo, whose ability, the cause of death, lets him know how the one she tagged died. She touched all team members before entering, and the leader's own power was an all-seeing eye, allowing her to predict enemy attacks and intentions. The Ice Queen noticed that the situation was getting complicated and asked what the man would do, while he thought that the plan would not change much. Meanwhile, the other team admired the actions of their ringleader Wanhong, who fought alone. The brave fighter listened to the praise from his comrades, using the time of battle a spectacular bloody explosion. After that, a blow of incredible power was delivered to the head of the wall mantis, which was immediately destroyed. Wanjo said that the insects were killing high-level fiends, and it was strange, but the head noted that they might have been taken by surprise. The lady said that all of this was unthinkable since the monsters weren't that strong, and the stern Van Hong said that it looked like a rat had joined their ranks. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers who had fallen into the clutches of the mantis screamed in panic, calling for help, but no one came. The emotionless Seo Junho in the guise of Goof said, in an inner voice, that there was enough action for now. The blue-eyed boy, seeing the insect's paws approaching, screamed even louder, and the hero decided to dispel the Guardian of Darkness. The three enormous monsters began to prowl around, eager to find something interesting and yet wary. Keeping his sanity, the brave man exhaled, grasping his sword tightly, tearing into the attack. In one pass, the ruthless warriors destroyed all of the creatures at once, leaving them without even the slightest chance of survival. The nervous young man noted that the potion was running out, and the skin on his face began to sting, and the ice girl asked if it was true that the curse would wear off soon. The boy confirmed that it would dissipate in about an hour, and there was a stealthy demon behind the wall at the time. Ice girl said to gather memories first, and the cold-blooded enemy popped out with 2 blades in his hands. The serious-looking fighter said he was aware of all this and asked his partner to stop rushing him. Without any emotion, the young man in Goof's body grabbed by the throat the scoundrel who was trying to kill him from behind. The exasperated man asked how he managed to spot him, as even Wanhong had a hard time recognizing his ability. So would give no answer. Cold-blooded Jun straightened up his opponent and got a little bloodstained. Daredevil realized that the ringleader's team was already stepping on his heels and decided to use the dead man's confession on the Sinister. In flashbacks, Wanjo said that something was amiss here and ordered Higgs to find survivors, as they needed to get rid of the rat before the boss battle. The fighter said that his ability to paint Mugum would locate the survivors, and the lady added that it would then be up to Stan to take care of the matter. The man complimented that, using his homesickness, they would move quickly to Higgs if he tagged him as the final target. At the moment, a red trail appeared around the dead demon, which greatly stressed the protagonist. The nervous warrior immediately realized that the homesickness was already in effect, and it was too late to do anything about it. The long-legged Wanhong appeared in front of him, calling the meeting with the scoundrel Goof a surprise. With a sly grin, the ringleader said that the rat had a familiar face, and made sure that he had not doubted him for nothing. Continuing to smirk, Scarface called it an amazing betrayal on the kid's part. He said the insect looked pretty familiar and asked if the Goof ahead of him thought so. For the first few minutes, Junho's brave man, in the guise of Sinister, stared silently at his opponents ahead. Icicle told his partner that retreat was impossible, as he was still under the curse, and recognized that there were about 50 minutes left. A stern Stan asked why Goof was targeting them, and Daredevil realized that he had become stronger in a fight with Scener. But it wasn't that simple. There were too many variables with the UN-verified acceleration and the cold curse, and he began to think about borrowing the power of ice. Wanhong asked if it was true that the guy was under the command of Najat Hollow, and he didn't understand why he was going all out. He soon realized that the traitor had no intention of answering, as she looked at them rather embittered. Smiling, the leader of the Sinister Ones said that they would find out for themselves, and a moment later he was already near, his perplexed vis-a-vis. Stunned, Fear could not believe that his opponent had swung his fist at him so quickly, but he had to act sooner than later. With a sharp movement, he grabbed his blade and lunged forward, never letting the long-haired man hit him. It was a bit surprising to the enemy that the kid still reacted, but he himself still continued to fight. The enemy tried to deliver another powerful blow, but the brave man immediately set up his sword and successfully blocked it. The fierce Wanhong asked during the fight if Guff was really in front of him, which he had already begun to strongly doubt. After that, he started swinging his fists like a cursed man, but none of the punches were successfully struck at the target. The maximally tense Seo Junho tried to dodge and move back, but it was getting harder and harder. The fight was harder than he had imagined, and the fighter reminded himself that it was dangerous to take a direct hit. The smirking opponent acted as if he wasn't tired at all and still showed confidence. A stern Stan said he'd take this guy on, but Wanjo put her hand on his shoulder, asking him to leave him for her to play with. Ice. A Princess told her partner that just speeding up wouldn't be enough, and he, remaining extremely serious, replied that he knew it. Everyone around them was amazed that Goof had suddenly used his unique ability. Smirking, Wanhong said that he had already heard of the other world's battlefield, so he wasn't surprised by it. He had always wondered what talent the commander wanted to get his hands on, and finally, the opportunity had presented itself. Clenching his fist tightly, the Sinister instantly rushed into the attack, covering his head and not being afraid of anything at all. The protagonist, on the other hand, realized that he needed to read another memory, because he had heard that the commander wanted to get Goof. That same hour, several enraged shadow guards appeared, barking loudly at the enemy. The terrifying Wanhong shouted that a battlefield that controlled even darkness was completely useless in a battle against him. In a moment, all the wretched guards were destroyed and shattered, making the fighter once again convinced of his invincibility. This made Seojun a little wary, but he did not panic as he never gave up. The gloating enemy understood why the commander wanted to get him, for with his skill, a second shadow army could be created. The alarmed Iceman shouted to his comrade in arms that he was in danger, while he himself froze in place. A huge wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of Sinister's face, but that didn't stop him. Laughing madly, the bastard continued pounding his fists, confident of his victory. The fighter P-eared to use the ability to destroy the wall, saying that he could read all the thoughts and actions of the boy. In the moment, the ice fence was destroyed and Seo, Junho, and Goof's body flew away, causing the fairy to panic. The tense hero decided to take advantage of the acceleration. which had reached 30% at that moment. After that, he immediately swung his blade, eager to strip the head of his opponent, who still managed to dodge. The boy continued to chase after the fleeing scoundrel, trying to attack him, but it was difficult to do so. The noise and sword swings could be heard for some time, and did not subside even for a moment, because the situation was tense. The daredevil in Goof's body did not even think of stopping, and did not lose hope. Although things were not going smoothly at all, the insidious Wanhong used his dispersal ability in the moment, resulting in the release of bright yellow rays. With a fist endowed with tremendous energy, he delivered an uppercut to the jaw of his enemy, who immediately spat out blood into the air. The armored warrior suffered a rather strong and unexpected blow, but managed to remain conscious even after that. The tense Sinister raised his head and saw that he had pierced the ceiling with his blow and tossed his opponent. Then it came to the dazed man that it was not the field of another world, and in front of him was not Goof at all. He saw a panting Junho in front of him, and realized that the stranger had used a polymorph spell. The enraged demon couldn't understand how the spy was using a skill of Goof that didn't even belong to him. System A alerted the hero that the dispel was resisting the ice curse, the duration of which was reduced by 1 hour. A pensive Wanhong tried to figure out what was going on, and wondered if the enemy knew what only Goof knew, so was also able to mimic his skill. While no one had any idea, however, the boy's body would be more useful than that of Senior's henchman, in the Sinister's opinion. He also found the ability to control the darkness with ice interesting, and his vis-a-vis asked if he was exhausted. The unyielding Junho clenched his fists tightly and got into a fighting stance, saying that he was starting to come to his senses. With a confident smirk on his face as he exhaled, the sneaky Wanhong prepared to fight to the last drop of blood. Laughing menacingly, he rushed forward to attack, shouting that he would not kill the kid he wanted to use for his own purposes. The unperturbed player looked at him silently, fully prepared to respond with dignity. Very suddenly, the cold-blooded hero swung a strong and hard fist right into the face of the Sinister one. The demon's face shrank from his strength, and then the system notified him that the curse had been lifted and all his characteristics restored. The brave warrior didn't stop there and continued to mutilate the scoundrel, which took him quite a bit of time. As a result, numerous abrasions appeared on the face of the embittered Wanhong, and he himself could not resist. In the end, a blow so powerful was delivered that the Sinister one flew aside like a piece of wood. Gritting his teeth in incredible pain and anger, he began to brood on the boy's incredibly powerful arm. The boy's hard-eye fist was much faster than the demon's gaze, which made him uneasy even for a moment. The big man Junho continued to pin his opponent down, not giving him even a second to recover. With rage, the pupils from the devil minion's eyes disappeared in a moment, and he himself coughed, feeling pain in his chest. The enraged demon clenched his hand tightly into a fist to finally strike and show what he was all about. With a sharp movement, he swung, but the protagonist disappeared right from under his nose in the blink of an eye. He suddenly felt cold behind his back and froze in place, realizing that the enemy was right behind him. The brave warrior then rushed forward, creating icy ground under his feet to prevent the enemy from escaping. It took 1 second for both fighters to pound each other's faces with their fists, which looked very spectacular. The picture at that moment was incredibly scary and unpleasant, but such was the harsh reality. The situation showed that the hero still offered more effort, as a result of which the opponent flew up. Daredevil, in turn, even managed to stay on his feet, though it staggered him quite a bit. Heavily wounded and angry, Wanhong landed near his comrades, where a worried Wanzhou immediately asked if he was all right. The enraged leader ordered the companions to immediately kill the boss and mop up the gate, much to their shock. Laughing loudly and angrily, the madman rushed back into the attack, telling his subordinates to carry out the order now. As always, the unflappable warrior took advantage of the acceleration to 15%, which was enough for him. The bloodthirsty demon rushed headlong into the fight, shouting that this kid was more dangerous than Guff. Swinging his fist as he ran, he exclaimed that it was even better and asked the boy to go to him without having to chase him. But once again, the brave man thwarted his plans, blocking the attack with a sharp black blade sign. The incredibly angry young man put forth a titanic effort, not intending to yield even a step to the sinister scoundrel. Without showing even an ounce of mercy, he continued to pressure the enemy while preventing even a weak strike from hitting him. The stern So Jun-ho waved his black sword in every possible way, pushing the demon farther and farther away with each passing second. The scoundrel could see the movements and thoughts of all his opponents, but still missed a powerful lash to his jaw, causing him to nearly lose his teeth. In his inner voice, he kept repeating to himself that he needed to surpass the speed of the opponent who was in his sights. After the demon began to wonder how he could hold the boy back longer, but was dumbfounded when he noticed his use of the ice skill. Lightning charges began to rumble around, and in a moment, Wanhong himself was simply frozen and no longer posed a threat. At tremendous speed, the cold-blooded hero flew into him with sword in hand to finally end it all. As a result, the Sinister One was riddled and mortally wounded, which triggered severe blood loss. Sinister coughed up blood with great pain in his chest, realizing the full extent of the situation, which he could no longer do anything about. The ruthless protagonist firmly held in his hands the sword, with which he managed to deal with the scoundrel. As if nothing had happened, he put the shiny weapon in its holster, while the life of the enemy behind him was rapidly fading away. A couple seconds later, Wanhong turned into a black shadow ball, which was the work of a focused warrior. After a few more moments, the demon was no longer in the space, as if it had never existed. The companions of the Sinister, meanwhile, burned the mantis while worrying, for the Lord had been gone for a long time. A tense Stan tried to speculate about all this, but nothing came to mind. Wanzhou said that they couldn't contact the outside world, so the boss sent them to clear the gate to prepare for all surprises. After saying that, the wary madam turned around and saw a frozen comrade whose face was shocked. The perplexed damsel didn't understand who could have used ice magic, and began to assume that there was another boss here. After a couple moments, she noticed that her fingertips were frozen and she could no longer move them. Behind it all was the ruthless Junho, who had frozen Wang Hun's minions without even letting them realize anything. The hero noted that the technique was really annoying, and wondered if this was how he and his friends had looked before. The Ice Queen reminded him that she had already mentioned that the technique was comfortable, but the guy still felt lousy. The chill was greatly reducing his mental capacity, so it was risky to use it mindlessly. Icicle said that thanks to him, even the Mantis King was frozen, and that was worthy of respect. But the youngster was not happy about it. Remaining unemotional, he mumbled that he should just strike the final blow and end it all. At the same hour, the hungry shadow guards were summoned, and their task was to destroy the frozen monster. Brave asked his partner if she knew when he was most worried while he had gone on raids before. Snowflake suggested that it was during that nervous moment when there were screaming reporters and a crowd of admiring people. The player replied that he was anxious at the moment of receiving the reward, and he was currently looking at the core of the wall mantis queen. The admiring ice mantis looked at the beautiful object in the fighter's hand and asked what it was.